Chapter 1 Obedience. The room was illuminated by harsh, glaring lights, with a large double happiness character the headboard of huding bed, the sheets were adorned with auspicious bulls such as red 8 sand peanuts. The bride, draped in a white mermaid wedding gown, stood silently by the window. Outside, the storm raged violently, with howling winds and crashing waves, as if protesting the marriage taking place within. The woman's brows were tranquil, yet their long, curly delicious trembled slightly. At that moment, a noise came from the bedroom door, which was turned open, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching. Liwanan turned and looked at the man at the doorway. Who was handsome, exuding an alluring charm, dressed in a sleek black suit, likely just returned from seeing off guests at the wedding banquet. His hair and shoulders were drenched from the rain, yet he appeared far from disheveled rather, it acts into it a disroguish demeanor. This was her betrothed, he won Joe. He wins always a notorious playboy in the southern city, all known investor rumored to have alliances with numerous models and entertainers. He was her an ideal husband, yet was her best option at this moment. From the moment of her birth, Liwanan had never worried about finance. Her father had always been prudent in business. However, their recent economic downturn had plunged their company into crisis, threatening a severe financial rupture. Her father had sought assistance from Annie, but the required sum was substantial and few were willing to help. Ike was not until half a month ago thought Liwanan received a call from Grandma, inquiring whether she would be willing to marry he won Joe. Having lost his parents at engage, he Winzo was raised by his grandmother, despotesque of free nature. He was deeply filial, and Thu shed not opposed this arrangement. Yet Liwanan understood that he Winzo was not pleased with this union. Mr. He she spoke softly, her voice edged Leasewater, drawing his gazette her face. I had seen many beautiful women, but the own before him was exquisite in both appearance and essence, hero ethereal. His grandmother had insisted on his marriage, saying, this daughter of Le Family is beautiful as a fairy, well mannered too. If it weren't for her family's misfortune, such a fine a girl would never have been available to you. His grandmother since the Sodnagin Gebut marriage had nearly worn his raw, she had a kinai, and among the numerous socialites in the southern city, she had deemed Liwanan worthy of him. Heffelte exasperated, especially in his grandmother had said her own life as overreach, compelling him to marry Liwanan. He wins the Scarman Jaya sparkled with a hint of famous Montasha smirked, Miss Lee, you must be quite the exceptional to have garnered my grandmother's favor. Liwanan had met grandma has 6 months prior when the elderly woman had suddenly fainted, while every O'Neill's had hesitated, fearful of the consequences. It was Liwanan who stepped forward to administer first aid. Grandma regarded her as a lifesaver, though Liwanan had merely acted due to obligation. Mr. I understand thought he wore like tant about his marriage, compelled by your grandmother's insistence, however, it is no waffle to comply. I am a sound mind and body, free of annivices, after a marriage, he will not interfere with our affairs. I believe I can buy if you meets your expectations in a very regard. Upon hearing this, Feman lit out a rise of a laugh, meets my expectations in a very regard? His demeanor was both roguish and charming. Gasha scrutinized her, stepping closer. With her back against the floor-to-ceiling window, Liwanan found herself with nowhere to retreat, the cold blast sending a shiver down her spine. What if not satisfied, he sked, Hishan resting possessively on her waist, tightening his grip. Liwanan turned her head away, but the intoxicating scent of escalonia mixed with a hint of smoky and alcohol enveloped her, making her dizzy. It will be obedient. Athos, he pulled her closer, leaning down so that she was forced to me this gaze. Oh, how obedient can you be? Liwanan's fingers clutched at the fabric of his tightly, the overwhelming sensation of his presence nearly rendering her defenseless. Avoiding his penetrating gaze, she tempted a cane the subject. Mr. Hire clothes sir, shouldn't you take a shower first, you might catch a cold. In the next moment, she heard low chuckle beside a hearer. He went wholly in closer, his voice husky and intimate, let's shower together. Liwanan's eyes widened in shock. He wins a casual smile grazed her cheek as his fingers brushed lightly against her face. Didn't he say you would be obedient? It's our wedding night, let's see just how obedient you can be. Theater Rancho rain continued to pour outside, the contrast of his dark suit against their white wedding gown creating an atmosphere thick with tension. After returning from the bathroom, Liwanan squinted against the brightness of the large crystal chandelier swaying above her. Her cylinder fingers clutched the sheets beneath her, her eyes rimmed with red as if they could bleed, filled with a pleading expression, yet she remained silent. Seeing her Lakeithus, he went solid to low, husky chuckle, his lips brushing against their sachet murmured near here, Mrs. He, you truly are quite compliant. Suddenly he withdrew from her, standing at the beat to dress. Liwanan's gaze fell upon his back, noting several distinct remarks marring his skin. As he went soup in his clothes, the forward sculptured scoundrel flashed through Liwanan's mind. Mrs. He, you shall dress dearly, ill be backward late, so don't wait up for him. With that, he went strode out of the bedroom, closing the door behind him with a casual flick of his wrist, leaving the room in an instant chill. Liwanan turned her gazette at the window, noticing that the storm had miraculously ceased, Sholo Werderies rubbing her slightly swollen wrist, lacking thinner guide upon her what he might bedo in gather shower. After a long pause, she mustered the strength to rise and head to the bathroom for a shower, feeling uncomfortable in her own skin. However, as soon as her feet hit the floor, her knees buckled and she fell to the ground. The plush cashmere carpet cushioned her fall, yet tame pack still sent a jolt of pain through her knees. Her long, curly delicious flutter rigidly, and a single tear swift lace keyed into the carpet. Liwanan pushed against the carpet to stand up slowly just as she was about to enter the bathroom when her phone, resting on the beddable, vibrated. Shepiketi Tuptik, only Tory lies it was others he when Zor had forgotten to take his phone with him. Downstairs, the sound of Fakar Pulingo wary could hear ears as she prepared to return the phone. It vibrated again and Dergaze involuntarily drifted as person, catching sight of a message. Azu, Yuri get married, can't he not go through with it? Chapter 2 The Ordinary. In city of private clubs, the atmosphere was lively and indulgent. As soon as he wins arrived, someone immediately vacate Daciat with a sycophantic smile, brother he sit here. He wins lazily lifted his eyelids, muttering Gathan Q before settling into the chair. Dressed in a grey shirt, the dim lighting gofted with cast a shadow over him, enhancing his handsome yet languid appearance. At that moment, Jiang Yun approached, raising his glass in a toast, brother, congratulations on our marriage, beaut on your wedding, you seto komi out and play, ICO or with anytingry? He wins reclined against the sofa, lifting his eyelid slowly, angry? Jiang Yun replied, Arent women like a thought, my girlfriends practic lit a man to spend 24 hours with them. Whenever I go out for a drink or a game, my phone buzzes and stop, fearing and cheating. Glancing at He Wen's house expression, he continued, by the way, brother, was your marriage truly voluntary? What do you think? He Wen's how countered, raising an eyebrow, hissed on a nonchalant. Jiang Yun was about to say something when a striking woman sashayed over, a model who had dressed in elegant symphony, known for her beauty and charm. She approached He Wen's how directly, leaning slightly forward, her ample cleavage in full display, her voice sultry. Mr. He, I heard you got married? He Wen's gaze swept over her before he to a casip off his drink, his autumn sapple bobbing, the sight madeth woman blush, and she heard him respond with a low Who did you marry? She pressed. He Wen's house were lettuce wine, showing no inclination to answer. Jiang Yun smirked, you don't need talk no thadiovio redeem door chance. The woman promptly settled her cell phone Jiang Yun slap, feeding him a sip between. Oh Jiang Xiaobian just curious, just tell me. Jiang Yun, ever accommodating, wrapped an arm around their waist. His wife is Li Wanan, have you heard of her, she stunning, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Li Wanan, the daughter of Li family ways an emibrioni and the southern city recognized, even if on hand mother, they had certainly heard of her. She was renowned for her beauty and intelligence, excelling in both education and upbringing, Thedri Amber Lofmaniman. The woman however appeared skeptical and leaned closer to He Wenjo. Mr. He, is it true, is your wife really thought beautiful? Beautiful? He Wen's this mind conjured an image of Li Wanan her delicate efforts, as if sculpted with the finest artisan, a perfect template of beauty. Yet, for all her beauty, she lacked depth. He Wen's house marked slightly, offering an uncalant assessment, average. The woman opened her mouth to read it, but Jiang Yun had already shoved her aside, then handed his finito He Wenjo, brother the skull. He Wen's gaze fell slowly on the incoming call from abroad displayed on the screen. Answer it, Jiang Yun lowered his voice, watching He Wen's expression closely. Letitko, He Wen's plead, biting down on a cigarette, his previously relaxed demeanor darkened and as the smoke curled around him, his striking features became a shrouded in us. Jiang Yun said the change and hesitated, wanting to say something but holding back. Everyone knew that person was in He Wen's house side, a topic best left unmentioned. Yet, why had that person chosen to reserve a just getting married? Jiang Yun sighed silently, reflecting on the tumultuous relationship between Tetwoverthires. He couldn't help you feel like when Joff put before Li Wanan, given how hostile his marriage had begun, it likely won't last long. It seemed He Wenzo would soon be single again. Li Wanan found it difficult to adjust to the unfamiliar bed. She had only just fallen asleep in the middle of tonight, and now awakening, she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her limbs. The lingering scent of demon enveloped her in bed, and after a considerable pause, she finally gathered the strength to wash up and head downstairs. As her reached the staircase, she heard voices skimming from below. Descending, she immediately spotted He Wen's house lumped on the sofa, his disheveled hair giving him an air of disarray, his expression subbed. Grandma has stood with her hands on her hips, pointing an accusatory finger at He Wenzo as he lectured on traditional values. You rascal, how did I raise such a grandson? Yesterday was your wedding night with Wanan, and do had the audacity to run off and drink like these. Is this marriage a burden to you? Truly, you're oblivious to your blessings with your reckless bespert marrying Wanan a sastro cuffluck for you, what more do you want? Immanled woman, half a foot in the grave, hoping for you out obeisance and create a happy family. Instead, you see meager formidity without peace. Ash spoke, the elderly woman gasped, clutching her chest. Oh, you wretched boy, you might as well kill me outright. On the sofa, He Wenzo appeared to have a headache, pressing his fingers against his temples. Once Grandma half finished her tirade, half lifted his eyelids, airy out in a scolding, would you like some water to soothe our throat before continuing? Grandma, he incensed, stomped her foot. Li Wanan could no longer stand beyond approach at the living room, calling out, Grandma, what brings you aware? Seeing Li Wanan awake, Grandma immediately softened her demeanor, reaching for her hand with a gentle smile. I come to check in you, did you sleep well last night, are you comfortable here? Noticing the dark circles under Li Wanan's eyes, Grandma frowned, you oveg sundari aris, I did not sleep well last night? Shethan turned to glare at He Wenzo on the sofa, her ranger palpable, it's outrageous tot this boy left you wallany last night. With that she prepared to scout him further, but Li Wanan quickly grasped Grandma Hessian, speaking softly. Grandma, I agreed to let him go out last night. Grandma Helikid skeptical, really? Yes. Then. Her expression softened as he regarded He Wenjo, well then, Azu, I don't care how you were before, but from no one, whatever Wanan says goes. It's the family's role listening to your wife you will to prosperity, remember that. Oh, Hera plead lazily, raising Gizi Estiglin Seedly Wanan, how was gently patting Grandma Hess back, appearing obedient and docile. As if sensing gaze, she looked down, their eyes meeting. She gave a high Mary assuring Luke, as if to say I want speak a love you to Grandma. TSK, she certainly knew how to navigate the situation. Leaning back against the sofa, he wins for marked languidly. Grandma, I phonetted no better, they might think Li Wanan o your biological granddaughter, and emerally the adopted own. Grandma Hesho Themiglair. Not hat Wanan is your wife, she's indeed my granddaughter. With that, she pulled Li Wanan down to sit beside her on the sofa. After a brief pause, she finally broached the subject. Wanan, did he out well last night? Grandma has smiled sweetly. I hope he will quickly give me great-grandson. Chapter 3. Conception. Li Wanan had not anticipated that mere moments after their wedding, Grandma he would be urging them to conceive. The matter of children had not been included in her plans, nor had she discussed it with He Won-jo. She cast a sidelong glance at the man beside her, who, upon receiving her gaze, could not help but smile wryly. Isn't he rather capable, yet now he finds himself needing to plead for assistance? Grandma, are you not weary standing there like an old relic? Please, have a seat. He Won-jo gently assisted the elderly lady to the sofa, to which she responded with a huff, smacking the back of his hand with a fair amount of force. Don't even think about changing the subject. Since you're married, it's time to have children. I don't want to be on my deathbed without having seen my great-grandchild. That would make my departure all the more unsettling. We've only just tied the knot. Aren't we entitled to enjoy our two-person world for a while? He Won-jo's voice carried a hint of mirth, tinged with recklessness. Grandma, isn't that a tad unreasonable? Grandma, he shot him a knowing glance. Do you think I'm unaware of your intentions? Let me make this clear. Now that you're married, you ought to set aside those frivolous thoughts, have a child soon, and live a good life with Wanan. Affection can be cultivated over time. With a firm declaration, she turned her attention to Li Wanan, who stood quietly by. Taking her hand, she reassured her, Wanan, do not be afraid, every woman eventually faces this, and having children while still young reduces the risks and allows for better recovery. When the time comes, I'll ensure you receive the best postpartum care, and I'll shower you with gifts. I won't neglect you. Li Wanan lowered her gaze. The Li family was currently weathering a financial crisis, and without Grandma He's support, they would not have managed to navigate it so smoothly. However, the decision to have children was not solely hers to make, it also depended on He Won-jo. Yet, at this moment, she could not defy the elderly lady's wishes. I understand, Grandma. Upon hearing her agreement, Grandma He's expression brightened instantly. Good girl, Wanan. She then summoned someone from the doorway, introducing, this is Wang Ma, who will be responsible for the household chores and meals from now on. Wang Ma has been with us for quite some time, efficient and skilled in preparing all kinds of dishes, the elderly lady added, patting Li Wanan's hand. From now on, if there is anything you wish to eat, just let Wang Ma know. You're too slender, you need to nourish yourself. Wang Ma bowed to the couple, addressing them, sir, madam. Li Wanan nodded politely, while He Won-jo slowly raised his gaze, letting out a soft tch. Grandma he shot him a disapproving glance. What's the matter? Do you have an opinion? How could I dare? Pleased, Grandma he stood up. Alright then, that will be all for today, I have a date with an old friend for a hair appointment. She turned back to Li Wanan, her eyes twinkling. Wanan, if that scoundrel dares to bully you, make sure to tell Grandma, alright? He Won-jo raised an eyebrow at the remark. What a statement! How could I possibly bully her? As Grandma he prepared to admonish He Won-jo once more, Li Wanan quickly interjected, Grandma, he hasn't bullied me. We'll be just fine. Li Wanan's gentle smile melted Grandma He's heart. How fortunate she was to have found such a splendid granddaughter-in-law. Excellent, that's excellent. Grandma he observed the tender regard Li Wanan held for He Won-jo, confident that, given time, this mischievous grandson would surely develop genuine feelings for her. She could afford to wait. Before departing, Grandma he could not resist giving her grandson's foot a playful kick as she noted his slouched posture on the sofa. Even after marriage, you still can't sit properly. He Won-jo sighed in exasperation, straightening his posture with reluctance. Grandma he nodded approvingly. Be good to Wanan, understand? Of course, may I escort you? He Won-jo helped the elderly lady out the door, almost dragging her along as she scolded playfully, you rascal, are you trying to rush me away? You ungrateful grandson. He Won-jo replied, if you don't leave, how can I cultivate my relationship with my beloved granddaughter-in-law? After seeing her safely into the car, He Won-jo closed the door and signaled the driver to commence their journey. As Grandma he rolled down the window, she gazed at her grandson's handsome yet roguish face, letting out a soft sigh. Ah Jo, I understand you may still harbor resentment over my past actions that separated you from that girl, but it was all for your own good. Now that you are married, you must act with discretion. Wanan is truly a lifesaver for Grandma, her beauty and character have been thoroughly vetted by me, you won't find anyone more suitable for you in all of Nanchang. Cherish the one before you. He Won-jo lowered his gaze, his expression inscrutable. A faint smile played on his lips as he replied, understood, please take care. With that, Grandma he closed the window and instructed the driver to set off. Upon entering the house, He Won-jo found Li Wanan engaged in conversation with Wang Ma. The moment Wang Ma spotted him, she inquired, what would you like for breakfast, sir? Just make whatever you see fit. He Won-jo reclined on the sofa, nursing a significant hangover from the previous night. Li Wanan added, Wang Ma, could you also prepare a bowl of hangover soup? Of course, madam. As Wang Ma headed to the kitchen, Li Wanan turned her attention back to the man sprawled on the sofa. I can give you a massage. Would you like me to help relieve your tension? He Won-jo raised an eyebrow. Madam, he can do that as well? My father often entertains guests, so I picked up a few skills. Come here. He Won-jo shifted his position, and Li Wanan settled herself atop him, her slender fingers applying gentle pressure to his temples, neither too firm nor too soft. Her technique proved effective, alleviating some of his discomfort. I in the kitchen, Wang Ma witnessed this tender scene and promptly took a photo, sending it to Grandma He. The response was instantaneous: inquire further and report back. The living room fell silent as Li Wanan focused on her task, her gaze softening. He Wenzhou closed his eyes, appearing calm, reminiscent of a youthful demeanor that overlapped with her memories. The matter of children is not something you need to fret over. I currently have no plans to start a family, He Wenzhou suddenly spoke. If Grandma pressures you, just say it's my fault. This was expected. Li Wanan replied with an continuing her ministrations. Is your head still hurting? Suddenly, He Wenzhou opened his eyes, their gazes locking. Li Wanan's eyelashes fluttered as she had been looking down. The moment felt somewhat intimate. He Wenzhou raised an eyebrow. Is Madame He showing concern for me? Li Wanan furrowed her brow slightly. You drank a lot last night. Indeed. He Wenzhou chuckled softly. Are you not upset about last night's events, Madame He? You have your freedom. She would not interfere. He Wenzhou examined the beautiful, gentle face before him, his fingers grazing her cheek in a flirtatious manner, though his eyes betrayed no emotion as he remarked, Madam He truly is perceptive. His compliment, however, carried an air of mockery. Letting out an inaudible sigh, Li Wanan gazed at the handsome yet weary face of the man before her, gently voicing, Mr. He, I have something I would like to discuss with you. Speak. When we return home 3 days after our wedding, will you accompany me? Just to put on a show for my parents, I don't want them to worry that I'm not doing well. And also, I have a cat, may I bring it along? Noticing He Wenzhou's silence, Li Wanan pressed on, Mr. He, is that acceptable? The corners of his lips twitched slightly. What if I refuse? Chapter 4 of The Lost He Wenzhou, the woman's gaze fell, her voice soft and gentle, evoking an illusion of tender playfulness. He Wenzhou observed her somewhat helpless demeanor, a smile dancing in his charming peach blossom eyes. He lightly tapped her chin with his finger and, in a languid tone, remarked, I suppose I could agree, but in the spirit of reciprocity, Mrs. He, might you offer me some favor in return? In the next moment, He Wenzhou felt a soft touch upon his lips, a fleeting contact, withdrawn almost immediately their eyes met, and Wanan noticed the man's brow arched slightly, his enchanting peach blossom eyes twinkling with mirth. Those eyes seemed to possess an innate depth of emotion, making it all too easy to lose oneself in their gaze. Within a heartbeat, Wanan instinctively averted her gaze. He Wenzhou curled his lips into a slight smile, his attention fixed on her face as he inquired, Is Mrs. He working today? She had taken a leave of absence from the hospital due to her marriage. Sir, madam, breakfast. Upon entering the empty living room, Wang Ma was puzzled. Where could they be? Her mind brimmed with questions. She reheated the breakfast in the pot and commenced tidying up. By the time He Wenzhou descended the stairs, Wang Ma had already finished cleaning the rooms, save for the second-floor bedroom. The man, dressed impeccably in a suit, clearly intended to head out. Wang Ma smiled. Sir, are you leaving already? Breakfast and hangover soup are still warming in the pot. I shall pass. Please take the breakfast to Madam's room. Ah, so he had returned to the bedroom. Rest assured, sir, I will take good care of Madam. After uttering this, He Wenzhou grabbed his car keys and departed for the company. A few minutes later, Madam? Wang Ma knocked on the door upstairs, where Wanan was engrossed in her phone. Come in. As Wang Ma entered, Wanan had already risen from the bed in her nightgown, her hair neatly arranged and her complexion looking well. Wang Ma cheerfully handed Wanan her breakfast. Madam, this red date and lotus seed porridge is excellent for replenishing energy and blood, it's beneficial for women. Do enjoy it. While Wanan savored her breakfast, Wang Ma took the opportunity to tidy up the bed linens and the trash bin. As she collected the garbage, Wanan paused, saying, Wang Ma, I can handle that. Wang Ma turned with a smile, Madam, there is no need to feel shy. I've seen far worse in my lifetime. With that, she removed the trash bag. Once Wang Ma finished her task, Wanan had nearly finished her porridge. Then Madam, please rest well. I shall not disturb you further. After Wang Ma exited, Wanan returned to her bed, utterly fatigued. Her head barely touched the pillow before she drifted off to sleep. Downstairs, Wang Ma placed the linens in the washing machine and finally noticed the trash bag on the floor. She gently prodded it with a stick and discovered not only tissues but also several children's diaper bags. Instantly, she sent this information to the old lady. Upon receiving the news, the old lady nearly erupted in fury. Observing her friend's anger, the companion quickly remarked, What is there to be upset about? We're not getting any younger. A fit of rage will only add wrinkles. It's that wretched grandson of mine. I am eagerly awaiting a grandchild, and he is resorting to contraception. That scoundrel He Wenzhou, fully aware that Wang Ma was sent by her, couldn't he even be bothered to put on an act. He showed her such blatant disregard. Her friend interjected, But you must understand, patience is a virtue. Wenzhou is only just married into the Li family, you must afford them some time to cultivate their feelings. Moreover, given your grandson's temperament, he cannot be pressed too hard. Let them nurture their affection. A great-grandchild will come in due course. The old lady pondered for a moment, recognizing the wisdom in her friend's words. This matter must be approached gradually, yet, she could not remain entirely uninvolved. After all, she had orchestrated this marriage, and it was imperative that Wanan not be wronged. Retrieving her phone, the old lady opened WeChat and sent several voice messages to He Wenzhou. At the He group, He Wenzhou was reviewing project proposals when his phone buzzed with messages from the contact labeled Old Buddha. He opened it, and the old lady's commanding voice resonated through the speaker. You rascal, don't forget to take Wanan home sometime soon. Prepare generous gifts, we must not allow her to feel neglected. Also, remember our family's tradition of cherishing one's wife. Your grandfather and father treated their wives with utmost kindness. No woman dislikes a touch of romance. Bring Wanan a bouquet of flowers after work, or perhaps some delicious treats. Take her out for meals and dates, let the two of you cultivate your relationship. Don't forget to send me photos. I must inspect your efforts. Unable to contain his laughter after hearing the voice message, Hee-won-jo took a moment before replying with a playful tone, understood, I shall complete the assignments you've given me. He received a furious emoji in response but chose not to reply further. He called for his assistant and instructed them to order a bouquet of flowers. President He, what kind of flowers should we purchase? Anything will do. He replied dismissively, his eyes still glued to the documents. At 6 in the evening, Hee-won-jo finished work promptly, arriving at Chihai residence at around 6:40. Wanan had slept until the afternoon, and after a meal, she settled on the sofa with her laptop, dressed in a white home outfit, her hair casually tied up in a bun, exuding a clean and gentle aura. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, Wanan instinctively looked up, only to be greeted by the sight of a man in a crisp white shirt, tall and strikingly handsome, holding a vibrant bouquet of roses. As he approached her, the intoxicating fragrance of the roses filled the air. He presented the flowers to her. Mrs. He, do you like them? Wanan accepted the roses, her heart racing unexpectedly, and nodded, responding honestly, I do. Are you working on your thesis? He glanced at her computer before nodding. Very well, then I shan't disturb you further. I will head upstairs. With that, he left her with only his retreating figure, the roses still exuding their delightful scent, yet his presence had already faded away. Wanan lowered her gaze, concealing the subtle disappointment in her eyes. Chapter 5. The flow of thoughts while writing her paper was interrupted. She wished herself good night, saved the document, and closed her laptop. Picking up a nearby bouquet of roses, she resolved to take care of them. Wang Ma, do we have a vase at home? Upon hearing this, Wang Ma turned around and spotted the magnificent bouquet in Li Wanan's arms, the roses truly vibrant and beautiful. I remember there's a lovely vase in the cupboard, perfect for arranging flowers. Wang Ma remarked as she went to fetch it, unable to resist turning back to smile. Madam, did the master send you these flowers? They are truly stunning, he is quite thoughtful. Wanan smiled faintly. In truth, her favorite flowers were not roses, yet, who could resist the allure of flowers, especially those gifted by Hee-won-jo for the very first time? Wang Ma soon found the vase, with over a dozen roses in total. Wanan, having studied floral arrangement, set to work. Once finished, she placed the bouquet on the coffee table, hoping that with proper care, it might last a week. Just as Hee-won-jo descended the stairs, he spotted Li Wanan tidying up the coffee table. The roses in the vase appeared even more vibrant than before, their colors radiant. Have you taken care of them? Hee-won-jo inquired, glancing at the vase that Wanan had chosen, an exquisite Song Dynasty porcelain piece he had purchased at a high price the previous year. The vase, with its pristine white body and intricately carved patterns, was indeed lovely. Originally intended as a gift for his grandmother, she had declined it, citing an excess of antique vases at home, leaving it to gather dust in the cupboard. He never anticipated that it would ultimately serve as a vessel for flowers. Wanan nodded, her smile soft and gentle as water. If not cared for, they may wither by tomorrow. Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow but said nothing further. After dinner, he had some business matters to attend to, while Wanan, freshly bathed, prepared to continue her writing. As she reached for her notebook, her phone vibrated incessantly from the side. Upon checking, she saw it was a WeChat message from Chien Sesh. They had been classmates since elementary school, and despite studying different majors in university, their bond remained strong in the same city, worthy of the title of best friends. Chien Sesh, whose father had named her after a poem by Judy, ironically embodied none of the poetic essence. She was, as her name suggested, both greedy for wealth and enamored by beauty. The message contained a series of lewd emojis. Hey babe, how's your new married life? Woohoo, I couldn't return from abroad to attend your wedding. It's so upsetting. I promise to make it up to you with a grand gift when I'm back. Chien Sesh was currently busy filming abroad, and the hurried nature of Wanan's wedding left her with a sense of regret. Wanan looked at the flurry of messages, ready to reply, when another message popped up. Remember to take precautions with Hee-won-jo. I'm genuinely worried. He has a reputation for scandals, and I'm concerned he might have issues. Did you both get a premarital checkup? Wanan rubbed her forehead in exasperation. After a few seconds, she finally replied, he should be fine. Well, last night was the first time. In truth, Wanan hadn't expected it either, but even though Hee-won-jo didn't explicitly say it, she was perceptive enough to sense it. Chien Sesh's shock was palpable. So, this man, who has flirted with countless women, has managed to remain untouched? The following messages from Chien Sesh quickly veered into inappropriate territory, which Wanan chose not to respond to. After some hesitation, Chien Sesh typed and deleted several times, ultimately asking, Wanan, does Hee-won-jo know you've harbored feelings for him all these years? If you've thrown all your cards on the table marrying him, what will you do if he still doesn't love you in the end? Wanan's long, curled eyelashes trembled slightly, but she chose not to reply. After all, she herself was uncertain of the outcome, yet she had indeed cherished her feelings for Hee-won-jo for a long time. In her youth, she had encountered someone so breathtaking that no one else could capture her attention. When Grandma he called, it felt like a divine blessing, a chance to finally be close to the man she had longed for. Despite years of unrequited love, she did not wish to let go. Even if, in the end, Hee-won-jo still didn't love her, she would have no regrets about her choice. She viewed it as fulfilling a dream from her adolescent years. All she hoped for was that this dream could linger a little longer before waking. After bidding Qian-sesh goodnight, Wanan noticed the wall clock's hour hand already pointed to 11. Hee-Won-jo had yet to return, biting her lip. She eventually rose to head to the study. Standing at the door, she gently knocked. "Come in." As Wanan pushed the door open, she was greeted by the strong scent of tobacco in the study. Hee-Won-jo had a cigarette between his lips, the ember flickering, while a cup of black coffee sat beside him. Upon seeing Lee Wanan, he removed the cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, raising an eyebrow. "What brings you here?" Amidst the light haze, the man's handsome features appeared rather dissolute. "Are you here to sleep with me, Mrs.?" "It's quite late," Wanan replied, meeting his gaze with concern. "Staying up late isn't good for your health, and smoking and drinking coffee." Hee-Won-jo's eyes sparkled with a hint of nonchalance. "Why should you care?" His tone was casual, yet it bore an underlying warning. She was not in a position to concern herself with him. Wanan, undeterred, responded, "I'll go heat up a cup of milk for you, you carry on." With that, she turned to leave, politely closing the door behind her. Hee-Won-jo flicked the ash from his cigarette, clearly aware that the moment she entered and caught the scent of smoke, her lovely brows had already furrowed, yet, she remained silent and went to prepare him milk. A faint smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, his phone screen flashed, and he glanced at it, the smile fading from his lips. Losing interest in his work, Hee-Won-jo shut down his laptop and exited the study just as Wanan was coming up the stairs with the milk. "Finished your work?" Wanan asked, a hint of surprise in her expression. Hee-Won-jo glanced at the milk in her hand, a smirk curling his lips. "I haven't drunk milk since I was 18, you can have it, Mrs. He." Lee Wanan, had she offended him? Everything had seemed fine just moments ago. Glancing at the milk she held, she hated waste, thus, she resigned herself to drinking it herself. Hee-Won-jo watched her as she sipped the milk, her skin appearing even more radiant than the liquid under the warm light. After finishing, Wanan felt a slight discomfort in her stomach, intending to head downstairs and return the cup to the kitchen, when suddenly, the man stepped closer, tall and imposing, his handsome face leaned down toward hers, their noses nearly touching. Wanan tightened her grip on the glass, her fingertips turning pale as an inexplicable nervousness washed over her. She closed her eyes. A gentle brush of sensation grazed her lips, followed by a soft chuckle from him. Wanan's eyes flew open to meet his teasing smile. Stammering, she said, I'll go put the cup away, and stumbled down the stairs in a fluster. Hee-Won-jo watched her retreating figure, fingers resting against his brow, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 6. Tension. Nestled by the sea, the Lee family's old residence lay to the east of the city, approximately a 30-minute drive away. As soon as Wanan settled into the car, she received a WeChat message from her mother, Suwon, inquiring about their estimated time of arrival and what they wished to have for lunch. Uncharacteristically, her father, Lee Zhongming, had decided to forego work today, deeming the welcoming of his son-in-law as a matter of utmost importance. The wedding had served as the first encounter between the Lee family and Hee-Won-jo, yet the flurry of activities had left little room for conversation, thus making today's meeting all the more significant. Meanwhile, the man behind the wheel, Hee-Won-jo, was occupied with a phone call, seemingly concerning work. His expression bore a seriousness beyond his usual demeanor. From snippets of the conversation, Wanan gleaned that a certain artist under his management had encountered some troubles that jeopardized a substantial investment project. Although the artist's issues had yet to come to light, it was only a matter of time before they would need to be addressed. Terminate the contract immediately. The project's complications stemmed from his personal issues. Calculate the compensation and deliver it along with a lawyer's notice. The project cannot afford to be stalled. Find a suitable replacement post-haste to minimize losses. Once Hee-Won-jo concluded the call, he caught Wanan's gaze lingering on him, raising an eyebrow with a teasing remark, Madam He, am I truly so captivating that you cannot tear your eyes away? Wanan merely blinked in response, her mind still reeling from his earlier gravity. She redirected her attention forward, spotting a nearby fruit shop and requesting Hee-Won-jo to pull over. He obliged, glancing at her, I wish to purchase some fruit. It would be rather improper to return home empty-handed, she explained, reaching for the door, only to discover it was locked. Turning back, she found Hee-Won-jo had already restarted the engine. Mr. E, please let me go buy some fruit. It would be unbecoming to return without anything, she insisted. We have provisions, he replied curtly, returning his focus to the road. What? She exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. She wished to inquire further, but another call from Hee-Won-jo interrupted her, prompting her to swallow her questions. The Lee residence, a family heirloom, appeared somewhat weathered from the outside, yet it was well maintained annually, exuding an air of antiquity within. The sleek black Maybach glided into the driveway, halting smoothly beside a graceful weeping crabapple tree. It was the season for crabapple blossoms, and as the vehicle came to a stop, a delicate flower fell upon the windshield, a gentle and charming welcome. As they exited the car, Hee-Won-jo moved to the rear to retrieve items from the trunk. Wanan's attention was drawn to the gift box he carried, and she looked up in surprise. When did you prepare these? He raised an eyebrow, confessing that he had indeed forgotten to prepare anything. However, an urgent midnight call from the matriarch had scolded him for his oversight. I threw something together. I hope it aligns with your parents' preferences. Wanan smiled softly. My parents aren't tea picky, your thoughtfulness will surely delight them. She hadn't anticipated Hee-Won-jo would not only accompany her home but also bring gifts, indicating he genuinely valued this occasion. The couple entered the house sequentially, with no servants present. Wanan fetched a pair of clean slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them to Hee-Won-jo. Just then, a sudden meow sounded, and a fluffy white ball dashed from the living room, eagerly rubbing against Wanan's pant leg. Pearl, she exclaimed, lifting the cat into her arms. Having not seen Pearl for several days, the feline was particularly affectionate, nuzzling against her. Hearing the commotion at the door, Suwon emerged from the kitchen and, upon seeing the couple, called for Lee Zhongming to come downstairs before approaching them in the living room. "You're back?" Her gaze fell upon Hee Wonjo, who presented the gift box to Suwon. "Mom, this is a present for you and Dad. I hope you like it." Previously, Suwon had harbored concerns that Hee Wonjo might dismiss Wonin, but now it appeared he was quite courteous. "Thank you, we appreciate it. No need to be so formal when visiting." At that moment, Lee Zhongming descended the stairs. The pressures of his company had left him with many gray hairs and deepening wrinkles. Despite being in his early 50s, upon seeing Lee Zhongming, Suwon encouraged the two men to converse in the living room while she took Wonin to the kitchen to prepare tea. Once inside, Suwon glanced at the living room before fixing her gaze on her daughter. The mother-daughter duo spoke candidly. Suwon placed a hand on Wonin's wrist, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Wonin, please tell me truthfully, how does Hee Wonjo treat you?" Though young and handsome, and possessing notable abilities, the whispers surrounding Hee Wonjo's indulgent lifestyle and romantic entanglements were well known in Nanchang. Had it not been for the company's financial troubles, she and Lee Zhongming would have never considered allowing their daughter to marry a man of his reputation. "Your father has been regretting his decision these past few days. If you are unhappy, he would rather see the company face bankruptcy than have you suffer. I've been losing sleep over it," Suwon lamented. Wonin smiled gently, her tone soothing. "Mom, you and Dad need not worry. We are getting along quite well." "Really?" "Yes, Grandma, he adores me, and Hee Wonjo is a very filial person." Hearing this, Suwon finally relaxed, but still cautioned Wonin, "Now that you are married, focus on building your life with Hee Wonjo. However, while he may appear frivolous, remember that such perceptions are often exaggerated. Observe his true nature for yourself. He comes from a well-off family and is quite handsome. If he possesses integrity, perhaps you two could find lasting happiness together." "Mom, there's no need for concern. I am well aware of my own circumstances." Suwon beamed with pride. "Indeed, you have always been sensible and obedient, never causing us any worry." Then, lowering her voice, she inquired, "What about your intimate life?" Wonin fell silent, her blush betraying her embarrassment. Suwon sighed. Having raised Wonin with great care, she harbored some dissatisfaction towards Hee Wonjo. If not for their family's circumstances, she believed Wonin deserved a better match. "Be sure to take precautions. We cannot afford any unexpected pregnancies." Suwon expressed her worries about Hee Wonjo, concern etched on her face. Wonin, wishing to divert the conversation, spoke up. "Mom, how is my younger brother doing?" Wonin had a younger brother named Li Jing, several years her junior, currently in his senior year of high school. Mentioning him darkened Suwon's expression. "Let us not discuss that troublesome boy. I wish I had never given birth to him." With a heavy sigh, Suwon noted that the tea was ready and instructed Wonin to serve it to the two men. As she stepped out, she found Hee Wonjo and Lee Zhongming engaged in a discussion about the current economic climate. She approached with the freshly brewed tea, settling quietly beside them. Pearl leaped onto her lap, and she absent-mindedly stroked its fur. Out of the corner of her eye, she observed Hee Wonjo articulating his thoughts on the market economy with remarkable clarity, offering insights into the Lee Group's strategic direction, along with some suggestions. His few remarks left Lee Zhongming feeling enlightened, but Wonin found herself growing drowsy. She had never held much interest in economic matters. Noticing his daughter stifling a yawn, Lee Zhongming glanced at the clock. "It's still early. Wonin, why don't you and Wonjo go upstairs to rest? I have a few matters to attend to as well." "All right." A few minutes later, Wonin led Hee Wonjo to her room on the third floor, the view from her window perfectly framing the weeping crabapple tree, a picturesque sight. Hee Wonjo lingered at the doorway, raising an eyebrow as he surveyed her former sanctuary. The bedroom connected to a walk-in closet, with a door on the right leading to a wall lined with books. An array of literature adorned the shelves, prompting Hee Wonjo to raise an eyebrow. "Madam Hee, do you have such a penchant for reading?" Wonin felt a tinge of embarrassment. "I occasionally read when I find myself bored." The shelves were filled with medical texts alongside esteemed literary works and psychology books. Hee Wonjo's gaze swept over them, and suddenly he paused, reaching for an item hidden among the volumes. Seeing what he held, Wonin's heart raced as she rushed forward, snatching the notebook from his grasp. "What is it that has Madam Hee so flustered?" he inquired, bemused. "Is there a secret within?" Hee Wonjo leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, observing her flustered demeanor with a soft chuckle. "Is there something in there that I am not permitted to see? Perhaps it is a diary of unrequited love?" Chapter 7. A wife. Upon hearing his words, Lee Wonin instinctively tightened her grip on the object in her hand. Hee Wonjo's guess was indeed accurate, it was her diary. The contents within were largely centered around him. "That contains my private thoughts, you cannot look," she asserted firmly. Hee Wonjo raised an eyebrow, surprised that this was the first time since their marriage that Lee Wonin spoke to him with such resolute conviction. His gaze fell upon the notebook she was concealing behind her back. So, it truly was a diary of unrequited love. He had never heard of Lee Wonin having a romantic relationship, and as for her secret crush, the object of Madame He's affections could not possibly be lacking in merit. "Is Madame He already taken?" Hee Wonjo quirked a smile as he stepped closer, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance that forced Wonin to retreat until her back met the wall, leaving her with no escape. She lifted her gaze, momentarily at a loss for words, yet it was apparent that Hee Wonjo had no intention of letting her off the hook. "That was a long time ago. It is all in the past," she replied. Hee Wonjo nodded slightly, leaning in closer, their faces mere centimeters apart. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he remarked, "Madam He, it would be wise not to let me discover any entanglements you may have with other men post-marriage." Otherwise, I cannot predict what actions I might take. It was a nonchalant warning. Wanan met his gaze and sighed softly, I want tea. He raised an eyebrow, seemingly skeptical. Li Wanan asserted, Hee-Won-jo, I am already married to you. After our vows, I shall not glance at another man. Hee-Won-jo's eyes narrowed slightly. Madam, he indeed exhibits a commendable sense of loyalty to her new role. He then stood upright, the ambiguous tension dissipating in an instant. Wanan exhaled gently, turning to lock away her diary. Hee-Won-jo observed her actions, a derisive snort escaping his lips. So tightly secured, very well, he had no strong desire to pry. His gaze shifted to the photo frame on the bedside table, where an image of Lee Wanan from her school days caught his attention. In the photograph, she donned a school uniform, her long, straight black hair cascading down her back, holding a book in front of the teaching building, her appearance pure and beautiful. Hee-Won-jo glanced at the large characters that read Hoda building above, his brow furrowing slightly. Nanchang No. 2 High School? He raised his eyes, narrowing them slightly as they fell upon Lee Wanan's face. You attended No. 2 High as well? How is it that I have never seen you before? Lee Wanan's heart skipped a beat, her voice steady as she replied, with so many students, it's quite normal not to have crossed paths. However, Hee-Won-jo's eyes glinted with curiosity as he regarded the beautiful woman before him, her demeanor relaxed and confident. It is indeed unusual that I have never encountered Madam He, yet you are certain you have never seen me? During his high school years, he was a prominent figure, often representing the student body, participating in basketball matches and debate competitions. There was no way Lee Wanan could have missed him. Perhaps I have seen you, but I don't quite recall. I was wholly focused on my studies back then. Many girls in my class discussed you, but I rarely engaged in those conversations. She lowered her gaze, memories of high school flooding back, yet Hee-Won-jo remained oblivious to her existence. Wanan's eyes dimmed momentarily as she averted her gaze. Hee-Won-jo nodded at her words, recognizing that Madam He was likely the model student praised by teachers. While he excelled academically, he had been quite rebellious, clearly not on the same path as her. Madam He was quite beautiful in high school, he remarked, flicking the photo lightly before placing the frame back at a distance. Wanan touched her slightly flushed earlobe, turning her face away, choosing not to speak further. The bedroom fell silent as Hee-Won-jo busied himself with messages on his phone, while Wanan quietly perused a book propped against the headboard. Outside, the flowering crabapple trees were in full bloom, creating a serene and beautiful tableau. As lunchtime approached, Wanan descended to assist Soo-won in the kitchen. Since marrying Lee's father, Soo-won had been a full-time homemaker, cooking and tending to the garden, and Wanan often helped her whenever she was home. What brings you down? I can manage alone, Soo-won said, relishing in her culinary endeavors. Each time they praised her cooking, a sense of fulfillment washed over her. Cooking for her family made every ounce of effort worthwhile. I'm here to help, Wanan replied, passing her the seasonings. Now that she was married to Hee-Won-jo, her time at home would be limited, so she wished to spend more moments with her family. Soo-won smiled, understanding her intentions, and began to stir-fry. Soon, they had prepared a hearty meal, with chicken soup simmering, ready for serving. I'll take care of this, you go call your father and Won-jo for lunch, Soo-won instructed. Wanan nodded, setting the clean dishes on the table before heading upstairs to fetch them. A few minutes later, the group gathered in the living room. Soo-won looked at Hee-Won-jo and said, Come, let us eat. I made all of this myself. My culinary skills may not be exquisite, but Won-jo, please don't be too critical. Hee-Won-jo surveyed the abundant spread, the dishes appealing to the eye and palate. He lifted his chopsticks, nodding toward Soo-won. No complaints here, it smells delightful. Mother, you've worked hard. Soo-won appreciated Hee-Won-jo's politeness and offered him a chicken leg. Don't hold back. Wanan's gaze fell upon the chicken leg in Hee-Won-jo's bowl, a flicker of anxiety crossing her mind. Would he mind if someone else served him? Yet, her worries dissipated when Hee-Won-jo bit into the chicken leg, praising Soo-won's cooking. Today, they were to stay at the Lee residence, and during the afternoon, Hee-Won-jo presented Lee Jongming with a tea set and a chess set, knowing that Lee's father enjoyed chess, thus engaging him for a game. Lee Jongming was an aficionado of chess and initially thought Hee-Won-jo would not be his match. However, as Wanan observed, Hee-Won-jo appeared relaxed yet maintained full control of the board, never yielding to Lee Jongming simply because he was the elder. After several rounds, Lee Jongming managed to win only once, and that was by a narrow margin. Won-jo, your chess skills are quite impressive, Lee Jongming praised, unable to contain his admiration. Have you taken lessons? Hee-Won-jo replied candidly, my grandfather enjoyed chess during his lifetime, and I often played with him. That explains it, Lee Jongming nodded, eager for more rounds. Hee-Won-jo shifted his neck slightly, and though the movement was subtle, Wanan noticed and spoke up, Dad, you two have been playing for quite a while, I can see your neck must be sore. Indeed, Lee Jongming agreed, feeling the strain in his neck. Let us take a break. We can head upstairs. Hee-Won-jo nodded, all right. The Lee family had a tradition of taking afternoon naps. Once back in their room, Wanan was about to rest when a message pinged on her phone. It was a notification that the cat food and toy she had ordered for Pearl had arrived. As she prepared to head out, Hee-Won-jo, noticing her movement, raised an eyebrow. Are you going out? Wanan nodded, to pick up a package. I'll accompany you. Hee-Won-jo had no habit of napping. Lee Wanan glanced at him, realizing he might feel uncomfortable being left alone at home, hence his desire to join her, especially since she had several packages to collect today. All right. The delivery station was only a few hundred meters from the Lee residence. As they approached, Hee-Won-jo received a phone call that he gestured for her to go ahead. You go on, I'll take this call. Okay. Wanan entered the delivery station, provided the storage code to the clerk, and the next moment, she noticed someone walking towards her. It was Chin Siyu, the girl who lived next door and had never gotten along with her since childhood, accompanied by a man in his 30s who appeared relatively decent. Upon seeing Li Wanan, the man stared at her for a few seconds too long, making Wanan furrow her brow, but she dismissed the uncomfortable gaze and focused on Chin Siyu. Chin Siyu's family had previously operated a clothing business, but after the industry declined, they transitioned into a media company, successfully launching several streamers and establishing a foothold in the industry. Years ago, the Chin family looked up to the Li family, but now they had left them far behind. Ah, if at ISNT Li Wanan, I heard your family was on the brink of bankruptcy, and it was only through your hasty marriage that the crisis was averted, she sneered. Once upon a time, you were the epitome of grace, the first socialite of Nanchang, excelling in both looks and academics, the envy of all parents in our neighborhood. Everyone believed you would achieve great heights, but now, I hear you're just a regular surgeon at a hospital. I'm curious, do you earn even 200,000 a year? As she spoke, Chin Siyu inadvertently showcased her crocodile skin designer bag. Oh, I was also thinking of working, but my family disapproves due to the low pay. They fear I would struggle too much. With that, Chin Siyu linked her arm with the man beside her and smiled at Wanan. Oh, I haven't introduced you yet, this is my fiancé, Chi Ming. He treats me very well, and this bag was a gift from him. By the way, I still don't know who your husband is. He must be quite affluent to resolve your family's issues, right? The wealthy men often leave much to be desired in appearance and tend to be older, but Wanan, given your average conditions, perhaps you shouldn't be too picky. I consider myself fortunate to have found someone as outstanding as Chi Ming. Li Wanan felt somewhat speechless growing up next to Chin Siyu. Her parents often compared the two, leading to Chin Siyu's long-standing dislike for her. Yes, you're quite lucky, she said, opting for a perfunctory response. At that moment, the clerk had finished retrieving her packages, and Wanan gazed at the pile before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Chin Siyu smirked. So many packages, and you're handling them all by yourself? Whenever I have a lot of packages, my fiancé helps me out. Doesn't your husband want to accompany you? Oh, I remember today is your return visit. Did he not come back with you? Chin Siyu crossed her arms, observing Wanan intently, hoping to catch a glimpse of embarrassment or anger on her face. Yet, Wanan merely cast her a fleeting glance, remaining unresponsive despite Chin Siyu's barrage of remarks. Wanan exhibited no reaction, leaving her feeling as though her words had landed on soft cotton. However, the haste of Wanan's marriage meant she hadn't even invited her neighbor, likely thinking her husband was not presentable, thus opting for a low-key ceremony. That day, she had waited at the intersection but only caught sight of a procession of luxurious wedding cars, without even a glimpse of the groom. Li Wanan's husband must surely be a wealthy, older, and unattractive man. This thought brought Chin Siyu a sense of satisfaction, yet, just then, a melodious voice broke the silence. Wife. The languid tone of the man made Chin Siyu look over, and as he approached, she saw a tall figure backlit by the sun. As he drew closer, she beheld a stunningly handsome face, leaving her momentarily speechless. Isn't this Li Wenzhou? Li Wanan's husband is Li Wenzhou. Chin Siyu froze in disbelief. Wanan, too, was taken aback, pondering what Li Wenzhou had just called her wife. Her lips pressed together, she averted her gaze, feeling her cheeks warm. Chin Siyu, staring at the man who had entered the delivery shop, found the scene surreal. Li Wenzhou, is it really you? Chin Siyu's voice trembled with excitement as she stepped forward. Li Wenzhou, do you remember me? I am Chin Siyu. We even co-hosted a cultural gala in high school. Chin Siyu blinked eagerly at Li Wenzhou, her eyes brimming with anticipation. The latter merely cast her a fleeting glance, his attractive brows knitting slightly as he contemplated. Chin Siyu's heart raced with anxiety, and after a long pause, Li Wenzhou's nonchalant voice broke the silence. Is that so? I don't remember. Chin Siyu, Chapter 8, too crowded. The expression on the woman's face was one of unmistakable disappointment. Chin Siyu forced a smile, intending to say something further, but Li Wenzhou pointed to the nearby deliveries, his gaze subtly raised as he looked at the quiet, beautiful woman beside him. Shall I take these? Li Wanan nodded, just as she was about to reach for a few herself. However, the man unobtrusively positioned himself in front of her and subsequently gathered all the packages. Let us go. With one arm wrapped around the parcels, he somehow managed to free a hand to hold Li Wanan's hand. Chin Siyu, witnessing this scene, felt her eyes welling up slightly. She had just mocked Li Wanan for possibly marrying an older, unattractive man, only to find out that her betrothed was indeed Li Wenzhou. Li Wenzhou, the charismatic figure of their high school, had been the object of affection for nearly every girl, herself included, yet the Yi family was a prestigious lineage in Nanchang, their wealth placing them among the elite nationwide, far beyond what their ordinary wealth could compare to. So, what right did Li Wanan have? The Li family had fallen into disrepair, living in an old residence for many years without renewal, their frugality evident, and their company now in decline. What merit did she possess to wed Li Wenzhou? Surely, he was merely attracted to her looks and was only toying with her. Moreover, Li Wenzhou had seemingly dated a girl from the neighboring school during high school, often skipping classes to tutor her. He had countless admirers, yet for that girl, he had rejected all flirtations, making it known throughout Nanchang No. 2 High School that he had a beloved girlfriend. That girl had apparently gone abroad, and rumors about Li Wenzhou began to circulate, claiming he had suffered heartbreak. If that girl were to return from overseas, it would surely be the day Li Wanan found herself cast aside, and she eagerly anticipated witnessing Li Wanan's disgraceful downfall. Her anger was evident on her face, and her fiancé, Chi Ming, looked at her and asked, was that man just now Li Wenzhou, the founder of Xingzhou Entertainment? Chin Siyu replied, yes, he was my senior in high school. Chi Ming continued, in the past 2 years, many films have featured him, and all the leading roles include his artists. He has an astute eye for talent, his investments never falter. Our company has a few internet celebrities, if only we could have him recommend them for a cameo, they might just find their way onto the big screen. He frowned slightly, however, he just said he doesn't remember you, which makes this path quite difficult. How could you not have left a lasting impression on him? Aren't you classmates with his wife, or neighbors? We could have a good conversation, you could invite her to dinner and apologize, and maybe she could help you in front of Hee Won-jo? Upon hearing this, Jin Se-yu's anger flared up. Do you lack ability that you rely on me? You know I have a feud with Lee Wannen, yet you still want me to humble myself before her? With that, Jin Se-yu abandoned her packages and left in a huff. Ji Ming frowned as he watched her retreating figure. He had previously thought highly of Jin Se-yu for her good family background, her character, and her decent appearance, but after seeing her compared to Lee Wannen was gentler and more beautiful. Not to mention Hee Won-jo, even if given a choice now, he would choose Lee Wannen. A woman's most significant attributes are her beauty and character, and Jin Se-yu was lacking in both, no wonder Hee Won-jo had forgotten her. Ji Ming shook his head and, once she had walked far enough away, he impatiently pursued her. I'll take two. Lee Wannen spoke up, eyeing the 4 or 5 packages Hee Won-jo was precariously balancing. He glanced at her. Do you think I can't manage? There are toys for Pearl, I'm afraid they might break. Wannen withdrew her hand and carefully took the top 2 packages from Hee Won-jo's grasp. Noticing her cautious demeanor, Hee Won-jo couldn't help but chuckle. Remembering what had transpired at the delivery station earlier, he raised an eyebrow. It seems Mrs. He has rather mediocre social skills? Earlier, as he prepared to enter after a phone call, he had overheard someone making biting remarks at the entrance. Her foul mouth had made him want to scrub it clean with a toilet brush, yet Mrs. He managed to remain composed and unflustered in such circumstances. Li Wannen replied, she has always been like that. I can't be bothered to argue with her. Someone like Jin Se-yu thrived on conflict, the more one quarreled with her, the more she would escalate the situation. Wannen lacked the energy for such disputes and also felt they were meaningless. Hee Won-jo remarked, if I hadn't intervened, would you have let her think you're marrying an old man and tacitly accepted that I treat you poorly? The man smirked, a hint of reproach in his tone. Mrs. He, are you trying to tarnish my reputation, No. Hee Won-jo cast a sidelong glance at Lee Wannen, her demeanor gentle and compliant, making her appear easily bullied, yet she truly possessed a commendable temperament, and innate grace. She could endure, but he could not. In the future, should you encounter such situations, do not swallow your pride. I dislike seeing my people being bullied. Even if you must discipline a dog, you must consider its master. Lee Wannen wanted to retort that she wasn't a dog, but understanding Hee Won-jo's intent, she nodded and gently replied, understood. Thank you for standing up for me earlier. He raised an eyebrow. Such treatment is expected for Mrs. He. Wannen chose not to speak further. Under the sunlight, they walked side by side, carrying the packages back to the Lee residence, their silhouettes harmonious. After dinner, Lee's father urged Hee Won-jo to play chess with him. Wannen entered the kitchen to wash the dishes but was promptly shooed out by Soo-won. From now on, be diligent in the He household, and feel free to be lazy when you return home. Wannen wanted to mention the presence of a housekeeper, but Soo-won had already closed the kitchen door. Thus, she went to the living room to feed Pearl, groomed her fur, and played with her for a while. Hee Won-jo, while playing chess with Lee's father, occasionally stole glances at the graceful figure nearby. Lee's father naturally noticed Hee Won-jo's gaze lingering on Wannen and said, Pearl was picked up by Wannen during her high school days. One day, she suddenly came home with a kitten. It was pouring rain that day, and both she and the kitten were soaked through. Her mother and I thought the kitten wouldn't survive, but Wannen cared for it meticulously for a long time, even finding a veterinary clinic. Surprisingly, the little thing thrived. Lee's father held onto the chess piece, yet to make a move, his gaze fixed on Hee Won-jo's face, speaking earnestly, Won-jo, I know your marriage to Wannen is a decision made by your elders, and that this is a matter of our Lee family's pursuit of status. However, Wannen is a good child, and as her parents, we hope you will treat her well and not let her suffer too much. The Lee family owes you, and we will repay you in the future. You won't be taken advantage of. He was acutely aware that the Lee family had helped resolve their financial troubles, and once he earned enough from his company, he would repay them promptly. Hee Won-jo smirked, appearing relaxed, we are all family now, please do not speak in such formalities. As for Wannen, I will certainly not neglect her. With your word, I can rest easy. Lee's father finally made a move in the game. After 9 o'clock, everyone retired to their rooms. Soo-won adhered to her beauty sleep routine, while Lee's father followed her lead. Wannen returned to her room with Hee Won-jo, where prepared toiletries and pajamas awaited. Having just groomed the cat, she felt a bit of fur on her, so she headed to the bathroom for a shower. Hee Won-jo played with his phone for a while, and when Wannen emerged from the bathroom, the bedroom was smaller than her previous residence at Chihai Manor. As she opened the door, the sweet scent of peach shower gel wafted out fresh from her shower, her cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of ripe peaches. I'm done washing up. Wannen toweled her hair and glanced at Hee Won-jo, the shower gel here was mine from before. It is different from the one at Chihai Manor, with a bit of a fragrance. If you're not accustomed to it, I can order something else right now. No need. It was just one night. A quick shower would suffice. Hee Won-jo set his phone aside, and as he passed by Lee Wannen, he inhaled deeply, a smile playing on his lips as he leaned closer and said, this scent is sweet and delightful. It suits Mrs. He perfectly, you can use it at home as well. His breath brushed against her ear, sending a tingling sensation to her earlobe, as though her heart had been lightly caressed by a feather. Wanan froze for a moment while drying her hair. The next second, Hee-won-jo had already stepped into the bathroom. After she had nearly finished drying her hair, Hee-won-jo emerged from the bathroom, clad in a gray silk robe, the front slightly open, revealing a broad expanse of his chest. The bed in her room was a modest 1 meter 5, which felt somewhat cramped compared to the 2-meter bed at Chihai Manor. Isn't it too cramped? Lee Wanan worried about crowding Hee-won-jo and deliberately shifted closer to the edge of the bed. Yet the next moment, she felt a weight at her waist as the man effortlessly pulled her closer. Are you afraid of falling, Mrs. He? She met his casual, playful gaze. Hee-won-jo's hand rested on her waist, her slender and soft frame yielding to his touch. However, they were in her home, and Wanan hastily grasped his hand, her voice laced with a pleading tone. Hee-won-jo, not tonight, my mom is changing the bed sheets tomorrow. Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow. What do we do then? Wanan felt the heat rising within her, her eyelashes fluttering. We just can't do it on the bed. Then let us change the location. In an instant, Wanan found herself swept away to the bathroom in his arms. The bathroom was filled with steam, and Wanan's heart raced. She couldn't understand how Hee-won-jo could not contain himself all night. He acted like a reckless boy. Wanan dared not make a sound. Her parents' room was just next door, and she feared making noise would disturb them. The more anxious she became, the more amused Hee-won-jo found it. He looked down at the obedient and restrained woman in his embrace, the slight blush at the corners of her eyes laced with mirth, as he pinched her chin and pressed his lips against hers. The sound of water in the bathroom continued unabated. Chapter 9 Kindness rest came late at night, and the following morning dawned with great difficulty. Hee-won-jo, however, was up early. When she descended the stairs, upon noticing her, Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow slightly, inquiring, awake? Fatherly, standing nearby, praised, and has a splendid habit. She goes. He maintains a regular schedule. Yet, his own routine was far from commendable, having kept Mrs. He awake through several late nights. After breakfast, the two prepared to depart. Fatherly assisted in gathering Pearl's belongings, cat food, toys, a litter box, and the like, filling the trunk of the man's Maybach to the brim. Pearl, nestled in her cat carrier on the back seat, opened her eyes wide with curiosity, seemingly unperturbed by her unfamiliar surroundings. Suwon had also prepared a variety of items. Floral tea, peach jam, lemon honey, strawberry jam, and more, all of which were Ann's favorites. Once you finish eating, let mom know, and I shall prepare more for you, Suwon instructed as she grabbed. Your job is quite exhausting. As she spoke, Suwon turned her gaze to Hee-won-jo, son-in-law, I entrust An to you. Hee-won-jo accepted the items from Suwon and nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. Hee-won-jo, a pampered young master, had always been cared for. How could he possibly look after someone else? Nevertheless, as they were now wed, it seemed inappropriate for the parents to meddle excessively in their lives. Stay in. Observing his wife's reluctance, Fatherly wrapped an arm around her. All right, they have work to do, and both are in the South City. They'll have plenty of opportunities to meet. Hee-won-jo placed the items in the car. Fatherly and Motherly stood at the door until the car vanished from sight before finally turning back home, seated in the passenger seat, and gazed out the window as the car turned a corner, blocking her view. She rolled up the window and glanced at the man driving. Just as she was about to speak, Pearl mewed from the back, seemingly eager to get out. However, concerned about the cat shedding fur in the car, and reassured, be good. I'll let you out when we get home. Meow. Pearl's bright, sparkling eyes dimmed, as if realizing her hopes of escape were futile, and she settled down in her carrier. This cat was found by you? Hee-won-jo glanced at Leonin, raising an eyebrow. Mrs. He has quite the knack for picking. Pearl was quite ill at the time, rather severely, and may have been abandoned, and explained. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, his tone languid. Yes, Mrs. He is indeed kind-hearted. Upon returning to Chihai residence, Hee-won-jo summoned Wang Ma to assist Leonin in organizing Pearl's belongings, as he had some urgent matters at the company that required his attention. Are you working today? Hee-won-jo inquired of Leonin, to which she nodded, although she had already taken the morning off and planned to return for the afternoon shift. It's quite a distance from here to the city. Can you drive? Hee-won-jo suggested that if Leonin could drive, there were several cars parked in his garage. No worries, I will take a taxi, she replied. Hee-won-jo cast her a nonchalant glance, dismissing Wang Ma assisted in moving Pearl's items inside, placing everything in the living room. And reminded Wang Ma to ensure all doors and windows were securely closed. Chihai residence was in a remote area, and should Pearl escape, retrieving her would be uncertain. Rest assured, madam. I will be vigilant, Wang Ma assured her. Pearl tends to shed, so tidying up might be a bit of a hassle. I will also clean when I have time. I appreciate your efforts, Wang Ma, and added, understanding that caring for a cat could be quite troublesome. Wang Ma waved her hand dismissively. No need to mention that. It's my job. After all, you needn't worry, madam. With that, An nodded and released Pearl, allowing her to acclimatize to her new surroundings. Initially, Pearl hid beneath the coffee table, surveying her surroundings with a measured gaze. After a while, reassured that there was no immediate danger, she ventured out to explore, sniffing and observing her new domain. An set out some cat food and prepared a bowl of water. Spending an hour or two in the living room with Pearl feeling drowsy, she finally headed upstairs to rest. After a long night spent in the bathroom, her body still ached, and she fell asleep shortly after lying down. She was awakened by Wang Ma, who informed her that lunch was ready. Just after finishing her meal, a knock sounded at the door. It was the person Hee-won-jo had sent to take her to work. Good day, madam, I am Su Chuan, Mr. He's assistant, he introduced himself. An nodded, thank you for your assistance. Su Chuan's gaze lingered on Li Yan'an's face. The news of Mr. He's marriage had stirred quite the buzz at the company, with many claiming he was forced to marry a However, from his perspective, that narrative appeared less certain. After all, if Mr. He truly harbored such disdain for his wife, he would not have set aside his work to personally escort her to her job. After finishing her meal, Li Yanan ascended to change her clothes before they left. She worked in the general surgery department at the South City People's Hospital, and Su Chuan returned to the company after dropping her off at the hospital entrance. Upon returning to her department, Li Yanan changed in the locker room, ready to hand over duties to the doctors from the morning shift. Yet, as she opened the door, her colleague surged forward to greet her. Nurse Su Tao exclaimed, "Dr. Li, you haven't been in for a few days. Director Chen mentioned you got married. Oh my, how sudden." Zhang Shui added, "Dr. Li, why did you suddenly get married?" "I can clearly tell the male doctors are not themselves lately," Su Tao chimed in. "How is Dr. Zhou Jiaming doing? He has been performing surgeries like crazy these past few days." "Thankfully, I am not in his department," Li Yanan nodded, acknowledging, "Yes, indeed, I married." Su Tao's eyes widened. "Who on earth has taken away our surgical flower? Dr. I am so curious. When can we meet your husband?" Li Yanan smiled, just about to respond when a figure approached. It was Dr. Zhao Manqin from the surgery department. Zhao Manqin had entered the hospital alongside her. Now both were resident physicians, but Yanan consistently outperformed Zhao in both theoretical knowledge and practical skills. Each assessment saw Zhao lagging behind, which bred an obvious resentment within her. Zhao Manqin approached, casting a cold glance at the gathered nurses. "What are you all chatting about? Is work no longer a priority? I have been waiting for patient files for ages, and it seems you are all just idling away." Turning her attention to Li Yanan, Zhao scoffed, "I heard your family had troubles, and you married a wealthy man? If that's the case, why are you still here? You should resign and enjoy life as a rich lady." "Oh, who did you marry, a divorced old man or a wealthy senior citizen?" "If I were you, I would feel too ashamed to come back to work. Marrying for money is no different from selling oneself. It truly tarnishes our profession." Su Tao, who had always been friendly with Li Yanan, frowned deeply at Zhao's words. "Doctor Zhao, could you refrain from speaking so harshly? Who Dr. marries is her own affair. She is newly married, and is this how you treat a colleague? Who gives you the right to interrupt my conversation?" Zhao Manqin had long harbored disdain for Li Yanan. Both were young, single female doctors, yet the male doctors flocked around Li Yanan, while the only suitor Zhao had was an ordinary-looking orthopedic doctor, which paled in comparison. Now that she knew Li Yanan had married for money due to family troubles, Zhao Manqin scoffed, knowing full well that her husband was hardly a catch. She felt a sense of vindication. However, Li Yanan remained unfazed. She regarded Zhao Manqin coolly and replied, "Doctors and nurses both play roles in healing. Our functions differ, but there is no hierarchy between us. Dr. Zhao need not adopt such a superior attitude. Moreover, I have no obligation to inform you about my marriage. Being a doctor is my aspiration, and I have no intention of resigning to become a full-time housewife simply because of marriage. I recall that not long ago, you nearly encountered a mishap during a surgical procedure, and it was I who helped you avert disaster. Therefore, rather than concern yourself with my personal matters, Dr. Zhao, it would be more prudent to invest your energy in enhancing your medical skills." With that, Li Yanan turned and walked toward the outpatient office. Zhao Manqin's face flushed with embarrassment and anger, while the surrounding nurses quickly dispersed, unwilling to linger. Li Yanan took over from the outpatient doctors and soon immersed herself in work. The afternoon brought a considerable number of patients, prompting her to take on additional cases. By the time she finished, it was already quite late. She rubbed her neck and stood to check the time on her phone, only to discover it was dead. Changing back into her clothes in the office, she prepared to head home, but as she descended the stairs from the hospital lobby, someone called out to her. She turned, spotting Dr. Zhou Jiaming from cardiology approaching. Her interactions with him had been minimal, but he had performed surgery on her grandfather several years ago when he suffered a heart attack. His skillful hands had saved him, and she felt immense gratitude and admiration for him. "Dr. Zhou." Their acquaintance was limited, and Li Yanan greeted him, ready to depart, but Zhou Jiaming's slightly cool voice interrupted. "Dr. Li, I heard you got married, is that true?" Chapter 10. Radiant Li Yanan nodded. "It is true." She had not anticipated that her marriage would astonish so many. Had she known, she might have posted about it on social media that day. However, at the time, she thought that He Wenzhou did not harbor feelings for her, and thus she did not wish to appear ostentatious in his eyes. "Everyone seems quite taken aback," Zhou Jiaming remarked, studying Li Yanan. The man, wearing glasses, had a gaze that seemed deep and profound, as if concealing an indescribable affection. Li Yanan forced a smile. "I was indeed a bit anxious due to family arrangements." Zhou Jiaming was about to say something further when Li Yanan interrupted. "I must take my leave now. My home is quite far." As she prepared to depart, Zhou Jiaming observed her. "I happen to have no pressing matters. Where do you reside? Perhaps I could give you a ride." Li Yanan raised her eyes, regarding Zhou Jiaming with a strange expression. Just as she was about to respond, a familiar black Maybach halted at the roadside. The window rolled down, revealing the handsome and unrestrained visage of a man. "Beautiful lady, would you like to get in?" Zhou Jiaming's gaze fell upon the man, his brow furrowing, suspecting him to be yet another wealthy scion attempting to flirt with the nurses at the hospital, where beautiful women abound. Just as he intended to invite Li Yanan to accompany him, he watched in astonishment as she opened the passenger door and settled inside. "Dr. Zhou, I shall take my leave now," Li Yanan said, as the window was promptly rolled up, and the sleek black sports car sped past him. "Dr. Zhou, whose car did Dr. Li just get into?" Old Sue from the same department approached, noticing Joe Jumming's grim countenance. He gently patted the man's shoulder. I told you before, if you like Dr. Lee, you ought to be more proactive, and now look, someone else has gotten ahead of you. That car must belong to Dr. Lee's husband. The hospital is abuzz with rumors that she has married a wealthy man. It seems there is truth to the gossip. That car must be worth over $5 million. Joe Jumming tugged at his collar, feeling a tightness in his chest after 2 sleepless nights and an entire day at work. I'm leaving, Joe Jumming coldly declared, striding towards where he had parked. Old Sue shook his head, reflecting on life as a game of chess. One misstep can lead to an entire loss. What brings you here? Lee Wanan softly inquired once inside the car. To her surprise, Joe had come to pick her up after work. Seeing his face elicited a sense of astonishment within her. Why didn't you answer my call? Joe glanced at her, noting that despite the exhaustion from hours of work, she still looked quite appealing. No wonder she attracted admirers. Had he not decided to come over today, he might have found himself dealing with a rather unpleasant situation. Lee Wanan handed her phone to Joe. It ran out of battery. Did that man have feelings for you? Joe casually rested one hand on the steering wheel, the other propped against the window, his demeanor seemingly indifferent yet carrying an undertone of scrutiny. You mean Dr. Joe? Lee Wanan replied honestly, we are not in the same department and do not interact much. We merely exchanged a few words by chance earlier. She was in surgery, while Joe Jumming specialized in cardiology. The various departments rarely mingled, only encountering each other during hospital-wide meetings. Had it not been for her grandfather's surgery, they might have remained strangers. Joe nodded, decisively concluding, he is infatuated. Lee Wanan was taken aback. What? There's nothing to it. Don't misunderstand. Joe stole a glance at her, noticing the seriousness in her expression, as if she sought clarification. However, as a man, he had immediately recognized the way Joe Jumming looked at Lee Wanan. It was the gaze of a man captivated by a woman, profound and repressed. There is a banquet tonight. The matriarch specifically requested your company to accompany me, and it would be a good opportunity for you to make an appearance. Lee Wanan nodded. During her time at the Lee family estate, she had attended various occasions with her parents. Having studied etiquette and possessing a composed demeanor, she was confident she would not embarrass Joe. What kind of banquet? Old Master John's birthday celebration. Many guests will be present, just stay by my side. Understood. With ample time before the banquet commenced, Joe drove them to a restaurant. After dining, he took Lee Wanan to select a gown and have her makeup done at Studio, a renowned establishment where fashion and makeup intertwined, owned by the illustrious designer, Suni. As soon as Lee Wanan and Joe entered, the staff greeted them with beaming smiles. Mr. He, is this your new companion? She is stunning. Has she just debuted as a star? Lee Wanan's eyelashes fluttered slightly at the remark. It appeared that Joe had brought many women here before. An uncomfortable sensation stirred within her chest, her lips pressed together into a faint line, her expression neutral. Joe shot the staff a glance, then gently grasped Lee Wanan's wrist, his tone slightly teasing. What keen eyes you have, this is my wife. Mrs. He? The staff's demeanor shifted immediately, showing utmost respect. Greetings, Mrs. He. Lee Wanan glanced at Joe, who nodded at her with a slight incline of his chin. Feel free to choose whatever you like, I shall cover the expenses. With that, the man leisurely made his way to a nearby sofa, engrossed in his phone, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. The staff led Lee Wanan to the gown section. This boutique exclusively sold their dresses, each uniquely designed and priced well over $1 million. Not however, since she would be attending with Joe, if she chose something too modest, it would reflect poorly on him. Thus, she did not hesitate to select a simple yet elegant cloud-patterned off-the-shoulder mermaid gown. The design was minimalistic yet sophisticated, adorned with pearls that shimmered under the lights. As she emerged from the fitting room, the gown fit perfectly. Just as she was about to seek Joe's opinion, she noticed him standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, engaged in a phone call, seemingly preoccupied. I'll take this one, she announced. The staff nodded. Very well, Mrs. He, please follow me for makeup. The makeup artist was dedicated, and Lee Wanan requested a simple and fresh look. However, the process took over an hour. The artist, satisfied with her work, exclaimed, Mrs. He, you look absolutely stunning. You will surely captivate Mr. He at the banquet. In the mirror, the woman with her hair elegantly styled and her delicate features looked even more enchanting than usual. Expressing her gratitude, she stood and approached Joe, who remained seated on the sofa, scrolling through his phone, his brow slightly furrowed, as if growing impatient. Mr. He, I'm ready. Lee Wanan spoke softly, her voice as gentle as flowing water. Upon hearing her, Joe's gaze drifted upward. The white gown accentuated her figure, highlighting her perfect waist and hip curves. A touch of pearl shimmer on her collarbone resembled a beautiful mermaid. His eyes finally landed on her face, where the transparent makeup enhanced her natural beauty, her lips a vibrant hue. Feeling a slight tickle in his throat, Joe stood and approached her, gently pressing his fingertip against her lips, a soft tch escaping his lips. Mrs. He, you truly are radiant. It was a look that made one yearn for a kiss. Chapter 11. Excessive. The two were standing in close proximity, causing the staff nearby to feel a hint of embarrassment. With a smile, a staff member remarked, Mr. He, you and your wife share a wonderful bond. Upon hearing this, Joe chuckled softly, while Wanan also offered a faint smile. However, this was merely an outsider's perspective. Even if Joe treated her well, it was solely because she was now Mrs. He, the granddaughter-in-law chosen by Grandma He. Please swipe the card, Hee Won-jo instructed, producing his card and handing it to the staff member, who took the POS machine and returned Wonan's previously changed clothes, neatly packaged. Just as Wonan reached out to accept the bag, a hand swiftly snatched it from the staff's grasp, and a languid voice from above declared, "Let us go." The two departed side by side, and the staff member, unable to resist, pulled out their phone to snap a picture, sharing it in their group chat. "Ladies, you won't believe what I saw at work today. Mr. Hee Won-jo is actually married, and his wife is stunning, with such an elegant demeanor. They are incredibly well matched. Just now, they locked eyes, and the atmosphere shifted so palpably that I felt they might kiss right there in the store." Ah. In the parking lot, they climbed into the car, but the engine did not roar to life immediately within the vehicle. Hee Won-jo wrapped his arm around Wonan, gently adjusting her hair with his fingers, raising an eyebrow as he remarked, "Mrs. He looks exceptionally beautiful today." As the banquet was about to commence, Hee Won-jo released her. Wonan remained silent, returning to her seat. She opened the mirror in the passenger side, revealing a face that bore the marks of a heavy blush. Her lipstick had smudged and required reapplication. Carefully, she took a tissue to wipe away the smeared lipstick before applying her own anew. Hee Won-jo caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. The shade of lipstick was not as vibrant as before, appearing less conspicuous yet exuding a subtle beauty akin to a delicate lotus blossom. He had to admit, Wonan was indeed attractive, possessing a charm that was hard to resist. Otherwise, even if Grandma had pointed a gun at his head, he would not have taken her as his bride. The Jang residence was situated in the western suburbs, and when they arrived, the old house was ablaze with light. Hee Won-jo handed the keys to the valet and entered the hall with Wonan trailing closely behind. Jang Yun stood at the entrance, having long since called Hee Won-jo to inquire about his tardiness, for the two families shared a close relationship, and the old man had been persistently asking about him. Song Se-yeon, Chen Ji, and the others who were close friends had all arrived, leaving only Hee Won-jo missing. Just as he contemplated calling Hee Won-jo again, he noticed someone entering the door. "Brother, why are you only just?" Jang Yun rushed forward, but before he could finish, he caught sight of the figure following Hee Won-jo. Not only was he surprised, but all eyes in the room were drawn to the woman beside Hee Won-jo, scrutinizing her with curiosity. The woman donned a simple yet elegant white gown, perfectly showcasing her figure. Her slender waist, delicate curves, and exquisitely styled hair revealed her graceful neck, resembling that of a beautiful swan. In an era where cosmetic enhancements were prevalent, many possessed lovely faces, yet few could rival her remarkable beauty and poise. Standing beside Hee Won-jo, she radiated warmth and grace, unaffected by the gazes of the onlookers. Voices arose in the crowd, murmuring in speculation, who was the person beside young Master Hee? "You don't know?" Young Master Hee was pressured into marriage by his grandmother, marrying that girl from the Lee family, right? Lee Wonan. She is quite beautiful, but her family background pales in comparison to young Master Hee's. Doesn't young Master Hee have someone he truly cares for? This must just be to appease his grandmother. She'll be cast aside eventually. If I had the chance, I wouldn't hesitate to pursue her, even if young Master Hee discarded her. I've never courted such a beautiful woman before. Do you think you have a chance with young Master Hee's woman? What if she gets dumped by young Master Hee? Would he really sacrifice a lucrative business for her? Just look at her figure, it's enticing. Besides, being with Hee Won-jo, she must have been well trained in that regard. I can hardly contain my excitement. A companion scoffed, "You're asking for trouble. To die beneath a peony flower is to remain a captivating ghost." Hee Won-jo lazily lifted his eyelids, casting a glance toward the murmurers, and the whispers immediately ceased. Jang Yun and his companions approached. "Brother." He nodded toward Wonan, sister-in-law. Hee Won-jo introduced Wonan to the group. Some she recognized, while others were strangers. After the introductions, Jang Yun led them to meet Old Master Jang. Old Master Jang, elderly and seated in a wheelchair, adjusted his reading glasses. Jang Yun announced, "Grandfather, this is Hee Won-jo, and this is his wife, Lee Wonan. They just got married and came to see you." Hee Won-jo presented a gift. "Grandfather, happy birthday." The old man looked up, his expression warm and tender. "Married? Are you happy?" Jang Yun interjected loudly, "Grandfather, brother said he wishes you a happy birthday, not that he is happy about his marriage." "Yes, happy marriage. Your wife is beautiful. You two must take good care of each other and have a plump baby soon." Old Master Jang held their hands together, beaming with delight. Jang Yun, standing by, sighed in exasperation, explaining, "My grandfather is getting old and has trouble hearing." As time passed, Jang's mother approached to assist Old Master Jang upstairs for a rest, instructing Jang Yun to take care of their guests. Jang Yun urged Hee Won-jo not to rush off, suggesting they play cards all night to celebrate the occasion. Hee Won-jo remained silent, prompting Jang Yun to turn to Wonan, sister-in-law. "What do you think?" Before Wonan could respond, Hee Won-jo let out a soft laugh. "Why ask her? I can make my own decisions about playing cards." Jang Yun was left speechless. Indeed, with a brother like him, even marriage wouldn't make him submissive. Wonan pressed her lips together. She had no intention of controlling Hee Won-jo, yet she disliked staying up late. "You can play cards here. I'll just take a taxi home." Jang Yun stood aside, slightly envious of his brother, marveling at how beautiful Wonan was and how agreeable her temperament seemed, willingly choosing to go home alone. His past girlfriends had always sought to be chauffeured around. Just as he thought his brother would acquiesce, Hee Won-jo's gaze fell on Wonan, his tone casual. It wouldn't reflect well for Mrs. Hee to go home alone. Moreover, with Mrs. Hee looking this stunning tonight, what if she encounters someone with ill intentions that could lead to trouble? Wonan wanted to argue that society's safety was generally good and that she had learned martial arts, enabling her to protect herself. But before she could voice her thoughts, Hee Won-jo lazily added, "I won't stay up all night. I'll play cards and then drive you home." After a prolonged moment, Wanan finally heard her own voice. All right. Beside them, Jiang Yun was perplexed. Wasn't he the plan to stay up all night? Chapter 12. In his youth, Old Master Jiang had fought in wars and was awarded medals during the founding of the nation. The intertwining of military and politics meant that many high-ranking officials' offspring were present this evening. Jiang Yun, concerned about providing inadequate hospitality, urged He Wenzhou to accompany him in socializing, promising to play cards afterward. Sister-in-law can manage on her own, right? Jiang Yun inquired, casting a sidelong glance at He Wenzhou. Wanan nodded affirmatively. You both are busy. I shall retreat to the rest area. Call if you need anything. Understood. Only then did He Wenzhou depart with Jiang Yun, who glanced back at Li Wanan, nudging He Wenzhou lightly with his elbow. Brother, I sense you are rather kind to Li Wanan. Could it be that you have developed genuine feelings for her? The man scoffed coldly. Are you suffering from poor eyesight? Am I fond of her? Yet you seemed quite concerned for her just now. Jiang Yun pressed. She is now my wife. Is it not only natural to care? True enough, but Li Wanan is quite beautiful. Aren't you worried about falling for her over time? Jiang Yun observed the man's expression, lowering his voice. Brother, if you truly develop feelings, what will happen when that someone returns? At this, the man's demeanor darkened. If you utter another word, I shall take my leave. All right, I shan't say more. The banquet was bustling, and Wanan sought a quiet corner to rest, opening an app to review some recently published papers. Are you Li Wanan? A shadow loomed above her, accompanied by an unfriendly voice. Li Wanan looked up to find several elegantly dressed young women, seemingly in their 20s, standing before her, none of whom she recognized. Is there something you need? She replied, maintaining a composed demeanor. One girl stepped forward, her gaze disdainful, her tone dripping with contempt. I heard your family was on the brink of bankruptcy, only revived by the Yi family's assistance. Everyone in South City knows Master He has someone he cares for, yet, here you are, inserting yourself and somehow winning the old lady's favor, forcing Master He to marry you. His marriage to you is not out of love, it's merely filial piety. You are akin to a hired caretaker, and how shameless of you to cling to Master He and attend this banquet together. Others chimed in. Exactly. Wanan closed her phone, her gaze steady on the leader of the group, her elegantly arched brows slightly twitching. He was compelled to marry me, yet I am now the legitimate Mrs. He. If he had not wished to bring me, I would not be here. Are you here to defend him, or is it jealousy that arises from Mrs. He's name being associated with another? Noticing a shift in their expressions, Wanan smiled. It is undoubtedly the former. However, you are not Master He. How can you know his sentiments? Perhaps he truly enjoys my company. Deluding yourself. Master He would never like you. Indeed, Master He has someone he adores. You are merely a pawn in their love story. Once Master He's beloved returns, you shall have to step aside. Wanan found the noise intolerable and stood up. Indeed, if he does not care for me, he will eventually cast me aside, so why the urgency? There are many of you. I shall vacate this space and get some fresh air. With that, she gracefully departed, leaving them with a striking silhouette. Jiang Yuan, I truly think she is rather beautiful. Surely, Master He cannot genuinely have feelings for her. Moreover, have you noticed how much Li Wanan resembles Sister Song Xing? Perhaps she is trying to model herself after Sister Song, knowing Master He's affections lie there? Jiang Yuan, the leader of the group, frowned. What does beauty matter if character is lacking? Exactly, Master He would not be attracted to a scheming woman like Li Wanan, who is willing to do anything to marry into wealth. What use is resemblance if she is not the real deal? In stories, the return of the beloved always sends the substitute packing. Master He marrying her is merely for appearances. Perhaps he is merely longing for someone else. Jiang Yuan, you have a good relationship with Sister Song Xing. What are her plans now? Is she not considering returning home? Initially, Jiang Yuan had not favored Song Xing due to her unclear family background and her mother running a barbershop, leading others to deem her impoverished. However, one day, when she was robbed by thugs, her usual friends scattered in fear. Unexpectedly, Song Xing appeared at the alias entrance, coldly stating that she had already called the police. She was like a hero in that moment. From then on, Jiang Yuan regarded Song Xing as a friend, recognizing her hard work and admirable character despite her humble beginnings. Later, when Song Xing became involved with He Wenzhou, Jiang Yuan felt a pang of jealousy, yet she gradually relinquished her feelings, knowing He Wenzhou's heart belonged solely to Song Xing. Jiang Yuan pulled out her phone, scrolling through her chat history with Song Xing. She sent a message but received no reply, considering the time difference. Moreover, Song Xing was diligently focused on her career, often too busy to respond. Watching Wanan's departing figure, a thought crossed Jiang Yuan's mind, and she said to her companions, I'm stepping out to make a call. With that, Jiang Yuan rose and headed towards the side door, unable to tolerate Wanan's lofty demeanor tonight, as if she genuinely believed herself to be Mrs. He. That should be Sister Song's position. This Li Wanan was truly opportunistic. With Sister Song absent, as a good friend, it was only right for her to avenge her friend's honor. The Jiang residence was a traditional-style villa, nestled beside a natural lake. Wanan navigated through the pavilions and corridors, finally reaching a tranquil spot by the roadside. With few people around, she settled on a bench to enjoy the breeze. However, no sooner had she sat down than a cheerful voice broke the silence. What a coincidence, Mrs. He, you have come here to admire the lake as well. The scenery is lovely, perhaps we could enjoy it together. Wanan looked up at the newcomer, a man in his 30s, not particularly tall, whose smile felt disconcerting. Apologies, she replied, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, and attempted to leave. However, the man reached out to block her path. Is Mrs. He refusing to give me, Wei, any respect? Not at all, I merely remembered I have matters to discuss with my husband. Wei laughed upon hearing this. He had felt a thrill upon seeing Li Wanan alone and had impulsively followed her. Tonight's crowd was ample, and he had no intention of genuinely troubling her, merely seeking to amuse himself. Mrs. He, my surname is Wei, my family is in real estate, while we may not compare to the He family, we have been well off for generations. The man leaned closer to Wanan, his demeanor lewd. I know your marriage to Yi Wenzhou won't last long. Once you divorce, how about you come to me, what do you say? Wanan's tone remained cool. Mr. Wei, please conduct yourself with decorum, yet the vulnerable woman posed no threat in the man's eyes. He smirked, Mrs. He, don't be so dismissive, I'm merely offering you an escape. As long as you're with me, I promise to pamper you as you deserve. If you want the stars, I'll pluck them from the sky for you. As he spoke, the man could not resist reaching out. Wanan, unable to tolerate his advances any longer, grasped his wrist, exerting force to throw him to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Zhang Yuan arrived just in time to witness this dramatic scene. Well, good thing I didn't T-act, otherwise, I'd be the one on the receiving end of that throw. At that moment, on the second floor beside the floor-to-ceiling windows, Zhang Yan shivered at the sight, glancing nervously at the expression of the man beside him, who merely narrowed his eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke, watching the scene below with an air of indifference. Zhang Yan's lips twitched. Brother, sister-in-law is quite fierce. Chapter 13. Regardless of the situation, He Wenzhou ignored Zhang Yan's words, appearing as a mere spectator as he observed the scene below. In truth, the two had only just arrived when they spotted Wei Yi trailing closely behind Li Wanan. Coming from a wealthy family and being an only child, Wei Yi had developed a reckless disposition. He was not a man of good character. Countless virtuous women had fallen prey to his advances. However, Zhang Yun was taken aback by Wei Yi's audacity to set his sights on Li Wanan. This Wei Yi is fully aware that Li Wanan is your wife, yet he dares to approach her so brazenly. Brother Zhou, does he truly not regard you at all? How do you intend to deal with him? Zhang Yun's expression was one of eager anticipation. It was well known that He Wenzhou possessed formidable methods of handling adversaries, subtle yet lethal. Zhang Yun had long harbored disdain for Wei Yi, and should He Wenzhou take action against him, he would undoubtedly applaud from the sidelines. Deal with what? He Wenzhou smirked slightly. Hasn't Mrs. He already resolved the matter herself? And that's it? Zhang Yun frowned, feeling that the situation was being treated too lightly. Yet, at that moment, a government official approached, and Zhang Yun lost interest in Li Wanan, pulling He Wenzhou along to assist with the greeting. Beneath them lay the lawn, yet Wei Yi felt as if every bone in his body was on the verge of breaking. A surge of anger coursed through him as he scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Li Wanan's nose. Do you know who I am? You dare to lay a hand on me? Do you believe I won't report you to the authorities? I have connections, and you will regret this. Li Wanan stood still, a gust of wind sweeping past her, her voice light and airy. Mr. Wei might want to consider what lies behind him. This is the Zhang family estate. Do you truly think you can erase the surveillance here? Mr. Wei, you know I am He Wenzhou's wife, yet you still chose to harass me. If this were to get out, it would surely tarnish your reputation. I trust you have a network of connections, but if young master He finds out that someone has dared to insult his wife in such a manner, do you think he will simply stand idly by? Upon glancing back, she confirmed that the cameras were indeed trained on them. Wei Yi scoffed. What do you think you are? Do you really believe He Wenzhou cares for you? In the South City, who did not know that He Wenzhou merely brought home a plaything? Sooner or later, he would tire of her and discard her. Li Wanan curled her lips, her tone dripping with nonchalance. Whether young master He holds me dear is another matter. However, I am presently the legitimate other half on his household registration. Mr. Wei's harassment of me signifies his disregard for him. If he does not care for me, does he truly not care for his own dignity? Wei Yi's expression shifted, and Li Wanan's lips curled into a mocking smile. Therefore, I advise Mr. Wei to cease this nonsense, otherwise, if the situation escalates, it will be you who ends up embarrassed. Wait for it, Wei Yi hissed menacingly, jabbing a finger at Li Wanan before storming off in a huff. Once he was out of sight, Li Wanan exhaled softly, relief washing over her. No one could see that her legs had been trembling with fear. She had trained in martial arts, yet the difference in physical strength between men and women was undeniable. After delivering that shoulder throw to Wei Yi, she had been left with little stamina. At that moment, Zhang Yuan approached, her expression stripped of its earlier shock as she regarded the woman before her, now seemingly transformed. With a disdainful huff, she remarked, Li Wanan, you're finished. That was Wei Yi, notorious for his vindictiveness. After laying hands on him, he will undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, anyone who had crossed Wei Yi had met with dire consequences. They typically avoided him at all costs. Thus, witnessing Li Wanan's boldness in confronting him had nearly dropped her jaw in disbelief. Hearing this, Li Wanan's gaze fell upon Zhang Yuan's face. Are you expressing concern for me? Zhang Yuan responded with a look of confusion. Unable to suppress her eye roll, she retorted, you must be dreaming. Why would I care about you, with your scheming nature? I would rather. Zhang Yuan could not finish her thought. While she indeed despised Li Wanan's underhanded tactics to seize love, she understood that if Wei Yi sought revenge, it would be her misfortune. A scoundrel like Wei Yi was nothing short of a societal outcast. It must be said, however, that Li Wanan's shoulder throw had been quite satisfying to witness. Naturally, Zhang Yuan would never divulge her true feelings to Li Wanan. Narrowing her eyes, she scrutinized Li Wanan. I'm here to tell you that even if you exhaust yourself to marry He Wenzhou, he does not harbor feelings for you. Your life will not be easy. Tonight's incident is merely the beginning. You may think that becoming Mrs. He will shield you, but the troubles you will face are numerous. Do not delude yourself into thinking that He Wenzhou will protect you simply because of your status as his wife. In all these years, I have only seen him defend one person. That person, you might not know, but aside from her, no one else is worthy of He Wenzhou. They are a match made in heaven, perfectly suited for one another. Li Wanan, if you were wise, I would advise you to vacate the position of Mrs. He sooner rather than later, lest you end up discarded in a most unseemly manner. Once Zhang Yuan had finished her tirade, she felt a sense of relief. Think it over carefully. With that, she turned and left, leaving Li Wanan standing in place, the chill from the lake breeze numbing her expression. Taking a seat on a bench, her curled lashes trembled slightly, her demeanor fragile as if she might shatter with the slightest touch. After braving the cold wind by the lake for a while, Li Wanan rose to return to the hall. She searched high and low for Hee-Won-jo, inquiring with a couple of people, but no one had seen him. Thus, she decided to call him, only for the call to automatically disconnect after several rings. She then sent him a message via WeChat. Though it was not too late, she could still catch a ride. After waiting in the chilly breeze for over 10 minutes, the car finally arrived. Yet, even as she settled into the back seat, Hee-Won-jo had yet to respond to her message. Hee-Won-jo only saw Li Wanan's message half an hour later. Jeong-yeon was attempting to organize a Binjeong New District Sports Park project, and Hee-Won-jo had been providing substantial input, garnering some interest from the other party. Jeong-yeon then suggested they play cards, at which point Hee-Won-jo finally glanced at his phone, his brow furrowed slightly upon reading the message, and Jeong-yeon leaned in, curious. What is it? The profile picture was rather dark, a moon barely visible in the shadows. There were no notes, just her name and full Li Wanan. The chat interface was exceedingly simple. After adding her on WeChat, this was the first message. I called but you didn't answer. I wasn't feeling well, so I headed home. I will let you know when I arrive. She left. Jeong-yeon observed the expression on Hee-Won-jo's face and tentatively remarked, brother, do you think it was because sister-in-law was bullied by Wei Yi that she couldn't stay here? Perhaps you should go back, she might be feeling quite wronged right now. No need to concern yourself. Hee-Won-jo tucked his phone back into his pocket, his handsome face devoid of emotion as he strode towards the game room. Chapter 14 Homecoming. Upon returning to Chihai residence at 11 o'clock, Wanan noticed an unread message on WeChat. Opening the chat, she found a solitary good devoid of punctuation. With a slight press of her lips, she stared at the word for a few seconds before replying, I've arrived home. As expected, there was no response from the other end. Wanan alighted from the car and, upon opening the door, was met with the sight of Wang Ma emerging from her room. Surprised to see Wanan returning alone, Wang Ma inquired, Madam, were you not attending the banquet with Sir? Why have you come back alone? Where is he? He had other matters to attend to, so I returned first. Wang Ma, do rest early, Wanan replied as she changed her shoes and ascended the stairs. Wang Ma watched Wanan's retreating figure before returning to her room. Taking out her phone, she navigated to the elderly lady's WeChat, where the lady had just shared a humorous video, seemingly still awake. Wang Ma decided to initiate a video call of the elderly lady, engrossed in watching videos, noticed the incoming call from Wang Ma. She tapped the screen a few times and answered, How is it, Wang Ma? Was the video I shared earlier amusing? That old man singing was absolutely terrible. Madam, it is quite late. The sir has allowed the madam to return alone from the banquet. Wang Ma sighed. What was he thinking, allowing the madam to return alone at such a late hour? What if something were to happen? Moreover, I noticed the madam didn't look well. I wonder if she encountered any trouble at the banquet. I understand, the elderly lady replied. Ending the call, she took a moment to compose herself before navigating to the contact of her rascal grandson. In the game room, Jeong-yeon was experiencing a stroke of luck tonight. Usually, Hee-Won-jo was the one who won the most during their card games, but this evening, he had surprisingly lost to him twice. Let's pull an all-nighter. Jeong-yeon rubbed his hands together. Tonight, I am the god of wealth. No one is allowed to leave. Song Si-yuan adjusted his glasses. I have no classes tomorrow, so I can stay. Chen-ji added, I just solved a case, and my team has granted me a few days off. An all-nighter sounds fine. Jeong-yeon turned to Hee-Won-jo, Brother Jo, are you in? Hee-Won-jo lit a cigarette, remaining silent. Song Si-yuan raised an eyebrow. Jeong-yeon chuckled. Brother Jo, being newlywed, are you already eager to return home? Exhaling a smoke ring, Hee-Won-jo raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, want to get married? Then you should too. Upon hearing this, Jeong-yeon quickly waved his hands. I have no intention of marrying. By the way, my parents really want me to tie the knot soon, claiming I am immature and aimlessly wandering. They say once I marry and have children, I'll become sensible, but what's the point of tying myself down when I can do as I please? No one can control me. And when I do marry, it must be for genuine love. Hee, don't be fooled by my playful demeanor. I am a romantic at heart. Realizing he had misspoken, Jeong-yeon quickly glanced at Hee-Won-jo, whose expression remained inscrutable as he took another drag from his cigarette. Brother Jo, I didn't mean anything by that. Marriage is a significant matter, often beyond one's control, and you only have your elderly lady as family. Just then, Hee-Won-jo's phone rang. He glanced at it and raised an eyebrow. Speak of the devil. He stood up. I need to take this video call. If he didn't answer the elderly lady's call, she would keep calling until his phone died. He moved to a quieter spot, accepted the call, and was immediately greeted by an angry visage on the screen. Hee-Won-jo exhaled a smoke ring, smirking, Tisk, up at this hour and still awake? Aren't you afraid of a heart attack at your age? Bah, you brat, are you cursing me? Tell me, did you let Wanan return home alone tonight? Hee-Won-jo's eyes twinkled with amusement. Do you possess clairvoyance? How did you know? Before the elderly lady could respond, Hee-Won-jo raised an eyebrow and asked, did she complain to you? Ha, you always think the worst. Wanan is too kind-hearted, she swallows her grievances. The elderly lady's expression turned serious. It was Wang Ma who saw her returning alone at night and informed me. You reckless boy, how could you let her return alone? She's such a beautiful girl, and it was night. What if something happened on the way? She is now your wife. Don't you have a sense of responsibility? If anything were to occur, how would you explain it to me and Wanan's parents? The elderly lady, increasingly agitated, recalled a news story she had seen earlier about a girl who returned home alone at night and was abducted and killed. Oh my god, when that girl was found, it was too horrific. Despite the late hour, the elderly lady was still full of energy. Joe pressed his fingers against his brow. When I received her message, she had already arrived home. She even messaged me upon her arrival. She is fine. Besides, Mrs. He, while appearing delicate, possessed some self-defense skills, so there was no need for excessive worry. And this is your idea of being responsible? You reckless boy, when I was dating your grandfather, he would walk me home every time. That was true thoughtfulness. Do you know that with your attitude, in our time, you would struggle to find a wife? Your character is simply appalling. The elderly lady continued, don't think you are something special just because you have a bit of money. Those women are only after your wealth. Otherwise, who would look at you? I found you such a wonderful wife in Wannan. You should be grateful. If you don't cherish her, don't come crying to me when she leaves. Joe nodded. Understood. I won't let it happen again. Is there anything else you wish to convey? The elderly lady wasn't expecting Joe to change his ways overnight. She playfully tapped the screen where his head was, saying, you are now a married man. Stop mingling with those old bachelors around you. Go home and spend time with your wife. I will video call you again in 10 minutes. I want to see you on your way home. Joe, left speechless, hung up the video call and retrieved his coat from the card table. Jiang Yun's eyes widened. What time is it? You're leaving. Joe nodded at his companions. The elderly lady called for a checkup. I need to go home and accompany my wife. Jiang Yun covered his face. What kind of potion did Wannan give your elderly lady? Why is she so eager to support your relationship? I'm off, Joe declared, leaving without hesitation. The others exchanged glances, and eventually, Jiang Yun gazed up at the ceiling, lamenting, my rare streak of good luck. Song Si-yuan adjusted his glasses leisurely. It seems this quartet will be hard to maintain in the future. Jiang Yun observed Joe's departing figure, sighing, Brother Joe is rather unfortunate. He's married a woman he doesn't love. Weren't the elderly lady's initial misgivings about Song Xing? She thought Song Xing came from a modest background and was seeking a leap in social status through Brother Joe, but how could that be? We all know Song Xing's character. Perhaps the elderly lady's judgment is questionable. I suspect Wannan is the real master of social climbing, knowing she can't win over Brother Joe, so she approached the elderly lady instead. She has played a grand game of chess. Beside them, Shenji raised an eyebrow and remarked, actually, I think Brother Joe may not have been that fond of Song Xing either. If it were me, if I truly loved someone, I would never marry another. Wasn't he pressured by the elderly lady? Shenji replied, that was merely a performance. What then of Song Xing? Shenji concluded, she would be considered an ex. Jiang Yun fell silent. Chapter 15 Enchantment. The expansive bedroom was enveloped in an unusual silence. Wannan lay on the bed, gently shifting her position. Typically, she would be fast asleep at this hour, yet tonight, she found herself inexplicably restless. A familiar ache emanated from her lower abdomen, prompting her to glance into the bathroom, where she confirmed that her monthly visitor had arrived punctually. Menstrual cramps had long been her affliction, stemming from that fateful winter when she fell into icy waters. Traditional Chinese medicine had attributed her ailment to an invasion of cold, and she had spent a considerable time undergoing herbal treatment. Each month, when discomfort struck, Suwan would prepare a concoction of sweet wine, brown sugar, and eggs for her. The necessary ingredients should be in the kitchen. However, as she descended the stairs, the sound of a car engine turning off in the courtyard caught her attention. Shortly thereafter, she heard movement by the entrance, and her gaze drifted over to see a man bending down to change his shoes. The once peaceful Pearl cat, nestled quietly on the carpet, was now roused and circling its new owner, sniffing at his scent. In the next moment, Pearl extended a paw, seemingly poised to claw at the man's trousers. Pearl! Wannan called out urgently. She hadn't clipped the cat's claws in some time, and the sharpness of its nails could easily mar the man's clothing. At the sound of her voice, Pearl darted over to her. Wannan bent slightly to scoop the plump ragdoll cat into her arms, and under the soft glow of the lights, the scene exuded an incredible warmth. Joe raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the gentle contours of Wannan's face, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly. Still awake at this hour? Is Mrs. He waiting for me? The man, tall and imposing, strode purposefully toward her, leaning slightly down. Miss me? Not at all. She retreated a couple of steps, and Joe chuckled softly, straightening up as his eyes locked onto her face. Is Mrs. He rejecting me? His casual tone belied an undercurrent of irritation. Wannan met his gaze, a hint of resignation in her expression. I'm not feeling well. Joe appeared momentarily puzzled. It took him a few seconds to comprehend, after which he coughed discreetly into his hand, finally responding with a subdued Glancing at the clock on the wall, Wannan noted that it was still before midnight. Aren't you supposed to be out all night? How come Mr. He is back? His response was a derisive snort. He raised an eyebrow, regarding her. Wasn't I supposed to have you waiting for me? Wannan replied, I'm not accustomed to waiting. Next time, don't leave on your own. If you must go, I'll arrange for someone to escort you home. What if something were to happen on the way? Wannan felt a flutter in her heart, akin to a feather's light brush. The next moment, Joe added, the old lady nearly scolded me to death when she learned you went home alone. We cannot let her beloved granddaughter-in-law face any mishaps. Wannan lowered her gaze, realizing it was out of concern for the elderly matriarch. Understood. He responded with an affirmative and proceeded toward the kitchen. Juanan carried Pearl back to the cat's nest and followed him into the kitchen, where she found him pouring himself a glass of water at the tea bar, tilting his head back to drink, the movement of his Adam's apple distinctly visible. Some individuals possess a strikingly handsome visage from the front but falter in profile, yet Hee-Wen-Jo's profile was arguably more alluring, with elegantly defined brow bones, a prominent nose, and lips that glisten slightly, exuding a certain sensuality. Yet, it is often said that men with thin lips are capricious. Once one falls for such a man, the outcome is frequently dire. Nevertheless, moths are invariably drawn to flames. After observing him for a fleeting moment, Juanan averted her gaze. Upon finishing his drink, Hee-Wen-Jo noticed Juanan opening the refrigerator, retrieving a few items, and beginning to prepare a health-boosting soup. He watched as she moved slowly yet methodically, embodying the essence of a devoted wife and mother. Once the water boiled, she cracked 2 eggs into the pot and turned to the man who had not yet left. "Mr. He, would you like some, though it may be a tad sweet?" "I'll pass." He placed his glass aside and turned to leave the kitchen. The soup did not take long to prepare. The dining area was brightly lit, and Juanan sat alone, sipping the sweet broth in small increments. Gradually, warmth spread through her abdomen, alleviating her discomfort. As her spoon accidentally clinked against the porcelain bowl, producing a crisp sound, the dining room fell silent, echoing back in a somewhat desolate manner. After tidying up, she returned to the bedroom, just as Hee-Wen-Jo emerged from the bathroom. Hee-Wen-Jo possessed a splendid physique, not the kind sculpted through rigorous workouts, but rather a natural form with well-defined chest and abdominal muscles, perfectly proportioned and exuding a refined vigor. Coupled with his striking features, he was undeniably alluring. "Have you had your fill of watching?" he inquired suddenly, his gaze locking onto her, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Mrs. He seems utterly captivated. "I am quite generous, merely looking is hardly satisfying." He raised an eyebrow playfully. "I permit you to touch." "Thank you for the invitation, but it's quite late, I shall retire." She turned, burrowing into the blankets, leaving him with only her back. Hee-Wen-Jo chuckled softly, donning his sleepwear and drying his hair. As he settled into bed, a message from the old lady pinged on his phone. "Still not home, you little rascal, are you deceiving me?" With a sigh, he snapped a photo of Juanan's sleeping profile and sent it to her. "About to sleep. Aren't you worried about your own health? Do rest. Isn't it you who causes others to fret?" The old lady replied, and upon seeing the photo, her tone softened. "Very well, good night." He set his phone aside and finally lay down to rest. Rubbing his slightly aching wrist, he recalled the minor incidents he had encountered on the way home, which had delayed his arrival. The gentle sound of her breathing beside him and the scent of her skin enveloped him. Indeed, sleeping next to her was far more enjoyable than playing cards with friends. He raised an eyebrow, pulling her closer into his embrace, a smile curling his lips as he drifted off to sleep. The woman in his arms remained still, save for her delicately curled lashes that trembled slightly. Juanan, though uncomfortable, had not yet succumbed to slumber. At that moment, the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonated in her ears, mingling with his scent, acting as a potent sedative. Gradually, she relaxed, the pull of sleep beginning to envelop her. The next morning, she awoke to find her side of the bed empty, yet, the moment was fleeting as the bedroom door swung open, revealing Hee-Wen-Jo, his white t-shirt damp with sweat, clearly having just returned from a morning workout. Their eyes met, and Juanan spoke first. "Mr. He, good morning." He nodded in acknowledgement. "Morning." Hee-Wen-Jo headed for the bathroom to shower, while Juanan freshened up outside. Hee-Wen-Jo's meal was Western style, while before her lay a bowl of snow fungus and lotus seed porridge accompanied by shrimp dumplings. The man quickly finished his breakfast, his fingers gliding over the tablet as he reviewed his work plans for the day. Once he had concluded his tasks, Hee-Wen-Jo's gaze fell upon Juanan, who was savoring her meal with an elegant slowness, taking a sip of porridge, followed by a delicate bite of dumpling, chewing thoroughly, her cheeks slightly puffed, undeniably endearing. Noticing his gaze upon her, Juanan looked up, momentarily captivated by the mirth in his eyes. She swallowed her food and spoke, "If you're busy, please feel free to go to work. There's no need to wait for me." She tended to eat at a leisurely pace, propping his chin on one hand. Hee-Wen-Jo assumed a leisurely demeanor. "It's no bother, I'm not busy today. I'll drive you to work." Accompanying him to the hospital was not the most convenient route. On the way, Hee-Wen-Jo casually suggested, "Why not consider getting a driver's license, or I could hire a driver for you." He preferred to drive himself, though if time was tight, he could rely on his assistant. Juanan nodded, acknowledging that the lack of a vehicle made travel inconvenient. She didn't want to burden Hee-Wen-Jo or his assistant repeatedly. Moreover, she wished to learn to drive, so that in the event Hee-Wen-Jo had a few too many drinks, she could retrieve him herself. "I'd like to learn to drive. I plan to enroll in a course soon." She glanced at the man behind the wheel. "However, my work is quite demanding, so it might take some time before I obtain my license. Honestly, if you're busy, you don't need to worry about me. Although it's a distance, I can always pay a little extra for a ride." Hee-Wen-Jo raised an eyebrow. "Are you hoping for me to endure more scolding from the old lady?" He caught her eye briefly before decisively stating, "Until you have your license, if I'm unavailable, my assistant will drive you." "Fine." The rest of the journey was spent in silence. Upon arriving at the hospital, Juanan opened the car door and bent down to bid him farewell. "Drive safely." He smirked slightly. "I know." As he rolled up the window, the sleek car quickly vanished from her sight. Wanan then turned and made her way toward the hospital building. Today, she had only half a day of outpatient services scheduled, with a few surgeries in the afternoon, though none posed significant technical challenges, being merely routine procedures. However, to her surprise, her first patient appeared familiar. As she surveyed the man's swollen face resembling that of a pig, her eyes fell on the registration information displayed on her computer. Wanan's elegantly shaped brows arched slightly away. Chapter 16, proactive. After just a few hours apart, how could he have ended up like this, severely beaten? Li Wanan truly wished to know which valiant hero had taken it upon themselves to rid the world of such evildoers. Li Wanan? Wei Yi's voice emerged, hoarse and strained. After leaving the Jiang residence the previous night, he had hurried off to another engagement, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol over 2 consecutive events. While on his way to the restroom, he had spotted a woman with an alluring figure and approached her, hoping for a bit of flirtation. The woman, playing hard to get, seemed willing until, out of nowhere, someone had wrapped a cloth around his head and commenced a barrage of punches and kicks. Damn it, that assailant must have been incredibly strong. He felt stars dancing in his vision. He was dragged into the restroom, where he screamed until his voice was hoarse, yet no one came to his aid. Eventually, he lost consciousness from the beating. It was only early in the morning when his assistant found him. He had spent the night clutching the toilet, reeking of an unpleasant odor. His first instinct was to check the surveillance footage at the club. He was eager to identify the fool who dared to lay hands on him. He was determined to make them taste the bitter flavor of incarceration. However, upon reviewing the footage, he found nothing. Either the cameras were malfunctioning or someone had meticulously erased the evidence. Furious, Wei Yi vented his anger on the manager, but the instigator remained elusive. If he ever discovered who had attacked him last night, he would not let it slide. Wei Yi scrutinized Li Wanan from head to toe, grinning with a grimace that was more painful than joyful. So, this is where you work? Li Wanan cast a disinterested glance at Wei Yi. Still in need of medical attention? If not, the next patient is waiting. Wei Yi was genuinely in pain. Yes. Where do you feel unwell? Despite her irritation, Li Wanan proceeded to conduct a preliminary examination. He bore numerous bruises, and she was uncertain whether he had sustained any internal injuries. You should get a CT scan, and bring the results back for me to examine. As she spoke, she signaled for the next patient to enter. Seeing Li Wanan in her work attire, composed and serious, only fueled Wei Yi's interest further. He was about to say something when another patient rushed in, pushing him aside to take a seat. Doctor, I've been feeling unwell lately. Please examine me quickly. The force of the push made Wei Yi wince in pain, as if his bones might shatter. He opened his mouth to curse, but his assistant hurriedly guided him out. Mr. Wei, this is a public space. Please maintain your image. We have a property launch coming up soon. Wei Yi shot a fierce glare at the patient before exiting. Once he was gone, Li Wanan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly. Disturbances in the hospital were common, but regardless of the situation, she endeavored to treat every patient with utmost professionalism. Since her internship began, she had yet to encounter a patient causing a scene. Half an hour later, Wei Yi returned, and after reviewing the scans, Li Wanan confirmed there were no internal injuries. The assailant had clearly held back, causing superficial wounds without fracturing any bones. There are no internal injuries or fractures. However, the external injuries are somewhat severe. I'll prescribe some medication for you to take regularly. The contraindications are clearly listed, and if you recover swiftly, it should take around half a month. As your wounds heal, you may experience some itching at the sites. The treatment plan consists of multiple courses, combining topical and oral medications. If you're not reassured, Mr. Wei, feel free to seek a second opinion elsewhere. Finally managing to see Wei Yi off, Li Wanan took a moment to relax and sip some water. Her phone vibrated on the side, and upon checking, she noticed a flurry of messages in her high school class group chat, with 99 notifications, including one that tagged her. Wanan, I heard you got married? We're having a reunion this weekend. Why not bring your husband along? It's been ages since we've all gathered. It was her class monitor, Du Yuhang, who had tagged her. As for the news of her marriage, scrolling back revealed that it had been Qin Siyu who first mentioned it. You guys don't know? Li Wanan has married into a wealthy family. I just found out she actually married He Wenzhou. She definitely won't come to the reunion. She probably thinks she's above us now. The replies that followed were rather heartwarming. Wanan isn't that kind of person. I remember her being quite kind during our school days. She even lent me her meticulously organized study notes. Exactly, she patiently helped me with my studies. Under her guidance, I improved my English from the 50s to a solid 100. Qin Siyu, is that true? Did she really marry He Wenzhou? I always thought they made a great couple back in high school, purely based on looks. It's a pity he was taken back then. Li Wanan had sat next to Du Yuhang in high school. She was the class representative, and they often collaborated on tasks for teachers, maintaining a decent relationship. Monitor, I have the time, but he might not come. As soon as Li Wanan replied, the chat erupted with excitement. Her response was essentially a public acknowledgement of her marriage to He Wenzhou. Class representative, you really snagged He Wenzhou? Congratulations, wishing you both a happy marriage. How come you didn't invite us to the wedding? This is unacceptable. You owe us a celebratory meal. Overwhelmed by the flood of messages, Li Wanan found it difficult to respond to each one individually. Instead, she sent a generous red envelope to the group before exiting the chat and opening her conversation with He Wenzhou. Do you have time for lunch? I'd like to treat you. Li Wanan had never been in a romantic relationship before, and taking the initiative was not her usual style. However, she couldn't expect He Wonjo to develop feelings for her on his own. She disliked being passive, even if it meant her efforts might ultimately be unrequited, yet she believed that having tried would leave her without regrets. Meanwhile, He Wonjo was in a meeting, the project leader animatedly discussing their ambitious plans, as if envisioning their investment in a film becoming a global sensation. He was abruptly interrupted by He Wonjo, whose expression remained stoic. What a ridiculous project, a concept that's centuries old, and you plan to invest 200 million, inviting top celebrities? Do you think simply casting a few popular faces will guarantee success? This is filmmaking, not a photoshoot. Good looks alone won't suffice. As he continued his tirade, his phone vibrated beside him. The room fell silent, everyone acutely aware that when the CEO was displeased, even the tiniest ant outside would likely face reprimand. The person messaging him was surely in for it. To everyone's surprise, He Wonjo raised an eyebrow and, in front of everyone, began responding to the message. Curious glances were exchanged among the attendees, all wondering who could possibly warrant such attention. Moments later, He Wonjo set his phone down. The project has been scrapped and will be redone. Is there anything else? If not, you may disperse. Someone, emboldened, inquired, Mr. He, are you heading out early today? He Wonjo cast a dispassionate glance at the speaker, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. The person who had asked would have gladly bitten their own tongue off to take back the question, yet, to their astonishment, He Wonjo cracked a smile, his lips curving in a charming manner. Oh, it's nothing much. Just my lovely wife asking me to lunch. Wife, Chapter 17. An unpleasant sight in the entirety of South City, who is unaware that Mr. He Wonjo has been coerced into marrying a woman he does not love. As the crowd seeks to glean even the slightest hint of his feelings towards the First Lady, they observe the man, in the next moment, tapping his fingers on the conference table, his gaze briefly sweeping across the room before casually calling out a name. You, come forward and discuss your department's upcoming work plan. Instantly, the gossiping expressions vanished, as everyone feared they might be the next target of his summons. The person called upon in the hospital is situated approximately 8 or 9 kilometers from Xingzhou Entertainment. For her first invitation to dinner with He Wonjo, Wanan chose a Chinese restaurant that had received favorable reviews in all aspects. She had visited this establishment once before with Qian Cicier. It was rather expensive, yet delectable. Upon her arrival, Wanan summoned a taxi, and the restaurant was quite crowded. By the time she entered, the only available seating was a windowside table on the second floor. After settling in, Wanan took out her phone to inform He Wonjo of her location, then sipped on her lemon water while awaiting his arrival. She sat there quietly, presenting a serene and picturesque scene. Ji Ming had arranged to dine at this restaurant with Qin Siyu at noon. He arrived 10 minutes early, but she had yet to show up. After calling to urge her, he encountered her impatience on the other end, as she scolded him for not being able to wait a little longer. It wasn't that he couldn't wait, it was just that every time they had a date, she was invariably late. Initially, he could overlook her tardiness, but after being together for so long, he felt that this waiting was merely a waste of time. Moreover, Qin Siyu's delays were usually due to her merely putting on makeup and dressing up at home. In his opinion, after her makeup, she appeared only average, pretty, but not stunning. Besides, he had seen her without makeup, so each time he beheld her made-up visage, he felt as if he were being deceived. Unlike the woman seated not far away, whose face, devoid of makeup, was nonetheless fair and flawless, with exquisite features that were unforgettable. Li Wanan, by the time Ji Ming registered the name, he had already approached Li Wanan's side. She looked up to find a slightly familiar stranger frowning at her. Before she could respond, he introduced himself. We've met before. My name is Ji Ming, and I am Qin Siyu's fiancé. Only then did Wanan recall their previous encounter, but since she had only seen him once, her impression was faint, and she was unsure why he had come to greet her. Yet, out of politeness, she nodded and replied, Hello, does Miss Li still remember me? Ji Ming smirked slightly. That day, Qin Siyu was rather rude to you, and I wish to apologize on her behalf. Her nature tends to be rather arrogant and harsh in speech. I've addressed this with her afterward, and I hope Miss Li won't take her words to heart. Though I know her, our acquaintance is rather superficial. I shall not dwell on her words, Li Wanan replied, casting a glance at Ji Ming. Do you have other matters to attend to, Mr. Ji? Just as Ji Ming was about to respond to the beautiful yet aloof woman before him, a female voice rang out from the entrance. Ji Ming, what are you doing? You can't change your spots, can you? Are you flirting behind my back again? Qin Siyu strode over in her high heels, swinging her bag to hit Ji Ming's back. She intended to confront the woman he was talking to, but upon meeting Li Wanan's composed and graceful demeanor, she paused momentarily. Li Wanan, seizing the opportunity while Qin Siyu was momentarily stunned, Ji Ming pulled her aside and said in a low voice, What do you think you are doing? There are plenty of people in the restaurant. If you disregard your face, I still have mine to consider. Qin Siyu was well aware of Ji Ming's tendencies. She had previously noted how his gaze had lingered on Li Wanan. I'll deal with you later. She shot Ji Ming a fierce glare, then turned her attention to Li Wanan, forcing a smile as she said, Li Wanan, you're not truly coming to the class reunion alone this weekend, are you? Everyone knows you're married to He Wonjo. It would be inappropriate for you not to bring him along. Or perhaps it's that you cannot persuade He Wonjo to accompany you to the reunion? Surely your display of marital bliss before me was merely a facade. After all, you and He Wonjo had no prior connection. How did you suddenly end up married? You must have employed some means to become Mrs. Haven to you. The more Qin Siyu pondered, the more suspicious she became. She had researched the relationship between Li Wanan and He Wonjo, discovering they did not attend the same university and shared no mutual friends. There was no conceivable reason for their sudden marriage. He Wonjo had a reputation for being surrounded by rumors, and he had previously claimed to despise obedient women, finding them dull, yet, Li Wanan fit the mold of the obedient type, leading her to believe that she must have pursued him actively. Just as Li Wanan was about to speak, she noticed He Wonjo entering her line of sight. He was dressed in a shirt and trousers, one hand holding a phone while the other casually rested in his pocket, strolling over with an air of indifference. Jin Siyu, of course, also spotted He Wonjo, her gaze glued to him. He cast a sidelong glance her way, and in that instant, she felt her heart racing uncontrollably. As she opened her mouth to speak, Ji Ming interjected. Mr. He, I'm Ji Ming. We met briefly before, and I didn't have the chance to introduce myself. I work in a media company and am looking to expand into film investments. I hope we can collaborate in the future. Here's my business card. Ji Ming retrieved a card from his pocket and offered it to He Wonjo with both hands. The latter glanced at it, accepted it, then placed it on the dining table. Is there anything else? He raised his gaze, his lips curling into a faint smile, his tone casual yet indifferent. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Don't obstruct my lunch with my wife. Ji Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment but understood the importance of knowing when to retreat. He Wonjo's acceptance of his business card was already a favorable outcome. He nodded. If that is the case, then we shall take our leave. He prepared to turn away, but the woman beside him remained unmoving, instead smiling gently at the man. A senior, our class is holding a reunion this weekend. We hope you and Li Wanan can join us. Everyone was quite surprised to learn of your marriage, and they all wish to meet you. It would be wonderful if you could grace us with your presence. He Wonjo's tone remained unperturbed as he glanced at Jin Siyu. Oh, so you all wish to see me? Am I such a free man? Jin Siyu was momentarily taken aback. Just as she was about to retort, Ji Ming pulled her back. Mr. He is naturally a busy man. My fiancé was merely inquiring. We shall not disturb you any further. After saying this, Ji Ming guided Jin Siyu. What are you doing? I hadn't finished speaking. Ji Ming's countenance darkened. Can't you see he doesn't wish to engage with you? Behave yourself. I still want to collaborate with He Wonjo. Don't ruin my chances. Returning to her seat, Jin Siyu nearly yanked the tablecloth off in frustration. Her teeth clenched. I refuse to believe that He Wonjo is genuinely fond of Li Wanan. At the reunion, He Wonjo would undoubtedly not attend. She relished the thought of how long Li Wanan could bask in her fleeting glory. The higher one climbs, the harder one falls. She awaited the day when Li Wanan would reveal her true self and come crashing down at Chapter 18 tracking class reunion. Wanan handed the menu to He Wonjo. Before she could utter a word, the man lazily raised an eyebrow and remarked, Mrs. He seems quite busy today. Have you already arranged your weekend itinerary? I haven't attended a class reunion since graduating high school, and I'm not quite sure how this weekend got settled. Do you have any engagements that require my attendance? If so, I can skip the reunion? He Wonjo slowly lifted his eyelids and responded, I never suggested you shouldn't go. A class reunion might just allow you to encounter a few old crushes from your school days. Wouldn't that be rather amusing? Speaking of which, Mrs. He, could your old crush be one of your high school classmates? Wanan paused mid-sip, covering her mouth to cough lightly, and replied, That's not the case, that's perfectly fine. It's all in the past. I'm not the type of man to hold grudges. However, I do hope Mrs. He can exercise some restraint, considering you are now a married woman. Wanan merely responded with silence, quietly adding some lemon water. We haven't even ordered yet. After placing their order, the dishes arrived promptly throughout the meal. Both were quite reticent, with the man occasionally responding to messages. Noticing Wanan he hadn't anticipated that Li Wanan also disliked it. The woman paused her actions and lightly smiled. No, I don't. The man nodded. That's splendid, our tastes align. The meal was relatively pleasant. Wanan had a surgery to attend to in the afternoon, so after dining, she prepared to return to the hospital. As she stood to settle the bill at the front desk, she reached for her phone to scan, but someone snatched it away. A hand extended to the front desk, presenting a card. Settle the bill. Wanan turned around. I said I would treat. As she attempted to reclaim her phone, the man slightly raised his hand, making it just out of her reach. He lowered his gaze to her, a hint of mischief in his brow. It's sufficient that Mrs. He has the intention. Allow me to handle the payment. I am not accustomed to letting women pay. With his mind made up, Wanan knew she couldn't win the tug-of-war and relented. Only then did the man return her phone. Stepping outside, the sun blazed brightly. Wanan stood in the shade waiting for a taxi, and in the next moment, the sound of a horn pierced the air as the man halted his car by the roadside. Get in. Wanan tucked her phone away, not bothering with pleasantries. I need to travel out of town for a couple of days. Su Chuan will be at your service. Let him drive you. He Wonjo did not disclose the purpose of his trip, nor did Li Wanan inquire. All right, please be cautious. He drove her to the hospital before departing, and Wanan watched as the car disappeared before turning back to prepare for her afternoon surgery. After a day filled with straightforward procedures, she returned to her office feeling sore from the continuous work, especially due to her menstrual cycle. Dr.Li, I saw you arriving at the hospital in a luxury car. I recognized it as a Maybach. Your husband was driving, wasn't he? Dr. Zhou Huiman from the same department looked on enviously. That car cost several million. We might never afford one. I wonder what it feels like to ride in such luxury? Wanan replied, perhaps it's just a bit more comfortable. Her words tacitly confirmed that the driver was indeed her husband. Zhou Huiman leaned closer. Dr. Li, everyone is quite curious. Who exactly is your husband? Wanan smiled lightly. You'll find out eventually if the opportunity arises. The hospital was rife with gossip, and she merely wished to focus on her work without having her private life scrutinized daily. The discussion surrounding her recent marriage would likely fade with time. Seeing her reluctance to divulge, Zhou Huiman ceased her probing across the room. Zhao Manqin paused her typing, lifting her head to scoff. Afraid to reveal who your husband is? Is it because he is too exceptional and you fear someone might steal him away, or perhaps he is simply unworthy of being seen? The office fell into a thick silence, until Joe Wayman finally remarked, Dr. Lee is likely just being modest. Zhao Manqin huffed but remained silent, having spent the entire afternoon in surgery. Wanan returned to her office, hoping for a moment of peace, only to be further irritated by the ongoing chatter. She stood up, not letting her anger flare, but her gaze fell quietly on Zhao Manqin. The atmosphere in the office grew palpably tense, and Zhao Manqin felt the weight of everyone's attention on her. She smirked. What are you all staring at? Am I not speaking the truth? Wanan's voice was cool. Dr. Zhao, if you are so intrigued by my private life, perhaps you should resign and pursue a career as a paparazzo. You might just uncover the truth about my husband. Without waiting for Zhao Manqin's reaction, she left the office. As Zhao Manqin's face alternated between white and red, each heavy breath audible in the silent office. Dr. Zhao, I think you're being a bit too harsh on Dr. Lee. Just because you both entered together, it doesn't mean you should target her simply because she outshines you. Indeed, Dr. is quite pleasant. During your half-month leave, she covered your shifts almost entirely. Yet, after just a few days of her marriage, you incessantly complain about her. We're all colleagues in the same department. It's better to maintain harmony. Fuming, Zhao Manqin slammed her mouse down. You're all deceived by her facade, thinking she is some virtuous being. You speak in her defense, but she looks down on you all. Seeing Zhao Manqin's stubbornness, the others fell silent, returning to their tasks. Wanan soon re-entered the office. Aside from those working overtime, most colleagues had already departed. Su Chuan messaged her, inquiring when she would finish work so he could come over. With a few finishing touches left on her work, Wanan advised Su Chuan to wait half an hour before coming to the hospital and then resumed her duties. In the hospital parking lot, Zhao Manqin sat in her pink Seagull, an electric vehicle she had saved up for over the years, costing her around 80 to 90,000. Her parents were laborers, and she had worked tirelessly to gain admission to medical school, and now, she was thrilled to be employed at Nanchang People's Hospital, feeling she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Yet, Li Wanan, who entered alongside her, constantly overshadowed her. Disdainful of Wanan's pretentious demeanor, she decided to lie in wait today for Wanan's allegedly old and unattractive husband to pick her up. She planned to snap a photo and share it in their group chat, revealing just how far Wanan would go for money. She was determined to unmask Wanan's hypocritical facade. As she contemplated this, a Maybach appeared in her view, the very car Joe Wayman had mentioned. At that moment, Wanan exited, and Zhao Manqin quickly retrieved her phone, preparing to snap a picture as soon as the man stepped out. But just then, her phone rang, and with a frown, Zhao Manqin hung up, only to look up and see Wanan already in the car, the man closing the driver's door and starting the engine. Grinding her teeth, Zhao Manqin immediately started her car, resolutely pursuing them. She was determined to capture the man's likeness today. Su Chuan, driving, caught sight of a pink electric car tailing them in the rearview mirror. No matter which lane he changed to, it followed suit, turning right along with him. Madam, we are being followed, please hold on tight. Chapter 19. A lone, swaying tram was hot on the heels of a majestic Maybach as it traversed the bustling street. Inside, Zhao Manqin gritted her teeth, her gaze fixed with fierce intensity ahead, contemplating that if the traffic light ahead turned red, she might just be able to glimpse the features of the man in the Maybach by stopping beside it. The owner of the Maybach maneuvered effortlessly through the flow of vehicles, weaving like a serpent. Several times, Zhao Manqin nearly brushed against the cars in the adjacent lane. Having recently acquired her driver's license, her driving skills were far from proficient. Suddenly, the Maybach shifted from the middle lane to the left, prompting Zhao Manqin to hastily change lanes, assuming the other vehicle intended to turn left. However, just as she made the maneuver, the Maybach returned to the middle lane and, moments later, veered to the far right lane, preparing to turn right. Zhao Manqin felt her hopes slipping away. Unwilling to relent, she spun the steering wheel to follow suit, but her speed was too excessive as she turned, causing her to crash directly into the flower bed beside her. Due to her abrupt lane changes, the cars behind her had to swerve sharply, resulting in a chain collision involving several vehicles. The scene devolved into utter chaos as Zhao Manqin felt as if the world was spinning. Everything appeared inverted, and her eyes caught a fleeting glimpse of the Maybach receding from her view. A throbbing headache, pain radiating through her bones, and her entire body ached. Passers-by gathered around her, and a kind-hearted individual called for an ambulance, which soon arrived to assess her condition. Oh dear, she's still breathing, but it seems her injuries are quite severe. The driver of the car that had collided with her stormed over, his face etched with fury, forcefully tapping on her window. Who are you? Do you even know how to drive? You are entirely at fault for this accident. Zhao Manqin could only respond with silence. Her head throbbed mercilessly, and in the fleeting moment before she lost consciousness, she thought. Not only did she fail to capture a photograph today, but she also found herself in an accident, all because of Li Wanan. It was only when the pink tram vanished from sight that Su Chuan resumed his normal driving. That car appeared to have been following us since leaving the hospital. Was it attempting to trail the madam? Wei Zhou had assigned Su Chuan to oversee the madam's schedule and safety for the past few days, and Su Chuan had not anticipated that his first assignment would involve such an incident. Li Wanan, having turned around, had also spotted the car. It was Zhao Manqin's. Zhao Manqin had treated the entire department to milk tea shortly after purchasing her vehicle, though her own order had been absent. If she hadn't been mistaken, it seemed Zhao Manqin had indeed been involved in an accident. Fortunately, it appeared there was no imminent danger to her life, but she would likely be contending with fractures. Li Wanan could easily surmise Zhao Manqin's thoughts, but before she could intervene, fate had already dealt its retribution. Zhao Manqin was injured, and at least Li Wanan could enjoy a few days of peace in the hospital. That evening, news of Jia Manxin's accident on her way home circulated in the hospital group chat. Her colleagues would need to shoulder her workload, leading to a reshuffling of shifts, with Li Wanan now facing 2 additional night shifts and 1-day shift that week. The sight was exhausting. After taking a shower, Li Wanan emerged to find Pearl, her cat, had inexplicably made its way upstairs, amusing itself with a necktie. With its sharp claws, Pearl had already torn the tie, joyfully gnawing at it and exposing its belly in delight. "Oh my, Pearl, what on earth are you doing?" The tie belonged to none other than He Wenzhou. It dawned on Li Wanan that the wardrobe door had been ajar, and Pearl must have dragged the tie out from inside. Retrieving the tie from the cat's claws, it was evident that it was beyond salvage. Glancing at the logo, it represented a month's worth of her salary. She looked down at the now dismayed cat, who had lost interest in its toy. Taking a deep breath, she feigned indifference and declared, "There will be no treats for you this week." Pearl mewed softly in protest, "Meow, not allowed." Li Wanan responded sternly, "Whose fault is it for ruining someone else's tie? You really know how to pick your objects, be careful, or he might just throw you out." Pearl seemed taken aback, murmuring, "Meow, I'm sorry." Li Wanan carried Pearl out of the bedroom, gently admonishing, "It's already a privilege for someone to take you in. You can't be greedy, understand? This time, I'll let it slide, but it won't happen again." Realizing she had been reprimanded, Pearl exhibited exemplary behavior once downstairs, lying on the living room carpet, occasionally meowing softly at Li Wanan. Settling onto the sofa, Li Wanan snapped a photo of the ruined tie. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to send He Wenzhou a message. "Are you busy? There is something I need to discuss with you. Pearl has ruined your tie, and I saw that this particular style is now discontinued online. Would it be alright if I purchased you a new one?" After sending the message, it felt as though it had vanished into the void. In Sioux City, He Wenzhou had just concluded a lengthy day that had extended into the night. He had visited the film set and attended an impromptu meeting with the production team, who sought additional investment and had presented him with hours of footage. As he entered his car, there was a rap on the window. Lowering it, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful face. "Mr. He, my car has encountered a sudden malfunction. May I hitch a ride with you?" The woman, named Ai Huan, was the leading actress in the film, having won Best Actress the previous year, possessing both beauty and talent. Her face was breathtaking on screen and even more so in person, prompting the drivers ahead to sneak glances. "Sure," he replied, his eyes slightly lifting, the corners of his lips curving. Ai Huan met his enchanting gaze, feeling her heart race. Having been in the industry for some time, she had encountered numerous handsome male co-stars, but none compared to the man before her. For someone to capture her interest, they must not only possess striking looks but also a prestigious background. Securing a connection with He Wenzhou would ensure her future resources were guaranteed. In the entertainment industry, it was common for female stars to have benefactors, yet few could find someone as wealthy and handsome as He Wenzhou. Ai Huan smirked, initially concerned about being rejected, but to her surprise, the man welcomed her into his vehicle without hesitation. It is often said that when a woman enters a man's car, it is akin to entering his bed. He Wenzhou, a seasoned figure in romantic escapades, was undoubtedly aware of this. Ai Huan was confident that with her beauty and figure, even He Wenzhou would be captivated by her. However, as she tugged at the car door, she found it unyielding. Ai Huan raised her gaze, her enchanting eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Mr. He?" In the next moment, the sound of the door unlocking was heard, and Ai Huan opened the door, smiling as she gracefully slid into the seat. The back seat was spacious, with the man casually reclining, his long legs crossed in a relaxed manner. Ai Huan leaned closer. "Thank you, Mr. He." He Wenzhou responded with a nonchalant his attention still on his phone, where numerous messages awaited him. As he glanced at one particular profile picture, he tapped on it. Ai Huan leaned over to catch a glimpse. 2 messages and a photograph. The image depicted a pair of delicate hands gripping a necktie, the contrast between the pale fingers and the dark fabric evoking an ambiguous air. Ai Huan raised an eyebrow, her voice sultry as she inquired, "Mr. He, is this your tie? Did you accidentally leave it at some little starlet's place? Be careful, or you might find yourself entangled." At her words, the man chuckled lightly. "Little starlet? He, are you not aware, there are many naive young women in the industry nowadays, some who, after a single night, cling to their photos, hoping to marry into wealth. Their greed knows no bounds. I, however, seek only a sense of security. Mr. E, I have maintained my reputation free of scandals since my debut, preserving my integrity, yet, there are many eyes on me now, thus I wish to ally myself with you. Is that acceptable? I don't require much, no title, no strings attached." As she spoke, she instinctively leaned closer to He Wenzhou. Chapter 20 Trending Topics. It was nearly 11. Curious, she opened it to find a message from the man. "It's fine, just throw it away." Holding her phone, Wanan reread his reply twice, unable to resist clicking on his profile picture. It was a photo of him, clad in a shirt, lounging on the sofa, his handsome features illuminated by the soft glow of the light, creating a captivating ambience. She wondered idly what he might be doing at that moment. Not wanting to pry and fearing that he might find her intrusive, Wanan waited 2 minutes before tapping her phone to respond, "All right, good night." Yet, she had no intention of leaving it at that. Once her salary arrived, she planned to visit the mall and buy him a tie. This incident provided a perfect excuse, and she hoped He Wenzhou would not perceive her gesture as sycophantic or insincere. After sending the message, Wanan turned off the light and settled down for the night. Perhaps due to the exhausting day at work, she enjoyed a restful sleep. The next day at the hospital, upon entering the office, she immediately heard her colleagues discussing the car accident involving Zhao Manxin. I always said she was too showy. Something was bound to happen. Ever since she bought that little car, she flaunted it before us, claiming it was her self-sufficiency, unlike many of us who were gifted our cars by our husbands, making her seem so impressive. With this incident, she won't be back for at least half a month. We're going to be overwhelmed during this time, aren't we? Regardless, I told the director that my child is taking the college entrance exam this year, and I need to focus more on home. I requested a regular schedule. Dr. Lee is here. This week will be particularly tough for her. She just returned from her honeymoon and now has even more work this week. She might as well not expect any rest. Doctor. Joe glanced at Lee Wanan. Dr. Lee, it seems you will have a challenging week. Wanan took her seat, a slight smile tugging at her lips. This is just the nature of the hospital. I've grown accustomed to it. Someone expressed surprise. You've only been working for a few years and are already accustomed to it. I've been in the hospital for nearly a decade, and it still feels like torture. I swear, in my next life, I don't want to be a doctor again. Wanan chuckled lightly, preparing to go on her rounds when a young female intern suddenly exclaimed, oh my gosh. Although Wanan had little interest in such news, she soon heard Xiaosu continue, and Huan was caught having a late-night rendezvous. The man is suspected to be He Wenzhou, the president of Xingzhou Entertainment. And there's a video. Xiaosu opened the video, her voice animated. Wow, and Huan is stunning. Her waist isn't just any waist, it's a lethal curve. Her face isn't just a face, it's a weapon of seduction. In the next moment, Xiaosu's excitement escalated. Oh my, He Wenzhou? This man exudes such charisma. When he smiles, I feel my legs turning to jelly. If he were a male star, he would be my ultimate crush. There is no one like him in the entertainment industry. It's truly a match made in heaven. The visual aesthetics are off the charts. Just a glance exchanged between them, and I can already imagine them swooning. Suddenly, Wanan dropped her pen, and Dr. Joe looked over. Dr. Lee, are you alright? I'm fine. Just a slip of the hand. Wanan picked up her pen, her curled lashes fluttering slightly. Maintaining her composure, she discreetly retrieved her phone and quietly searched the trending topics. Huan dating news. Huan He Wenzhou and Huan Yunyaoji. Several trending topics occupied the top 10. Upon opening the video, the visuals weren't particularly clear. It was night, on a long street, featuring a glamorous woman and a handsome man. Even in stillness, it exuded a cinematic quality. The video was even more vivid. In the footage, Huan approached the car, the window partially rolled down, and she was seen leaning in, speaking animatedly to the man, whose handsome face was partially visible, wearing a smirk. At one point, the camera zoomed in, and it appeared as if the woman was leaning in for a kiss. The scene lingered for several seconds before she straightened up. The footage followed them to a hotel, where they entered separately and were never seen again. The video garnered over 10,000 likes and comments in just moments. This was Huan's first exposure to such news, and the buzz was considerable. Major media outlets sought confirmation of the story, but they were informed by her agency and manager that they had no right to inquire into the artist's private life. Huan's phone was unreachable, and her Weibo account. I shipped this couple. He Wenzhou is the president of Xingzhou Entertainment. Wasn't it rumored that the drama Yun Yao Zhuan was tailor-made for Huan? They must have been together back then. Huan has such good taste. He Wenzhou represents capital. If they truly are together, her future in the industry will be bright. Oscar next year is a possibility. Isn't this president known for numerous flings? Wasn't he recently linked to Lu Su? A notorious playboy. Will he treat Huan as just a passing fancy? Our Huan has never had any scandal since her debut. I feel like our daughter has been taken advantage of. Come on, let us use our brains. He Wenzhou's status means he is bound to have had several relationships. It's normal. Huan is just an actress. If she really gets involved with He Wenzhou, that is a leap across social classes. Some fans even created a hashtag Huan He Wenzhou perfect match. Wanan clutched her phone, her knuckles turning slightly white. Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee? After several calls, Lee Wanan snapped back to reality. What? Dr. Joe reminded her, let's go, it's time for rounds. What were you looking at that made you so distracted? Nothing. Wanan turned off her phone and began to gather her things for her rounds. Once her shift began, there was hardly any time to rest. She attended to rounds, organized medical records, issued prescriptions, and dealt with inquiries from the families of patients who had undergone surgery the previous day. She was then pulled away for a minor procedure. During lunch, Wanan discovered a plethora of unread messages on WeChat, some from home and others from Qian Sesh, who had sent links. Just as she prepared to reply, Qian Sesh called. Wanan, did you see the link I sent you this morning? He Wenzhou is outrageous. He has been married to you for just a few days, and he is already embroiled in rumors with another woman. I collaborated with that Huan before. She usually played hard to get, but in that video, she was practically glued to He Wenzhou. Now everyone online thinks Huan and He Wenzhou are a couple. Why is Huan pretending to be oblivious? Doesn't He Wenzhou intend to clarify anything? Does he even regard you? Qian Sesh gritted her teeth. You just let this slide, will you? You're more patient than a ninja turtle. Wanan poked at the rice in her bowl, her voice calm. I watched the video. It seems a bit intimate, but it doesn't show them actually kissing. It's likely just a misunderstanding. After a long silence, Qian Sesh finally spoke. Sweetheart, I know you're hurting inside. Don't be like this, your calmness is a bit frightening. Chapter 21 Contentment. As evening descended, Wanan was on the verge of expressing something when a figure settled across from her. It was Zhou Jiaming. Clearly, he had something to convey. Wanan ended the call and spoke up. Dr. Zhou? Zhou Jiaming took his seat, his gaze fixated on Li Wanan, whose eyes held a depth that rendered the atmosphere somewhat uneasy. Just as Wanan was about to inquire what Zhou Jiaming wished to discuss, the man's thin lips parted slightly. Your fiancé is he one Zhou? It was not a question. Wanan regarded Zhou Jiaming in silence, her eyes, stark in their contrast, brimming with curiosity. How did he know? The news of her marriage to Yuan Zhou was known only to close family and friends, kept from the public eye unless one were to investigate, which would surely require considerable effort. Zhou Jiaming refrained from elucidating how he acquired this knowledge. His gaze lingered on Li Wanan's face, as if he were about to speak, but ultimately, he only uttered, "It seems your grandfather has yet to return to the hospital for a checkup this year." Do not forget. The surgery on her grandfather was Zhou Jiaming's first independent operation, a remarkably complex procedure he had executed flawlessly. This accomplishment held great significance for him. Zhou. Just then, someone called for Zhou Jiaming, and once he departed, Wanan forgot to inquire how he had learned of her engagement to Yuan Zhou. At that moment, her phone rang again. It was her mother, Suan, inquiring about the news circulating online. Wanan, is what they're saying online true? Is Yuan Zhou really? How could he? It was evident that her mother was seething with anger, yet unable to. Wanan replied gently, Mom, the online rumors are often a mix of truth and fabrication. It's likely not true. Her mother's voice was filled with discontent. Likely not true, with such a scandal, haven't you asked him? Wanan fell silent. Suan sighed. Wanan, while marrying Yuan Zhou may seem like an elevation, you must not let yourself become too subservient. If Yuan Zhou truly exceeds all bounds, our Li family will go to great lengths to repay the Yi family and ensure you are no longer subjected to their. You need not worry. Do not be too naive. With that final remark, Suan hung up. Wanan held her phone, flipping to her WeChat messages with Yuan Zhou. Their conversation had ceased the previous night, and she hesitated before typing a message. In the next moment, she received a WeChat message from Qian Sesu. Darling, Ni Wang has posted a clarification on Weibo. Wanan deleted her draft, feeling. She clicked into Weibo, and indeed, the latest trending topic was Ni Wang clarification. Ni Wang stated, no romance, no benefactor. Marketing accounts may delete their posts, otherwise, I will issue a lawyer's letter in my personal capacity. Ni Wang also responded to two popular comments. Salted sweet orange, it looked like you were kissing in the video? Ni Wang, it was merely a misalignment. Did Wan resign today? So, are you and Mr. Following that, fans posted behind-the-scenes footage of Ni Huan on set that morning, and the official Weibo account shared a promotional post, swiftly redirecting the attention of netizens to her work. Ultimately, Yun Yachuan trended for an entire day. Uncertain when Yuan Zhou would return from his business trip, Wanan refrained from asking, continuing with her routine of work. After 2 consecutive night shifts and 1 day shift, Wang Ma called her once to no avail. Seeing her utterly fatigued, she merely draped a blanket over her. In the stillness of the night, moonlight poured softly into the room, accompanied by the gentle sound of waves. A figure lay curled on the sofa. Upon closer inspection, it was a woman, her smooth, straight black hair obscuring half her face, her side profile serene and tranquil, while a plush cat nestled in the corner of the couch. Yuan Zhou stood at the doorway, raising an eyebrow as he observed the scene for a moment before striding towards the sofa. He bent down and effortlessly lifted the woman from the couch. As her body was suddenly suspended in the air, akin to sinking into the depths of the ocean, her heart raced, and Wanan opened her eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing her face, her eyes clouded with confusion. The man raised an eyebrow, lowering his head to gaze at her, a slight smile gracing his lips. Did I wake you? You're back? The woman, unaware of how long she had slept, spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. They conversed beside the sofa, causing the cat, Pearl, to stir and leap down, sniffing the man as scent. The cat's tail brushed against his ankle, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Yuan Zhou swallowed hard, his focus on the softness of the woman in his arms, before turning and carrying her upstairs. He kicked the bedroom door open, only to close it again the next second. Pearl followed, attempting to enter the bedroom, but her head collided directly with the door. She nudged her head against it again, but the door remained firmly shut. Inside, the room was in disarray, the lights dimmed, and bathed in moonlight. It felt like a fleeting moment of intimacy. Wanan pushed against Yuan Zhou. You haven't showered. He raised an eyebrow, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Is Mrs. He discontent with me? With that, he playfully tapped her forehead before ultimately heading to the bathroom. The sound of running water echoed from within, and recalling the man's fervent kiss from earlier, Wanan pressed her hand against her flushed cheek. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the bathroom. I forgot to grab a towel. Could you please hand it to me, Mrs. E? Wanan got off the bed and located the towel, moving towards the bathroom. Yuan Zhou extended his hand, his fingers long and elegant, the knuckles well defined. As she offered it, here, before she could finish her sentence, he grasped her wrist effortlessly and pulled her inside. The bathroom was still shrouded in steam. Mrs. He, it's pouring outside. Time passed, and Yuan Zhou carried her outside, planting kisses on her as he walked. Indeed, a storm had arrived. Wanan buried her face in his shoulder, her heart pounding fiercely. She nodded and whispered, I missed you. Yuan Zhou was satisfied embracing the woman in his arms, his thin lips curved into a smile as he gently remarked, Mrs. He, you are so obedient. With that, Yuan Zhou pinched her chin and leaned in for another soft kiss. Chapter 22 Heartache. The following morning, Yuan Zhou rose early. The man had a habit of exercising in the morning. Upon returning from his run and pushing open the door, he discovered the woman seated at the head of the bed. Woman appeared to have had a restless night, her eyes slightly swollen, veiled with a misty haze, looking dazed and bewildered. As Wonjo entered, shedding his sweat-drenched t-shirt, he was taken aback. "Aren't you going to continue sleeping?" With one hand removing his shirt, his well-defined muscles were evident post-exercise, and his handsome face bore a hint of crimson, exuding an aura of vitality. Wonan's voice was husky as she replied, "I'm awake." Her biological clock was quite regular, akin to that of a middle school student, even having occasionally worked night shifts at the hospital. Wonjo gazed at her for a moment before retreating to the bathroom to shower. Wonan lay on the bed, her eyes following the direction of the man, blinking as if everything unfolding felt like a dream. Yet, it was no dream. Even if it were a dream, she wished it could last a little longer. As they descended the stairs, Wang Ma had already prepared breakfast. She introduced the morning offerings to Wonnan. "Today we have osmanthus glutinous rice balls and red date yam cake." "Madam, do indulge." In front of the man lay a cup of black coffee and a sandwich. "Are you going to work today?" Wonjo inquired after finishing his coffee, glancing at the woman across from him, who was delicately savoring her glutinous rice balls. Wonnan had just bitten into one, the sweet fragrance of osmanthus flooding her senses. It was sticky and luscious as she mumbled, "No need." Just a visit to the old residence," he replied. After breakfast, Wonnan took her place in the passenger seat as Wonjo drove towards the ancestral home. Wonnan had never visited the old residence before. The journey was lined with red bricks and green tiles, and the car traveled quite a distance once they entered the courtyard. Upon halting, Wonnan followed Wonjo through the pavilions and corridors, surrounded by scenic hills and waters, the garden adorned with vibrant flowers and willows, while beautiful goldfish swam in the pond, and the path was paved with cobblestones. Upon reaching the main hall, a servant approached, presenting the already prepared slippers. "Young master, young mistress, the matriarch has been waiting for you both." As they entered the living room, however, at this moment, she stood with her back turned towards them. Wonnan looked up to see several black and white photographs hanging on the wall, one depicting the elderly matriarch, while another featured a young couple. The matriarch traced one of the photographs, her voice tinged with sorrow. "You lot are fortunate, leaving so early, leaving behind this little wretch for me to raise alone. I wonder what sins were committed for me to be left with this unruly child. I feel I can no longer teach him, but if any of you wish to take over, I shall step down. Let us swap places, lest you blame me for not educating him properly." For a moment, Wonnan was rendered speechless. She glanced at the matriarch and then at Wonjo, who raised a hand to his temple, striding over to the matriarch and gently placing his hand on her shoulder to speak. However, the matriarch turned abruptly, delivering a sharp slap across Wonjo's face. The servants had all vanished, leaving the surroundings in silence, broken only by the crisp sound of the slap. The man's handsome face turned slightly, appearing somewhat disheveled, a sight that tightened Wonan's heart. She rushed over, grasping the matriarch's trembling wrist. "Grandmother, what are you doing?" Glancing at the matriarch, panting heavily, Wonjo pressed his tongue against his cheek and lowered his gaze. "Grandmother, are you feeling any better?" With that, he presented the other half of his face. The matriarch inhaled sharply, about to raise her hand once more when Wonnan anxiously interjected. "Grandmother, don't let yourself become too upset. You're still aiding him?" The matriarch was dizzy with rage. "I didn't mind his previous scandals, but now that he is married, he is still flirting with those actresses?" She approached, tugging at the sleeve of the man's suit. "Wonjo, you must say something, those rumors online are fabricated, right?" Wonjo cast a sidelong glance. "Do you wish for them to be false?" Wonnan bit her lip. Was it truly the case? His demeanor evidently provoked the matriarch further. She clutched her chest, visibly distressed. Wonnan felt a surge of urgency, while Wonjo remained unnervingly calm. The man regarded the elderly matriarch, helplessly rubbing his brow. "Try not to worry so much, don't genuinely harm your health over this. That woman approached my car willingly. I merely went along with the flow for a performance. When have you seen me genuinely interested in a celebrity? If those rumors were true, I would be suffering from some ailment, yet here I am standing before you." After a moment of silence, "It was all just for show. Previously, I urged him to date, but he refused, so he concocted these sensational stories to provoke me. This rascal has a poor reputation, but in reality, he is quite clean." Wonnan was taken aback. So the matriarch's performance today was meant to clarify. She had yet to recover from the shock when the matriarch kicked Wonjo again. "But this incident is also your fault. You're married now, yet still entangled in rumors. Let this be a lesson." Wonjo raised an eyebrow, responding, "Understood." Only then did the matriarch's expression soften somewhat as she patted the man's face. "Aren't you thick-skinned? How is it that your face is still flushed?" Wonnan couldn't help but glance at the man's reddened face, feeling a pang of sympathy. Chapter 23. Too little. The elderly lady sat beside the pearwood tea table, sipping tea brewed from chrysanthemums picked from the garden. As she savored her tea, her gaze fell upon the two individuals lounging by the sofa. The man, sprawled lazily with his legs outstretched, appeared quite comfortable, while Wonnan ventured into the kitchen to fetch an ice pack to apply to his injury, her face etched with concern. "Shouldn't you take some It looks rather serious," she suggested. The elderly lady took a gentle breath of her tea and remarked, "Look how much your wife cares for you. Do you truly deserve her attention with all those scandalous tales you spread?" After saying this, "That rascal is as tough as old leather. The swelling will subside soon. He ought to learn a lesson for not being mindful of his actions." Wei Zhou, applying the ice pack himself, squinted his peach blossom eyes and chuckled. "It's nothing serious. The elderly lady's hands have grown softer with age. This provoked the elderly lady's ire once more. Wan and quickly nudged the man with her elbow and smiled at the elderly lady. Grandma, I know you care for me, but I have faith in Wei Zhou. Her voice. Wei Zhou glanced at the woman beside him, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze. At that moment, someone entered the courtyard. It was Wei Zhou's aunt, Mrs. Yi Wanhua. The elderly lady had two children. Of the eldest, He Ting Nan, father of He Wei Zhou, and the younger, He Ting Bei. After the passing of the patriarch, the He group was taken over by these two brothers. He Ting Nan had been poised to become the next chairman of the He group, but shortly before the shareholders' meeting, both he and his wife tragically perished in an accident. At that time, He Wei Zhou had not yet turned 8, eagerly awaiting his parents' return from abroad with birthday gifts, only to find himself at their funeral instead. Consequently, the He group was handed to He Ting Bei, who, lacking his brothers, while it hasn't declined drastically, it has certainly stagnated over the years. The elderly lady refrained from involving herself in company affairs, partly due to her advancing years and partly because, with He Wei Zhou's parents gone, she devoted herself entirely to caring for the family's eldest son. Yi Wanhua entered, carrying delicacies she had purchased early that morning from Farongzai. Mother, this is the begonia cake I queued for at dawn. Upon noticing the other guests in the living room, her voice faltered, and she warmly greeted, Wei Zhou has returned too? It's been ages since I've seen you, and Wanan, I missed your wedding. I was abroad traveling and couldn't make it back in time. The newlyweds are truly beautiful together, a perfect match for Wei Zhou. He Wei Zhou remained silent on the sofa, while Wanan stood to greet her aunt, feeling a sudden chill from behind her. Turning around, she saw the man's expression darkening. Yi Wanhua approached the elderly lady with a smile, offering the pastries for her to taste. The elderly lady declined. Too sweet, the doctor advised me to watch my diet. Yi Wanhua persisted, coaxing, Mother, just a taste, not too much. Bringing the pastry close, the elderly, after another sip of tea too rich for her liking, the elderly lady pressed, What is it, really? With He Wei Zhou present, Yi Wanhua found it difficult to voice her concerns. At that moment, the languid figure on the sofa lifted his eyelids and remarked lightly, I heard that our cousin visited Macau a few days ago and has yet to return. I suspect that's why you are here, aunt. The elderly lady regarded Yi Wanhua sharply, who did not contradict the implication. Taking a deep breath, the elderly lady slammed her teacup down. The He family had always been small in number. The only grandchildren were He Wei Zhou and He Ting Bei's son, He Ming Wang. Despite He Wei Zhou's numerous scandals and rebellious nature, his intelligence was unquestionable. He had consistently excelled in academics, participated in various competitions, and earned dual degrees in finance and physics at university. Eventually, he ventured into entrepreneurship, leading Xingzhou Entertainment to become a top media company in the country. In contrast, He Ting Bei's son had struggled academically from a young age, and despite efforts to send him abroad for university, he failed to apply himself, succumbing to gambling and other vices instead. He was subsequently sent to a reform facility, but even after a period of improvement, he reverted to his old ways. The elderly lady, infuriated, watched as Yi Wanhua kept her head bowed, accepting the reprimand without protest. How could you two possibly raise a child who behaves this way? If he brings shame to the He family, he should bear the consequences. If he enjoys gambling, let him do so under the He name. We shall not squander our wealth on his follies. No matter how thick our coffers, he will drain them dry. Let him remain there, and perhaps a lost limb or an eye will teach him a lesson. Yi Wanhua could no longer contain her tears. Mother, how can you say such things? Ming Wang is also your grandson. After my brother's death, Ting Bei has been overwhelmed with company matters, and I am powerless to manage everything at home. That when my brother and sister-in-law had their accident, you were hospitalized, and I was the one tending to matters. The elderly lady, feeling a headache coming on. Although the elderly lady was furious, she could not entirely harden her heart against her grandson. However, even for the wealthy He family, gathering 100 million in cash in a single day proved challenging. Their liquid assets were not that plentiful, and such a large sum would attract scrutiny from banks and other entities, wary of potential complications. In desperation, Yi Wanhua turned to the elderly lady for assistance. Mother, the emerald necklace you brought as dowry, someone has expressed interest in it. They said if you are willing to part with it, they will provide the ransom for Ming Wang. The elderly lady's necklace was an heirloom passed down through generations, a keepsake from her mother, which she intended to donate to the National Museum upon her death. Her expression wavered, and the man on the sofa interjected calmly, Grandma, keep the necklace. If you truly wish to rescue He Ming Wang, it is not insurmountable. I have connections in Macau who can help stall for time, perhaps a week. And, during this time, you can sell some assets to raise the 100 million. Yi Wanhua fell silent, and the elderly lady turned to He Wei Zhou. Is that true? He Wei Zhou promptly made a phone call. Yi Wanhua held her breath, aware that the person on the other end held considerable influence. After a brief conversation, he hung up and exhaled. They agreed to delay for a few days, but the money must be paid. With the call concluded, the elderly lady felt a sense of relief wash over her. Wei Zhou is right. Let him face some hardship this time. Discuss with your husband and liquidate your assets. Gather the funds within the next few days to secure his release. If he continues to misbehave, he may as well. As she departed, she cast a lingering glance at He Wei Zhou, who, despite his casual demeanor, bore the aura of someone accustomed to authority at a young age. And, take care, he bid her farewell. Yi Wanhua left, unable to release the pent-up frustration within her. The elderly lady's gaze settled on He Wei Zhou, sighing, Zhou, we are all family, we must maintain appearances. Moreover, the events of the past have already been classified as an accident. After all these years, you should find it in your heart to let go. He Wei Zhou curled his lips in a sardonic smile. Who knows, perhaps those who bribed the investigators have their own motives. The elderly lady refrained. Wanan remained silent throughout, the day's events enough to weigh heavily on her mind for some time. Feeling a chill in her hand, she realized Wei Zhou had handed her the ice pack. It's no longer cold. Mrs. He, please help me with a new one. It was still icy. Wanan glanced at the man's profile, noting the rare somberness in his expression, his brows knitted in a frown. She had always thought of him as Chapter 24. Help. It seemed that the second branch had come for a visit, leaving the elderly matriarch somewhat disheartened, yet she still invited the two guests to stay for lunch. After their meal, the two departed in a car, with the man remaining silent throughout the drive. At that moment, a call came through from Du Yuhang, the class monitor, reminding her not to forget the class reunion that evening. Wanan acknowledged, and Du Yuhang continued, "Good night. He Weiwen will be attending, right? Many classmates have been asking." Wanan glanced sideways at He Weiwen, who, with pursed lips, wore a calm facade, though an air of coldness emanated from him. He rarely had the time, especially given his current discontent. He has no time. After hanging up, Wanan contemplated saying something, but the words faltered on her lips, and she opted for silence instead. He Weiwen drove Wanan back to Qihai residence, changed his clothes, and then left once more. Watching the man's retreating figure, Wang Ma furrowed her brows and asked, "What is the matter with the sir?" "Madam, you haven't quarreled with him, have you? Just last night, everything had seemed perfectly fine, how had it suddenly changed?" He returned to the old residence, Wanan replied, and Wang Ma understood. She had witnessed the sir grow up, having been entrusted to his care by his elderly grandmother after losing his parents at a tender age. The second branch had managed the company's affairs, presenting a harmonious image of family bliss. The matriarch had hoped that the sir would join the company, but the second branch had continuously offered excuses for delay. Determined, he had ventured into entrepreneurship, flourishing with Xingzhou Entertainment, yet she sighed, looking at Wanan. The sir is truly pitiable. Wang Ma shook her head. As a servant, it was not her place to comment on the affairs of her employers. Returning to her bedroom, Wanan felt a weight in her chest, likely a reflection of He Weiwen's troubled mood. At Xingzhou Entertainment, He Weiwen attended several meetings upon his return, and the subordinates expressed their grievances. "What is wrong with the CEO today? He seems rather unhappy. Didn't the company's semi-annual report come out this morning, showing profits exceeding expectations by 20%? He should be pleased. Could it be that he had a spat with the madam? I heard the CEO was pressured into marriage by his family. It's no wonder he is always on business trips after tying the knot and now working overtime. Let us refrain from gossiping, we might get caught by the CEO. Exactly, let us quickly draft the rectification plan, otherwise, we won't be leaving today." He Weiwen remained in his office for the entire afternoon. That evening, Jiang Yun invited him out for drinks, and in light of his bad mood, he agreed to go. Upon arriving at room 1 of Shanghai Coast, he found Jiang Yun and Chen Ji already seated, while Song Xian was absent. The room was adorned with a traditional aesthetic, and a woman clad in a white gown sat behind a screen, her silhouette enigmatic and charming as she played the pipa. "You've arrived just in time. Qiyui hasn't started playing yet, what would you like to hear?" He Weiwen massaged his temples and entered, taking a seat on the sofa, unbuttoning 2 of his shirt buttons. His long legs stretched out, and his hands, with prominent knuckles and visible veins, moved sensually, accentuating his striking features. "What piece does young master he wish to hear?" Qiyui inquired with a smile. "Plum Blossom Melodies, Spring in the Yangtze, Zhao Jun Departs for the Frontier. If you prefer modern pieces, I can play those too." He remained silent, fearing Qiyui might take offense. After all, she was the star of Shanghai Coast. Jiang Yun interjected with a smile, "If you're feeling down, play whatever you like. Everything Qiyue plays is delightful." Qiyue smiled softly, her gaze drifting through the screen to the shadowy figure of the man, and she gently proposed, "Then I shall play Spring River Flower Moon Night." Jiang Yun applauded, "Qiyue, that's wonderful." Shen Ji nodded in agreement. All 4 were from esteemed families, often accompanying their elders to enjoy traditional performances, thus cultivating their refined tastes throughout. He Weiwen displayed little reaction, focusing solely on his drink. Jiang Yun clinked glasses with him. "What is the matter? Care to share?" He raised his glass, downing its contents in one go. "Nothing." They usually shared everything, but He Weiwen was reticent about his troubles. Jiang Yun, sensing the tension, remarked, "Have you heard? Wei Yi was out causing mischief the other day and got beaten up by someone. I've seen him a few times, he is limping now, and even with a mask and hat, his face looks like a swollen pig's head. That guy has been reckless, relying on his family's wealth and connections, engaging in all sorts of mischief over the years. Yet, I hear he has been trying to track down who attacked him that night. If he finds out, that person's life might not be easy." He Weiwen swirled his drink, remaining silent. Shenji raised an eyebrow. Anyone bold enough to hit him likely isn't afraid of repercussions, and since he hasn't found any leads after searching for days, it seems the evidence has been well concealed. This person is clearly not simple. Jiang Yun nudged He Weiwen. "That night, Wei Yi just bullied Li Wanan, and a few hours later, he got beaten. Could it be your wife?" Jiang Yun speculated, "She seems so delicate. I didn't expect her to be able to handle a shoulder throw. Perhaps she was holding back due to her status in the Jiang family, and she left early to take action against Wei Yi." Jiang Yun nodded, convinced of his deduction, feeling like a modern-day detective. He Weiwen shot him a glance. "You have quite the imagination." As Qiyue concluded her piece, she emerged from behind the screen, smiling alluringly, the ambience of the room becoming more intimate. "I have long admired young Master He. How did I perform just now?" Your technique is adept, and your expression is heartfelt, quite commendable. Upon hearing his praise, Chi-Yue smiled lightly, placing her pipa down with delicate hands. She poured him a glass of wine, tilting her head slightly. If young master he enjoyed it, I shall play for you again next time. Jiang Yun interjected. Young master he is married. His wife is quite protective. If you fancy him, why not make your move sooner? Chi-Yue glanced at He Wei-wen. Is young master he under strict supervision by his wife? He did not respond, setting down his glass and rising. I'll step out for a smoke. Once He Wei-wen left, Chi-Yue felt the atmosphere lose its charm. She stood and addressed Jiang Yun. Young master Jiang, I suddenly feel unwell. I shall take my leave. Ah. Jiang Yun was not ready for her departure. Shall we not play another piece? Maybe Chi-Yue would take a liking to you. Jiang Yun retorted. My looks aren't lacking, though they were somewhat inferior to He Wei-wen's. But don't you think young Master Wei seems genuinely troubled today? I heard Song Xing plans to return. Could that be weighing on him? Chen Shi sipped his drink. Song Xing, young Master Wei rarely mentions him. Are you perhaps fond of Song Xing? He Wei-wen returned from his smoke break to find Jiang Yun and Chen Ji bantering. He settled back onto the sofa, his expression somber. Chen Ji pushed Jiang Yun aside and composed himself. What is it? He Wei-wen took a sip of his drink. I need a favor. I want to look into my parents' past. The two men paused, realizing that He Wei-wen's discontent stemmed from this matter. Chen Ji, now working at the police department, knew that investigating such old cases would be fraught with. They exchanged glances, understanding that He Wei-wen intended to drink heavily that night. Meanwhile, Wanan arrived at the KTV at 8 in the evening, delayed by traffic. Du Yuhang sent her the room number, and as she pushed open the door, all eyes turned to her in unison. Jin Siyu, donned in a red dress, stood at the center with her fiancé, Qi Ming, embracing her waist while the crowd toasted her in celebration of her upcoming nuptials. Jin Siyu glanced at Li Wanan, noting the absence of anyone by her side. With a smirk, she taunted, Li Wanan, why have you come alone? Aren't you recently wed to He Wei-wen? Is he not accompanying you to the reunion? At her words, the room erupted in murmurs. Chapter 25. In a corner, a few female classmates who were on good terms with Jin Siyu spoke rather loudly. Indeed, didn't we all mention in the group chat that she should come with He Wenzhou? She couldn't even get him to accompany her to the reunion. He Wenzhou probably doesn't hold her in any regard, does he? Isn't it said that she managed to marry He Wenzhou by employing some tactics? Speaking of which, hasn't Li Wanan been infatuated with He Wenzhou since high school? She has been scheming for so many years. We really underestimated her back then. Knowing full well that He Wenzhou harbors feelings for his first love, yet she still eagerly rushes to become Mrs. She truly has no shame in her quest for status. Zhongqin, who maintained a decent relationship with Wanan in high school, could no longer endure the conversation and interjected, Are you even involved in this matter? How can you assume that Wanan married He Wenzhou through manipulation? The Li family may not compare to the Yi family, but Wanan is exceptionally talented. Alright, I believe she and He Wenzhou are quite well matched. You all seem to be sour grapes. Back in high school, you few would write love letters to He Wenzhou every few days, and you'd skip classes just to watch him compete, as if we've all forgotten? Claiming that Wanan has been plotting to marry He Wenzhou since high school. At that time, Wanan was solely focused on her studies, eventually gaining admission to one of the top medical universities in the country. Some of you haven't even managed to get into university. What right do you have to mock her here? Hey, see you, if I'm not mistaken, you liked He Wenzhou back in high school too, right? Everyone spread rumors about you too, and you were quite shy about it. Later, when you found out He Wenzhou was dating someone, you didn't come to school for an entire week. So, after all these years, it's not you who married He Wenzhou, but Wanan instead. Was it your lack of effort that led to this? Zhongqin's mother was a prominent figure in the education bureau, and no one dared to provoke her, leaving the room in silence. Qin Siyu's expression shifted repeatedly, and Qi Ming, who had been holding her waist, loosened his grip. She glanced at Qi Ming, who now wore a gloomy countenance. Frustrated, she turned to glare at her friends behind her, then curled her lips and said, Why are we dragging this out? I initially intended to come alone, but Qi Ming insisted on accompanying me out of concern, so I was merely curious as to why the senior didn't bring Wanan to the reunion. As she spoke, noticing the awkward atmosphere, he inquired with a classmate and learned what had transpired. As the class monitor in high school, he commanded a degree of respect. Glancing around the room, Du Yuhang said, Wanan has already informed me that He Wenzhou couldn't make it due to other commitments. He is quite busy, unlike you all? His gaze fell on a few female classmates who had enjoyed gossiping about others in high school. He spoke in a low voice, You all seem to have too much idle time on your hands, stirring up trouble for no reason. Class monitor. Someone attempted to retort, but Du Yuhang waved them off. Alright, everyone, please take your seats. He reserved a spot for Wanan right next to Zhongqin. As Wanan sat down, she expressed her gratitude to Zhongqin with a soft thank you. Their relationship had been cordial in high school. However, after Wanan pursued her medical studies, and Zhongqin went abroad, their communication dwindled, yet their bond remained. You're welcome, Zhongqin whispered. I've always found that group quite irritating. But I must admit, I was surprised to learn that you and He Wenzhou got married despite having little interaction. What happened there? During high school, He Wenzhou was indeed a figure of prominence, and Zhongqin occasionally found herself stealing glances at him. While she wouldn't go so far as to say she liked him, his spirited demeanor was undeniably captivating. However, Li Wanan seemed entirely oblivious during those days, solely focused on her studies. An obedient girl paired with a carefree lad, seemingly worlds apart. Yet, He Wonjo's temperament complemented Wanan's gentleness perfectly, creating a subtle harmony. Wanan didn't elaborate much, simply stating, "It was arranged by our elders." Zhongqin nodded in understanding. "True, you two were likely brought together by fate. Although it came a bit late, I wish you a happy marriage." Zhongqin poured 2 glasses of beverage, and they clinked their glasses together as Wanan smiled. "Thank you." Just then, classmates began to gather around them. "Wanan, I heard you recently started working at the People's Hospital. Which department are you in? If I need assistance, can I reach out to you?" "Class monitor, I heard the owner of Xingzhou Entertainment is He Wonjo. Actually, I'm currently filming, albeit not very successfully. Could you ask him if I might have a chance to make a cameo in one of his projects? Any role would do." Wanan. The atmosphere around Wanan became lively, while the crowd had previously been focused on Qin Siyu and Qi Ming. Qi Ming sipped his drink, his expression darkening. He hadn't intended to come tonight, but what if He Wonjo arrived with Li Wanan? Moreover, since Qin Siyu insisted on his presence, he found himself becoming a mere pawn for her to flaunt. Qin Siyu repeatedly claimed that he was the one pursuing her relentlessly. Furthermore, Qin Siyu's jabs at Li Wanan felt like jealousy directed at her for He Wonjo's attention. "I have something to attend to, so I'll leave first." Qi Ming stood up, grabbing his coat. Qin Siyu pulled him back. "You're leaving so soon, aren't you going to take me home?" Qi Ming replied, "Have your driver come pick you up?" With that, he shrugged off Qin Siyu's hand and walked away. "Siyu, why did your fiancé leave? Didn't you ask him to take us home?" Qi Ming drove a Maserati, a luxurious vehicle worth over 2 million, which Qin Siyu had boasted about earlier. Qin Siyu forced a smile. He had an urgent matter to attend to. "I'm sorry." Everyone murmured that it was perfectly fine, but they couldn't help but exchange glances. Qin Siyu's mood soured. She took out her phone and sent Qi Ming several messages, all of which went unanswered. Meanwhile, the atmosphere remained lively, with others enjoying themselves. The classmates were quite jovial at the reunion, reminiscing about their school days as if they had occurred just yesterday. One female classmate, slightly inebriated, recounted how she once wrote a love letter to He Wonjo, only to find it discarded in the trash the next day. "Woo, He Wonjo is such a heartless man. Class monitor, you must be suffering marrying him." Tears streamed down her face as Wanan handed her a tissue to wipe her tears. As someone nearby asked, "Do you still like him?" The female classmate replied, "I have a 2-year-old child now. But He Wonjo was my first love, my only idol." Wanan leaned in and whispered something in her ear, causing the girl to stop crying immediately. "Woo, my illusions are shattered." Curiosity peaked among the crowd. "What? I won't tell, I will defend my idol's image to the death." Wanan could only sigh. Another male classmate, also tipsy, stood before Wanan, hiccuping, with red-rimmed eyes. "Class monitor, I actually liked you in high school, but you were too exceptional. I was too shy to confess. After graduating from university, I began writing novels, and this year I sold a film adaptation. Now I'm a millionaire. Woo, but how could you go and get married? I've completely lost my chance." He wore glasses and had been quite unassuming during their school years, often mocked by the female classmates, which led to his insecurities. Now, he was in a similar position, with many watching the spectacle. Wanan offered him a glass of water, her tone gentle. "Thank you for your affection, you are remarkable in your own right. I wish you find your destined partner soon." The boy instantly burst into tears, reaching out to embrace her. "Class monitor, you are so kind. May I hug you?" "Do you hang?" quickly intervened, glancing at Wanan. "Perhaps you should head back?" Wanan nodded, feeling it was about time to leave. Just as she pulled out her phone to request a ride, He Wonjo's call came through. Her heart skipped a beat, and Zhongqin noticed, "Is that He Wonjo calling?" Everyone turned to look, including Qin Siyu. "Answer it, quickly," they urged. Wanan bit her lip, left with no choice but to answer the call in front of everyone. The man's voice, tinged with the effects of alcohol, came through deep and beguiling. "Where are you?" Chapter 26 NB Today, Wanan had matters to attend to, so she took a taxi by herself. Initially, she had planned to return in the same manner. After providing her address, the voice on the other end simply acknowledged her with a sound and then abruptly ended the call. The private room instantly burst into lively chatter. "Student committee member, is He Wonjo coming to pick you up? Weren't they saying he was quite busy, so, is he coming to fetch you after finishing up? Wanan, is your relationship still going well?" Absolutely, if two people weren't on the same page, how could they possibly marry and live together? With a beauty like Wanan, it's only natural that Senior he would be fond of her. Who wouldn't be enamored with Wanan? Wanan was about to respond when Qin Siyu, smiling, interjected, "Wanan, is He Wonjo really coming to get you? Perhaps he just summoned a driver. Make sure you clarify things with your classmates. You wouldn't want to be left embarrassed later." Indeed, what kind of couple with a strong bond would hang up after just a minute on the phone? It might just be for show. "Do you truly believe that He Wonjo has feelings for her?" Silence fell momentarily in the room. The words sounded somewhat bitter, yet there was a hint of truth to them. The gazes of the crowd towards Wanan shifted to one tinged with sympathy. Wanan, however, appeared unfazed, pulling her lips into a slight smile as she looked at everyone and said, "I really don't know." This left everyone momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you hang?" broke the tension with a new topic, causing the group's attention to disperse. Qin Siyu observed them with a knowing smile, seemingly waiting for Wanan to falter tonight. Wanan sat upright, exuding calmness. He Wonjo had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. While waiting for the driver from the old residence to arrive, he decided to call Li Wanan. "Are you heading out to pick up Li Wanan?" Zhang Yun observed He Wonjo's demeanor and nodded. "That works. I was going to accompany you back, But having your wife around to look after you is more appropriate. I'll feel free to find my sister later. But what is she doing at the KTV? Joe's head was throbbing from the alcohol, and had it not been for Lee Wannen, he would have surely booked a room nearby to sleep off the effects. She is attending a class reunion. Jiang Yun and Shenji fell silent for a moment before Jiang Yun raised his voice. A class reunion for Lee Wannen? You're letting her go alone? With a slight lift of his brow, Joe displayed his impatience as he glanced at Jiang Yun. You seem overly concerned about my wife, why don't you go keep her company? Just then, Uncle Chen's call came in. He was already downstairs waiting. Uncle Chen was a seasoned driver for the Yi family, primarily responsible for the elderly lady's transportation, and would come when Joe required assistance. Uncle Chen glanced at Joe and frowned. Young master, you've had quite a bit to drink today. The old lady will be upset if she finds out. Please keep this under wraps, Uncle Chen. Joe relayed the address given by Lee Wannen. Are you going to fetch someone? He sighed. Young master, allow me to say this, even if you may not want to hear it now that you're married, refrain from indulging in such revelry. Look at yourself. When your wife returns, she'll have to take care of you. Truth be told, the old lady has good taste. The young mistress is beautiful, graceful, and gentle. Today, she stood up for you at the old residence. You're a fortunate man. Seated in the back, the man merely curled his lips in silence, his gaze inscrutable. Meanwhile, the class reunion was gradually coming to an end. Wannen stood by the roadside, not having called Joe, quietly clutching her phone and waiting. Many classmates had indulged in copious amounts of alcohol, and Du Yuhang was arranging taxis to take them home, leaving only a few behind. After finishing her call with the driver, Jin Siyu turned and approached Lee Wannen, her red lips curling into a smile. From the time Joe had made his call to this moment, a full half-hour had passed. Joe isn't really going to leave you waiting, is he? My driver is about to arrive. Would you like a ride? Jin Siyu, in her high heels, was slightly shorter than Wannen, who lowered her gaze and responded with polite distance. No, thank you. Jin Siyu, clutching her bag and crossing her arms, displayed a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. Everyone was looking forward to seeing you and Joe arrive together, but now that the reunion is wrapping up, he still hasn't come to get you. Lee Wannen, you're failing in your role as Mrs. He. I've always said it, you and Joe are mismatched. Even if you exert great effort to marry into the Yi family, Joe will never hold you in high regard. But as an old classmate, if one day you find yourself cast aside by Joe, do remember to seek me out. My fiancé, Xi Ming, has a few decent single friends. I'd be happy to introduce you. The evening breeze tousled her hair, and Wannen tucked a loose strand behind her ear, her red lips curving into a light smile, though she remained silent. A Mercedes came to a stop at the roadside. Jin Siyu, clutching her bag, walked over in her high heels, the driver respectfully opening the door for her. She turned back, waving at everyone. Classmates, I'm leaving. Please make sure to attend my wedding with Xi Ming. With that, she waved goodbye to Lee Wannen. Wannen, just keep waiting, Joe is surely on his way. And with that, she departed with confidence. The remaining classmates exchanged glances with varying expressions. Do you think the senior really won T-Com, leaving the committee member to return home alone at such a late hour? Wannen, why not call him and give a little nudge? Du Yuhang glanced at the time and added, Wannen, how about I give you a ride? I drove tonight. Wannen pressed her lips together, about to respond when a Rolls-Royce entered her line of sight, slowly coming to a stop by the curb. Uncle Chen stepped out of the car and walked over to Lee Wannen, smiling. Madam, please get in. Having never encountered Uncle Chen before, Wannen hesitated briefly. At that moment, the back window of the car rolled down, revealing only the side profile of a man, sharply defined and strikingly handsome, his voice tinged with the effects of alcohol. Mrs. He, please get in. The female classmates who had yet to leave immediately covered their mouths, unable to contain their excitement. Oh my, Joe, our idol. Nearby, another girl excitedly shook hands with her. His profile is so handsome. That voice is so soothing. Oh, Wannen, you're so lucky, I envy you. Someone whispered, can Wannen handle hearing that voice every day? Definitely not. Upon seeing Joe, Wannen finally bid farewell to Du Yuhang and a few remaining classmates before opening the car door and getting in. Uncle Chen approached the remaining classmates, his expression kind. Would you like a ride? All of you are the Madam S classmates, I can drop you off on the way. The classmates were eager yet maintained some restraint, politely declining. No, it's really no trouble. Thank you. Du Yuhang chimed in, I've got it all arranged. Only then did Uncle Chen get back into the car, and they drove away. One of the female classmates quickly pulled out her phone, snapping a picture of the departing car, sending it to their group chat. Those who left early missed their fortune. We just saw Joe. Instantly, replies flooded in. Oh my, the senior is so handsome, and his voice is so soothing. I envy Wannen's day. A male classmate sent an exasperated emoji. On the journey home, Jin Siyu was in high spirits, her phone buzzing with messages, assuming they were about her. She opened them only to find her expression change in an instant. Chapter 27. 1 year. As she entered the car, a faint scent of alcohol wafted through the air. The man reclined on the left side of the back seat, his shirt unbuttoned at the top 2 buttons, exuding an air of languid nonchalance. The stars twinkled dimly on the car's ceiling, casting a dreamlike glow that rendered the man's face both ethereal and real. His brows were slightly furrowed, conveying a sense of suppressed discomfort. Have you had too much to drink again? She inquired gently. The man stirred slightly, his eyes remaining closed. With a silent sigh, she shifted closer. Mr. E, could you move a bit? Let me give you a massage. He leaned against the window, making it difficult for her to reach him. At her words, his eyelids slowly lifted, revealing deep, dark eyes tinged with intoxication, possessing an almost magnetic allure. When their gazes locked, she felt as if she were falling into a black hole, her very soul at risk of being drawn away. When she regained her composure, she noticed that his head had come to rest on her lap. His head felt heavy, and she stiffened just then. He spoke, "Isn't this a massage?" "Yes." Her fingers delicately found their way to his temples, employing a technique she had mastered previously. The tension in his brow gradually eased, and his expression relaxed. Uncle Chen, taking advantage of a red light, glanced back and exclaimed, "Oh, the young mistress knows how to care for him." "Mr. Zhou, isn't it wonderful to be married, having someone who understands your needs?" The man managed a slight smile and replied, "Yes, it is quite nice." Uncle Chen chuckled, "There are many benefits, you'll realize them in time." The car fell silent, with Uncle Chen focusing on driving. She remained fixated on the man's face, silently tending to him, his faint scent of alcohol mingling with her senses, and she found herself slightly intoxicated as well. Outside, the vibrant city lights danced like fireworks, and her gaze lingered on the man's striking features, as if she were on the verge of being consumed by him, her hands' movements coming to a halt. When she finally came to her senses, she caught a glimpse of the man's eyes reflecting her own dazed expression. He seemed even more inebriated than she was. He raised a hand, gently rubbing her earlobe, soft as if he were coaxing blood from it, temptingly alluring. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "Is Mrs. He taking advantage of me while I'm intoxicated?" Taking advantage. She pressed her lips together, her cheeks slightly flushed, but before she could respond, his phone rang, signaling an incoming call. "You have a call," she informed him, and he rose from her lap to answer. She turned her gaze to the window, exhaling softly. Uncertain of who the caller was, she noticed that he only responded with a brief remaining silent for the rest of the call. An eerie stillness enveloped the car. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until he finally hung up, shielding his eyes with a hand, emitting a faint, ambiguous chuckle. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Chihai residence. As she stepped out of the car, she noticed him clutching his stomach, a sign of his overindulgence. She recalled a time when her father, Li Zhongming, had taken on an important case where alcohol was a prerequisite for collaboration. He had drunk excessively that night and returned home, only to vomit blood and be rushed to the hospital. "Wait a moment, I'll go prepare some hangover soup for you." Despite his discomfort, it was late, and his complexion was far from favorable. "No more drinking. It's late, let's rest." She scrutinized his profile for a moment, insisting, "If you don't drink, your stomach will hurt even more tomorrow." "I'll be fine soon." She gently assisted him onto the sofa. "Just wait a moment." Her tone was soft and soothing, leaving no room for refusal. He settled into the sofa, rubbing his aching stomach, ultimately choosing not to argue further. He raised his brows slightly, his gaze following her into the kitchen, where the bright light cast an almost surreal glow upon her. Before long, she emerged from the kitchen, carrying a bowl of hangover soup, and offered him a spoon. "It might be a bit hot, drink it slowly." He did not take it, reclining against the sofa, his eyelids slightly raised, his voice laced with amusement, "I have a headache and my hands are shaking." She smiled patiently. "Shall I feed you then?" With a spoonful of soup that was indeed hot, she gently blew on it and, after a moment, brought the spoon to his lips. "Drink." Her tenderness and thoughtfulness shone through her gentle demeanor, and he responded with a soft smile, calling her, "Mrs. He." "Yes?" Her eyes, clear and warm, held a hint of confusion. So obedient. He had encountered many women, each with their own motives for approaching him. Initially, she had married him for money, yet she had displayed an unexpected level of care since their union. She defended him against his grandmother's reprimands and took care of him when he was unwell from drinking. How long had they known each other? Outside of the evenings, they were still strangers. Yet, Mrs. He treated him with an almost excessive kindness. He raised an eyebrow, his intoxicated gaze holding a hint of mischief, and chuckled softly, his tone nonchalant, yet it sent a thrill through her heart. "Mrs. He, do you like me?" She tightened her grip on the spoon, nearly spilling the soup on him, her expression striving to remain composed. She said nothing, her gaze softly resting on his face. He lifted a hand, caressing her cheek, smooth and warm, and he grinned, "With how well you treat me, one might think you are deeply in love with me." She returned the spoon to the bowl, her gaze drifting gently over his features. "Mr. He, you assisted the Li family and were compelled to marry me. For you, it must feel like a burden. My kindness is merely a form of compensation, accommodating you, and well, I do not dislike you." He arched an eyebrow. "Is that so? A heartfelt confession? Do you dislike me, Mr. He?" Soft and gentle, understanding and obedient, how could I possibly? She picked up the hangover soup once more, looking at him. "Shall I serve you?" He nodded, finally opening his mouth. He did not reach for the spoon, but she was patient, feeding him slowly until the bowl was nearly empty, and only then did he close his eyes and declare, "That's enough." Rising to her feet, she took the bowl and prepared to return to the kitchen. Behind her, his voice, hoarse and subdued, called out her name, "Li Wanan." She turned around, the light from the living room illuminating him in a clear, sparse fashion. His eyes sparkled playfully, a faint smile gracing his lips, his words cutting through the air with a chilling detachment. 1 year. In a loveless marriage, a year is sufficient. When the time comes for divorce, I will provide you with compensation, a property, and an additional 20 million. As she stood under the light, her hands and feet felt icy, her heart seemingly gripped by an unseen hand, crushed and pained. Her complexion drained of color, she forced a faint smile. "All right. A year, that would suffice. It was not too short, she could consider it a fleeting dream. Chapter 28. The atmosphere. Goodnight assisted him up the stairs, her hands firmly supporting his waist, with the man almost collapsing against her. It took considerable effort for Goodnight to guide him from the living room to the bedroom, and upon finally laying him down, she felt a tingling numbness in half of her body. Joe furrowed his brow, tugged at his clothing in disdain, and carelessly tossed it aside. How much did you drink, exactly? Goodnight gazed at the inebriated man sprawled on the bed and surmised that his mood had soured shortly after leaving the family's ancestral home. She was not fully privy to the complexities of his family matters, but it was evident that they had become a festering wound in his heart over the years. Are you feeling unwell? Would you like to take a shower? She inquired softly, aware of his mild obsession with cleanliness. He usually bathed at least twice a day, especially now, reeking of alcohol. Joe frowned slightly and murmured a faint However, given his towering stature of nearly 6'3", Goodnight simply lacked the strength to assist him to the bathroom for a shower. She filled the tub with water and returned to wipe down his body, meticulously attending to every inch. Once refreshed, Joe felt considerably better and glanced at the gentle woman beside the bed, murmuring, "Thank you for your efforts, Mrs. He. Perhaps you should drink less in the future," Goodnight remarked, her expression devoid of weariness as she tenderly helped him into his pajamas before retreating to the bathroom to freshen up. As the warm water cascaded over her, his words from the night before echoed in her mind. Her limbs felt paralyzed, her heart pierced with a pain akin to a needle's sting. She fully understood that stepping into his world would be to taste only bitterness, yet she still flitted toward him like a moth to a flame, painfully aware of his indifference to her feelings. Under the showerhead, she hung her head, remaining still for an extended period. When she finally turned off the water and lifted her gaze, a few bloodshot veins marred the beauty of her eyes. Emerging from the bathroom, she found Joe already asleep. A small lamp illuminated the bedside. She climbed into bed quietly, lying beside him but feeling utterly restless. As she lay on her side, her gentle gaze fell upon his face, and she cautiously traced his features with her fingertip. Accidentally brushing against his nose, he stirred slightly, furrowing his brow. Startled, she withdrew her hand and closed her eyes, surrendering herself to sleep. The following morning, Joe awoke, rubbing his temples, relieved to find his headache somewhat bearable. The woman beside him was already up. After showering, he descended the stairs to find Goodnight feeding their cat, Pearl, in the living room. "Did you take care of me last night?" Joe approached, noticing a few cat hairs clinging to his pant leg. He frowned slightly as he brushed them away. Goodnight turned at the sound, not anticipating how close he was, causing her to rise abruptly and nearly collide with him. Instinctively, she leaned back, and Joe, noticing her precarious balance, grasped her wrist to steady her, lest she topple over. Once she regained her footing, he released her hand. Goodnight hesitated for a moment, studying Joe. "You don't remember what happened last night?" "I remember what happened in the car," he replied, but the effects of the alcohol had obscured the rest of the evening from his memory. Goodnight remained silent. Did that mean he had forgotten everything he had said? Joe scrutinized her for a moment, realizing she was holding back her thoughts. He raised an eyebrow. "Did I say something to you last night?" Goodnight remained quiet. At that moment, Wang Ma entered from the kitchen, noticing the two standing close together in an oddly charged atmosphere. "Come have breakfast, sir, madam, are you two standing there as a punishment?" she chided. As they moved to join her, Wang Ma frowned at Joe. "Did you drink too much again last night? Madam went to the trouble of making you hangover soup and taking care of you. It must have been exhausting. You should drink less, or I will tell the old lady." Afterward, she turned to Goodnight, her expression warm and kind. "Madam, let me handle such matters in the future. It is quite troublesome for the sir at such a late hour." Last night, Wang Ma had already been asleep, so Goodnight felt it inappropriate to rouse her. She smiled, choosing not to respond, and took a bite of the shrimp dumplings Wang Ma had prepared, exclaiming, "Delicious, so fresh and juicy." Wang Ma beamed at the compliment. "If you like it, eat more." Then she cast a glance at Joe, who was sipping his bitter coffee. Wang Ma frowned disapprovingly. "Sir, is my breakfast not to your taste? Why do you insist on drinking that bitter concoction, drinking both alcohol and coffee? What about your stomach? At your age, truly." After her scolding, she shook her head and left. Joe found his coffee suddenly unappetizing. Glancing at Goodnight, he replied softly, "I don't mean to impose, but given that you drank last night, you should still take care of your stomach." He had neglected his health during his youth, and with work involving unavoidable drinking, his stomach had begun to suffer. His gaze fell upon the plate of shrimp dumplings before him, and his eyes lifted slightly. "Mrs. He, are they truly that delicious?" "They're quite good. Would you like to try one?" Goodnight offered, but he made no move. After a few moments, she took a dumpling and placed it on his plate, prompting him to finally spear it with his fork and take a bite. As he chewed, his jawline pronounced, his gaze lingered on Goodnight's face, as if contemplating something profound. Goodnight lowered her head, quietly enjoying her meal when her phone suddenly rang. The sound urgent and important call from home. She answered it, only to hear Suwan's voice, tinged with distress. "Goodnight, your father has collapsed." Chapter 29. I arrived when Wanan arrived at the hospital. Fatherly was undergoing an examination. Mother Suwan appeared to have been weeping, her eyes swollen and red. Wanan approached her and gently helped her to sit down, saying, "Mom, please don't worry. It should be nothing serious. Your father has never fainted before. It up this morning, he was perfectly fine, just had breakfast and was about to leave for work when he suddenly collapsed. I pressed on his acupoint for ages, but he showed no response. It truly terrified me." Suwan covered her face with her hands, unable to articulate her fear. Wanan comforted her, patting her back. "It might just be a temporary lack of blood flow to the brain. Let's wait for the results of the examination." Suwon nodded, only then noticing that Wanan had come alone. She furrowed her brow, asking, "Where is Wonjo? Did he not come with you?" Just then, a figure emerged from the elevator. Wonjo nodded at Suwon, and Wanan explained, "He just went to park the car." She had received the call in a state of panic, and Wonjo, understanding the urgency, had rushed to fetch the vehicle. He drove swiftly, allowing her to arrive so promptly. Li Zhongming was still undergoing tests, and while Wanan consoled Suwon, Wonjo's phone continued to ring with work-related matters. Wanan suggested, "Perhaps you should go take care of your business." "I'll be fine here." The man concluded his call and approached. "It's nothing urgent." Naturally, he intended to wait for the results regarding Li Zhongming's condition. Half an hour later, in the hospital room, when Li Zhongming regained consciousness, he felt disoriented. The sudden onset of dizziness had left him unconscious, and upon waking, he experienced a heavy sensation in his limbs and head. However, he was now feeling better. He sat up and glanced at Suwon, asking, "Why the rush to call Wanan and the others?" "I was utterly beside myself at that moment," Suwon admitted, still shaken. As the head of the family, the thought of anything happening to Li Zhongming left her at a loss for what to do. Wanan stood nearby, biting her lip. Li Zhongming was not one to share bad news. When her grandfather was diagnosed with stomach cancer during her university years, he had kept it from her, and she only learned of it when it was too late. She had arrived at the hospital too late to see him one last time. "Dad, Mom, no matter how big or small the matter, please let me know immediately. I've already called Li Jing and asked him to come to the hospital right away." Li Zhongming replied, "Your brother is in his final year of high school, why tell him, don't distract him from his studies." "Does his studying need any more distractions?" Li Zhongming fell silent, casting a glance at Wanan and softly said, "Your husband is in good health." Suwon remained silent, uncertain of the examination results. Wanan arrived at the machine to queue for the report, with Wonjo standing beside her. It was the first time she had seen Mrs. He so tense and seemingly fearful. Finally, it was her turn, and as she entered her details, she hesitated to press the confirmation button. Wonjo's hand gently rested on her shoulder, reassuringly patting it as he said, "Let me handle it." Wanan stepped aside, unable to watch, as Wonjo pressed the button. Moments later, the report emerged. He held the document before Wanan, who had her eyes closed, her eyelashes trembling. Wonjo raised an eyebrow, opened the report, and scanned the results. "The report shows no significant issues. Perhaps you should consult a doctor?" Upon hearing his voice, Wanan opened her eyes and looked at him. "Really?" Wonjo raised an eyebrow, handing her the report. She clutched it tightly, taking a few seconds to review it. Although she was not an expert, her medical training provided her with enough understanding to finally breathe a sigh of relief. After consulting the doctor, it was confirmed that there were no heart or neurological problems, but the report indicated mild anemia. The patient is somewhat anemic, and given recent stress and lack of sleep, this led to the fainting. "It's not serious, but I recommend a period of hospitalization for observation." "Thank you, doctor." The doctor prescribed some medication, and Wanan's heart finally settled. Wonjo accompanied her downstairs to collect the medicine. His phone rang with a call from the company, and Wanan heard that he had a meeting in half an hour. Wanan glanced at Wonjo. "There's nothing more to attend to here at the hospital. You should return to the company." Wonjo nodded, "Call me if anything arises." As she watched him leave, Wanan turned to go back upstairs. Upon returning to the hospital room alone, Suwon inquired, "Where is Wonjo?" "He had company matters to attend to, so I let him go." Wanan handed the report to Suwon and exhaled, "Fortunately, everything is alright. Dad, from now on, please take care of yourself and take the medication prescribed by the doctor. No more scaring us like that." Suwon clutched the report, her heart finally at ease, though she was still a bit angry. "Exactly. You've been spending nearly all your time at the company, working overtime at home, sometimes not even returning to rest until 11 at night." Suwon drew a sharp breath. "You're no spring chicken. Do you really think you can handle it like you're young and vigorous? Look where that got you, straight to the hospital. Are you satisfied now?" Li Zhongming grasped his wife's hand, soothingly saying, "My dear, I acknowledge my mistake. We have children to think about. Can't you spare me a little grace? I promise to rest well from now on. It's just that the company was just beginning to revive, and I got a bit caught up. If I don't seize these projects, others will." Wanan looked at Li Zhongming, feeling a pang of sympathy. His temperament was ill-suited for business. He was overly cautious, sincere, kind-hearted, and lacked innovation. He often lamented that he had once aspired to be a scholar, but his grandfather's strong will had compelled him to take over the family business. "If Wanan and Wonjo are doing well together, perhaps I should consider handing the company over to my son-in-law. Wonjo has quite the capability. I've seen him featured in financial news this year. I just wonder if the family would regard our small enterprise favorably?" No sooner had Suwon spoken than the door to the room swung open, and a tall, slender youth in black stepped in, his backpack slung loosely over one shoulder. "Mom and Dad, have you forgotten there's still me, your son at home? If the company isn't handed down to me, why are you thinking of giving it to an outsider?" Li Jing was tall and handsome, but he had a distinct lack of maturity, having recently been discovered with an ear piercing and a tattoo. Upon seeing him, Suwon felt a headache coming on. "Isn't your first question supposed to be about your father's health?" Li Jing tossed his backpack onto the sofa before sitting down, crossing his legs nonchalantly. "I overheard everything at the door. Dad's health isn't seriously compromised, he just needs to take it easy." After saying this, Li Jing glanced at Wanan, scoffing. "What about that Wonjo? He just left you alone at the hospital. How could you even consider him?" Wanan remained silent. Li Jing had been opposed to her marrying He Wenzhou and had not even shown up on their wedding day. She looked at him and said coolly, "He is your brother-in-law. Refrain from calling him by name so rudely. By the way, how did you fare on this month's exam? Are you even capable of going to college?" At her words, both Su Wan and Li Zhongming turned their attention to Li Jing, with Su Wan frowning. "You didn't mention your last exam results. How did you do this time?" Li Jing immediately grabbed his backpack and stood up. "Mom and Dad, if there is nothing else, I'll be heading out. I have plenty of schoolwork to catch up on." With that, he bolted out of the room. Su Wan placed her hand over her chest, glaring at Li Zhongming. "This is all your fault. You insisted on me having a second child. Look at what we produced, a good for nothing." Li Zhongming could only cough twice, feigning discomfort. "My dear, I'm still unwell." While Su Wan was angry, she continued to pat Li Zhongming's back. Wanan smiled at the scene, her parents' loving relationship fostering her own longing for marriage. Yet, as for her and He Wenzhou, perhaps they would never reach such a state. Chapter 30. Keep going. Su Wan discerned that Li Wanan's mood was somewhat off. She cast aside Li Zhongming and approached. "Wanan, do you have something on your mind?" "Nothing," came the reply. Presently, Wanan was reluctant to divulge her matters concerning He Wenzhou to her parents, fearing it might cause them undue worry. She forced a smile. Today's incident turned out to be a false alarm. "Mother, you and father must take care of your health and not overexert yourselves. Regular checkups are essential." Su Wan gently patted Wanan's hand. "That's my dear daughter, so thoughtful. Are you managing well with He Wenzhou?" Su Wan scrutinized her daughter, noting that while Wanan had developed a certain femininity since her marriage, she appeared a bit too slender. It seemed that He Wenzhou was perhaps a tad too demanding. In a marriage, it cannot be that everything is dictated by the man. When you feel uncomfortable or need to refuse, you must stand your ground, Su Wan advised, lowering her voice to impart some wisdom on how to navigate their relationship. "You can't always indulge him. You must keep him a little hungry, otherwise, if he grows weary of the same fare, he might seek something outside. Considering that He Wenzhou runs an entertainment company with countless young women under his wing, you must remain vigilant." Su Wan was genuinely concerned about this, fearing that He Wenzhou might take advantage of Wanan's gentle nature, leading her to feel aggrieved. "Mother, please don't worry about such things." Su Wan sighed, her expression filled with guilt as she looked at her daughter. Wanan, who had been cherished and pampered at home, was now in a high-profile marriage. All she could do was hope that He Wenzhou would treat her kindly and not overstep his bounds. Having spent the day at the hospital, Wanan returned home for her night shift and sent a message to He Wenzhou, who responded with a succinct "mm." Fearing she might not endure the long night, she ordered a cup of coffee, which was unbearably bitter. Fortunately, the influx of patients was low, granting her some respite. The following morning at 8:30, after handing over her shift to a colleague, Wanan prepared to leave. It was still early, and her assistant Su Chuan was likely on his way to work, so she refrained from messaging him. After breakfast, she decided to visit a driving school near the hospital, where nurse Su Tao had previously learned to drive, her father being the instructor. The driving school, Wanan registered, underwent a physical examination, and made her payment, clocking in 2 hours of instruction that morning. Ultimately, feeling quite fatigued, she decided to skip additional practice. Coach Su, with patience and humor, remarked, "Dr. Li, your driving instincts are commendable, far better than my daughter's." On her first day of lessons, she nearly broke my bones. Yet, she chose not to dwell on it, hailing a taxi back to Qihai residence for an afternoon of rest. When He Wenzhou returned that evening and found no sign of Li Wanan, he inquired of Wang Ma, who was vacuuming cat hair from the sofa. "Where is my wife?" "Upstairs," she replied, casting a sympathetic glance at He Wenzhou. "Your wife works too hard. Sigh, staying up late. You two are both such workaholics." He Wenzhou arched an eyebrow and proceeded upstairs. Wanan was seated on the bed, iPad in hand, when the door swung open, revealing He Wenzhou, who was in the midst of removing his shirt to change. "Did you not contact Su Chuan today?" he asked. Today's workload at the company was substantial, as he was preparing to acquire a media company, and Su Chuan was busier than ever. Wanan replied, "I don't want to trouble Assistant Su too much. I went to learn driving this morning, aiming to obtain my license in 2 months. He Wenzhou paused mid-change, a smirk playing on his lips. "Mrs. He, you are quite confident. Aren't you afraid of being a road hazard?" Wanan could only remain silent. "My instructor complimented me today." "Ah, then keep it up, Mrs. He." With that, He Wenzhou finished changing, clearly preparing to head out once again. Wanan inquired, "Are you going out?" "Yes, I have a gathering," he replied, showing no intention of inviting her along. Wanan simply said, "Then please drink in moderation and take care of your health." "All right," he chuckled, though it was unclear if he genuinely acknowledged her concern or if it was merely a casual dismissal. As he turned to leave, the bedroom door swiftly shut behind him. Wanan glanced at her tablet. The questions for the first subject were numerous, and after an afternoon of studying, her eyes were beginning to ache. Setting the tablet aside, she rose and moved to the window, where she could just see He Wenzhou getting into his car, one hand on the phone while he opened the car door and bent to enter. Upon arriving at the club, He Wenzhou encountered a group of people exiting a private room. One recognized him, exclaiming, "Isn't this the eldest son of the He family? I heard that Huan Yu is being acquired, and the investor behind it is none other than you, Mr. He. You're quite impressive for your age." Another man remarked, "Mr. He, your nephew seems quite capable." He Wenzhou smiled, his gaze landing on He Tingbei, and nodded, "Second uncle." He Tingbei, nearly 50, with wrinkles at the corners of his eyes and a deep gaze, regarded He Wenzhou with a sense of detachment rather than the warmth typically shown from elder to younger. He merely grunted in acknowledgement. He Tingbei motioned for the others to leave before turning to Iwonjo. I heard from your second aunt that you made some arrangements in Macau to assist your cousin? He Tingbei scrutinized Iwonjo, his eyes narrowing slightly. Zhou has grown up. Indeed, he possesses remarkable skills. It was merely a matter of chance that I made those connections. Second uncle, have you gathered enough funds? I heard your cousin has incurred quite a debt again. While you are busy with your career, you should also spend time caring for him. With his temperament, you might hesitate to pass the company to him in the future. He Tingbei's expression shifted, a storm brewing behind his eyes. Just then, Iwonjo's phone rang, and he smiled. I have matters to attend to. Take care, second uncle. Zhou, He Tingbei called after him. If you wish, I can arrange a position for you at He Group. After all, we are family. Iwonjo turned, a carefree smile gracing his lips. My company is doing quite well, and we are soon to be listed. I also heard that He Group lost a major project worth over 100 million this year. You should focus on your own business, no need to divert your attention to mine. With that, he nodded and departed, leaving He Tingbei standing in the shadows, the light casting a murky silhouette over his face. After a moment, He Tingbei turned to leave. Iwonjo entered the private room, where Zhang Yun had reverted to singlehood. The table was littered with empty bottles. Jinji greeted him. You made it? Iwonjo took a seat across from him, raising an eyebrow. So, you got dumped? Zhang Yun's ex-girlfriends were clustered around him, and while he initially had not spoken of it, it was apparent that he had been the one to be jilted. Inebriated, Zhang Yun slurred, women are just unreasonable. If I comment on the opposite sex, they accuse me of flirting. If I chat with a woman at night, suddenly I'm two-timing? The man turned to Iwonjo and asked, does Li Wanan act that way with you? Iwonjo lit a cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, and lazily replied, act out? Seeing the smug expression on Iwonjo's face, Zhang Yun realized that Li Wanan had not been angry with him. He gasped, unable to contain himself. Tisk, don't get too pleased with yourself. If a woman never gets angry with you and is completely compliant, it means she doesn't care about you at all. Iwonjo flicked off the ash from his cigarette and shot Zhang Yun a sidelong glance. And you think you know? Otherwise? Do you really believe Li Wanan likes you? Iwonjo exhaled a puff of smoke, narrowing his eyes in amusement as he slowly said, what is so surprising about her liking me? Zhang Yun retorted, don't be so self-important. Iwonjo returned home in the dead of night, reeking of alcohol. Wanan, exhausted, still embraced him gently. The next morning, Wanan awoke, rubbed her slightly sore wrists, changed her clothes, and headed downstairs, only to find Iwonjo lounging on the sofa, his legs crossed as he perused his iPad. Morning light bathed him, and beside him lay a fluffy white cat, its pearl-like tail sweeping across his pant leg, creating a scene of languor and beauty. Good morning, Mr. He, she greeted. He looked up, raising an eyebrow. Morning. Just then, the doorbell rang, prompting Wang Ma to hurry from the kitchen. So early, who could it be? Upon opening the door, a bright and sweet voice echoed, Wonjo Gij. A flash of red dashed inside, leaping into Iwonjo's arms and playfully exclaiming, I've missed you so much. Chapter 31. An appointment. This scene left Wanan momentarily stunned. Iwonjo instinctively wrapped his arms around the girl's back, seemingly fearing that she might tumble off the sofa. At that moment, Wang Ma entered, and upon witnessing the tableau, exclaimed, oh dear. Miss Ningshu, do hurry and get off the gentleman. Zhou Ningshu lay sprawled on Iwonjo, resembling a sloth, when suddenly a sharp pain struck her forehead as the man extended a finger to gently push her away. Clutching her head, Zhou Ningshu clambered off the man, exclaiming, ouch, that hurts. Iwonjo sat up, brushing off the wrinkled shirt that Zhou Ningshu had disturbed, and raised his gaze. What brings you here so early? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ningshu pouted, is it wrong to come see you if there's nothing else? Brother Wonjo, you've changed. Before Iwonjo could respond, Zhou Ningshu sniffled, her bright eyes darting towards Wang Ma. What smells so delightful, Wang Ma? What delicious dish have you prepared this time? Turning back to Iwonjo, she added, I haven't had breakfast yet. Let's have breakfast together. Alright, Iwonjo nodded. Zhou Ningshu immediately took his hand and led him towards the dining room. Wang Ma glanced at Wanan, who had been left neglected to the side, and approached, saying, Madam, that is Miss Zhou Ningshu. She grew up alongside the gentleman, so she may seem a bit too familiar. However, the gentleman only regards Miss Ningshu as a sister, so do not take it to heart. There is nothing between them. Growing up together implies a childhood romance. Wanan forced a smile, remaining silent. I am fine. Wang Ma sighed, genuinely believing the madam to be gracious and generous, not petty. The old lady had an exceptional eye for character. Otherwise, with the multitude of flirtations surrounding the gentleman, had it been someone else, the situation would have escalated into chaos long ago. Wang Ma smiled, then madam, do join us for breakfast. This morning, I steamed some red date cake and made osmanthus dumplings. Very well. Wanan walked over to find Iwonjo and Zhou Ningshu already seated, side by side. Iwonjo was engrossed in his phone while Zhou Ningshu leaned in closely, their heads nearly touching, appearing exceedingly intimate. Wanan pulled out a chair and sat across from Iwonjo. Just as she settled in, Zhou Ningshu lifted her head, finally directing her gaze towards Wanan's face. You are Li Wanan, I heard your family is on the brink of bankruptcy, which is why you approached the He family. TSK, tell me, what is the difference between that and selling yourself? At that moment, Wang Ma came in with breakfast and cast a disapproving glance at Zhou Ningshu. Miss Ningshu, choose your words wisely. Zhou Ningshu merely smirked. Wang Ma, I was only joking. Miss Li wouldn't mind a bit of humor, would she? Wanan met the girl's gaze but remained silent. Iwonjo rapped his knuckles on the table, stealing a glance at Zhou Ningshu. Xiaoshu, eat. Alright, I'll listen to Brother Wonjo. The breakfast proceeded rather quietly, aside from Zhou Ningshu's incessant coquetry with He Wonjo, asking for bites of the fried egg from his plate, requesting a napkin, and reminiscing about the meals he used to prepare. Regardless of what she said, He Wonjo displayed no signs of annoyance, his demeanor imbued with a subtle tenderness. For Wanan, the meal lacked flavor. After breakfast, the three of them exited. He Wonjo was driving, and as Wanan stepped outside, she noticed Zhou Ningshu had already opened the front passenger door and settled in. As the window rolled down, Zhou Ningshu even raised an eyebrow at her, wearing a smug expression. Wanan pursed her lips and made her way to the back seat. Zhou Ningshu fiddled with her seatbelt, then frowned at He Wonjo. What's the matter with the seatbelt? I can't pull it. Brother Wonjo, please help me fasten it. The man clicked his tongue, turning to look at her. At your age, you still can't manage a seatbelt? His tone was laced with disdain, yet there was an underlying affection. He leaned in to assist Zhou Ningshu with her seatbelt, to which she sweetly replied, thank you. From Wanan's perspective, the two seemed to radiate an atmosphere of undeniable intimacy. If Zhou Ningshu leaned in just a fraction more, their lips would surely meet. Wanan fastened her own seatbelt, and He Wonjo glanced back, noticing her gazing quietly out the window, her expression serene, devoid of jealousy. The car made its way to the hospital first. Upon disembarking, Wanan informed He Wonjo that she had an appointment that evening and might return late. Alright, the man replied without inquiry into the nature of her appointment, rolling out the window before driving off. Wanan gripped her phone, watching the car disappear, her fingers slightly pale. Their closeness left her uncertain about what He Wonjo and Zhou Ningshu might do next. It felt as though a weight pressed upon her chest, but fortunately, today was the day Qian Sesh returned from abroad, and she had arranged to meet her at a bar that evening. Although she typically disliked drinking, today she found herself yearning for it. As she turned, she nearly collided with a solid wall, looking up to see Zhou Jiaming. Dr. Zhou? Zhou Jiaming glanced at the departing car, then turned his gaze to Li Wanan. Dr. Li, you seemed a bit unwell earlier. Is something troubling you? Nothing's wrong, Wanan replied, her expression returning to normal. It's almost time for work, so I'll take my leave now. With a nod, she brushed past the man and departed, while Zhou Jiaming pursed his lips, watching her retreating figure. Inside the car, Zhou Ningshu applied lipstick in the passenger seat, stating, Brother Wonjo, Li Wanan is studying medicine, right? I've heard the hospital is quite chaotic, who knows when she might put a green hat on you. He Wonjo pulled the car over to the side of the road, casting a sidelong glance at the woman beside him. What exactly do you want from me today? Zhou Ningshu's expression shifted to one of mild annoyance, her tone accusatory. What do you mean, what do I want? Have you forgotten today is my birthday? I invited you to my birthday party tonight. Zhou Ningshu insisted, you must come, if you don't, I'll be upset. He Wonjo chuckled softly but did not acquiesce. Zhou Ningshu clung to his arm, playfully pleading, come on, you have to, Zhang Yun and the others will be there, and after my long time abroad, don't you miss me at all? The man lit a cigarette, discreetly pushing. Who could resist such a face? We've grown up together, after all these years, of course I miss you. Don't you miss me? He Wonjo exhaled a puff of smoke, casting a sidelong glance at Zhou Ningshu, finally adopting a serious tone. Xiaoshu, I'm married now. I once thought you were simply naive, but you must learn to recognize boundaries. I have always regarded you as a sister. Zhou Ningshu huffed at this, clearly not taking his words to heart. He Wonjo looked at her, his voice low. Tonight, I may not be free, happy birthday in advance. And don't harbor any feelings for me, I have no interest in you. Zhou Ningshu's eyes welled with tears. Why? Brother Wonjo, are you in love with Li Wanan, or are you still hung up on that woman? Why is it that anyone else is acceptable, but not me? Suddenly leaning in to kiss He Wonjo, the man swiftly pushed her back, his brow furrowing. Xiaoshu, have some self-respect. Zhou Ningshu was instantly brought to tears by his words. I'm not inadequate. I've grown up, I'm no longer a little girl. What about that Song Xing? What do you see in her? She only wants to use you to rise above. As for Li Wanan, don't think I'm unaware. She is merely scheming, ingratiating herself with your grandmother to marry you, and none of them are sincere. Only I, who grew up alongside you, am truly a match for you. After her outburst, she noticed the man beside her offering no response. Brother Wonjo, say something. Only then did He Wonjo glance at Zhou Ningshu. Xiaoshu, I've told you, I only see you as a sister. Do not engage in such degrading behavior. I am already married, and your actions are those of a mistress. His words struck hard, and Zhou Ningshu began to cry out. He Wonjo, now entirely out of patience, pushed open the car door with one hand. I have no time to take you. Get out. In the next moment, a figure was unceremoniously ejected from the passenger seat, Zhou Ningshu nearly losing her balance as she looked up to see the car speeding away. Zhou Ningshu stood there, her bag clenched tightly in her grasp. Chapter 32. Hurry up. In the office that morning, Li Wanan was diligently organizing medical records, while her colleague Xiaosu stumbled upon a shocking news article and eagerly shared it with everyone. Goodness. A Dr. Chen was tragically murdered by a man wielding a knife while on duty. It's utterly terrifying. Is being a doctor now fraught with such peril? Moreover, another added, the reason he was attacked was that everyone else had gone to lunch, leaving him alone in the office. This doctor simply wanted to take the opportunity to attend to a few extra patients, and look what happened. Such a dedicated physician, and this is the fate he met. I can't even begin to imagine what his family must be feeling right now. Those who work in the hospital are especially prone to empathizing with such distressing news. I also came across that article. This doctor was exceptionally kind. He practiced at a hospital near my hometown, known for his humble demeanor and unwavering commitment to healing. Sometimes he even paid for patients' medical expenses out of his own pocket. I never thought it would end this way. Have you forgotten a few years ago when an ophthalmologist was also attacked by a patient? It was his operating hand that was injured, and he could no longer even make a fist, let alone perform surgery. That one moment of madness cost countless individuals their chance at restored sight. Honestly, these patients must not understand what they're thinking. How could a doctor possibly harm you? They toil tirelessly for their patients, and then such tragedies occur. That ophthalmologist lost all hope after that. When asked if he would operate on that individual again, he simply said he wouldn't. This doctor faced a similar fate. He was dedicated to healing, yet he could only watch helplessly as he succumbed to death, enduring so many wounds. How despairing must he have felt at that moment, huh? To be honest, I'm feeling a bit anxious. What if we encounter a deranged patient like that someday? The atmosphere in the office grew somber, and although Liwanan had seen similar news before, she too felt a weight in her heart. She let out a soft sigh. I hope we can implement more protective measures in the future, and perhaps I should prepare a few self-defense items. Dr. You come from such a good background, and now you've married a wonderful husband. We really don't understand why you choose to work in the hospital, especially in general surgery. It's quite taxing. Liwanan glanced at the person who spoke and smiled gently. Everyone needs to find a sense of self-worth. She said no more, but everyone understood. Individuals like Liwanan had everything one could desire, and their reason for working was to seek validation, while the others worked merely for survival. Yet, it was truly admirable that someone of her stature endured the hardships of the hospital without ever complaining. Today, the hospital was not busy, and at precisely 5:30, Liwanan finished her shift. Qian Sesh was waiting for her at the hospital entrance, and the two planned to grab a bite before heading to a bar. Darling, it's been ages. Qian Sesh exclaimed, enveloping Liwanan in a warm embrace as soon as she got into the car. Afterward, she held Liwanan's face and gazed at her for a while, grinning mischievously. Wow, you've become more beautiful and alluring. It seems marriage to Yuwenjo has treated you well. Liwanan had grown accustomed to Qian Sesh's unfiltered remarks. She settled into the passenger seat and fastened her seatbelt. So, what's next after finishing your filming? I'm taking a 2-month break, and my agent has lined up a variety show for me. I'll be in South City during this time, and we can hang out together again. Liwanan smiled. Her work kept her busy, and she had few friends. Qian Sesh was a vibrant personality, ensuring that her world was anything but quiet, yet filled with liveliness. Having indulged in unpalatable food abroad, Qian Sesh was on the verge of depression, so upon returning to South City, she made a beeline for a hot pot restaurant. She cooked a piece of tripe, inhaled its aroma, and sighed in bliss. This is the flavor I've missed. It's simply intoxicating. Liwanan took a sip of lemon water and added a slice of tender beef to Qian Sesh's bowl. Darling, you seem a bit off today. Are you unhappy? He is very close to others, yet with me, it's as if he oscillates between being near and far. Close in bed, but distant outside of it? Qian Sesh hit the nail on the head, observing the expression on Liwanan's face. She pouted slightly. To be honest, with a face like yours, why bother with unrequited love? You should have confessed to Yuwenjo back in the day. You know very well why not, Liwanan replied. Qian Sesh tightened her grip on her chopsticks, looking intently at Liwanan. Darling, sometimes life resembles a game of chess. One wrong move can lead to total defeat, but I believe in you. I am sure you can turn the tide. If Yuwenjo isn't blind, he knows who to choose. Do you understand the concept of first impressions? I can still make a late entrance, Qian Sesh retorted. Liwanan lowered her gaze and sighed. I thought that marrying him, over time, might evoke feelings of affection from him, yet he told me, after just a year, he would want a divorce. Qian Sesh was immediately incensed. He is rushing to make space for someone else? Thinking about divorce right after marriage, did you agree to it? Could I refuse? Liwanan sighed again. A year, I have no confidence that he will grow to like me. Darling, forgive my bluntness, but any man would struggle to resist you if you took the initiative. I'm afraid he hasn't forgotten that other person. Qian Sesh smirked. What are you afraid of? Let us be honest, if Yuwenjo truly liked her, he wouldn't have broken up with her in the first place. Besides, after all these years, if he still held onto her, wouldn't it be easy for him to buy a plane ticket and visit her? He doesn't love her that much. Darling, considering your proximity, I believe you have a substantial chance. However, after harboring feelings for Yuwenjo for so many years, Liwanan had grown accustomed to her unrequited love. She wasn't inherently passionate, and igniting sparks between them would not be an easy feat. If you're feeling down, drink a bit more tonight. As the saying goes, a drink can dissolve 1,000 sorrows. Don't overthink it, it's of no use. Liwanan nodded, and after finishing their meal, they headed straight to the bar, Wine and Color. As a public figure, Qian Sesh reserved a private booth and ordered a selection of fine wines. Liwanan's tolerance for alcohol wasn't particularly high, but it was decent enough. However, tonight she drank rather quickly and soon began to feel a bit tipsy. Qian Sesh, not one to indulge solely in drinking, glanced at Liwanan. Darling, this bar has male models who are all tall and muscular university students. I am going to order a couple. Qian Sesh scanned the room, selecting two based on Liwanan's aesthetic preferences. Liwanan was too preoccupied with her drink to catch what Qian Sesh was saying. A few minutes later, two shirtless male models entered the booth. Liwanan looked up and immediately spotted one of them. She blinked, feeling that this man bore a striking resemblance to Yuwenjo from high school. Perhaps it was the alcohol influencing her perception, but Liwanan playfully beckoned him over. Come here, get closer so I can have a look. As she tilted her head back to examine the man's face up close, outside the booth, Zhang Yun was on a call. Zhou Ning's birthday celebration was about to commence, yet the man had yet to arrive. Upon noticing the two male models entering the adjacent booth, he raised an eyebrow, thinking, I wonder which wealthy woman ordered male models. He glanced over curiously, and suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. Wasn't that his sister-in-law, Li Wanan, so sweet on the surface, yet acting so brazenly, engaging with male models? Was his brother being cheated on? Wu Jiangyan quickly turned around, frantically messaging He Wenjo, "Bro, your backyard is on fire. I just saw sister-in-law looking for male models. I'm serious, I'm not joking. Hurry up." Fearing He Wenjo wouldn't believe him, Jiangyan stealthily snapped a photo through the door crack. Under the dim lights, the woman held a wineglass, her eyes glazed, while the male model leaned closely beside her, pouring her a drink and smiling like a sly fox, sweetly calling her sister. Jiang Yun, so bold, can sister-in-law handle this? Chapter 33. Letting go. He Wenjo had not responded to messages, so Jiang Yun had no choice but to return to the private room first. The birthday celebration for Zhou Ningshu was quite lively. Like He Wenjo, he had watched Zhou Ningshu grow up since childhood. At that time, there were few girls in the courtyard, and Zhou Ningshu was also remarkably beautiful. They all treated her like a sister, a princess. Zhou Ningshu was quite spoiled as a child, often bossing others around, and he frequently found himself being treated as her steed. Whenever he disagreed with her, she would threaten to tell her parents Zhou Ningshu had bullied everyone, yet her demeanor towards He Wenjo was different. Everyone knew that she harbored feelings for him. "Ningshu, why didn't you return to the country sooner?" "Young master, he is already married. Honestly, we all believe that you and young master he are the perfect match. After all, you grew up together and are a pair of talents." "Exactly. That Li Wanan is no match for you. Your father is the deputy mayor, and your mother is a university professor. Li Wanan isn't even worthy to wash your feet. Indeed, those are merely fleeting figures in young master he's life. I firmly believe that the position of Mrs. He will eventually belong to our Ningshu." Surrounded by her admirers, Zhou Ningshu smiled shyly at their words, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. "Please, don't say such things. My relationship with brother Wenjo is not as you imagine." As Jiang Yun entered, he instantly heard Zhou Ningshu's delicate voice, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. He sat on the sofa, raising an eyebrow at Zhou Ningshu. "Come on, be a bit more considerate. Brother Zhou is already married. You're not encouraging Ningshu to become a mistress, are you?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Ningshu's expression changed immediately. Jiang Yun glanced at her. "Don't be upset, you're not really trying to become a mistress, I just want them to be mindful of their words." Zhou Ningshu awkwardly adjusted her hair, lifting her chin to ask Jiang Yun, "Has brother Wenjo said when he would come?" "He hasn't answered his phone. You know how it is, he has been quite busy since starting his business, and now the company is preparing to go public." A friend of Zhou Ningshu chimed in. "Ningshu, isn't young master coming? Today is your 20th birthday, such an important day, no matter how busy he is, he should make time for it." "Exactly, after being abroad for so long, it's so hard to come back, and it's your birthday, why don't you call him yourself? Young master he would surely make an effort to come, considering your relationship." Someone handed her a phone, and Zhou Ningshu accepted it with a slight smile. "Brother Jiang Yun is quite familiar with brother Wenjo. If he hasn't answered, it's because he is truly busy. Besides, brother Wenjo has already wished me a happy birthday earlier today, so I won't disturb him now." "Wow, our Ningshu is so considerate. Indeed, if you were Mrs. He, how wonderful that would be. You know young master he must have feelings for you. Remember your 18th birthday, he put on a grand fireworks display in front of everyone for you. It was truly romantic." Outside, a figure stood quietly. Li Wanan, having had a bit too much to drink, intended to find the restroom. Just as she stepped out, she heard someone calling He Wenjo's name. It turned out today was Zhou Ningshu's birthday. The raucous laughter around her seemed to fade away, and she lost the urge to visit the restroom, turning back toward the private room. Qian Sei was taken aback. "You're back already?" In the next moment, she realized something was amiss. Li Wanan's eyes were glistening with tears. Qian Sei quickly gestured for a nearby male model to console her. "Sister, why are you upset? How about I mix you a drink? Everyone says my cocktails are delightful, I can make you a forgetting elixir." The male model leaned closer, but Li Wanan, staring at his face, felt an overwhelming annoyance in her chest. His handsome features and deep, affectionate eyes were the kind that captivated women. Li Wanan turned her head away, taking a deep breath. "Leave." The male model was taken aback, looking helplessly at Qian Sei, who blinked at him. "Darling, I specifically chose him according to your preferences. Don't you think he resembles young master He? I paid a good price, he is here to entertain you. If you don't want to flirt, you can always scold or hit him. What grievances do you have against He Wenjo? Let it all out, The male model reached out to grasp Li Wanan's hand. "Come on, sister, you can hit me however you like, we have tools. Do you prefer?" Qian Sei, who was letting the male model feed her grapes, looked up impatiently. "Who is it? Don't you know there are people inside?" In the next moment, she froze, quickly nudging the woman beside her. "Li Wanan, your husband is here." Li Wanan had just drunk the cocktail mixed by the male model. It was sweet and tangy, but left her slightly dizzy. "Who?" Li Wanan didn't hear clearly, tilting her head and inadvertently resting it on the male model's shoulder. He Wenjo stood at the doorway, tall and imposing. Upon witnessing this scene, his brow twitched violently. Li Wanan's cheeks, flushed from the drink, resembled ripe peaches, while the male model, bare-chested and well-built, fit the current preference of young women. The sight was jarring. As Li Wanan leaned against him, the male model raised his hand, but before he could touch her, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist as a strong hand seized him. He looked up to meet the gaze of an extraordinarily handsome man, his eyes glimmering like ice, sending a chill down one's spine. He Wen-jo released the male model's wrist and, in the next moment, directly lifted the woman from the sofa. Li Wanan, feeling weak from the alcohol, fell straight into his embrace. She looked up, her eyes hazy, staring at the man for a few seconds before, inexplicably, she began to push him away with all her might. The scent of alcohol lingered on her lips, her breath warm and intertwined, but her strength was feeble. "Who are you? Go away, let go of me." Wen-jo grasped her wrist, his voice low. "Li Wanan, open your eyes and see who stands before you." Li Wanan seemed not to hear, continuing her struggle. The man pressed his lips into a thin line and, without hesitation, swept her up in his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Qian Sei, whose heart sank at the sight. As actors, they all knew who Wen-jo was. His sharp business acumen and extensive connections could easily ruin the career of a small actor with a single word. Qian Sei chuckled nervously. "Young master, this male model is merely a prop for the atmosphere. We were just drinking, I assure you, it's non-alcoholic." The man remained silent, carrying Li Wanan out the door. Just then, the door next door opened, and Zhou Ningshu was sending off two friends, only to witness the unfolding scene. Zhou Ningshu's expression shifted slightly, and her friends were taken aback. One whispered, "Didn't they say young master he was too busy to come?" Zhou Ningshu felt a sense of embarrassment creeping in, yet she forced a smile and approached. "Brother Wen-jo, you finally arrived? What a coincidence, I didn't expect Li Wanan to be here as well. My birthday celebration isn't over yet, why not bring her along? We haven't had cake yet. She has had too much to drink, I'll take her home first." Noticing Zhou Ningshu's change in demeanor, Wen-jo added, "I asked Zhang Yun to bring you a gift." "Happy birthday." With that, he strode out, carrying Li Wanan in his arms, fearing Zhou Ningshu would feel awkward. A friend laughed lightly. "Li Wanan wouldn't be scheming, would she? Pretending to be drunk to elicit sympathy, that is quite crafty." Another chimed in, "Yes, young master, he must still care for you, he has prepared a gift. I wonder what it is this year? It must be something precious." Zhou Ningshu smiled. "Of course, it's only natural, considering we have grown up together." The hand she had been resting at her side tightened slightly. Chapter 34. A regret. After placing the woman in the passenger seat, Wen-jo shut the car door, only to hear her knocking against it a moment later. "Wen-jo, open the door, I want to get out, I want to drink." Wanan's face was almost pressed against the window, her gaze hazy, strikingly beautiful. Wen-jo lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and exhaled a ring of smoke towards her cheek. Leaning closer, his handsome face nearly touching hers, the corners of his eyes lifted slightly, his voice tinged with amusement as he addressed her, "Mrs. He, be a little more compliant. If you behave, I'll take care of the drunken fool. If not." Wen-jo smirked, his tone a blend of coaxing and threatening. The woman, whose face was originally lovely and gentle, now furrowed her brows and glared at him. Wen-jo released another puff of smoke, his fingers grazing her cheek, soft and smooth. He grinned, "Mrs. He, your angry expression is rather adorable." With that, he extinguished his cigarette and walked around the front of the car to the driver's seat. Wanan attempted to exit the vehicle, but was pulled back by the man, the door slamming shut with a definitive thud. Wen-jo reached over to fasten her seatbelt, nearly pressing against her, his nose brushing against hers, the faint scent of tobacco lingering in her breath. She turned her face away, expressing her disdain. "You reek of smoke, it's disgusting." Wen-jo raised an eyebrow, gripping her chin firmly, forcing her gaze back to him, and chuckled softly, "So this is how Mrs. He acts after a drink, you certainly surprise me. Why are you drinking, Li Wanan pursed her lips, remaining silent. She didn't need to speak for Wen-jo to understand the reason. Observing her mildly furious eyes, he raised an eyebrow. "Was this your way of venting in the past, Mrs. He, feeling down, and drinking with male models? Who taught you that?" He was so close that his breath enveloped her. Wanan felt trapped in his embrace, uncomfortable. She frowned and squirmed, but was swiftly restrained by his firm grip on her shoulders. Wen-jo's voice dropped an octave. "Li Wanan, stop moving." The warning was unmistakable. Her rosy lips pressed together, and despite not knowing where the strength came from, she pushed against his chest. "Why is it always your decision? I don't want to be near you, Wen-jo, keep your distance, don't want me close." "Yet you were just with a male model?" Wen-jo raised an eyebrow. "Is he more handsome than me, better in physique?" His confidence was palpable, but the next moment, he heard her dismissive retort, "Younger than you." Wen-jo laughed in disbelief. "Mrs. He, you've had too much to drink, you're really infuriating." Wanan, suffering from a headache, chose to ignore him, turning her head away in silence. Wen-jo cast a few glances at the woman in the passenger seat, chuckling silently as he drove them back to Chihai residence. Along the way, she seemed to drift into sleep, though her brows remained slightly furrowed, restless and slumbered. Wen-jo turned off the music and adjusted the air conditioning to a warmer setting. Upon arriving at Chihai residence, he found Wang Ma already asleep. Just as he intended to carry the woman from the passenger seat, he was met with a pair of charming, slightly reddened eyes. Wanan reached out, her fingertips tracing his brows, her voice laced with drunkenness. "Wen-jo? He Wonjo smirked, lifting her from the car. So Mrs. He still remembers who I am? She closed her eyes and murmured, scoundrel. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, ascending the stairs while purposely jostling her, causing her to gasp in surprise, her soft arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. He lowered his gaze at her. If you continue to insult me, I might just drop you. She bit her lip, her eyes glistening with a mix of innocence and grievance, prompting He Wonjo to feel a pang of empathy. As he carried her into the bedroom, just as he was about to lay her on the bed, she tightened her grip on him. I feel dirty, I need a shower. How could he forget that, Mrs.? He was also a person with a cleanliness obsession. He glanced at her. Very well. A smile crept onto his lips. Last time Mrs. He helped me, it's only fair that I assist you in this. No, she rejected without a second thought. He Wonjo, unwavering, declared, no matter what, you will. He took her directly into the bathroom. The bathtub was filling with water as she leaned against the wall, glaring at him. Get out, I can do it myself. He raised an eyebrow. Mrs. You seem a bit off tonight. Are you avoiding me? She expressed disdain, scolding him, demanding he leave. Have I offended you? He held her slender waist, but she turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. He pondered for a moment before asking, are you jealous about what happened during the day? He Wonjo clicked his tongue near her ear. So you drank to cope, and it seems you had quite a bit? Wonan grasped his shirt tightly. Am I not allowed to be angry? What's wrong with having a drink? I'm an adult. I can drink too. He nodded, amused, seizing her hand. Mrs. You're quite bold, sneaking off to find a man behind my back. Are you dissatisfied with your meals at home? Wonan kept her eyes shut, refusing to answer. In truth, who could have predicted that a rare drink would lead to an encounter with him? He Wonjo's anger was palpable, and Wonan reluctantly met his gaze. I was just playing around, I didn't get out of line. He persisted. Is it fine to flirt with male models? Is your usual compliance just an act? Wonan opened her eyes, locking onto his face so near to hers, taking a deep breath. Is Master He here to lay charges against me? I'm simply in a bad mood. That male model at least knows how to cheer me up. Can Master He do the same? He Wonjo's brows twitched, just about to respond when she turned her head away, revealing the blush at the corners of her eyes. Wonan sniffled, her voice soft and pitiful. Master He has countless flings. No one seems to regard me. It's normal for me to feel unhappy. Isn't it? He Wonjo raised an eyebrow. The movie The Inebriated Woman was in quite a temper, and He Wonjo had to expend considerable effort to soothe her into slumber. It was already the dead of night. The corners of her eyes were still glistening with remnants of tears, prompting He Wonjo to gently brush them away. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a tiny, crimson beauty mark at the outer corner of her eye. The man lingered for a moment, his fingertip caressing her tear-stained skin, eliciting a soft, almost imperceptible humph from her, as if the touch tickled. He Wonjo retracted his hand, concealing the depth of his emotions. That red beauty mark seemed familiar, as if he had encountered it before. The next morning, she awoke, rubbing her temples as fragments of last night's memories began to coalesce in her mind. She recalled drinking excessively and directing her ire at He Wonjo, insisting he leave her be, and even berating him as a scoundrel. If He Wonjo were to be angered, the repercussions would be dire. Glancing at her phone, she noted several messages from Qiansesh sent from the previous night into the early hours. Darling, are you alright? I wonder which scoundrel informed He Wonjo about our such petty behavior. Have you made it home? He Wonjo didn't he do anything to you, did he? Not responding? You were drunk, but you're not completely incapacitated, right? Has it been so long? Is it as I feared? He Wonjo is furious and has taken you by force? Alright then, I envy the women who have a vibrant nightlife. This morning, Qiansesh texted. Are you still asleep? Are we going out today? Alright, it seems you were quite exhausted last night. Rest well. As she prepared to respond to Sesh, the bedroom door swung open. He Wonjo, freshly returned from his morning jog, entered, his shirt damp with perspiration, muscle contours apparent. Awake, as Wonan stirred, her pajamas hung loosely on her shoulders, exuding a gentle and languid demeanor. The man's gaze darkened slightly as he informed her of the day's agenda. Grandmother video called me early this morning, insisting that I take you shopping or to the movies to foster our marital bond. Coincidentally, I have no plans today. Shall we go? Wonan paused, realizing this was indeed something the elderly lady would orchestrate. She rather enjoyed watching films. Sometimes, when Qiansesh was unavailable, she would venture to the cinema alone, and there were numerous films recently released. Sure. Wonan glanced at He Wonjo. Shall I purchase the tickets? Is there a film you wish to see? The man raised an eyebrow. I have no preference. Buy tickets for around 10:30. Alright. He Wonjo retreated to the bathroom for a shower, and it was then that Wonan finally responded to Qiansesh. Just woke up. I can't accompany you today. Grandmother has asked me to go to the movies with He Wonjo. The reply came almost instantly. It seems like last night was quite eventful. You didn't wake until almost 9? Grandmother truly is a divine matchmaker. However, with a scoundrel like He Wonjo, just indulge in your youthful fantasies, sleep with him for a whole year, and when the year is up, you can cast him aside. Who knows, by then he might be groveling for reconciliation. I'd really like to see what a humbled He Wonjo looks like. Wonan did not indulge in daydreams, yet for this year, she would sincerely engage with He Wonjo. Loving him was her own affair. If he did not reciprocate, she would respect his choice. After freshening up and changing her attire, He Wonjo emerged from the bathroom just in time. She donned a flowing mint green dress, her hair casually styled in a braid, her natural beauty radiating gentleness and purity. The marks on her neck appeared to have been concealed with concealer, leaving her skin flawless. Have you secured the tickets? Indeed, for the 10:20 showing at the South City Times Cinema. She had a penchant for horror films, yet for their first outing to the cinema, she opted for a romantic film, its title quite poetic. That summer of youth. Hee-won-jo nodded. The cinema they were visiting was a property under the E Group. Let us head downstairs for breakfast. As they descended, Hee-won-jo held her hand, prompting a broad smile from Wang Ma upon witnessing the sight. This is the essence of a newlywed couple, so affectionate. Maintain this spirit. Wang Ma beamed with maternal warmth, swiftly retreating to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, placing a bowl of congee before Wanan. Sir mentioned you had a few drinks last night, so I made you some century egg and lean pork congee. It's quite fragrant. Do enjoy it. Thank you. Wang Ma. After a few bites, Wanan felt her stomach settle comfortably. She glanced at Hee-won-jo. He was considerate, evidently drawing upon a wealth of experience. After breakfast, the pair set off for the cinema. Even on a weekday, the theater was bustling, with a nearby university contributing a throng of students eager to watch films. Hee-won-jo retrieved the tickets while Wanan found a seat to wait for him. Once he had collected the tickets and noticed the crowd heading for popcorn, he joined the queue to buy drinks and snacks, each portion for one. Upon his return, he noticed someone heading in Wanan's direction. A rather youthful male student, tall and athletic, took a seat beside her, brandishing his phone. Hey there, are you here alone to watch a movie? Which screening are you attending? Perhaps our movie preferences align. Why don't we exchange WeChat? If I find a good film, I'll treat you. Just as Wanan glimpsed Hee-won-jo approaching, she shifted slightly to maintain some distance from the male student, then replied, I'm sorry, but I came with my husband. The young man looked incredulous. No way, you're so young, and you're married? Do you need me to show you my marriage certificate? At that moment, Hee-won-jo arrived, and the young man, upon seeing the man clad in a sharp suit exuding an air of affluence, quickly mumbled, my apologies, before hastily departing. Hee-won-jo handed her the soda and popcorn, a smirk playing at his lips. Seems like Mrs. He has quite the appeal among younger men, Wanan quipped. While you were in line, quite a few young girls were eyeing you. Girls can be shy and hesitant to ask for your WeChat. He raised an eyebrow. So, Mrs. He is quite attentive to my admirers. Wanan fell silent, plucking a piece of popcorn and popping it into her mouth. It was sweet and delightful. With 10 minutes remaining before the film commenced, they sat in the waiting area. Wanan, clutching the popcorn, inquired if Hee-won-jo wished to partake. Hee-won-jo raised, he insists on feeding me. I might be willing to partake. Observing the man's playful demeanor, she felt a flutter of shyness. This was public, and she bit her lip, softly retorting, then perhaps you shouldn't eat. I bought it. Is Mrs. He really so domineering? He turned to her, a hint of laughter dancing at the corners of his eyes. Suddenly, I feel a bit peckish. Mrs. He, feed me. He leaned closer, his charming eyes sparkling with mirth, fixating on her from mere inches away. Wanan's heart raced, as if bewitched, and her hand instinctively reached into the popcorn bucket, offering a piece to him. Hee-won-jo opened his mouth to receive it, their lips brushing against her fingertips, prompting her to retract her hand immediately. In her ear, she caught the sound of his soft, teasing laughter. Chapter 36. Overthinking. The film commenced shortly, with the two of them queuing up, one in front of the other. This movie was not a blockbuster, the lead actors were newcomers, and the audience consisted predominantly of couples, filling the theater to capacity. When Wanan purchased the tickets, there were limited seats available, and they ended up in a middle row, adjacent to a pair of university students who were quite affectionate, embracing one another and stealing kisses occasionally, their movements not subtle at all. Wanan felt a tinge of embarrassment as she reached for the popcorn, which the man was holding. Her fingers inadvertently brushed against his hand, and in the next moment, he lightly clicked his tongue, teasingly saying, Mrs. He, are you taking advantage of me? It's rather inappropriate in public. Should we save the affection for home? Wanan could only respond with silence. His voice was not loud, yet the couple beside them caught wind of the exchange. They exchanged glances in their direction, and the girl gave Hee-won-jo a lingering look, but when the boy attempted to kiss her again, she declined. Thereafter, they settled down. Hee-won-jo sat casually in his seat, appearing somewhat bored. At one point, he grasped her hand. Her fingers were slender and delicate, quite pleasant to toy with. This was a little quirk of Hee-won-jo's. During intimate moments or while driving, he enjoyed such gestures when he had idle time, and Wanan had grown accustomed to it. Wanan relished watching films. The visuals were refreshing, and although the lead actors were inexperienced, their performances were commendable. The film spanned an hour and a half, transitioning from school life to the workplace, depicting a narrative where the female lead harbored a secret crush on the male lead during their school days, even though he was then involved with someone else, and later, they reunited in the professional sphere. The film was primarily shot from the female lead's perspective. In her school days, she would secretly carve the male lead's name beneath the desk, discreetly collect discarded drafts he had thrown away, feign casualness while passing by the basketball court, and would be so anxious about exams when seated behind him that she could hardly focus on the questions. There were numerous intricate details, and the director executed them with great finesse, stirring Wanan's emotions. Although there were actions she had not taken, the sentiments of unrequited love resonated deeply. The inability to express one's feelings while secretly being moved was a bittersweet experience, akin to sipping lemon water without sugar. The film concluded on a positive note. Upon entering the workforce, the female lead learned that the male lead had a girlfriend and thus took care to avoid any appearances of impropriety. However, due to work-related circumstances, their paths inevitably crossed. During a business trip, she narrowly escaped a mishap, only to be saved by the timely intervention of the male lead, who exhibited considerable concern. She interpreted his anxiety as mere concern for a subordinate. Later, upon hearing rumors of his impending marriage, her hopes were dashed. Meanwhile, her family began to urge her to consider arranged marriage, presenting her with a suitable match, to which she reluctantly agreed. On the weekend, she dressed up a bit for the blind date, which proceeded smoothly, but just as it was nearing its conclusion, the male lead made an appearance. She was taken aback, as he finally expressed his feelings for her. In truth, he had never dated in high school, but had noticed her, only to overhear her once express a desire to avoid romance. After entering the workforce, he found himself pursued by several women, and to sidestep complications, he claimed to have a girlfriend. The news of his supposed marriage came from a beautiful wedding destination he had stumbled upon online, which he intended to visit with her in the future. However, before he could confess his feelings, news of her blind date reached him, prompting his hurried arrival to declare his intentions. In the end, their feelings were reciprocated, leading to love and marriage. A rather kitsch and ordinary tale, yet the performances were commendable, and the director's skill shone through, resulting in an overall pleasant viewing experience. Yet, a film is merely a film. The outcomes in reality seldom reflect the artistry portrayed on screen. As the credits rolled, the audience gradually exited, and Wanan, having been touched by the film, turned to look at the man beside her, only to find Hee-won-jo's eyes gently closed, his breathing steady. He had fallen asleep at some point. "Wanan," she called out softly. He slowly opened his eyes, raising an eyebrow, his voice husky from slumber. "Is it over?" Wanan replied, "Do you not enjoy watching movies?" "Not particularly, I prefer science fiction." Wanan acknowledged this with a gentle hum, as Hee-won-jo glanced at her, inquiring, "Did Mrs. He find the film enjoyable?" "It was alright, not exactly a terrible film," she responded. She had a rather eclectic taste in movies, enjoying horror, yet also indulging in a bit of science fiction and romantic dramas. Hee-won-jo had been somewhat attentive to the film's content, finding it somewhat melodramatic. However, Mrs. He appeared to take it quite seriously. "Was it the film that was captivating, or did the content resonate with you?" "I seem to recall that Mrs. He had a crush on someone?" He raised an eyebrow, his tone teasing. "You even kept a diary about it, which I discovered you had hidden away." The man smirked, speaking slowly, yet that fellow lacked the good fortune of the male lead in the film, who later encounters the female lead for love and marriage. "But as for you, Mrs. He, you are already mine." Wanan fell silent, casting a sidelong glance at Hee-won-jo before suddenly asking, "What if, during my school days, I had a crush on you?" Hee-won-jo's smile widened, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "Oh, I knew it. Mrs. He has been harboring feelings for me all along, pretending otherwise?" His tone was playful. Wanan averted her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper as she cleared her throat. "You are overthinking it. It was not you." Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. "Oh, then who could it be? If Mrs. He doesn't clarify, I shall assume it was me." At his words, Wanan couldn't help but smile slightly before quickly suppressing it. She replied, "Is Mr. He always this self-absorbed?" "Indeed, after all, I've been pursued numerous times," he replied nonchalantly. Wanan inhaled softly, choosing not to respond further. By the time the movie concluded, it was nearly midnight. The two decided to dine within the shopping mall, and Wanan chose a Chinese restaurant. Just after placing their order, a video call from her grandmother came through. In the video, her grandmother's face filled the screen, beaming as she asked, "So, how was the movie, Wanan? Was it enjoyable?" "It was okay," Wanan replied, glancing at the man beside her and speaking on his behalf. "Grandma, I could have watched the movie myself. It wasn't necessary for him to accompany me. Hee-won-jo is busy with work. Generally, men do not enjoy watching films." Her grandmother frowned, who says, "Movies are meant to be enjoyed together. Watching alone is rather lonely. I am well aware of that scoundrel's work. It's not an issue if he skips a day at the office, he has plenty of free time." Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with laughter as she added, "Let him spend more time with you, watching films and strolling about. You must ensure he accompanies you on dates, otherwise, he might end up dating someone else." Hee-won-jo could not help but interject, "Who else would I accompany? Am I not spending time with you the most?" Her grandmother chuckled, "Yes, from now on, you must spend more time with Wanan." "Understood. I shall have dinner with your beautiful granddaughter-in-law. Please do not linger here like a third wheel. I shall hang up now." Alright. The video call ended from her end. Hee-won-jo turned to Wanan, "I need to stop by the office this afternoon. Shall I take you home first?" Chapter 37. It's alright, I'm going shopping with friends this afternoon, she's informed her, expressing a slight desire to indulge in retail therapy, so why not seize the day? Wanan glanced at Hee-won-jo and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to purchase, young Master He? I can assist you with that." The man raised an eyebrow. "Oh, are you specifically asking me, Mrs. He, if you are to buy something for me, it would be rather unbecoming of me to allow you to spend your own money." Hee-won-jo retrieved a card from his pocket and handed it to Wanan. "Here, feel free to use it." Wanan glanced at the black card on the table. "That's not what I meant. I have funds in my account, my salary, and my father occasionally transfers me money." Although her financial resources paled in comparison to Hee-won-jo's wealth, her daily expenses were certainly manageable. Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow, his tone casual yet firm. "I do not have the habit of spending a woman's money. Take it, the password is my birthday." Wanan looked at Hee-won-jo, "But I also do not have the habit of spending a man's money." "Then you shall gradually acclimatize to." Hee-won-jo took the card himself and placed it into her handbag, his attitude resolute. Wanan bit her lip, ultimately ceasing her reluctance. "Then I shall accept it. I will manage accordingly. My birthday is." Wanan instinctively responded, 950517. Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement flashing in his gaze. "Mrs. He remembers my birthday so clearly?" It's on the marriage certificate. My memory is quite sharp. In truth, she had known for quite some time. During high school, it was quite the trend to use one another's birthdays to gauge compatibility, and Hee-Won-jo's birthday had circulated widely throughout the school. Hee-Won-jo remarked, "Oh, I am not yet aware of Mrs. He's birthday." 971109, she replied. The man raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Duly noted. After their meal, Hee-Won-jo went directly to the office. Qian-Shis was already on her way, and Wanan found a milk tea shop to wait. Bored, she contemplated measuring her compatibility with Hee-Won-jo. After several attempts, she spent a fair amount of money. The results varied, but the unfavorable outcomes predominated, one stating, "The misty clouds in Cold Lake, like a dream, ultimately a hollow affair." The annotation suggested that even if the two were to meet, it would be akin to a grand illusion, ultimately leading to a poor conclusion. Wanan shut her phone, the darkened screen reflecting her lonely visage. Upon Qian-Shi's arrival, she found Wanan seated quietly, looking like a painting, beautiful yet solitary. As she approached, she noticed Wanan's expression was less than favorable. "What's wrong? Weren't you watching a movie with Hee-Won-jo this morning? Did he upset you?" No. Wanan gathered her emotions, glancing at Qian-Shi's, and forced a smile. "Why did you come out without sunglasses and a mask? Aren't you afraid of being recognized?" Qian-Shi's waved dismissively. "Wearing them would be excessive, and besides, I'm not that famous. Hardly anyone would recognize me." Feeling parched, she took a sip from her cup of milk tea, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Wanan's hot milk tea. "Darling, milk tea is best served cold. I have a cold constitution. I cannot consume cold drinks." The discomfort during her menstrual cycle was exacerbated by cold beverages, and if she indulged, it would be unbearable. "Your cold constitution seems quite severe. You should seek treatment. I've heard that it can complicate pregnancy later on." Wanan replied, "I tried, but it hasn't been effective. Perhaps the traditional medicine wasn't appropriate." Qian-Shis observed Wanan and whispered, "If you were to have a child, Hee-Won-jo might reconsider divorcing you. You would hold significant leverage." Wanan remained silent. She was not opposed to having children, but Hee-Won-jo had no such intentions, and she respected his choice. Moreover, she had no desire to bind Hee-Won-jo with a child. Taking a sip of her milk tea, she said, "Let us discuss it later." After enjoying their milk tea, the two began their shopping expedition. Although Qian-Shis earned little from her acting gigs, her penchant for shopping was insatiable. Whenever she had free time, she indulged in buying clothes and bags, her home nearly overflowing with them. Wanan, on the other hand, preferred a more understated style, focusing on casual attire suitable for work. As they browsed, Qian-Shis jumped with excitement. "How about this one? I think this one is lovely too. Darling, I believe this would suit you perfectly. Once you wear it, you will undoubtedly captivate Hee-Won-jo." When they reached a lingerie store, Qian-Shi suddenly picked up a red camisole nightgown. Wanan quickly glanced and promptly declined. The store's lighting was dim, and Qian-Shi held the nightgown against Wanan's body, exclaiming, "Oh my, it fits perfectly. Look, the length is just right. You would look stunning in it. I could almost drool." Qian-Shi was smitten with the piece, winking at Wanan. Buy it, buy it. Hee-Won-jo will surely adore it." A nearby sales assistant approached. "You both have exceptional taste. This nightgown is indeed popular, and the fabric is exquisite, pure silk, as smooth as milk." Mrs. He's fair skin would look even more radiant in this. Wanan typically favored conservative sleepwear and did not appreciate anything too revealing. "No, thank you." Even a mere glance left her feeling flustered, so she promptly moved to a different section. Qian-Shi's, noticing Wanan's retreat, handed the nightgown to the sales assistant. "I'll take the set, discreetly ring it up." With that, she turned to find Wanan, helping her select a modest kitten-themed nightgown along with matching lingerie. Wanan also selected two sets for Hee-Won-jo, one in black and the other in gray, colors he often wore, with a similar quality. Qian-Shi's preferred something more vibrant, choosing a panda-themed short pajamas set and a dog-themed nightgown. After completing their purchases, Qian-Shi's eagerly took the bags, and while Wanan was momentarily distracted, she slyly tucked the night. After acquiring the sleepwear, Qian-Shi's intended to buy a bag next. Wanan had no interest in bags, but nearby were men's accessories such as watches and cufflinks. Remembering the last time when a pearl had ruined Hee-Won-jo's tie, she carefully considered her choices. Many of the items men utilized were custom-made or high-end brands. As Hee-Won-jo frequented significant events, leaving Wanan apprehensive about making a faux pas, she selected a tie and then spotted a pair of cufflinks. "Can these be customized? I'd like to have them engraved." "Certainly, but this design is crafted by a French designer. Even custom orders must pass through her hands, so it may take some time, up to a month at the latest." "That should still be manageable." Wanan nodded. "Then I'll place a reservation for the engraving with initials." The sales assistant took note, and Wanan paid a deposit, this time using her own card. Their afternoon shopping lasted until around 4 or 5, and after dinner, the two parted ways. Upon returning to Chihai residence, Wanan placed the sleepwear she had purchased for Hee-Won-jo on his bedside table. When Hee-Won-jo returned, she was in the midst of taking a shower. The man glanced at the bedside table, clearly noting the gifts Wanan had bought for him. Hee-Won-jo raised an eyebrow and approached, opening the bag to see what Mrs. He had selected for him. Inside were a tie, 2 sets of dark-hued sleepwear, and beneath it all, a vibrant piece. He drew out the most colorful item with his fingers, raising an eyebrow as he regarded it with a hint of intrigue. As the sound of running water ceased, Wanan emerged from the bathroom, her long, dark hair dripping, her appearance gentle and unblemished. "You're back." Before she could finish her sentence, Wanan noticed the item in his hand and froze. This nightgown, wasn't this the one she had declined? She bit her lip, cursing Qian-Shi silently. Hee-Won-jo glanced at her conservative sleepwear, the mirth in his eyes deepening. "Is this a new purchase?" Mrs. He, why not try it on? Oh, Chapter 38 Anticipation. Goodnight felt a slight tremor in her temples as she reluctantly averted her gaze from the nightgown in the man's hands. She pursed her lips and I shall return it tomorrow. When Joe glanced at her, it looks quite lovely. Why return it? Try it on. Goodnight refused, gripping the nightgown tightly. Just wait a little longer. He raised an eyebrow. Wait for what? In any case, she wished to delay for another day. Goodnight clutched the nightgown. Wait until your birthday, she added in a conciliatory tone. Joe, I will wear it for you on your birthday, if that's all right. Oh, so this is a birthday gift from Mrs. Joe lowered his head, his lips brushing lightly against hers, momentarily letting her off the hook. Very well, I shall look forward to it. As he released his, after drying her hair, Joe had finished his shower as well. The hour was still early, and Goodnight leaned against the headboard, watching surgical videos on her iPad, when suddenly a hand pulled it away. Immediately, the lights dimmed. Goodnight. The following day, Goodnight, for the first time in ages, ordered a cup of coffee at work. She seldom indulged in such beverages, but after an extended overtime the night before, coupled with another day of morning shifts, she found, shortly after 10 in the morning, a group of injured students arrived at the hospital. A nearby elementary school had suffered a fire, though no casualties occurred. Many students were injured. The children cried incessantly while teachers offered comfort, and soon, Goodnight was tending to a male student whose arm had been scalded and was blistered. She needed to drain the blister before applying medication. With a gentle tone, she said, I will treat your wound. It might hurt a bit, okay? Yet, before the syringe even touched the student's arm, he began to wail. The child's mother, witnessing her son's heart-wrenching cries, pushed Goodnight aside with force. Do you even know how to treat him? If you can't, get lost. Are you responsible for making my son cry? The woman was strong, and Goodnight stumbled to the side, accidentally scraping her elbow on the ground, rubbing her elbow. Goodnight. The duty of a doctor is to heal, not to coddle children. If he is too afraid to endure the pain now, he may end up with an infected, rotting wound, and ultimately, we might have to amputate his arm. The woman, upon hearing this, pointed a finger at Goodnight's nose. What kind of attitude is this? Do you think I won't report you? Goodnight ignored her, replacing the needle with a sterile one, and turned to the boy. You can either endure a moment of pain, or you can choose amputation. Sniff. I'll endure. Goodnight swiftly drained the blister, applied medication, and bandaged it, before moving on to the next patient. As Joe Jumming passed by, he happened to witness the scene. Initially intending to assist, he soon realized the woman had resolved the situation with a few sharp words, and Goodnight continued her work undeterred. Joe Jumming stood at the door, unsure how long he had been watching her, until a nurse approached. Dr. Joe, are you here? A patient is looking for you. All right. Joe Jumming then headed towards the inpatient department. Goodnight seemed to sense a gaze upon her, but when she looked outside after finishing her tasks, all she saw were nurses. She dismissed the thought, convinced she was merely imagining things. So busy she forgot to eat lunch. Goodnight returned to her office after treating the students, only to find saline swabs and band-aids left on her desk by an unknown benefactor. Unsure who to thank, she expressed her gratitude in the office group chat, but no one claimed them. Zhao Manxin, who had yet to return to work, quickly replied with an eye-roll emoji. Goodnight ignored it and tended to her own wounds. In the office of Xinzhou Entertainment, Jiang Yun observed the man across from him, who exuded a charming demeanor even in a simple shirt. He raised an eyebrow. So, have you given it any thought? Reality dating shows are quite popular now. We should collaborate on one. I will handle the guest selection, so you won't have to worry. Joe lifted his gaze. Are you planning to select a potential bride under the guise of choosing guests? If you misbehave during the show, Jiang Yun, I won't be your friend anymore. What nonsense, I am serious about this project. Jiang Yun, having studied directing and won awards for his, unlike typical love shows, will take the guests to a deserted island. It will generate buzz, and the content will practically create itself. I guarantee it will be a smash hit. He twirled a pen in his fingers. I will think about it. Jiang Yun replied, I'll draft a proposal for you when I have time. Honestly, I recently went through a breakup and am feeling restless. I want to keep myself busy. Joe raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Jiang Yun waved his hand dismissively. You won't understand. You're newlywed and living in bliss. It was evident to Jiang Yun that Joe seemed even more carefree and exuberant after marriage, radiating confidence. Just be careful, don't fall in love for real. Joe, care to join me for drinks tonight? Joe replied, I won't be going. Is it work related? I'm picking up Mrs. He after work. Jiang Yun looked at Joe in disbelief. Is it really necessary? How much could hiring a driver possibly cost? Joe shot him a glance. What do you know? Jiang Yun truly didn't understand and couldn't be bothered, leaving in a daze. As Goodnight approached the end of her workday, she received a WeChat message from Joe, stating he would come to pick her up and suggesting dinner out. However, she had already promised to dine with Qian Cicier. She couldn't prioritize romance over friendship, so with a heavy heart, she messaged Joe, I'm having dinner with a friend tonight. There was no reply, and Goodnight assumed Joe was upset. After a while, she sent another message, do you mind? If you don't, you can join us. Meanwhile, Joe glanced at Zhou Ningshu, who had entered his office uninvited, and replied to Goodnight, no problem. I have plans too. He rose, and Zhou Ningshu quickly approached, her eyes sparkling with delight. Brother Joe, you didn't accompany me on my birthday, so you must make it up to me today. I've already booked a restaurant. Let us go for Japanese cuisine, shall we? Joe regarded Zhou Ningshu thoughtfully. All right. Chapter 39 Confession at the Japanese Restaurant. This Japanese restaurant is quite popular, not only for its delectable cuisine but also for its exceptional service and exquisite decor. The seating arrangements are divided by elegant screens, ensuring a high degree of privacy. Upon arriving, Wanan finds Qian Cece engrossed in taking selfies. The two prefer to sit side by side during their meals. Today, Qian Cece has adorned herself with makeup, unable to resist snapping a few extra photos, and she encourages Wanan to join her. After selecting the most flattering images to share on social media, Qian Cece can't help but exclaim upon seeing a picture of the two together, "Darling, how is your face so petite? It makes mine look as large as a basin." Wanan possesses a perfectly proportioned heart-shaped face, making her a true photobombing beauty. Qian Cece ultimately chooses a lovely picture of them both to post, captioning it, "Dining with a dear friend." She has quite a few friends. The male second lead from White Crane Record comments, "As expected, beauties always have beauties as friends, let's be friends, rose emoji." A rather obnoxious director, who frequently calls for cut, chimes in, "The person next to you looks unfamiliar, is she a new actress? Mind sharing her WeChat with me? A handsome actor known for his cheesy lines ads, long time no see, little peach blossomed, I guess your good friend single?" Qian Cece chuckles with satisfaction as she reads the comments. Wanan's figure and visage are indeed beyond reproach. She could wear a plastic bag and still look stunning. Even if a couple of leaves were placed in her hair, she would likely be mistaken for a jade ornament. Standing beside her elevates Qian Cece's own presence. As others praise Wanan, she feels a sense of shared pride. Qian Cece invites Wanan to place the order, wishing to make up for the fact that Wanan sacrificed her dinner with Iwonjo to Wanan, unreserved, orders her favorite dishes. Each time they dine together, Qian Cece delights in gossiping about the entertainment industry. Although Wanan isn't particularly attuned to online news, she is familiar with many actors nonetheless. Qian Cece lowers her voice and whispers to Wanan, "Do you know the male lead I'm shooting with this time? My goodness, I just found out he has been rumored to be dating someone, but he actually has no interest in women. He is involved with a rather wealthy older man, and he is the one being pressured. I almost feel sorry for the actress working with him, and that model couple in the entertainment circle. You won't believe it, they each have their own affairs behind the scenes. The woman has taken a younger man, 18 years her junior, and keeps him at the film set. The man, meanwhile, is open to all ages, and he was recently hospitalized, almost exposed, after spending an eight-figure." A girl's voice, sweet and coy, asks, "Wonjo, will you get into trouble with Wanan for having dinner with me? Why didn't you celebrate my birthday with me that night? My friends thought you would come, you embarrassed me, but you owe me a compensation." Qian Cece feels goosebumps rise all over her skin, then hears the man chuckle softly, "Isn't this dinner compensation?" Gritting her teeth, Qian Cece glances at Wanan's profile and whispers, "They are bullying you, as if I were dead." As soon as she finishes her sentence, she stands up, only to be pulled back down by Wanan, who says, "If you go over and cause a scene, you'll end up in the—" How could her best friend, so wonderful, be betrayed? Wanan takes a small bite of salmon, perhaps having dipped it too liberally in wasabi, causing a slight burn. Unfazed, Wanan remains composed while Qian Cece, fists clenched, declares, "Then I shall eavesdrop and see what these two scoundrels are discussing." Meanwhile, Zhou Ningshu gazes at the man across from her. Since Iwonjo agreed to accompany her for this meal, it indicates he acknowledges his wrongdoing for not celebrating Wanan's birthday with her. "Wonjo, I am truly delighted that you could join me for my birthday today. Thank you for the gift, I adore this bracelet." Zhou Ningshu beams with a smile, while Iwonjo merely pulls at his lips. The bracelet was just something he instructed his assistant to pick up. "As long as you like it." "I truly do." Zhou Ningshu looks at Iwonjo, "Wonjo, I cherish everything you give me. Wonjo, there are some questions I have long wished to ask you. You do not genuinely intend to marry Wanan, do you? You are marrying her only because of Grandma Hie's pressure, aren't you?" "Ningshu, who I marry is none of your concern." His naturally captivating peach blossom eyes shine with affection when he smiles, but when he turns serious, his gaze is as deep as a frigid pool. Zhou Ningshu bites her lip, feeling a wave of grievance wash over her. "I just don't understand why you don't like me." Tears brim in her eyes. "When I confessed to you back in middle school, you said I was too young. But now that I am of age, no longer a child, you still reject me, you choose her over me. I fail to see how she is superior. In terms of age, I am younger than her. In terms of background, my father is the deputy mayor and my mother is a professor. In terms of friendship, we have been childhood sweethearts, but in every way, we seem more suited for each other. From good friends to sisterly affection and now to baby, I'm truly nauseated." Zhou Ningshu's tears begin to fall, "But I have never regarded you as a brother, Wonjo, I refuse to believe you harbor no feelings for me at all." Zhou Ningshu remains undeterred, her eyes glistening as she recounts their shared memories. "Once, in middle school, I accidentally injured my foot, and you carried me to and from school every day. I struggled with math and constantly failed, but you sacrificed your weekends to tutor me. When a boy confessed to me, you threatened him in the alley, and on the night before my college entrance exam, you texted me wishing me luck and hoping I would achieve my dreams." With all that, she has no interest in hearing Zhou Ningshu's confession to Iwonjo, murmuring, "I need to use the restroom." She rises, but just then, a server passing by accidentally spills a jug of sake all over Wanan's blouse, causing the server to panic. "I'm so sorry." Wanan's shirt is drenched. "It's fine." Wanan covers her chest with her hand and heads straight to the restroom. Qian Cece stands up, ready to follow, but overhears the man beside her rising. "Ningshu, I'll go to the restroom, you should calm down." Qian Cece, quick-witted, promptly sits back down. Chapter 40. Lockdown Wanan stood before the mirror, her chest damp and sticky, an uncomfortable sensation enveloping her. She reached for a tissue from the side to dab at it, but the effort proved futile. With a gentle sigh, she clutched the tissue in her hand. At that moment, a man emerged from the restroom, clearly inebriated, swaying slightly as he walked approaching the sink. He couldn't resist casting a lingering glance at Wanan, his gaze finally settling on, "Want to have some fun tonight? My fist is also quite capable, would you care to play?" The man's voice rang out from behind her, and Wanan looked up to see Hee-Won-jo closing in, the weight of a man's suit jacket draping over her shoulders. It was as if he felt a sense of possessiveness over her, unable to suppress his rising anger. Wanan tightened the jacket around herself, puzzled by his unexpected presence. The drunken man, noticing the arrival of Wanan's protector, attempted to slink away, but Hee-Won-jo reached out, blocking his path. "Leaving so soon? Scared of a man, are you, only bold enough to harass solitary women?" Hee-Won-jo towered over him, casting a disdainful glance. "Small eyes, small courage, and I take a look below, and it appears your dimensions are rather lacking. Just what gives you the audacity to flirt with my wife?" The man, clearly agitated, retorted, "Who are you calling small?" He was clearly too intoxicated to back down, and tensions were mounting. Wanan tugged on Hee-Won-jo's arm, signaling him to disregard such a petty individual. She glanced at the now flushed man, her voice calm yet gentle. "Apologize, and I shall let today's incident slide. I was merely speaking out of turn." "Why should I apologize?" The man attempted to turn away, but Hee-Won-jo blocked him once more. Wanan interjected, "There's a surveillance camera right above you, capturing your face. Your expressions and words have been recorded. If you refuse to apologize, I shall report you, and everyone will witness your disgraceful behavior." The man raised his gaze, realizing the camera was indeed aimed at him. He bit his lip, visibly hesitating. Wanan continued, her voice cool and composed, "You likely have a family. Consider how you would feel if it were your wife or daughter being harassed by a man with such words." He seemed to grasp the weight of her words, lowering his head, a hint of shame creeping onto his face. Perhaps he was not beyond redemption after all. After a moment, he wiped his face and finally muttered, "I'm sorry." His tone was not insincere, and Wanan exchanged a glance with Hee-Won-jo, whose anger still lingered. "You may leave now," Wanan stated firmly, and the man scampered away, clearly afraid of what might come next. Once he was gone, Hee-Won-jo let out a cold snort, directing a glance at Wanan. "Mrs. He, your temper is remarkably restrained, able to reason with such a person. Such people needed to be taught a lesson, otherwise, they would simply repeat their misdeeds." Wanan regarded him. "Mr. He, are you really so impulsive? Do you not realize that had you struck him, he would be charged with verbal harassment, a lesser crime, while you would face the heavier charge of assault?" Hee-Won-jo fell silent. The next moment, he felt a gentle tug on his hand. Looking up, he met Wanan's strikingly clear eyes. She smiled softly, "But still, thank you for earlier." Hee-Won-jo raised an eye. In truth, even without Hee-Won-jo's intervention, she could have handled the situation herself, yet she couldn't deny that his presence had stirred something within her. Nodding in agreement, she replied, "Yes, quite impressive." Hee-Won-jo's lips curled into, "How fortuitous, we can return together after finishing our meal." Wanan nodded, "All right." After Hee-Won-jo finished his cigarette, they made their way back. Her anticipation turned to dismay as she saw him enter alongside Wanan, the man's jacket draped over her. "Wanan, why are you here again?" The again was particularly pointed. She remained silent, but "Besides, this Japanese restaurant is owned by your family, why should we not come?" Jo Ning's eyes brimmed with tears as she turned to Hee-Won-jo, who offered no comforting response. Her heart sank, feeling an overwhelm. Hee-Won-jo approached their table, fixing his gaze on Jo Ning. "Are you still eating? If not, you may leave." Jo Ning remained speechless. Meanwhile, Chien Sesh's attention was fixed on Wanan, who wore the man's over. Wanan, feeling helpless, recounted the earlier events in hushed tones. Chien Sesh nodded. "Hey, all things considered, it seems Hee-Won-jo does care for you. He stood up for you. You two might have something going on. At least he is not involved with Jo Ning. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so openly respectful of you in front of her." Wanan remained silent, a subtle smile curving her lips. She sampled some food, and this time, the wasabi seemed less pungent. Eventually, Jo Ning, unable to eat any longer, decided to leave, prompting Chien Sesh to follow suit. As they approached the front desk to settle the bill, they were informed, "A gentleman has already taken care of it." Chien Sesh beamed with satisfaction, nudging Wanan's arm playfully. "A man who pays the bill is a good man." As they descended the stairs, they spotted Hee-Won-jo escorting Jo Ning to her car. Wanan approached. "Is she alright going back alone?" Jo Ning's demeanor was evidently soured. Hee-Won-jo replied, "I called her family as chauffeur to come pick her up. Mrs. He, you seem quite concerned for others." "He, it's an honor to finally meet you." Hee-Won-jo met her gaze. "So, the idea of hiring male models at the bar was yours. If there's a next time, I will ensure Miss Chien is placed on the black." With her hands clasped together, she smiled sweetly. "Rest assured, Mr. He, I'll refrain from leading your wife astray again." He nodded. "Get in the car." Hee-Won-jo went. Chien Sesh, overwhelmed by the luxury of the vehicle, felt every inch of her body reveling in comfort. She leaned closer to Wanan and whispered, "Darling, you must hurry and get your driver's license so you can take considerate practice for my wife." Chien Sesh squealed with excitement. "Mr. He, you're so generous. I hereby declare you and my darling are officially locked in." Hee-Won-jo raised an eye. "He agree?" "Absolutely, she is more than willing." Hee-Won-jo merely looked on, bemused. Chapter 41 Provocation. Perhaps due to Chien Cece's response being overly impulsive, Hee-Won-jo's eyes narrowed slightly, casting. Chien Cece let out an awkward laugh. "Yes, indeed, I apologize for getting overly excited and immersing myself in the scenario. If I were to encounter a wealthy husband, I would undoubtedly cling to him tightly." "As for the two of you," Chien Cece refrained from continuing. He Wonjo smirked but chose not to press further. After sending Qian Sisi back to her apartment, He Wonjo lit a cigarette and got into the car. Noticing the woman still seated in the back, he tapped his fingers on the steering wheel and remarked lightly, "Madam am I your chauffeur?" Wanan bit her lip. She was somewhat bothered by the fact that Zhou Ningshu had just occupied that seat, yet voicing her discomfort now would seem rather petty. With a soft she complied and moved to the front. Each person's comfort level in a seat is distinct, and Zhou Ningshu had adjusted it too low and far back. Wanan attempted to adjust her position but couldn't find the button. Just as she was about to ask He Wonjo, he suddenly leaned over, his fingers pressing a button, causing her seat to slide slightly forward, bringing her almost flush against him. "Is that better?" Wanan bit her lip, the proximity between them bordering on intimate, her senses filled with the faint, pleasant scent of his tobacco. He Wonjo turned to look at Li Wanan, his gaze lingering on her delicately curled lashes, then lowered, his attention drawn to her slightly pursed lips, an indication that Madam he tended to do so when nervous. He leaned down and brushed his lips against hers, cool and soft. The pleasing sensation prompted him to steal another couple of kisses before he settled back into his seat, adjusting Madam he's seat. "I believe it's only fair to collect a little interest, don't you think?" Wanan, regardless of what the future held, in that moment, a sense of joy filled her heart. Leaning against the car window, she soon succumbed to fatigue, the soothing atmosphere of the vehicle enveloping her. At the red light, He Wonjo glanced at the passenger seat, noticing that Wanan's breathing had become steady. She had fallen asleep. He Wonjo smirked, reaching out to pinch her nose, curious about her reaction. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, and he looked up just in time to see a car speeding away, the sound of scraping metal unmistakable. He Wonjo's gaze hardened as he pressed the accelerator, pursuing the fleeing vehicle, which showed no regard for speed limits, its engine roaring through the streets. Wanan jolted awake, her body pressed back against the seat, and she saw He Wonjo's lips pressed together, clearly driving much faster than before. "What is happening?" she asked, alarmed. He Wonjo's voice was low and serious. "Tighten your seatbelt." Unaware of the unfolding situation, Wanan could only grip the seatbelt tightly, her heart racing. In front of them was a Koenigsegg hypercar, its driver blatantly disregarding the speed limit, deliberately slowing down only to accelerate just as He Wonjo neared. The other driver was clearly provoking him. Stealing a glance at He Wonjo, she noticed his intense focus. He was fully in battle mode. Wanan bit her lip, her fingers clenched around the seatbelt. Despite her fear of such speed and adrenaline, she refrained from speaking, unwilling to distract him. The chase led them from the city to the elevated highway, ultimately onto a winding mountain road. Once at the base of the mountain, He Wonjo finally spoke, "Hold on tight. If you're scared, close your eyes." Wanan's back slammed against the seat as she watched him coolly maneuver the steering wheel, the Koenigsegg drawing ever closer, her heart racing in tandem. The mountain road was treacherous, each curve inducing sheer terror within Wanan, yet He Wonjo navigated with an effortless skill. The scenery outside blurred past. As they approached another bend, He Wonjo accelerated, overtaking the Koenigsegg with precision. Wanan felt as if the tires grazed perilously close to the edge of the cliff. Halfway up the mountain, Wanan glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing the Koenigsegg hot on their heels. Ahead lay a sharp turn, and with a deft maneuver, He Wonjo executed a perfect drift, maintaining speed. Wanan clung to the seatbelt, nearly forgetting how to breathe. By the time she regained her composure, the Koenigsegg had vanished from her view in the rearview mirror. Finally reaching the summit, He Wonjo brought the car. Wanan could no longer contain herself, flinging open the door and stepping out, her heart finally settling. However, her legs felt weak from the fright, and she leaned against the car to steady herself. "Are you all right?" He Wonjo approached, slamming the... Wanan accepted the water, but her trembling hands struggled to twist the cap open. He Wonjo chuckled softly, unscrewing the lid for her. Just then, the Koenigsegg reappeared, barreling towards them at high speed. Wanan braced herself, fearing a collision, but the car screeched to a halt just a meter away. A figure emerged from the driver's seat, a man with golden hair, tattoos adorning his arms and neck, and visible injuries on his face. His gaze was menacing, a smirk playing on his lips as he squinted at He Wonjo. "Long time no see, cousin." "Cousin?" Wanan bit her lip, realizing this was He Wonjo's uncle's son, He Mingwang. It was he for whom the second aunt had sought assistance due to substantial gambling debts. He Wonjo exhaled a puff of smoke, his gaze cold as he regarded He Mingwang. "You're back already, cousin? It seems your uncle and aunt have invested considerable effort. I was under the impression you would be grounded at home for some time, especially considering the amount of money you lost this time." He Mingwang smirked. "I owe my swift return to you, cousin. Thanks to you, I spent several hours kneeling in front of the ancestral hall, and now I bear these injuries." He Wonjo leaned back, a grin forming as he looked at He Mingwang. "So you crashed into my car because you were unsatisfied?" With an air of indifference, He Mingwang's gaze drifted past He Wonjo. "Cousin, you're fortunate, but grandmother is indeed biased, knowing I prefer obedient girls. Why didn't she leave her for me?" Before he could finish, He Wonjo seized the collar of his shirt and delivered a punch to the corner of his mouth. Chapter 42 Unfinished business. He Mingwang was clearly seeking trouble, and although He Wonjo had no intention of engaging him over the car collision and provocation, he could no longer tolerate He Mingwang's focus on Li Wanan. "You think you deserve it?" The disdain in the man's eyes was unmistakable. He Mingwang's lips twitched violently, and after wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, he delivered a heavy blow to the man's abdomen with his knee. Caught off guard, Hee-Won-jo's expression darkened as he retaliated with an elbow strike to the back of the man. The conflict was unavoidable, the two men engaged in a fierce struggle, and when Wanan approached to separate them, the man cast a glance her way, his voice low and commanding, "Stay back." Wanan watched in horror. Fortunately, Hee-Won-jo had no intention of dragging the fight out. He was serious and did not give Hee Ming-wang another chance to strike. Before long, Hee-Won-jo had seized Hee Ming-wang by the wrist, forcefully slamming him against the car. With a smirk, he looked down at Hee Ming-wang's begrudging face and scoffed, "This is the extent of your skills, yet you dare to provoke me. Are you comfortable now?" Hee-Won-jo swiftly removed his tie, binding Hee Ming-wang's hands behind his back with a tight knot. As he released his grip, Hee Ming-wang stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to rise. He looked up, his eyes dark with fury. "Hee-Won-jo, damn it, let me go, this isn't over." Hee-Won-jo brushed off the dust from his clothes after the scuffle, ignoring Hee Ming-wang's curses. Once the dust settled, he looked down at the man on the ground, exuding an air of superiority. "Don't act like you're aggrieved, wasn't it you who stirred up trouble?" Hee Ming-wang sneered. "Hee-Won-jo, don't think for a moment I don't know your game. You have the means to get me out, yet you intentionally let me suffer longer, right? As long as my parents don't pay up, I endure the torment. You would love nothing more than for those people to mutilate me, wouldn't you? Then you could inherit the company without competition. Hee-Won-jo, don't think no one knows about your duplicitous nature and your wolfish ambitions. You want to destroy me." Hee-Won-jo found it amusing. Hee Ming-wang lay on the ground, shaken by the cold mountain air. If he remained there overnight, he would undoubtedly perish. Watching Hee-Won-jo drive away with Li Wanan, Hee Ming-wang's face lost all color. "Hee-Won-jo, come back." The only response was the sound of the car door slamming shut, followed by the roar of the engine as the vehicle sped past him. Hee Ming-wang inhaled a mouthful of exhaust fumes, his facial muscles twitching violently as he struggled against his bindings, which only tightened with his efforts. "Damn it, Hee-Won-jo, you wait." The man got into the car and called the second branch, instructing them to come to the mountain to pick him up before hanging up the phone. Wanan glanced at the man beside her. Hee-Won-jo had a split lip and his shirt was soiled, appearing somewhat disheveled throughout the tumult. Wanan remained silent, and by the time they returned to Chihai residence, it was already past 10 at night. Walking ahead without a word, Wanan caught Hee-Won-jo's attention as he raised an eyebrow and followed her. "Madam Hee, you've been unusually quiet, are you still shaken from the earlier encounter?" Upon arriving home, Wanan ignored him, heading straight for the cabinet to retrieve the first aid kit. Turning to face the injured man before her, she bit her lip and took a deep breath. "Come here." Just 2 words, delivered in a distinctly cold tone, devoid of her usual softness. Hee-Won-jo forced a smile, leisurely trailing behind her. "It's just a minor injury, it really doesn't require treatment." Despite his words, he took a seat on the sofa. Wanan remained silent as she carefully tended to his wounds. His injuries were not severe, merely some minor abrasions and swelling, but required cleaning and ointment. The night was tranquil, the lights gentle, and Jinju lay quietly in her nest, observing the scene as the woman applied medication to the wounded man, reminiscent of a rare tender moment in an action film. Hee-Won-jo raised an eyebrow, watching as Li Wanan applied the ointment, her lips pressed together in silence, resembling someone who had become upset. "Madam," he seemed genuinely concerned for her husband. Hee-Won-jo's gaze fell upon her face as he smirked. "That scoundrel Hee Ming-wang deliberately provoked me time and again. Do you think I would let him off easily? Unlike Madam Hee, who can let bygones be bygones, I am not that forgiving. Anyone who bullies me or those I care for will receive double the retribution." Wanan understood that Hee-Won-jo was not a man prone to restraint, but the earlier fight had indeed frightened her. One slight miscalculation could have resulted in serious injury. "Is your relationship with Hee Ming-wang that strained? Aren't you cousins?" The reckless car chase earlier could have easily been the climax of an action movie, and even now, recalling it made her legs feel weak. Hee-Won-jo could be impulsive, but he might not have acted so recklessly with someone else. Driving on the mountain roads posed the peril of a fatal plunge. Hee-Won-jo smiled wryly and turned to Li Wanan. "Madam Hee, even among siblings and wealthy families, there are fierce rivalries, let alone between cousins. In the Hee family, it was just him and Hee Ming-wang, and they had inevitably been compared since childhood. He was the eldest son, groomed to take over the family business, while Hee Ming-wang, lacking in merit, had always viewed him as a thorn in his side. Does the second branch not intervene? My second uncle is disappointed in Hee Ming-wang, while my second aunt dotes on him as her only child." Wanan pursed her lips. Hee Ming-wang was merely emboldened by the protection of his parents. Hee-Won-jo observed Li Wanan, recognizing that she was cherished by her own parents and could not fully comprehend the hidden strife within the Hee family. However, now that she was his wife, he felt it necessary to clarify certain matters with her. "My relationship with the second branch has always been tenuous. Long before my parents passed, it was universally accepted that my father would become the future head of the Hee group, and as the eldest son, I was naturally groomed to inherit it. At that time, my second uncle had little to show for himself, and the old man only granted him a nominal position in the company. After my parents' untimely demise, the old man, in declining health, had no choice but to gradually cede control of the company to my second uncle. However, after my father's death, the shares he held naturally passed to me, posing a significant threat to the second branch. Thus, not only is Hee Ming-wang hostile towards me, but even my second uncle has always been wary. The second branch had a poor attitude towards Hee-Won-jo, yet he seemed to harbor his own sentiments towards them." Wanan's gaze lingered on the man's face. Hee-Won-jo, who usually exuded a carefree demeanor, now appeared solemn, recalling the conversation between Hee-Won-jo and the matriarch at the old residence. Wanan bit her lip and tentatively spoke. "Hee-Won-jo, do you suspect that your parents' deaths were connected to the second branch?" Chapter 43. Flirtation. He-Wen-Jo cast a glance at her, evidently unwilling to answer the question, merely stating, He-Ming Wang is not a good person. If you encounter him in the future, avoid him if possible. Should anything arise, contact me promptly. Understood. After a brief silence in the living room, the two ascended the stairs to return to the bedroom. It was clear that He-Wen-Jo was in a foul mood tonight. After showering, he went straight to bed. Normally, regardless of how late he returned, he would tease her. As she whispered goodnight and turned away, she gazed at the man's back. Her mind was consumed with the image of He-Ming Wang fighting with He-Wen-Jo that evening. The animosity between them was not born overnight. It appeared that they harbored deep-seated grievances, predominantly stemming from He-Ming Wang's unrelenting animosity toward He-Wen-Jo. Having lost his parents long ago, He-Wen-Jo had endured countless altercations with He-Ming Wang. The He family had 2 sons, and though the matriarch cared for He-Wen-Jo, she would likely not impose excessive punishment on He-Ming Wang, perhaps opting to administer equal reprimands. He-Ming Wang still had parents who cared for him. What of He-Wen-Jo? As Wan contemplated this, she realized that throughout his life, He-Wen-Jo had silently endured innumerable scars. It is often said that the highest form of love is empathy, and Wan felt utterly defeated. Tonight, her heart ached as if it might shatter. I wish I had met you sooner, Wan murmured softly. If that were the case, she could have been by his side to comfort him during his times of pain. Time cannot be reversed, but that is of little consequence, for she is now. The following morning, Wan awoke to find that at some point during the night, the man had turned over, and they were now facing each other. He-Wen-Jo remained asleep, and as Wan's gaze fell upon his face, she noted the bruise on his cheekbone and the still visible cut at the corner of his lips. She reached out, intending to touch the wound on his lip, but before her fingers could make contact, he suddenly opened his eyes. He-Wen-Jo raised an eyebrow, a playful glint dancing in his peach blossom eyes. So early in the morning, Mrs. He wishes to flirt with me? Wan was rendered speechless. The corner of your mouth is injured, you should apply some medicine after breakfast. He-Wen-Jo's eyes crinkled with a hint of mischief. Oh, how considerate of you, Mrs. He. Wan shot him a glance, a smile tugging at her lips. But it's getting late, I must get up and freshen up. However, as she attempted to rise, her wrist was suddenly grasped, and she found herself pulled back into the warmth of the bed. He-Wen-Jo gently tugged her back into his embrace. Why the rush? Let us linger a bit longer in bed. After a moment's hesitation, Wan eventually got out of bed to wash up. He-Wen-Jo watched her retreating figure for a while before leisurely throwing off the blankets and following her into the washroom. As they brushed their teeth side by side, the air filled with the faint minty aroma of toothpaste. Stealing a glance at Wan, who was diligently applying her skincare, He-Wen-Jo noted how she typically kept things simple, merely applying some lotion without indulging in extensive beauty treatments. Her skin resembled that of a freshly shelled egg, far surpassing even the complexions of the actresses under his management who frequently pampered themselves. He couldn't help but acknowledge that he was quite fortunate. Once He-Wen-Jo finished shaving, Wan had just completed her skincare routine, and they descended the stairs together. Have Mr. and Mrs. He risen? Wang Ma exclaimed upon spotting them, giving He-Wen-Jo a disapproving look. Have you been bullying your wife? With her gentle temperament, she must have been quite exasperated, hence the injuries to her mouth. With a long sigh, she continued, however, Mr. and Mrs. He, I understand that you young people are passionate and fiery. Just be cautious not to harm yourselves in the process. He-Wen-Jo raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Ma, please do not curse me, I am in excellent health. Wang Ma shot him a glare. Do not take advantage of your good health. Wan appeared somewhat embarrassed, while He-Wen-Jo chuckled, nodding. I understand. However, I assure you, my injury was not due to Mrs. He, it was the result of a fight. A fight, at your age, still engaging in brawls, do you think you are still a high school student? Wang Ma expressed her disdain before turning to Wan. If Mr. He ever gets into a fight again, you must not allow him to sleep in your bed, this tactic is quite effective. Wan struggled to suppress a laugh. However, to quell Wang Ma's nagging, she nodded in agreement. I will certainly keep him in check. With that, Wang Ma went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for them. Once she left, Wan felt the weight of He-Wen-Jo's gaze upon her. He raised an eyebrow. Mrs. He, would you truly deny me a place in your bed? Wan fell silent, taking a deep breath as she headed straight to the dining room. Living with someone like He-Wen-Jo on a daily basis was truly not something an ordinary person could endure. During breakfast, He-Wen-Jo received a video call from the matriarch, informing him that He-Ming Wang had caught a chill on the mountain the previous night and was now running a high fever. With a heavy sigh, the matriarch lamented, you are still brothers, after all, can you not speak openly? You left him on the mountain, and by the time your uncle found him, he was nearly unconscious from the cold. Having already been beaten and forced to kneel at the ancestral hall, if something truly happens, do you think the second household will let you off the hook? He-Wen-Jo had barely touched his breakfast when he set down his fork, fixing his gaze on the matriarch in silence. He-Wen-Jo, are you listening to me? Isn't it better for family members to coexist harmoniously? I am old and only wish for you younger ones to get along. Seeing you in such a state, my heart aches. He-Wen-Jo's lips curled slightly, a faint chill glimmering in his eyes. Once the call ended, he stood up abruptly. He-Wen-Jo, where are you going? Wan rose as well, sensing his discontent, yet, it seemed he did not hear her, as he grabbed the car keys and strode out the door. Moments later, Wanan heard the engine roar to life. The entire day, Wanan felt a sense of unease. As evening fell and when Joe still had not returned, she could no longer restrain herself and finally dialed his number. A woman's voice answered. Hello? Upon hearing the voice, Wanan's hand trembled slightly. It was Zhou Ningxu's voice. Chapter 44. A playful encounter. It remains a mystery how Zhou's phone ended up in Zhou Ningxu's possession, yet the two find themselves together at this moment. The realization brings a twinge of discomfort to Wanan's heart as the hour grows late. Where is he? Zhou, Miss Zhou, please pass the phone to him, she requests. Zhou Ningxu's voice replies. Oh, you mean brother Zhou? He drank too much and has fallen asleep next to me. I won't keep you. I need to take care of him, she adds with a hint of laughter before abruptly ending the call. On the other end, as Zhou Ningxu hangs up, she notices the man on the sofa furrowing his brow, appearing somewhat unwell. She quickly deletes the call log and leans down to whisper, Brother Zhou, are you alright? Jiang Yun enters just in time to see Zhou Ningxu's worried expression. Her feelings for Zhou are known to a select few in their circle, her affections are overt, yet Zhou shows no reciprocal interest. He approaches to help Zhou sit up, casting a glance at Zhou Ningxu. Ningxu, it's getting late. I'll take him home, you should head back as well. This bar is his establishment, and Zhou Ningxu has frequented it quite often of late. Zhou had invited him out for drinks, and upon arrival, they found Zhou Ningxu alone at the bar, being eyed hungrily by others, prompting him to invite her to join them. Zhou Ningxu tilts her head defiantly. You drive, I'll take care of brother Zhou in the back, he's not feeling well after drinking too much. Jiang Yun glances at Zhou Ningxu, their long friendship allowing him to temper his words. Ningxu, brother Zhou is married. Even if you have feelings for him, you must be cautious. If word gets out, it could tarnish your reputation. I understand that you're being overly chatty. I'm merely accompanying you to ensure he gets home safely, she replies, her brow furrowed in impatience. Unable to provoke this young lady, Jiang Yun relents and allows her to accompany them, knowing her presence would prevent any untoward incidents. Though Jiang Yun hasn't consumed alcohol, he has drunk plenty of water, and as they near Qihai residence, he feels a pressing need to relieve himself. Meanwhile, Wanan, unable to sleep, ventures downstairs for water and hears commotion outside. Upon opening the door, she sees a car parked at the entrance with Jiang Yun stepping out. Hey, sister-in-law, he exclaims, urgency evident in his tone. Brother Zhou is in the back. I need to use the restroom, can't hold it any longer. Jiang Yun had been present at their wedding, and he rushes toward the first-floor restroom. Wanan strides directly to the back seat, opening the door to find Zhou Ningxu seated beside Zhou, who lies back with his shirt unbuttoned, revealing a hint of his chest. He appears intoxicated and deeply troubled, his brow furrowed. Zhou Ningxu sits close to him, her shoulders slightly raised as if to offer him support should he need it. Observing Wanan's composed yet cool demeanor, Zhou Ningxu smirks and provocatively states, Li Wanan, brother Zhou is in a foul mood. He would rather be out here than at home with you. Do you know why? Because he married you, but it's merely a game for him. If he truly had concerns, he would confide in those of us who have known him since childhood, as we share a world he understands. You, however, are merely a fleeting presence in his life. Zhou Ningxu scrutinizes Wanan's reaction, noting the slight pain reflected in her expression, her lips pressed tightly together, revealing a hint of restraint. Satisfied with Wanan's discomfort, Zhou Ningxu smirks and adds, You weren't aware, were you? But I've known for years that brother Zhou has always suspected that his uncle and aunt's deaths were not accidental. Time has passed, and he lacks evidence, but that remains a wound in his heart. Li Wanan, he has never shared this with you, has he? Though you appear as husband and wife on the surface, in reality, you are but strangers sharing a bed. I was unaware before, but now I understand, Wanan replies earnestly as she regards Zhou Ningxu. Thank you for enlightening me. Zhou Ningxu's expression hardens, her teeth clenched. You didn't grasp my meaning, did you? At that moment, Jiang Yun emerges from the restroom, sensing the tension in the air. Brother Zhou is heavily intoxicated, sister-in-law. Allow me to assist him upstairs. Zhou is inebriated to the point of unconsciousness, and Wanan realizes she cannot manage alone, so she stands aside as Jiang Yun helps him out. Thank you, Wanan murmurs as she positions herself to shield Zhou's head from bumping against anything. Jiang Yun raises an eyebrow, noticing her attentiveness. Sister-in-law, you're quite considerate. Zhou Ningxu observes this exchange, her eyes narrowing. They are both women, and she can see that Wanan undoubtedly has feelings for Zhou. Wanan follows Jiang Yun as they assist Zhou upstairs, while Zhou Ningxu grits her teeth and trails behind Jiang Yun, ever the gentleman, ensures Zhou is safely placed in the main bedroom, with Zhou Ningxu lingering at the door. The dark-hued bed linens drape over a grand bed, and the room is infused with both the scent of tobacco and the lingering aroma of femininity, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. Zhou Ningxu stands at the threshold, her mind flooded with vivid images as she bites her lip, casting a burning glare at Wanan's figure. Jiang Yun lays Zhou down and glances at Wanan. Sister-in-law, we shall take our leave. I'll see you out, she replies, but Jiang Yun waves her off. No need. Just take care of my brother. He prefers not to linger in the couple's bedroom, and as he exits, he finds Zhou Ningxu still standing by the door. Let's go, he says, pulling her gently, but she shrugs off his hand and strides away. Jiang Yun is accustomed to her behavior and merely shrugs, following behind. In the bedroom, the crystal chandelier casts a soft, warm glow. Zhou sleeps soundly, and Wanan draws a basin of water to wipe his face, noticing the lingering scent of alcohol on his shirt. She expends considerable effort to change him into pajamas. Suddenly, he rolls over, and before Wanan can react, he vomits on the floor. Fortunately, he hadn't eaten much, so the mess isn't too unpleasant. Wanan grabs tissues to wipe his mouth, her lovely brows furrowed. Once he finishes, he collapses back into a deep sleep, leaving Wanan to sigh at the disarray, and she begins to tidy up. After cleaning the room, she breaks a sweat and takes a refreshing shower before finally lying down beside him. The night is deep, yet sleep eludes her as her gaze rests gently on Iwonjo's face. His brow is deeply furrowed, and she reaches out to smooth it, but it quickly returns to its troubled state. He suddenly captures her hand, seemingly disturbed by her touch. Wanan, fearing she might wake him, remains still. Uncomfortable in her position, she loses track of time before finally drifting into slumber. The next morning, Iwonjo awakens with a splitting headache, rubbing his temples as he sits up. Wanan stirs awake beside him. Is your head pounding? She inquires, noting the absence of their housekeeper, Wang Ma. You should rest a bit longer. I'll head downstairs to prepare breakfast and call you when it's ready. With that, she rises, and Iwonjo lingers in bed, fighting through the fog in his mind before finally getting up to follow her downstairs. Entering the kitchen, Iwonjo opens the refrigerator and reaches for a bottle of chilled mineral water. Before he can twist off the cap, a warm glass of honey water is offered to him. Drink this. It's good for your stomach, Wanan's gentle voice advises. Iwonjo raises an eyebrow, accepting the honey water as she turns back to continue preparing breakfast. Taking a sip, he finds it pleasantly warm and perfectly sweet. Leaning against the wall, he watches her in her sleepwear, her hair casually tied in a bun as she busies herself with breakfast. Morning light bathes her, creating a scene of warmth and beauty that softens his heart, and he finds himself captivated by her for longer than he realizes. Chapter 45. The secrets. As Wanan felt the weight of a gaze lingering behind her, she turned to glance at Iwonjo, who was leisurely sipping honey water, raising an eyebrow at her. Madam, he truly embodies the essence of a virtuous wife and loving mother. Wanan responded with silence as she turned down the heat and plated the noodles, garnishing them with chopped green onions. If young master he drank a little less, he wouldn't have to see this side of me. Turning to face Iwonjo, she noted the evident discomfort on his face from last night's indulgence. She inhaled slightly. You overindulged last night and even vomited. Could you refrain from drinking so excessively next time? Iwonjo raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed on her, his tone laced with amusement, seemingly unfazed. Apologies, I overdid it and caused trouble for Madam He. Wanan met his gaze, letting out a sigh. Iwonjo, there are numerous ways to vent frustrations. Drinking excessively is akin to self-harm. What if you end up with a perforated stomach? He leaned in, his demeanor slightly playful, the corners of his lips curling upward. Are you concerned for me, Madam He? Unable to contain herself, Wanan pushed him away lightly, her voice low. If you choose not to listen, so be it. Many have perished from excessive drinking, just don't regret it later. Iwonjo chuckled softly. If I were to die, my assets would naturally be inherited by Madam He. Shouldn't that bring you joy? He maintained his nonchalant attitude, impervious to her warnings. Wanan frowned slightly, pursing her lips into silence as she exited with the bowl of noodles. He raised an eyebrow, following her with his own bowl, taking a seat across from her. Wanan quietly consumed her noodles, refraining from conversation. Is Madam He upset again? Iwonjo teased, a hint of smugness in his tone. Worried about me, are you? She glanced at him, her tone unusually devoid of warmth. It's nothing. I just feel that young master he intends to be with me for only a year. If anything were to happen during this time, the outside world might say I bring misfortune to my husband. That would affect my prospects for a second marriage. Iwonjo was momentarily speechless, taken aback by her words. He smirked. Madam, he truly thinks ahead. He said no more, picking up his chopsticks to sample the noodle she had prepared, soft, fragrant, and evidently demonstrating her culinary. They parted ways at the driving school entrance. In the car, she was joined by two university students, who busied themselves with their phones when not practicing. While Wanan was reversing into the parking space, she heard the students streaming a live broadcast, seemingly of the event Iwonjo was attending. As the host introduced the guests, Wanan perked up at the mention of Iwonjo, president of Xingzhou Entertainment. The host even interviewed him briefly, inquiring about the company's future direction, any recent investments, and the reasoning behind the name Xingzhou. Just as she was about to hear Iwonjo's response, the excited squeals of the two students drowned him out. Oh my gosh, he's so handsome. I have to tell my mom I'm in love. Who is this Iwonjo? He's good-looking, has a charming voice, and even his name sounds delightful. If he entered the entertainment industry, I'd choose him as my ultimate bias. The comments are all about Iwonjo, it's hilarious. Other CEOs are bald and pot-bellied. Finally, there's a handsome young one. We've suffered long enough under the reign of older CEOs. Wait, someone commented that he's married young? Is there any evidence for that? This is obviously my husband. That man has a strong nose, he must be quite capable. If he's married, I can't even imagine how happy his wife must be. Wanan slammed on the brakes, causing the instructor to poke his head out to see what was happening, his expression one of disbelief as he glanced at her. What happened, Doctor? Lee, I just mentioned how well you were doing this morning, and now look at your parking, you're completely off the lines. The two girls continued to fawn over their phones, practically gushing with excitement. Wanan bit her lip and reined in her thoughts. Sorry, instructor, let me try again. After practicing for the morning, she simulated a few tests and scored nearly full marks, prompting the instructor to schedule her for the second subject's examination. After her driving session, Wanan searched online for the event Iwonjo attended that morning. The live broadcast had concluded, leaving only the replay. It took her some time to find the segment featuring Iwonjo. Mr. May I ask why you named your company Xingzhou Entertainment? Do the word Xingzhou hold any special significance? He smiled slightly as he looked at the camera. It's a secret. The reporter's understanding expression elicited a chuckle. We hope that one day, Mr. You will personally unveil this secret for us. Holding her phone, Wanan remained in that position for quite some time. In the afternoon, she purchased a few items and headed home, intending to visit her father, Li Zhongming, who had recently been discharged from the hospital. Upon entering, she overheard Suwan speaking on the phone, and it was evident she was arguing with Li Zhongming. Mom, I'm back. Is Dad not home? Suwan turned quickly, her expression shifting to a forced smile. Wanan, what a surprise. You didn't mention you'd be coming home. Wanan replied with a soft Watching Suwan closely, she quietly asked, Mom, were you and Dad arguing? In Wanan's memory, her parents had always shared. Suwan sighed, looking quite irate. He told me he was going to play chess with friends, yet he ended up at the company. I couldn't help but voice my displeasure. Suwan then inquired, what brought you back so suddenly? Wanan smiled, her eyes curving. I missed you both and decided to come back. Suwan scrutinized her daughter for a moment, then asked, did you have a quarrel with Wenzhou? No, we didn't argue. It wasn't quite an argument. Suwan understood it wasn't a quarrel, but something had evidently unsettled her daughter. You just married Wenzhou, it's natural to have some teething issues, but I know your temperament, so was it Wenzhou who upset you? Wanan remained silent, her silence speaking volumes. Suwan studied her daughter for a while before suddenly stating, Wanan, do you like Wenzhou? Suwan's realization dawned. Although she had previously arranged blind dates for Wanan, her daughter had always been distant. However, since marrying Wenzhou, she seemed to have adopted a more affectionate demeanor. The last time Wenzhou visited, it was Wanan who tended to him more, and it was clear that she invested more in their relationship. She had never seen her daughter show such attentiveness toward anyone before. Do you like him? Does he like you? Suwan frowned. Listen, dear, men don't appreciate overly proactive women. Even if you like Wenzhou, don't make it too obvious, understood? Men can be quite ungrateful at times. The more you care for them, the more they take it for granted. When I first started showing affection to your father, he didn't cherish it till I eventually broke up with him, and he pursued me for quite some time before I took him back. Wanan had always thought her parents had a wonderful relationship, but it seemed there were challenges along the way. Yet, her fondness for Wenzhou compelled her to treat him well. As for how he felt about her, she was unsure of her own boundaries. That afternoon, Wanan spent time with Suwan, chatting and assisting her in preparing some snacks and desserts. Around 5, she received a video call from her grandmother, who beamed at her through the screen. Oh, my dear granddaughter-in-law, it's been ages since I've seen you. I've missed you terribly. Where are you? I'll have Uncle Chen come pick you up. Uncle Chen was the designated driver for the ancestral home. An hour later, Wanan arrived at the old residence. She found her grandmother seated on the sofa, clad in a luxurious purple satin blouse, looking rather more haggard than the last time they met. Yet, upon seeing Wanan, her grandmother's wrinkled face lit up with affection as she waved her over. Come here, my dear granddaughter-in-law. As Wanan approached, she noticed the redness in her grandmother's eyes and the occasional cough escaping her lips. Furrowing her brow, Wanan asked with concern, Grandma, are you feeling unwell? Her grandmother sighed, that rascal Wenzhou has been sulking these past few days, ignoring my video calls, and the second branch has been causing a ruckus. I haven't had a moment's peace lately. Gripping Wanan's hand, she chuckled, that's why I called you over, you're the most reassuring presence here, just seeing you brightens my spirits. With that, her grandmother coughed heavily again. Wanan quickly poured her a cup of tea. Grandma, have some tea to soothe your throat. Her grandmother held the teacup, sighing, my dear granddaughter-in-law knows how to care for me. That grandson of mine, with his foul temper, will surely be the death of me one day. Wanan pursed her lips, unable to refrain from defending Wenzhou. Grandma, I was at the scene that night. I'm not sure how much you know about what happened, but Wenzhou was truly wronged. Chapter 46 Family Harmony. When Wenzhou arrived at the old residence, he found the elderly matriarch holding onto Li Wanan, perusing through his childhood photo album. Look, this little rascal was so well behaved back in the day, unlike now, with that insufferable expression on his face. Typically, Wenzhou would enter with a playful demeanor, yet today he remained silent, merely occupying the sofa while engrossed in his phone. The old lady cast a glance at him. Oh dear, have you forgotten how to speak after just a few days? Have you turned mute? Without lifting his gaze, the man replied, even if I spoke, you wouldn't want to hear it. What if I provoke you into a fit of rage? That would be my fault, wouldn't it? The old lady scoffed and ignored him, continuing to show Li Wanan the album. This was when he was 5 years old. One afternoon he climbed a tree and ended up with a snake slithering into his pants. Look, his pants were still damp, and here, at 8, when our dog passed away, he buried it while crying, even bowing his head several times. Unable to endure any longer, Wenzhou snatched the album from the old lady's hands, lifting his eyelids slightly. So you thought by withholding video calls from me these past few days, you could exact revenge? Trying to tarnish my flawless image in my wife's eyes and disrupt our marital harmony? The old lady spat at him. Do you even have an image? Wenzhou smirked but remained silent. The old lady regarded him, sighed deeply, and said solemnly, are you truly pouting like a child? If I hadn't mentioned that I intended to keep your daughter-in-law here today, would you not have come? And you dare to sulk at me? At my age, after all the effort I put into raising you, is this how you repay me? Grandmother understands that He Mingwan was at fault that day, he provoked you first, and you reached your limit. But you mustn't take matters into your own hands, leave it to your second uncle or to me. If you confront him directly, he is quite the vengeful type. I fear it would lead to a rift between you brothers. The old lady had been worrying so much these days that a few strands of her hair had turned gray. The second branch had only this lone descendant, spoiled beyond measure, especially by Yi Wanhua. He Mingwan's current state was largely due to her indulgence. Let that night's incident be bygone. I shall confine He Mingwan for half a month as punishment to reflect on his actions of this evening. I've invited the second branch to dine together, just to honor your grandmother's wishes. After all, a family should present a united front, even if just for appearances. The old lady's eyes were red-rimmed. Wenzhou, your grandmother cannot withstand much more distress. Do you understand what I mean? He Wenzhou lowered his head in silence, his demeanor suggesting acquiescence. The old lady's expression softened, and she instructed the servant to summon the second branch for dinner. He Mingwan was still under house arrest, so only He Tingbei and Yi Wanhua arrived. Yi Wanhua had been causing quite a stir at home these past few days, furious that He Wenzhou had left He Mingwan in the mountains, leading to his high fever. She had even threatened that if anything happened to Yi Mingwan, she would take He Wenzhou's life. In the presence of the old lady, Yi Wanhua dared not lose her composure, but upon seeing Yi Wenzhou, she couldn't help but exclaim, Wenzhou, this isn't about Aunt Air. You know very well what kind of temperament your cousin has. Can't you just let it slide for once? Why must you retaliate so harshly? Do you realize that your actions of leaving him in the mountains resulted in his fever? The doctor warned that if things went awry, it could damage his brain. He is your second uncle and I's only son. If anything were to happen to him, I would not survive either. The Yi family would be in ruins, and would that please you? He Tingbei frowned, glaring at his wife. This incident was Mingwan's fault. He returned safely from Macau thanks to Ah Zhou's assistance. Mingwan should not have troubled Ah Zhou. Enduring this hardship is merely a consequence of his own actions. Yi Wanhua, infuriated, clutched her chest. Is this the kind of understanding you speak of? He is your son. Wanan bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at the man's expression, which bore a faint smile, almost teasing. Wanan reached out, gently grasping his hand. Her fingers, slender and warm, prompted He Wenzhou to raise an eyebrow in her direction. Before Yi Wanhua could retort further, the old lady slammed her palm on the table. Enough. I summoned you all for a meal, not to incite a quarrel. Do you not find our household chaotic enough? Typically, the old lady wore a cheerful demeanor, but at that moment, her expression was grave. As the sole head of the Yi family, her authority was undeniable, causing Yi Wanhua to reluctantly fall silent. He Tingbei nodded at the old lady. Mother, this matter does not rest on Wenzhou's shoulders. He is a year older, and it is only right for an elder to discipline a younger. I will also address Mingwan's behavior. The old lady acknowledged with a hum, glancing at He Tingbei. You are sensible. I understand that your business affairs keep you exceedingly busy, which has led to a lapse in managing Mingwan. However, whether we earn much or little, family harmony is paramount. He Tingbei replied, you are correct, mother. The old lady shot another glance at Yi Wanhua, who bit her lip and nodded in agreement. Very well, let us eat. With that, the old lady spoke, and everyone finally picked up their chopsticks. He Tingbei sat beside the old lady, occasionally serving her dishes, while she would occasionally offer food to Yi Wenzhou and Wanan, amidst some who nearly broke their chopsticks in frustration. After the meal, the old lady dismissed a few of them, retiring upstairs for some rest. Once she left, Yi Wanhua did not bother to say goodbye and simply departed. He Tingbei escorted Yi Wenzhou and his wife to the door, and noticing He Tingbei had something to discuss with Yi Wenzhou, Wanan entered the car first. At the entrance, He Tingbei looked deeply into Yi Wenzhou's eyes. Yi Wenzhou met his gaze, observing that the man had several strands of white hair and fine lines at the corners of his eyes, while his father seemed unchanged from his memories. He Wenzhou forced to smile, unwilling to linger at the doorstep. He directly inquired, does second uncle have something to say to me? I've heard you wish to reopen the investigation into your parents' incident? He Tingbei sighed, his gaze resting on Yi Wenzhou's face as he placed a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Ah Zhou, it has been many years. You should learn to let go. Your second uncle hopes you can move on sooner rather than later and avoid overthinking. He Wenzhou's face remained expressionless, and He Tingbei observed him closely. Mingwan is quite unpromising. Ah Zhou, the future of the Yi group likely rests solely on your shoulders. Are you truly not considering returning to the Yi family? This was not the first time He Tingbei had broached this subject. He Wenzhou smiled faintly. The Yi family's business is far too extensive. I cannot compare to second uncle. You are being modest. He Tingbei withdrew his hand. If you are unwilling to return, then I shall persevere for a few more years. Your entrepreneurial ventures are commendable. I hope your cousin can achieve success like yours sooner rather than later. He Wenzhou raised his hand to check the time. Second uncle, it's getting late. Then I shan't keep you any longer. Travel safely. He Tingbei smiled as he saw He Wenzhou and Wanan off in their car. Once the vehicle was out of sight, the smile faded from He Tingbei's face. The scenery outside the window whizzed by, distancing them from the He residence. Wanan's gaze fell upon the prominent veins on the back of the man's hand gripping the steering wheel. She frowned slightly, her hand lightly resting on his, murmuring, He Wenzhou, pull over. You are not in a fit state to drive right now. Chapter 47. Having witnessed He Wenzhou's angry demeanor, Wanan now deemed it most crucial to help him regain his composure. The man abruptly swerved the steering wheel, bringing the car to a halt, the vehicle's body coming to rest merely a couple of centimeters from the roadside. Wanan remained silent, her gaze quietly resting on the man beside her. His usual nonchalant demeanor was replaced with a slight pursing of his lips and a faint furrowing of his brow, his expression taut with tension. He Wonjo bit down on a cigarette, his knuckles delineating as he flicked the lighter, blue flames leaping forth to ignite the tobacco. He inhaled deeply, eyes closed, and the car was instantly enveloped in a haze of smoke, the scent far from pleasant. Although Wanan harbored a dislike for the smell of cigarettes, she refrained from voicing her objections, allowing him to smoke one after another until the box was nearly empty. Just as he reached for another, the cigarette pack was firmly restrained by her hand. He lifted his gaze to meet her gentle eyes and brows. "Don't smoke anymore." He Wonjo's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, yet he still extracted another cigarette from the pack, his craving for nicotine overpowering. He held the cigarette at the corner of his lips, but in the next moment, it was taken from him. He glanced at her palm, the pack tightly clenched, indicating her determination to deny him further indulgence. Adjusting his tie, the restlessness within him remained unabated. A smile played at the corners of his mouth, though his eyes were clouded. "Madam, do not just hand over the cigarette." "You've had enough," Wanan replied, her gaze fixed upon his face, which bore a shadow of gloom. She bit her lip, observing him intently, before exhaling softly. "Miss Joe returned you home last night and shared some words with me, just as I suspected. You indeed harbor doubts regarding your parents' deaths, believing they are linked to the second household. He Wonjo, each time you are displeased, you resort to drinking and smoking. Truly, it is detrimental to your health. You torment yourself like this. Should anything happen, and if your speculations hold true, would it not be a case of the innocent suffering while the guilty rebel?" He Wonjo raised a hand to shield his eyes, his lips curving slightly. "Madam, you do not understand. When one is in distress, they require some form of release." Wanan gently took his hand away from his eyes, clearly seeing the redness in his gaze. Their eyes locked, and in an unspoken moment, the car was filled with the soft sounds of affectionate kisses. In times of distress, there are myriad alternatives. It need not resort to such self-destructive methods. Wanan was suddenly ensconced in his lap, the confined space of the car making their position rather intimate. He pressed his nose against hers, his lips curling slightly, such as. Wanan lowered her gaze, breathless from their kisses, her voice soft as she suggested. "For instance, you could engage in conversation with me, exercise, read a book. There are countless ways to divert your attention." She peered up at him through slightly misty eyes. "What would you like to do?" "I can accompany you." His hand rested possessively on her waist, and with a playful tug at his lip, he leaned closer to whisper something in her ear, causing her earlobe to flush a deep crimson. "That is precisely what I desire." He Wonjo's lips curled into a smile as he continued to kiss her. "You may either provide me with a cigarette or indulge in this, madam. Choose one." "He Wonjo!" Wanan exclaimed, her cheeks aflame. The glimmer of amusement in his eyes was subtle as he patted her waist. "I shan't press you, you may let go." With that, he produced another pack of cigarettes from seemingly nowhere, and Wanan frowned, grasping his hand. "Do not smoke anymore." The night had deepened. The roadside was tranquil, a solitary leaf gently landed on the windshield before being whisked away by a gust of wind. Once again, Wanan seized the cigarette pack from his grasp, while he reclined against the seat, a bemused smile gracing his lips as he regarded her. Wanan bit her lip, as if steeling herself for a daunting task, exuding an air of heroic resolve. He Wonjo chuckled softly at her conflicting demeanor. "Just a jest, I shan't trouble you, madam." Just as he reached out to push her away playfully, Wanan's hands found their way to his chest, and with her eyes closed, she leaned down to kiss him. Her lashes fluttered delicately, her voice was a mere whisper. "Let us try." He Wonjo had initially intended to tease her, but the moment her words registered, he felt a tightening in his lower abdomen. He remained still as Wanan pressed her lips against his, sensing her entire being quivering with anticipation. The car windows rolled up, leaving only a narrow gap, through which the biting cold wind grazed their heated skin. Suddenly, rain began to pour, droplets pelting against the windows in a chaotic symphony, casting silhouettes of their intertwined hands upon the glass. Outside, the happenings within the car remained obscured, the vehicle swaying violently. Time slipped by, and eventually, the tempest subsided, restoring tranquility to the car inside. Wanan lay quietly upon him, both glistening with perspiration. He Wonjo caressed her lower back, unable to resist the urge to light another cigarette. Sensing the scent, Wanan rose from his embrace, and he glanced at her furrowed brow, a smirk forming on his lips. "Madam, this is merely a post-activity smoke." The gloom that had once clouded his eyes dissipated, replaced by a hint of delight as he leaned down to kiss her cheek. "Just one, shall we?" Wanan, disliking the smell of smoke, pressed her lips together and returned to her seat, adjusting her clothes. He Wonjo leisurely smoked, stealing glances at the woman beside him, his gaze inscrutable. Upon returning to Chihai residence, Wanan entered the bathroom for a shower while He Wonjo made a phone call to Chenji. Chenji had assisted He Wonjo in locating the case pertaining to the incident involving his parents from years prior. He had reviewed all relevant materials, finding the evidence and testimonies quite comprehensive. On the other end, a voice inquired, "Could it be that you are overthinking this?" Chenji replied solemnly, "I have perused the documents. Your second uncle was not in Nanchang at the time, and he possesses an alibi. Moreover, after all these years, uncovering evidence to reinitiate the case would be exceedingly difficult, leading Chenji to harbor little hope." He Wonjo remarked, "My second uncle is aware that I am investigating this matter." Chenji, currently in his office, lowered his voice. "Do you suspect someone within the bureau is tipping him off?" He Wonjo replied, "Please see if you can locate anyone relevant to the case from that time. If you can make contact, inform me, and I will meet with them personally." Chenji nodded. "Understood, but it may prove challenging to find. I will notify you as soon as I have news." "Thank you." Hee Won-jo hung up just as Wanan emerged from the bathroom, having finished her shower. Hee Won-jo observed her for a moment, then pocketed his phone and approached her directly with her hair damp and straight, droplets of water trickling down. Wanan sat at the edge of the bed, toweling her hair dry. As she reached for the hairdryer, Hee Won-jo took it from her grasp, standing before her to assist in drying her hair. Her silky strands slipped through his fingers, and the only sound in the room was the hum of the hairdryer. Once the strands were fully dried, Hee Won-jo finally switched off the appliance. The room fell silent as Wanan lifted her gaze, her striking black and white eyes quietly observing him. It was the first occasion he had ever dried her hair. Hee Won-jo lowered his head, captivated by her delicate and soft appearance, his lips curving into a confident smile as he asked, "Madam Hee, do you harbor feelings for me?" Chapter 48. Affection. Wanan remained silent, pursing her lips as she gazed at Hee Won-jo, her heart letting out a gentle sigh. It seemed that one could not truly conceal their feelings for someone. She did not deny it, and the amusement in the man's eyes deepened. "Mrs. Hee, your affection is exceedingly evident. In most arranged marriages, no one exhibits such fervor as you do." What had initially been mere speculation transformed into her audacious declaration of wanting to give it a try this evening. Hee Won-jo understood that her intentions were far from genuine. The usually bashful girl was merely attempting to amuse him tonight. The man leaned closer, his handsome face suddenly mere centimeters away, their breaths mingling. Wanan clutched the bedsheets beneath her, her eyelashes fluttering lightly as she heard his teasing voice ask, "When did you fall for me? What is it about me that you like, Mrs. Hee? Please, be honest." Wanan inhaled sharply, and in the next moment, he was whispering in her ear, his tone laced with a hint of intimidation. "If you don't confess honestly, you might as well forego sleep tonight." The tickle at her earlobe startled Wanan, causing her to recoil swiftly, but his hands rested firmly at her waist. Opening her eyes, she found herself entranced by his enchanting, smiling eyes, which seemed to pierce through her very soul. Gripping the bedsheet, her heart raced. She glanced at Hee Won-jo, realizing there was no escape. A man like him would never relent easily. With a resigned sigh, she met his gaze with her strikingly clear eyes and confessed, "Mr. Hee, you are my first man." "Have you not heard the saying by Eileen Chang, Mr. Hee?" She stated that the path to a woman's heart is through her desires. Moreover, you were initially reluctant to marry me, yet, after our union, you have not neglected me. Aside from your penchant for amusement, it seems you possess no significant flaws. Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow, fully comprehending why Wanan had developed feelings for him. After all, he was quite handsome, in excellent shape, and competent in many aspects. A smirk played on his lips, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "So, aside from your playful nature, the rest are merely virtues? Mrs. Hee, do elaborate." He pressed on. Wanan's cheeks flushed fiercely as she playfully pushed him away. Hee Won-jo, however, did not close the distance again. They remained seated at the edge of the bed. Despite her earlier admission of affection, the atmosphere shifted, losing its previous warmth. Wanan cast her gaze downward, her erratic heartbeat gradually stabilizing, the heat in her veins cooling. "My feelings for you, Mr. Hee, are my own concern. You need not feel burdened." She managed a faint smile, her eyes still exuding gentle warmth, her tone soft. "After all, how long have we known each other? My affection for you is merely a matter of emotion, coupled with your undeniable charm. I understand that you married me out of necessity. You do not harbor feelings for me, and I shall not impose. I also remember your promise of a year. I shall honor it." Hee Won-jo glanced at Wanan, noting her understanding demeanor despite her evident affection, making him appear quite the scoundrel. "Do you not think I am taking advantage of you?" he asked, his eyes serious as they bore into hers. He had never intended to take this marriage seriously. He despised being coerced into action, yet the elderly matriarch had forced his hand. However, Wanan was beautiful, well-tempered, and compatible with him in every regard. He had intended to fulfill his familial duty for a year and then compensate her, leaving them both unencumbered. Yet, once emotions became involved, the situation changed entirely. Men dread emotional entanglements, and while Wanan's current attitude was composed, there was no telling how it might evolve in the future. "Hee Won-jo, I am aware of your concerns." Wanan raised her gaze to meet his, her strikingly clear eyes sparkling with sincerity. "Rest assured, I, Wanan, am not a greedy person. I do not covet what is unattainable. When the time comes, I will not cling to you or refuse to divorce. Besides, my fondness for you is my own affair. If you do not reciprocate, it is merely a sign of your lack of discernment. I shall survive without love." Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow. Countless women had professed their feelings for him over the years, some through coercion, others through relentless pursuit, even threats. Yet, Wanan's calm and composed demeanor was a first. The man responded with a low hum, his gaze fixed on her for a long moment before he finally spoke, his voice low. "You should sleep now. I am heading to the study." Wanan felt a chill wash over her as she looked at Hee Won-jo, managing a weak smile. "Mr. Hee, you need not avoid me." He glanced at her, stating, "I am not avoiding you. I am merely stepping out for a smoke. You have expressed your distaste for tobacco." Hee Won-jo stood and made his way to the study, leaving Wanan to bury her face in her hands, never anticipating that things would unfold in such a manner. Yet, given Hee Won-jo's astuteness, it was only a matter of time before he noticed her affections. In the study, the man leaned back in his chair, exhaling clouds of smoke. His phone lit up beside him. He answered it, releasing a smoke ring as he languidly uttered, "Hello." Jang Yun's voice came through. "Joga, I heard you're feeling down tonight. Want to go out for a drink? I managed to swipe some Pomerol and Romani Conti from my dad's stash. Let's drink until we can't anymore." Knowing Hee Won-jo's fondness for alcohol, Jang Yun had braved the risk of his father's wrath to procure the prized bottles. "I'm not drinking." "Wait, what? Are you serious? Oh Joga, you don't drink? Have you changed?" He Wonjo replied with a non-committal grunt. I was feeling a bit off, but Mrs. He has cheered me up. What, your wife has that kind of power? Jiang Yun was incredulous. Whenever He Wonjo was in a foul mood, he had to spend the entire day accompanying him, car racing, fencing, horse racing, playing ball, drinking. He had organized the whole lot. He had known for years how difficult He Wonjo was to please. Jiang Yun, baffled, pressed further. Wait, how did she manage to make you feel better? You must tell me so I can use it next time. He Wonjo exhaled another smoke ring. Get lost. After a brief pause, Jiang Yun finally comprehended, chuckling softly. Ah, you're happy again. Your wife truly cares for you. I've seen many wealthy unions, but none compare to the bond you share. Most of them argue every few days and lead separate lives, but you two seem to be thriving, don't you? He Wonjo flicked the ash from his cigarette, a smirk gracing his lips as he replied casually, oh, it's inevitable. I am just too charming, and Mrs. He adores me. Jiang Yun's voice rose an octave. What, are you telling me you two are playing the marriage first, love later game? He Wonjo narrowed his eyes, a depth of mystery in his gaze, choosing not to respond. After a considerable time, Jiang Yun cautiously asked, so, what is your attitude towards your wife? I know you married her because she bears a resemblance to that person. You said it was just for fun, but don't get emotionally attached. If she ends up loving you to the point of despair and you want to break it off, it's akin to taking half of her life. He Wonjo extinguished his cigarette, his voice growing serious. What nonsense are you spouting? Fine, I know my limits. I'll hang up now. After returning to the bedroom, He Wonjo took a shower before settling into bed, instinctively turning Wanan onto her side and holding her close. She had already drifted off, her breaths shallow and soft, resembling the gentle cat she kept, curled up in his embrace. He Wonjo lowered his gaze to her beautiful, serene face, a subtle smile tugging at his lips. How long had Mrs. He known him? How well did she truly understand him to profess her affection? Was it mere gratitude, a fleeting fondness born from their shared moments, light as a feather? It lacked the weight to anchor his heart, yet, the fact that Mrs. He had openly admitted her feelings brought him a measure of joy. He certainly did not wish for her to harbor lingering thoughts of a past infatuation. Chapter 49. The altercation. Wanan had anticipated that once He Wonjo became aware of her affections for him, the atmosphere between them would grow awkward. However, to her surprise, nothing had changed. They continued as they always had, diligently attending to their respective jobs during the day and sharing intimate conversations before sleep each night. The anxiety that had once lingered in her heart had finally dissipated. Time passed swiftly, and after 10 days of completing her second driving test, Wanan successfully passed the third on her first attempt. On the same day, she took the fourth exam, completing the entire process within a month, making her one of the fastest individuals in the academy to obtain a driver's license. Coincidentally, it was a Friday, and Wanan had the rare pleasure of a 2-day weekend that evening. Qian Sesh treated her to dinner to celebrate her achievement. As Wanan packed up her things to leave work, she noticed Jiamanshin still in the office, her demeanor somewhat sneaky. Although the latter had returned to work for some time now, she frequently exhibited a passive-aggressive attitude towards Wanan. However, it seemed that the recent car accident had tempered her behavior, and Wanan chose not to dwell on it. Stepping into the elevator, Wanan pressed the close button just as she caught a glimpse of Jiamanshin exiting the office, seemingly heading towards the department head's office. Aware of the social nuances within the hospital, Wanan acted as if she hadn't seen her, lowering her head to send a WeChat message to Qian Sesh, who had been idly passing the time at home and had arranged for a night of dining, massages, and drinks. After their meal, they proceeded to a massage parlor. Wanan felt perfectly fine, not sensing any discomfort in her body, while Qian Sesh, having spent too much time on her phone, complained of neck pain and requested the therapist to apply more pressure. Your neck is quite stiff and congested. You must pay attention to your posture and engage in more physical activity. Neglecting it could lead to serious issues, the therapist advised. Qian Sesh understood the rationale but found it difficult to implement. When she was at home without work, her tendency was to relax in any way possible. Glancing at Wanan, who was receiving her massage without any redness in her neck, the therapist couldn't help but praise her, remarking that few young people possessed such a healthy physique. Wanan explained, I occasionally practice yoga. Qian Sesh, with a mischievous grin, teased, I've heard that kissing is beneficial for the neck and shoulders. I should find a man to share a kiss with. By the way, Wanan, how have things been between you and He Wonjo lately? I knew it, I didn't spill the beans back then, but you'll eventually expose yourself. It is often said that when one harbors affection for another, even silence cannot conceal it. Feelings will inevitably shine through one's eyes. The way Qian Sesh observed Wanan's gaze towards He Wonjo, soft and tender, coupled with her usual obedient demeanor, made it evident that He Wonjo would have to be astute to miss it. The massage was blissful, and Wanan felt herself growing drowsy. It's just like that. Since He Wonjo already knows you like him, why not seize the moment? How will you know the outcome if you don't try? Let us just see what happens. Wanan was not one to rush into things. Matters of the heart could not be forced. She had always maintained that she was not greedy. Now that He Wonjo was aware of her feelings, the rest was left to fate. Suddenly, a cold laugh pierced the air from the adjacent room, and the curtain was drawn back to reveal Qin Siyu striding over in high heels. Wanan, it's truly you? Since their last reunion at a class gathering, Wanan had not encountered Qin Siyu again. Despite being high school classmates and living nearby, their relationship had never been amicable, and their meetings had been infrequent. With a hostile demeanor, Qin Siyu remarked, I overheard your conversation just now, Wanan. I knew it, your affection for Hee-won-jo is one-sided, he doesn't reciprocate your feelings at all. Chien-sesh rolled her eyes, exasperated. Chin Se-yu had always been meddlesome, even back in high school. Chin Se-yu, what does it matter to you whether Hee-won-jo likes Hwanin? Ivy never met anyone as petty as you. Even in high school, you were always trying to compete with Hwanin, and now that we've graduated, you still treat her like a rival. What's the matter? Is your fiancé particularly fond of you? By the way, I know some actresses who are tenfold more beautiful than you, and they recently asked me to help them find wealthy suitors. Your fiancé, Shi-ming, seems rather suitable. What if I were to introduce him to one of them, would he still want you? Chin Se-yu disliked Hwanin as much as she did Chien-sesh. Coming from a nouveau riche background, she was struggling to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry, which paled in comparison to the legacy of Chien-sesh's family. Chien-sesh, do you really think Hwanin enjoys your company? You're just a mere sidekick to her, she doesn't regard you as a close friend at all. The tactic of sowing discord won't work on me. I'm not as gentle or beautiful as Hwanin, but I have my own style, Chien-sesh retorted fiercely. Chin Se-yu, has anyone ever told you that you bear a striking resemblance to a clown? Who are you calling a clown? Furious, Chin Se-yu approached, her lips pressed together in anger. The therapist, startled, quickly interjected, urging both women to calm down. Ladies, we are still conducting business here. Hwanin, wishing to prevent the situation from escalating, pulled Chien-sesh aside and glanced at Chin Se-yu. Chin Se-yu, I advise you to think twice before acting. This ends here for today. Chien-sesh, not wanting to cause Hwanin further distress, nodded in agreement. Fine, I shall let bygones be bygones and not dwell on this. However, Chin Se-yu, refusing to back down, added fuel to the fire. Chien-sesh, how dare you criticize me? What was that terrible show you starred in recently? You played a comedic role, but let us be honest, it was nothing short of a joke. I'm almost embarrassed to admit I know you. What a disgrace. Chien-sesh remained unfazed. If you're so talented, why hasn't anyone sought you out for a role? It's because you lack the looks. Observing Chin Se-yu's face, which had transformed since high school, Hwanin scrutinized her closely. Wow, Chin Se-yu, I remember you had a flat nose back in high school, but now it's turned into a perky one. Have you had work done, though it seems a bit crooked, quite unattractive? I know a plastic surgeon, would you like me to set up an introduction? Chin Se-yu despised being called ugly, especially since, among the wealthy women of South City, her looks were certainly not regarded highly. Chien-sesh had intentionally struck a nerve. In a fit of rage, she lunged at Chien-sesh, grabbing her hair, while Chien-sesh retaliated by seizing her by the neck. Hwanin rushed to intervene, but Chien-sesh was fierce in a brawl, and the two women became embroiled in a heated struggle, during which Hwanin accidentally got her nose bumped. Half an hour later, at the police station, Ji-ming stepped out of the car and immediately spotted Hee-won-jo. He had been attempting to meet with the man for some time, but Hee-won-jo's busy schedule had thwarted his efforts. To his surprise, fate had aligned today. Mr. He, I am Ji-ming, the fiancé of your high school classmate Chin Se-yu. Do you remember me? Hee-won-jo glanced at Ji-ming without responding. The latter followed closely behind, ingratiating himself. I've been seeking an opportunity to meet with you. I heard you plan to invest heavily in a film and are considering collaborating with General Jiang on a variety show. My company, Guangming Entertainment, has several promising artists. Perhaps we could arrange an introduction? Ji-ming handed Hee-won-jo a business card, but the latter did not take it, making his way toward the police station. Ji-ming then inquired, Mr. He, what brings you to the police station at this hour? Upon entering, he was met with familiar faces in the lobby, Chin Se-yu and Hwanin, along with another woman he did not recognize. Ji-ming's expression soured instantly as he approached Chin Se-yu, looking down at her. Chin Se-yu, what on earth have you been doing today? Having just received a reprimand from the police, Chin Se-yu was in no mood for Ji-ming's harshness. She bit her jaw in frustration. Ji-ming, how dare you speak to me like that? Am I not worth your respect? Ji-ming was feeling a headache coming on. Shut up. Hee-won-jo paid no mind to the two, instead speaking with the police to understand the situation, while Ji-ming listened, his expression growing increasingly grim. It was evident that Chin Se-yu had instigated the altercation, and she bore full responsibility. After confirming that Hwanin was unharmed, Hee-won-jo signed the necessary documents to take her home. And what about my friend? The police interjected, she is free to leave as well. It was self-defense, however, the other party will be fined 1,000 and detained for a day. Chien-sesh triumphantly departed from the side of Chin Se-yu, wearing a victorious smile. Seeing Hee-won-jo about to leave, Ji-ming hurriedly caught up with him. Mr. He, this was my fiancée's fault. I apologize on her behalf. Our collaboration, Ji-ming, was it? Hee-won-jo turned, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I tend to protect those close to me. Anyone who bullies my loved ones will find themselves blacklisted. Your fiancé has repeatedly targeted my wife. If you wish to collaborate with me, I must regretfully decline. With that, Hee-won-jo turned and walked away, leaving no room for Ji-ming to respond. At that moment, Chin Se-yu approached, her brows furrowed as she commanded, Ji-ming, I cannot be detained, you must find a way to help me. Ji-ming turned to face Chin Se-yu, taking a deep breath. Chin Se-yu, let us cancel our engagement. With that, he strode away, leaving Chin Se-yu standing in shock, her expression gradually contorting into one of despair, her eyes darkening. Chapter 50. A special occasion. Upon entering the vehicle, Hee-won-jo cast a glance at the two individuals, his gaze landing on Lee Wanin's face. The man raised an eyebrow and remarked, it seems that Mrs. He is enjoying life too much, hence the impromptu visit to the police station? Wanan responded with a silent expression, feeling somewhat awkward. She had initially intended to avoid contacting Hee Won-jo, but since Chin Siyu had summoned her fiancé, she feared that if Hee Won-jo did not show up, the pressure from the other party might lead to her being wrongfully accused. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Wanan inquired, "Am I interrupting your important matters?" Xian Sesh, seated in the back, was indulging in the massage feature of the car earlier. Due to the trouble caused by Chin Siyu, she had not finished her massage, and now she was relishing it. Casting her gaze forward, she interjected, "Hee Won-jo, this is not Wanan's fault. Chin Siyu has been targeting her since high school. Just now, we were enjoying our massage when she suddenly appeared and uttered some unkind words. I couldn't just sit back and watch Wanan being bullied, could I? By the way, Chin Siyu's animosity towards Wanan stems from you. She had a crush on you back in high school, and now that Wanan is married to you, it's only natural for her to harbor resentment." Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow. "So ultimately, today's incident is my fault?" Xian Sesh chuckled, "Of course not. Blame Chin Siyu, blame me, just don't let your anger fall on Wanan. I apologize for wasting your time, Mr. He." Hee Won-jo's gaze returned to Lee Wanan's face, scrutinizing her closely but still unable to discern any visible injuries. He then lifted her wrist slightly and asked, "Are you hurt?" "Just my nose accidentally got bumped, nothing serious." Xian Sesh, holding her phone, sent a message to Wanan, and her own phone vibrated beside her. Wanan opened it to find a message from Desai. "Hee Won-jo is worried about your injury. He definitely has some feelings for you." Wanan remained silent. "Shall we send Miss Qian home first?" Hee Won-jo started the car, and Xian Sesh glanced at the time. It was barely past 8, why return so soon? "We were planning to go out for drinks tonight. Wanan just got her driver's license, so I'm celebrating with her." Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow. "Mrs. He obtained her driver's license? She just got it a couple of days ago. You've been busy lately, so I didn't mention it." Hee Won-jo smirked slightly. Mrs. He learns quite quickly. Jong Yun took 5 tries to pass his driving test. After her college entrance exams, Xian Sesh had immediately taken her driving test. Despite being scolded for her lack of intelligence by her instructor, she passed on her second attempt, and now she felt a sudden curiosity about this Jong Yun, realizing that there are indeed people in the world who are even less adept than she is. "Ha ha ha, let's invite him out for drinks so I can meet him and have a little fun at his expense." Wanan turned to Xian Sesh. "Maybe not. I think we can just hang out alone." However, Hee Won-jo interjected, "There's a gathering tonight, we might as well take you both along." Xian Sesh exclaimed, "Sounds great." As Hee Won-jo managed an entertainment company, he certainly knew numerous individuals in the film and entertainment industry, making this a perfect opportunity for her to expand her network. Wanan had never attended a gathering that Hee Won-jo participated in before. Although Xian Sesh was thrilled, Wanan still hesitated, asking, "Will it be inconvenient?" "It won't be, just consider it a night out." With that reassurance from Hee Won-jo, Wanan ceased her reservations. However, neither of them anticipated that the gathering would take place on a cruise ship. On the deck, men and women were dressed in their finest attire, and Xian Sesh recognized many actors, none of whom were lesser known, alongside well-known directors and producers within the industry. Jong Yun was currently sharing a drink with the lead actress of a popular drama. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Hee Won-jo arriving with 2 individuals. Upon closer inspection, he realized one of them was Lee Wanan. Dressed in a white shirt and jeans, her figure and demeanor complemented the setting rather well. However, the other woman, clad in a black crop top and shorts, along with flip-flops, presented quite a unique sight. Jong Yun bid farewell to the lead actress and hurried over. "Brother Zhou, sister-in-law, this is?" Xian Sesh raised her chin and introduced herself. "I am Xian Sesh, an actress by profession, and I enjoy living life to the fullest." "You must be Jong Yun. I heard you failed your driving test 5 times? Jong Yun looked taken aback, his embarrassing history. "Haha, Miss Chen, nice to meet you. A true hero does not dwell on past glories." Hee Won-jo encouraged Jong Yun to introduce Xian Sesh around, recognizing that since he was an actor, tonight was a fine opportunity for networking. He then took Wanan along with him. "Mr. He?" As Hee Won-jo intended to show Lee Wanan the scenic views on the deck, he was intercepted by someone calling out, "Mr. He, long time no see." "Who's this?" Hee Won-jo turned and greeted, "Director Gua." Hee Won-jo had previously invested in a drama directed by Guo Mingyu. At that time, Guo Mingyu had sought numerous investors, but most were skeptical of his work due to its mediocre ratings and disinterest in celebrity-driven casts, leading them to decline. Eventually, Hee Won-jo's timely support resulted in the show's success, establishing a mutual benefit between them. Hee Won-jo introduced, "This is my wife." Wanan stood beside Hee Won-jo, nodding in acknowledgement. Director Gua. Guo Mingyu's gaze traveled over Lee Wanan, scrutinizing her while nodding in approval. "Excellent." With a slight smile, Guo Mingyu remarked, "Mrs. He, with your impressive qualities, have you considered pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? I am about to shoot a period drama, and I believe there is a role that would suit you perfectly." Wanan shook her head. "Thank you, but I do not have such intentions." Since childhood, Wanan had often been asked whether she wished to enter the entertainment world, but her family had no plans for that, and she herself had no desire to act. Guo Mingyu, feeling somewhat unsatisfied, was about to say more when Hee Won-jo interjected with a smirk, "Director Gua, that's a bit excessive. My wife and I have only just married. I actually prefer her to focus on her job rather than acting." "Wouldn't that mean I might not see her for months?" Guomingyu was notorious for his strictness in filmmaking. Before formal shooting commenced, actors were required to join the crew, study the script, learn etiquette, and rehearse lines. Sometimes, if he was dissatisfied with the results, he would call actors back for reshoots. "That's alright, Mrs. He, should you ever develop an interest in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Guomingyu handed Wanan his business card, which she felt obliged to accept, intending to keep it for Qiansesh. "Alright." Just as the two of them took a few steps away, another person approached He Wenzhou for a conversation. As a rising star in the investment world, He Wenzhou had extensive connections, and such gatherings were perfect for networking. People continuously approached He Wenzhou, leaving Wanan feeling a bit fatigued as she contemplated checking on what Qiansesh was up to. He Wenzhou glanced at her. "Don't wander too far." Wanan nodded. The deck was vast, and with so many people around, she certainly wouldn't stray too far. "I'll find a place to wait." "Alright." He Wenzhou continued discussing a project with another individual, reminding her to stay safe before returning to business. Wanan searched the area but couldn't locate Qiansesh and wondered where she and Jiang Yun had gone. After taking a glass of juice from a server, Wanan leaned against the railing, gazing at the scenery. It was her first time witnessing the night view of South City from the sea. The ocean breeze against her face, with its salty and moist feel, was both refreshing and comforting. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her. Turning her head, Wanan saw a woman in a stunning red strapless gown, her skin pale as snow, and her features strikingly beautiful. "So, you are Mrs. He." Turning her gaze, Wanan recognized the woman beside her. Dai Ti was the actress who had previously been photographed with He Wenzhou and had even trended on social media. And the woman smiled with red lips, her eyes holding a hint of disdain. Chapter 51. Framing women are born stars, their beauty radiant and captivating. Ni Huan and Li Wanan embody two entirely different styles, one vibrant and bold, the other gentle and serene. Li Wanan, holding a wineglass, quietly gazes upon Ni Huan's face, a slight smile gracing her lips as she greets, "Miss Ni." "I did not expect you to recognize me," Ni Huan replies. "Miss Ni is a celebrity." "Naturally, I am aware of her, especially since you and my husband made headlines last time," Li Wanan responds, her lips curved in a subtle arc. Yet, Ni Huan discerns no emotion in her eyes. Though she is an award-winning actress, a star adored by many, Li Wanan seems utterly indifferent to her presence, raising an eyebrow, and Ni Huan elongates her tone. Indeed, about that evening, she deliberately trails off, arching her brow at the woman before her. "I trust Mrs. He would not mind?" Li Wanan smiles faintly. Did Miss Ni not clarify that it was merely a misunderstanding? Ni Huan twirls a strand of hair, casting a sidelong glance at He Wenzhou, her gaze shimmering. "In truth, it is not entirely a misunderstanding." Returning her focus to Li Wanan, she continues, "Mrs. He, let me be candid, I have genuine feelings for Mr. He. I believe there is no shame in loving someone, even though he is currently married to you. I harbor no objections. I have heard that your marriage to Mr. He was somewhat hasty. It seems there is little affection between you. However, I have known Mr. He for quite some time, and his regard for me. The reason I secured the lead role in Yunyaoji was due to his ultimate decision, despite fierce competition. I believe Mr. He, if not fond of me, at least appreciates my talent." Li Wanan lowers her gaze, taking a sip of freshly squeezed juice, its sweet and tart flavor lingering on her palate. Ni Huan, in her high heels, moves closer to her. "My manager has already struck a deal with Xingzhou. Should Yunyaoji succeed, we will continue collaborating, which means my interactions with Mr. He will inevitably increase. Have you heard the phrase, love grows over time? I, Ni Huan, am confident that Mr. He will eventually develop feelings for me." Eventually, meaning not yet, Li Wanan lifts her eyes, a gentle smile playing at the corners. "Miss Ni's affections for my husband are entirely understandable. However, it appears they may be unreciprocated." As an actress, Ni Huan is acutely aware of her expressions, yet her demeanor cracks slightly at Li Wanan's words. "What do you mean?" Li Wanan's slender figure stands tall, the sea breeze tousling her silky hair as she gently brushes it aside, softly stating, "What I mean is, I hope Miss Ni does not indulge in futile hopes. After all, if my husband were inclined towards you, you would not be here attempting to dissuade me. Moreover, my husband has no current intentions of divorcing me. Miss Ni's pursuit of being a third party may jeopardize your career," she continues. Ni Huan chuckles lightly. "Are you threatening me?" "I am merely offering sage advice. I suggest you exercise caution," she replies, her tone remarkably composed, exuding the poise of a rightful wife. Li Wanan, unwilling to prolong the conversation, nods and turns to depart in another direction. Ni Huan watches her retreating figure, her breath gradually becoming heavier. Without Li Wanan, she, Ni Huan, is confident that given time, He Wenzhou would surely fall under her spell. She has never actively sought a man, yet He Wenzhou, young and accomplished, is the ideal candidate for her ambitions to marry into wealth. No female star is destined to remain in the entertainment industry forever. Some become mistresses to wealthy men, while others marry older, twice divorced men for fame, stability, and resources. She has navigated the industry better than those women. Consequently, her prospects must be even more promising. To secure He Wenzhou, she must first eliminate Li Wanan. Their paths had previously crossed little, yet she had not anticipated that tonight he would bring the woman here. The guests tonight are all affluent or noble. Should Li Wanan be tempted and take another man to her bed, that word would spread, tarnishing her reputation, and would He Wenzhou allow her to retain her status as Mrs. He Wu? Once the position of Mrs. He is vacated, then she would undoubtedly have her chance to ascend. Ni Huan gazes at Li Wanan's silhouette for a moment, then notices someone approaching her, presumably aware of her status as Mrs. he, thus addressing her with deference and respect, yet, those like her actresses, are often treated with frivolity and disdain, such as the disparity of class and attitude. This realization fortifies her determination to climb higher. She is resolute in claiming the title of Mrs. E tonight. She intends to bring about Liwanen's downfall. Amidst the crowd, and Ihuan spots a figure, a man sipping red wine, his gaze fixed upon her, dark and possessive. Usually, she avoids him, but now she strides purposefully towards him. Muran, do you not have feelings for me? I need your assistance with something, he states. On the deck, many people engage in conversation, primarily those who recognize Liwanen as Iwonjo's wife, offering her compliments and flattery. Liwanen responds politely, though she feels somewhat overwhelmed. Her eyes scan the crowd for Iwonjo, but she cannot find him. Just as she is about to message him, someone approaches, addressing her, Mrs. He. Liwanen looks up to see a stranger, nodding slightly and stepping back to maintain her distance, greeting, hello. I noticed you seemed a bit overwhelmed, so I took the liberty of coming over to chat. I hope I am not intruding. I in this world of fame and fortune, many wish to befriend you due to your connection with Iwonjo, a well-known investor and rising star in the industry, he explains. May I ask who you are, she inquires. Mu Ran. I have collaborated with Iwonjo, we are friends, he replies. His tone is devoid of flattery, and as a friend of Iwonjo, Liwanen lowers her guard slightly. He shares some insights about Iwonjo's professional endeavors, topics she rarely gets to explore, and she listens attentively, occasionally asking questions related to him. It seems Mrs. He has quite an affection for Iwonjo, Mu Ran remarks with a smile. I happen to know quite a bit about him. Shall we drink and chat further? Noticing the juice in Liwanen's glass is nearly finished, Mu Ran gestures for a server to bring her another identical drink. Thank you, she accepts, as Mu Ran leads her to a lounge area where they sit on the sofa, sipping and conversing. He even has photos from events attended with Iwonjo, not far off, and Ihuan observes the scene with a glimmer of confidence in her eyes. Mu Ran harbors feelings for her, while also perceiving Iwonjo as a competitor. He is the perfect tool for her plans tonight. As Liwanen gazes at the photos of Iwonjo on Mu Ran's phone, she suddenly feels a wave of dizziness wash over her head spinning. Are you alright? The man beside her inquires, placing a hand on her shoulder. Instinctively, she attempts to retreat but is overcome by a severe headache, her body growing weak and unresponsive. Not feeling well, let me take you to a room to rest, he offers, supporting her as they head toward the lounge, and she lacks the strength to refuse. Struggling to open her eyes and search for Iwonjo, she only sees a blur of overlapping figures. Chapter 52 Fear Qiansesh, following Jiang Yun, had the opportunity to meet numerous luminaries within the industry. Her manager, who represented more than just her, had other artists who were far more popular, and he was rather biased, never bringing her to such prestigious events. Accompanying Jiang Yun, Qiansesh encountered several of the most sought-after directors and even a few top-tier stars, including her idol, Xie Zhili. Although she managed to add WeChat contacts with many, her idol, Xie Zhili, politely declined, claiming he had left his phone behind. Despite a twinge of disappointment, this also indicated that her idol was principled and not one to indiscriminately add contacts. Having met a significant number of prominent figures, Qiansesh nudged Jiang Yun with her elbow, a playful smile revealing her charming dimples. Jiang Wuzi, your connections are quite impressive, I owe you one tonight. Let's have dinner sometime. Upon hearing the nickname she bestowed upon him, Jiang Yun couldn't help but twitch his lips. What did you just call me? Qiansesh blinked innocently. Oh, I have a penchant for giving nicknames. I hope you don't mind if I refrain from it next time. By the way, you seem quite familiar with Xie Zhili, perhaps you could invite him along, he is my idol. Dressed in shorts and oversized slippers, Qiansesh's toes curled up as she spoke, her face slightly flushed. Just moments ago, she had enthusiastically showcased her acting skills to the industry elites, yet now she seemed a different person. Do you truly admire him? Jiang Yun remarked without reservation. Xie Zhili tends to prefer refined and cultured women. With your relaxed and wild charm, you might not quite fit his taste. Qiansesh clenched her fists. Despite this being her first meeting with Jiang Yun, they had quickly bonded. She playfully punched his shoulder. That's not for you to decide. Today was unexpected. Next time, I will surely make a lasting impression on him. Jiang Yun winced, eyeing the grinning woman, ultimately choosing not to dissuade her further, fearing another blow. You certainly pack a punch. Qiansesh proudly lifted her chin. I'm a force to be reckoned with, aren't I? Indeed. At that moment, a woman sashayed toward Jiang Yun, and Qiansesh, ever perceptive, promptly declared, Oh, look, a beauty is approaching you. I shall bid you good night. All right. Jiang Yun turned, only to be approached by a petite starlet, her delicate hand lightly tapping his shoulder, a mere fraction of the force Qiansesh had used. Jiang Yun couldn't help but admire, realizing this was the essence of femininity. Jiang Zong, are you considering a change of pace? That lady you were just with quite intriguing, the woman remarked, stifling a giggle. Recently single, Jiang Yun had noted the abundance of beautiful women present that evening, contemplating whether any would catch his eye. He raised an eyebrow, leaning against the railing while engaging in casual conversation with her. Yet, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the woman clad in a t-shirt and baggy shorts, wriggling her way through the crowd like an EEL. It was not that he was intentionally watching, but her attire was simply too conspicuous for the evening. On the expansive deck, Qiansesh's feet ached from walking, and she had yet to catch sight of Liwanen. Knowing her well, she understood that Liwanen would not stray too far on her own. Thus, she attempted to call her, but there was no answer. A sense of unease washed over her as she failed to find Wonjo. When she turned back to Jiang Yun, she noticed the petite starlet nearly pressed against him. But at that moment, she could not afford to dwell on it. Xian Sesh rushed over, pulling the woman away from Jiang Yun. This is bad, Wanan is missing. Seeing Xian Sesh's anxious expression, Jiang Yun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Are you certain? How could such a large presence simply vanish? I can't reach her on the phone. Ask He Wonjo if he is with her. Yet, an instinctive feeling of dread gnawed at her, as if something ominous had transpired. Alright, stay calm, I'll call Zhou Gu, he reassured her. At that moment, He Wonjo was on the upper deck, engaged in conversation with officials from the Cultural Bureau. Excuse me, I need to take a call, He Wonjo said, nodding slightly. I'm chatting with Director Zhang. What's the matter? It's urgent, is my sister-in-law nearby? He Wonjo furrowed his brow. What's wrong? I can't reach her, and no one is downstairs. Given the large crowd on the ship, despite all being invited, there was always the risk of uninvited guests slipping through. He Wonjo turned to Zhang, his expression grave. I apologize, Director Zhang, but it seems my wife is in trouble, I must leave. Of course, He Zone, take care. He Wonjo nodded and swiftly departed, dialing Li Wanan's number, but once again, there was no response. Descending to the first floor, he found Xian Sesh and Jiang Yun had already searched the deck thoroughly, inquiring with others, yet no one had seen Li Wanan. Without hesitation, He Wonjo contacted the event organizers to review the surveillance footage. The cruise ship had numerous lounges, and due to privacy concerns, guests could not access certain areas without a request. Thus, to ascertain Li Wanan's whereabouts, they had to rely on the monitors. With someone missing, the organizers feared the worst and promptly retrieved the footage from the deck and cabins. However, the ship was vast, and the sheer number of screens made it difficult to focus. In a bid to expedite the search for Li Wanan, He Wonjo requested the footage to be played at double speed. After more than half an hour, they finally spotted Li Wanan's figure, and He Wonjo dashed toward the room, with Xian Sesh and Jiang Yun struggling to keep up. He moved with such urgency that his expression was as dark as a storm cloud. Jiang Yun observed He Wonjo's retreating figure, biting his lip, as the footage revealed someone supporting Li Wanan into the public lounge. The woman's state was evidently concerning. The public lounge, a place accessible to anyone. Jiang Yun felt a shiver run down his spine. Everyone knew that He Wonjo had obsessive-compulsive tendencies and despised others touching his possessions. If he discovered someone had harmed Li Wanan, Jiang Yun dared not contemplate the consequences. Inside a room, Li Wanan felt utterly unwell, her head pounding excruciatingly. Upon opening her eyes and recognizing the man before her, panic surged through her as she realized it was not Mu Ran but a complete stranger. In his 30s, he was unremarkable in appearance, greasy and lewd. Who are you? Let me go, if you dare touch me, I will make you pay, she exclaimed, digging her nails into her palm until blood surfaced, the pain jolting her back to some semblance of strength. With a fierce determination, Li Wanan struggled, driving her knee into the man's abdomen while pushing him away with all her might. He clutched his stomach, retaliating with a sharp slap to her face, the force causing her vision to blur. Grasping her chin, he sneered, what are you pretending for? I've seen countless actresses like you trying to play the victim. What, do you think I'm unattractive and you're trying to fish for someone better? He scoffed, groping her carelessly. You're actually quite pretty. A newcomer, I presume, you're lucky to have crossed paths with me. I have plenty of resources at my disposal. If you please me, I'll land you a leading role tomorrow. Li Wanan's head throbbed painfully as memories flooded back. She recalled chatting with Mu Ran before drinking juice and noticing something was off, after which Mu Ran had helped her to the lounge. The man's breath reeked, akin to a serpent's hiss. Nausea washed over her, and she felt as if she could hardly breathe, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted a crystal lamp nearby. Summoning an unknown strength, Li Wanan rolled to the side, snatching the bedside lamp and swinging it with all her might toward the man's head. Crimson blood erupted from his scalp, and he grimaced in shock. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wanan leaped off the couch and bolted for the door, but her body felt weak, and she could hardly run. How dare you strike me, you're asking for death, the man roared as he lunged after her, blood streaming down his face, his eyes wide with fury. Do you really want to provoke me? Clearly, you haven't been properly taught a lesson. The man's demeanor turned menacing, and Li Wanan grasped the nearby lamp, swinging it once more at his head. Chapter 53 Venting anger. As He Wonjo stepped through the door, he immediately spotted Li Wanan clutching a lamp in a defensive posture, while a bloodied man beside her was preparing to lunge at her. Without hesitation, He Wonjo delivered a brutal kick to the man's back, draping his coat over the woman, and then seized the assailant by the collar, landing a fierce punch squarely on his jaw. Each blow was precise and merciless, leaving the man no room to retaliate, nor even a chance to utter a word. When Jiang Yun and Qian Sisi arrived, they witnessed He Wonjo subduing the man on the ground. Jiang Yun's eyes widened as he recognized the battered figure, ultimately identifying him by the distinct mole on his face as Wang Fugui, the eldest son of the chairman of Wan's group, notorious for his disreputable behavior and penchant for pursuing starlets, yet shielded by a formidable background. Brother Zhou, perhaps we should stop? Your wife has already made his head bleed. Jiang Yun feared the situation might escalate to a fatality. However, before he could intervene, Qian Sisi had already rolled up her sleeves, ready to join the fray. Forcing a lady to turn violent and bullying my best friend? You recording disaster. With that, she brandished her slipper and struck the man's face with fervor, occasionally pinching his flabby flesh, eliciting cries of pain from him. Jiang Yun, observing this scene, discreetly closed the lounge door, standing guard outside for the two. Inside, Wang Fugui, now a sight of bruises and battered features, covered his face in a plea for mercy. Mr. He, I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was touching your woman. I walked in and found her lying there, looking like that. I thought she was just another starlet offering herself up for favors. Please, stop, I truly regret it, I didn't get to do anything. She even hit me with a lamp. At this juncture, Chen Cece had reached Li Wanan's side, noticing her distress. Mr. He, is there any need to continue? If you're going to do it, make haste. I feel Wanan is in serious trouble. He Wenzhou rose, his polished leather shoe crushing down on the man's arm, prompting another yelp of agony from Wang Fugui. He Wenzhou's voice was low and menacing. This time, I'll break one of your arms. If there's a next time, I'll ensure you can never be a man again. The man, in desperation, scooped up Li Wanan, causing Chen Cece to exclaim anxiously, she's burning up. He Wenzhou's gaze fell upon the woman's flushed cheeks and slightly parted lips. Something was amiss. He promptly lifted Li Wanan and strode out, leaving Wang Fugui for Jiang Yun to handle. Jiang Yun entered to assess Wang Fugui's injuries. While most were inconsequential, 2 blows to his head necessitated immediate hospital attention to avert a potential tragedy. Jiang Yun contacted the staff to tidy the room and, along with Chen Cece, discreetly transported Wang Fugui to the hospital, ensuring it seemed as though nothing had transpired. A few minutes later, Anaihuan summoned her friends to the lounge, initially intending to feign an accidental encounter with Li Wanan and another man. However, upon entering, she found the room utterly vacant. Her fists clenched in frustration. Such a splendid opportunity, what a pity. Anaihuan sought out Mu Ran on the deck. Mu Ran, is this how you conduct your affairs? Mu Ran smirked slightly, raising an eyebrow at Anaihuan. It seems things did not unfold as you had hoped. I instructed you to ruin her reputation, Anaihuan hissed, lowering her voice. Mu Ran, if you cannot handle such a trivial matter, how can you expect me to willingly harbor feelings for you? Anaihuan, do you take me for a fool? You're merely using me, Mu Ran replied, flicking ash from his cigarette, his gaze flat as it landed on her. Initially, he had felt a spark for Anaihuan, her beauty, her acting prowess, her aloofness, but he never anticipated her request for such a devious act. He had agreed at first, but upon reflection, he realized her targeting of Li Wanan was solely for He Wenzhou's sake. Once she achieved her aim, where would that leave him? He was not so magnanimous as to sacrifice himself for another's gain. Clarity dawned in an instant. Be prepared to face the consequences. If He Wenzhou discovers you drugged Li Wanan, what do you think he will do? Anaihuan's complexion paled at the implication. He Wenzhou had booked a suite on the yacht, laying Li Wanan on the bed as she clutched at her clothing, expressing her discomfort. Li Wanan, gather yourself. Though she felt exceedingly unwell, he had no intention of taking advantage of her in such a vulnerable state. That would be akin to assault. The immediate priority was to procure the antidote. In such scenarios, there are always starlets brazen enough to drug men for a chance at the upper echelons, with some even returning later claiming motherhood to secure their status. Due to past incidents, the organizers were prepared, an antidote was readily available, ensuring swift delivery in case of necessity to mitigate risks. Moments later, the staff brought the antidote, and He Wenzhou held her mouth open, forcing the remedy inside. Bitter. The taste spread across her tongue, causing Wanan to frown, instinctively wanting to spit it out. Swallow it. He Wenzhou insisted, bending down to ensure the pill was consumed. The antidote would take several minutes to take effect, but gradually, Wanan began to stabilize, her temperature returning to normal. Only then did He Wenzhou exhale in relief, rising to pour her a glass of water. Here, soothe your throat. Wanan remained silent, her mind racing back to moments when she had clung to He Wenzhou, seeking his affection, wishing she could vanish into the ground. Holding the water cup, she glanced at He Wenzhou. I hit that man with the lamp a couple of times, it was quite forceful. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but now she felt a twinge of fear. Jiang Yun took him to the hospital. He should survive. If he dies, they will contact me. He Wenzhou gently arranged her disheveled hair, his voice hoarse. Mrs. He, you did excellently in protecting yourself. I'll handle the rest. Having been startled, Wanan needed to recuperate. She truly felt fatigued. In that moment, she had dared not relax, her nerves taut, but now with He Wenzhou by her side, she allowed herself to unwind, her body growing heavy with weary sleep. At last, Wanan closed her eyes, and He Wenzhou remained by her bedside until she fell into a deep slumber, then quietly exited the room. The gala continued, and He Wenzhou made his way directly to Anaihuan on the deck. It was you, wasn't he it? Having reviewed the security footage, He Wenzhou saw Anaihuan approaching Mrs. He, unaware of what she had said, followed by Mu Ran's initiative to engage with Li Wanan. To his knowledge, Mu Ran was among Anaihuan's most ardent admirers. Anaihuan feigned calmness. What are you insinuating, Mr. He, I don't understand. If you require evidence, I can certainly procure it, but that would be a waste of time. I'm eager to avenge my wife. He Wenzhou's gaze was icy as he regarded Anaihuan, his handsome features devoid of warmth. Will you leap overboard yourself, or shall I find someone to throw you in? Choose wisely. Anaihuan's expression was one of disbelief. Mr. He, do you realize what you're suggesting? Jumping into the sea at midnight, was this not a death sentence? Chapter 54 of the end. It was evident that the man was not jesting. Anaihuan clenched her fists, feigning composure. Mr. He, I truly do not understand what you are insinuating. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Yet, the man's alluring eyes were now shrouded in darkness and indifference, his voice devoid of warmth. Jump, and I shall hold no grudges. Do not jump, and you will vanish from the entertainment industry henceforth. In N.I. Huan's beautiful eyes, disbelief was palpable. Did He Wenzhou truly intend to blacklist her? Her lips quivered. Mr. He, aware of He Wenzhou's resolute nature, she turned away, the cruise ship adrift upon the vast sea, with nothing but the endless waters in sight. However, she found herself with no other option. The man stood coldly at a distance, observing as N.I. Huan scaled the railings, panic etched across her face. Peering down, she saw the tumultuous waves below, her entire being trembling. This scene quickly drew attention. Oh my, what is the renowned N.I. Huan doing? Is N.I. Huan contemplating ZS? I've heard whispers that N.I. Huan harbors feelings for Mr. He. Did she not recently cling to him to stir up rumors? I've heard the gossip columnist is quite familiar with her, yet Mr. He showed her no mercy, and the very next day, Xingzhou Entertainment's PR reached out for her to clarify. Tonight, she must have been rejected once more by Mr. He. Honestly, why choose such a path? Does she lack self-awareness? Mr. He may be a bit reckless, but would he genuinely take a liking to us actresses? N.I. Huan is overestimating herself. Having her dreams of marrying into a wealthy family dashed would be disheartening, but to the point of jumping into the sea. Could it be she did something to provoke Mr. He? Amidst the murmurs, N.I. Huan awaited He Wenzhou's softening heart, yet the man remained unmoved. N.I. Huan, do not despair. Jumping down could lead to a tragedy. People urged her, while the cruise's rescue team stood ready. Clinging to the railing, her legs weakened, and suddenly, the ship swayed slightly. Unable to maintain her grip, she plunged into the depths. A resounding splash echoed, and the sea erupted in a frothy display, as N.I. Huan struggled against the waves, crying out for help. The rescue team leapt in without hesitation, experienced sailors, yet with N.I. Huan's inability to swim and the evening breeze complicating matters, their task was formidable. After a grueling 30 minutes, they finally retrieved her, lowering a ladder for her ascent. N.I. Huan was placed on the deck, drenched in seawater, her hair and gown thoroughly soaked, an image of utter disarray. The rescuers pressed against her chest, urging her to expel the excess seawater, and it was at this moment that He Wenzhou approached. N.I. Huan, gazing at the man's polished shoes drawing near, lifted her eyes only to find fear reflected back at her. The man loomed over her, his piercing gaze chilling, as N.I. Huan trembled uncontrollably, and then she heard his cold, unfeeling voice. The surveillance footage does not capture any evidence of you framing my wife, N.I. Huan. If you persist in denial, I cannot take any action against you. However, you cannot withstand the threat of my retaliation, fearing I would blacklist you, and thus you sought to downplay the situation. But N.I. Huan, who led you to believe that I, He Wenzhou, am a man of my word? Did you truly think that by jumping into the sea, I would relent? N.I. Huan's complexion drained of color as she scrambled to grasp his pant leg. Mr. He, I recognize my errors, I truly do. I nearly lost my life just now. Is this punishment not sufficient? The man withdrew his leg, disdainfully brushing off the spot she had touched, a faint, chilling smile flickering in his eyes, his thin lips uttering a single word, sufficient? With that, He Wenzhou wiped the smile from his face and turned to leave, while N.I. Huan lay on the ground, understanding that there was no room for negotiation. All eyes were upon her, filled with shock, pity, and disdain. What could N.I. Huan have done to incite such fury from Mr. He? It seems to involve Mrs. He. I saw N.I. Huan approach her for a chat previously. Later, someone sought out Mrs. He. Could it be that N.I. Huan acted against her? My heavens, she dared to confront Mrs. He. Isn't that courting death? Perhaps rumors of Mr. He and Mrs. He's hasty marriage lacking affection spurred her to gamble heavily? Yet it backfired. Such behavior is truly foolish. Returning to the suite, He Wenzhou found Li Wanan still asleep, though her slumber appeared troubled, her delicate brows furrowed. It was clear she had been frightened by the events of the night. He Wenzhou lay beside her, embracing her gently, inhaling her familiar scent. As Li Wanan turned, her fingers lightly clutched his shirt, her cheek resting against his chest. He Wenzhou lowered his gaze and observed her once tightly knit brows relaxing slightly. He pressed his lips together, remaining still. Suddenly, his phone rang, and he frowned, promptly answering while stealing a glance at Li Wanan, relieved to see she remained undisturbed. What is it? Zhang Yun leaned against the wall, a cigarette in hand, his legs trembling from the night's fright. I called to inform you that the hospital has examined Wang Fugue and reported no immediate issues. However, given that your sister-in-law hit him on the head, we must be cautious of any potential complications, such as intracranial bleeding or brain damage. I've had him sign a disclaimer, asserting that his actions were inappropriate, while your sister-in-law acted in self-defense. Should any issues arise, he will bear the responsibility. Zhang Yun added, I've handled everything at the hospital, how about you? All is well. The Wang family's influence cannot be underestimated. If anything were to happen to Wang Fugue, did you consider the repercussions? I heard N.I. Huan jumped into the sea tonight. Was it her orchestrating things? But, Zhao Ge, if this escalates to a tragedy, He Wenzhou glanced at Li Wanan, his tone measured. Without a lesson, there will be a next time. Zhang Yun quipped, Zhao Ge, you haven't developed feelings for Li Wanan, have you? He Wenzhou's earlier ferocity when he had nearly beaten Wang Fugue to death, followed by the anxious expression he wore while holding Li Wanan, had never been witnessed before. No. His voice was devoid of warmth as he terminated the call. Finally, Zhang Yun exhaled in relief, understanding that He Wenzhou's concern for Li Wanan was merely possessive. He could not tolerate anyone tarnishing what was rightfully his. Perhaps he had overthought this. Possibly due to the medication, Li Wanan was unaware of how long she had slept. Upon awakening, she found herself back at Chihai residence. The haunting images of the previous night flooded her mind, causing her to tremble uncontrollably, until suddenly, she was pulled into an embrace. The man's voice resonated above her. It is all well now, Mrs. He, do not be afraid. Li Wanan, eyes closed, pressed tightly against his chest, her arms clinging to him, but He Wenzhou, lacking in comforting words, resorted to actions. He held her closely, firm yet tender, until she struggled for breath, prompting him to finally release her. He Wenzhou gently patted her back, his tone softer than usual. Last night frightened you, Mrs. He. Today, I shall accompany you entirely to ease your fears. Chapter 55. The vision. All right, but I have no desire to go anywhere today. After the events of yesterday, she felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. Wanan simply wished to stay at home or take a leisurely stroll nearby. The vicinity of Chihai residence was quite expansive. Having lived here for so long, she had yet to explore its surroundings. The man raised an eyebrow. Well, whatever Mrs. He says goes. Perhaps because she had narrowly escaped danger last night, he was accommodating her today. He Wenzhou went downstairs to attend to some matters while Wanan headed to the bathroom for a shower. Reflecting on the events of the previous evening, she felt a tinge of relief. The man had appeared portly and imposing, but there was an unmistakable fragility beneath that exterior. Although she had been drugged, she had managed to cope. Still, she felt uncomfortable in the places he had touched. Turning on the shower, Wanan closed her eyes as she washed, mentally reassuring herself that what had transpired was not her fault. The areas the man had touched were akin to being bitten by a dog. Just as she emerged, her phone rang. It was Qian Cece. Darling, I've heard some inside news. Anai Huan is about to be blacklisted. It seems the Yunyao filming crew is looking for a new leading lady and has deleted all her related materials. The endorsements she previously held are reportedly not being renewed, and last night, it seems He Wenzhou confronted Anai Huan, and she even attempted to jump into the sea. If it weren't for the rescue personnel, she might not have made it. Could it be that what happened to you last night was orchestrated by Anai Huan, prompting He Wenzhou to defend you? If that were the case, I'd say He Wenzhou is quite the man. With such protection, who would dare bully you again? I believe He Wenzhou must have developed some feelings for you, otherwise, why would he have been so furious last night? Qian Cece had been friends with Wanan for many years. It was understandable that she was infuriated by Wanan's mistreatment. However, given that He Wenzhou and Wanan had entered into a flash marriage, his feelings for her were uncertain. Zhang Yun had mentioned that Wang Fugui's family was quite influential, and had he been a different man, matters might have been easily resolved. He Wenzhou had unleashed a formidable fury, and even Wanan felt somewhat dazed watching him. Wanan smiled faintly, her eyes reflecting a hint of self-mockery. Perhaps it's merely possessiveness. She had no intention of misinterpreting his actions unless He Wenzhou explicitly confessed his affection for her. Moreover, deep down, she understood that his kindness stemmed from her being Mrs. He. There was a corner of his heart that always belonged to another, a space she could never infiltrate. Qian Cece raised an eyebrow on the other end of the line. Oh come on, be optimistic, you're wonderful. It's only a matter of time before He Wenzhou falls for you. If he can't see your worth, then he must be blind. Wanan managed to smile, comforted by the sentiment. Indeed, he truly is blind. Who are we calling blind? Suddenly, the man appeared, leaning against the doorframe. Wanan nearly dropped her phone, meeting his gaze filled with a teasing smile. She ended the call, her fair face composed. I wasn't talking about you. Mrs. He, are you aware of the saying, there is no silver here, 300 taels? She was hardly illiterate. He Wenzhou approached her, standing close, their noses nearly touching, his gaze unwavering on her face. Wanan wanted to retreat but found no space to do so. Observing her awkwardness, He Wenzhou's eyes crinkled with amusement. Why don't you enlighten me, Mrs. He, how exactly am I blind? Wanan pressed her lips together, raising her gaze to meet his, hesitating momentarily. Finally, her eyes fell on him. Your shirt is on inside out. He Wenzhou looked down, and indeed, it was so. After breakfast, He Wenzhou accompanied Wanan for a stroll around Chihai residence. He usually jogged in the area, while Wanan seldom ventured out, typically opting for a car to the city. Today, He Wenzhou led her along a different path. The residence bordered by the coast, with the beach not far off. The weather was splendid, perfect for a seaside excursion. The land surrounding Chihai residence, spanning 10 miles, belonged to the He family, and even this stretch of coastline was under their purview. The matriarch had chosen this location for their marital home, believing its seclusion would foster their relationship. As they walked along the shore, the beach was strewn with shells, and the sand was soft. Wanan decided to remove her shoes, relishing the sensation of the sand beneath her bare feet. This morning, Cece called to tell me you confronted Anai Huan, He Wenzhou remarked. Yes, he replied, last night she set you up but didn't directly attack you. She sought out Mu Ran, a suitor of Anai Huan's, who is both my collaborator and competitor. By approaching you, she aimed to lower your defenses. However, Mu Ran had not been foolish enough to harm Wanan. Otherwise, but He Wenzhou had not let Mu Ran off easily. He had reported a project violation of Mu Ran's anonymously, ensuring he would incur no less than 5 million in losses. Anai Huan is the lead in your investment project. Your current actions must result in significant losses? The man smiled slightly, appearing unconcerned, merely raising an eyebrow at Wanan. Losses can be recovered, but Mrs. He has been wronged. Should I not seek retribution on your behalf? So, Mrs. He, does this provide you some relief? It is indeed quite relieving, Wanan admitted candidly. As long as you find relief, there is no need to dwell on anything else. He Wenzhou led the way, wearing a white shirt that billowed in the sea breeze, his hair slightly tousled. Though no longer youthful, he still retained an air of boyish charm. Wanan paused, watching the silhouette of the man before her, He Wenzhou. He turned, and in the next moment, saw her jogging towards him, the wind lifting her skirt and hair, creating a breathtaking sight. Thank you. Wanan embraced him, her body soft and warm, making He Wenzhou feel as though he were holding a bundle of cotton. He smiled. Is Mrs. He so moved, bestowing me with such affection? Wanan bit her lip, feeling that he truly had a knack for ruining the mood. She stepped back, meeting his gaze, and voiced the question weighing on her heart. He Weizhou, what would you have done if something had really happened to me last night? Had the drug been stronger, or had she lost her grip, or if He Weizhou had arrived just a moment later? If she had truly been harmed, what would He Weizhou do? Would he abandon her? He Weizhou lowered his gaze, clearly understanding her concerns. He pressed his lips together, banishing his earlier nonchalance, his eyes serious as he regarded Wanan. Mrs. A woman's chastity is never solely defined by her attire. I would not consider you any less pure simply because you fell victim to a villain. Even if matters had escalated to that extent, my ire would be directed at the perpetrator, not the victim, who has already endured enough pain. Would I add salt to the wound? Mrs. Do not underestimate my character. I possess a modicum of decency. He gazed at her, raising an eyebrow. Otherwise, would I not be remiss in failing to appreciate your affections? Wanan regarded He Weizhou under the sunlight, her demeanor gentle and pure, her eyes sparkling. Yes, which is why I have such discerning taste. She tiptoed, lightly brushing her lips against his. A fleeting touch. He Weizhou raised an eyebrow, finding it rare for her to take the initiative. He swiftly pulled her back, looking down with a smile in his eyes. Indeed. With that, he leaned down, kissing her with precision. In the distance, the sun had fully risen above the horizon, breaking through the clouds. The world was bright and warm, the waves rolling in closer, while on the beach, two figures embraced in a passionate kiss. Chapter 56. Narcissism. Good night or the first time by the sea, and especially with He Weizhou, this area is secure, and with nets set up, it holds an abundance of fresh seafood. If the tide recedes tonight, there will likely be even more. Wanan walks barefoot along the shore, while He Weizhou trails behind her protectively, wary of her stumbling. Perhaps it is the relief from a near escape, but Mrs. He is in high spirits, occasionally splashing water at him or playfully leaning in for a kiss. He Weizhou raises an eyebrow, rarely witnessing such a lively and animated side of Mrs. The waves crash vigorously, soaking her clothes and transforming her into a stunning mermaid. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, He Weizhou gazes at her silhouette against the backdrop of the sea, illuminated by the morning sun. The scene of waves, a woman, and the horizon is breathtakingly beautiful. He Weizhou raises an eyebrow, seemingly hearing the rhythmic thumping of his own heart. Previously, he had mentioned a one-year engagement, and now he finds himself somewhat regretting it. After all, Mrs. He is such an exquisite creature, perfectly in tune with his desires. However, if Mrs. He harbors affection for him, then when the time comes, should she wish to avoid divorce, he would readily acquiesce, extending their engagement by another year or so. Wouldn't he be out of the question? After lunch, He Weizhou takes Wanan to the garage to select a vehicle. She has obtained her driver's license and will soon be able to drive herself to work, making things more convenient. However, upon entering the garage, Wanan is greeted by a plethora of luxury cars, the least expensive among them costing at least 3 to 4 million. With the hospital bustling with people, as a doctor, she understands that driving an extravagant vehicle could raise eyebrows among her colleagues, and more so, she fears the judgment of her patients. There are indeed cases online where doctors, seen driving opulent cars like a Rolls-Royce while their patients struggle to afford surgery for their gravely ill family members, became targets of resentment. Although such incidents are rare, Wanan has always maintained a low profile at the hospital, thus she decides against driving any of these luxury cars. He Weizhou, however, intends to let Wanan choose freely. All the vehicles in the garage are his prized possessions, some even modified, and he rarely allows friends like Zhang Yun to borrow them, let alone Mrs. He. Wanan is not particularly demanding regarding the vehicle. Comfort and safety suffice. Ultimately, He Weizhou arranges for a white BMW from the dealership for her, a modest choice priced at around 4 to 500,000. By afternoon, the dealership staff arrive to deliver the car with the license plates affixed. That afternoon, He Weizhou accompanies Wanan as she drives on the road. The new car feels distinctly different from the training vehicle, and Wanan, seated in the driver's seat, is somewhat tense. Moreover, He Weizhou is beside her, his foot hovering above the brake. Wanan hesitates to start the engine, gripping the steering wheel tightly, stealing a glance at He Weizhou, who has adjusted the passenger seat to a comfortable position, his long legs stretched out, exuding an air of relaxation. He Weizhou, I'm a bit nervous, Wanan admits, taking a deep breath. He Weizhou raises an eyebrow. It's an automatic. With a slight smirk, he observes the woman beside him and casually remarks, Mrs. He, if you can handle a manual, an automatic is as easy as driving a bumper car. Drive confidently, there are hardly any cars around, just remember not to mistake the gas pedal for the brake and to turn without fear of the steering wheel. Nevertheless, he demonstrates the controls for her. A few minutes later, Wanan resumes her position in the driver's seat, adjusting it for comfort, and glances at He Weizhou, asking, Shall I begin? Yes, Mrs. He, just take it easy. Just don't drag me into your demise. Gently pressing the accelerator, the car begins to move slowly. Wanan's nervousness is evident, and He Weizhou, seated in the passenger seat, points ahead. Mrs. He, do you see, even the snails by the roadside are faster than you? As she drives straight, clearly feeling no pressure, He Weizhou nods in approval. Mrs. He, you're doing splendidly, very standard. The area boasts a pleasant ecological environment, and sometimes an animal unexpectedly darts onto the road. Wanan slams on the brakes, causing He Weizhou to lurch forward slightly. He looks up with a teasing tch, Mrs. He, attempting to murder your husband? It is entirely normal for Wanan to be unfamiliar with driving on her first outing, and fortunately, He Weizhou merely teases her for a while before allowing her to continue. Eventually, Wanan successfully drives the car to the mountaintop. From the summit, one can see Chihai residence, the only villa within 100 miles, nestled against the mountains and overlooking the sea, resembling a hidden paradise. The timing is perfect, as the sun begins to set, offering an impromptu view of the horizon ablaze with color. Hee-won-jo stands a short distance away, taking in the scenery, a cigarette in hand as he exhales clouds of smoke, dressed in a shirt and slacks, creating a captivating image. Wanan, unable to resist, captures a photo of his silhouette but is taken by surprise when Won-jo turns around and catches her in the act. He raises an eyebrow. "Mrs. He, are you secretly photographing me?" He strides over, effortlessly snatching the phone from her grasp, the screen revealing his earlier pose against the backdrop of smoke. "Mrs. He, your photography skills are quite commendable," he compliments generously before returning the phone. Caught in the act of a clandestine snapshot, Wanan feels a twinge of embarrassment. Won-jo exhales a smoke ring, glancing at her with a playful smile, gently teasing her nose with his finger. With his charming features, peach blossom eyes, high nose, and soft lips, he grins, his voice enticing. "Mrs. He, in the future, if you wish to take my picture, do so openly. What is so special about a silhouette? My profile is far more handsome, wouldn't you agree?" Wanan cannot help but laugh. Won-jo, has anyone ever told you how incredibly narcissistic you are? He raises an eyebrow. Isn't that the truth? Wanan replies, "Let us head home." Continuing this conversation would be endless. Soon enough, he would press her to specify what exactly makes him good. Looking. As the hour grows late, Won-jo instructs Wanan to take the passenger seat. It's getting dark, and the descent is tricky. I'll drive. Obediently, Wanan settles into the passenger seat, staring at the photos on her phone for a while before asking Won-jo, "May I post the photo on my WeChat moments?" He raises an eyebrow. "Is Mrs. He looking to show off?" "Very well, you have my permission. How about capturing a side profile of me now? My profile is undoubtedly more attractive than my silhouette." Wanan thinks it might be best if Won-jo simply remains silent, lowering her head to edit her caption. She seldom shares her daily life, her moments are primarily filled with medical-related content. Once she posts this update, her notifications explode with activity. Chapter 57. Rumors. This was her first post-wedding photo of Won-jo, accompanied by a simple caption. The man's silhouette was a sight to behold, and the comments complimented her photography skills and noted how handsome he appeared from behind. Yet, there were still a couple of comments that irked her. "Chin-see-you, huh? Why not post a picture together? Is there none? I must say, Lee Wanan, this post makes you seem rather sycophantic. Jae-man-shin, why no face reveal? Is it because the front is too ugly?" Lee Wanan promptly deleted the comments and blocked Chin-see-you, while she merely chose to mute Jae-man-shin, who worked in a hospital. Lee Wanan detested female competition, yet trouble always seemed to find her, which could be quite vexing at times. Perhaps this was the price of being with Won-jo. Won-jo was like poison. She knew well that remaining by his side could lead to toxicity, corrosion, and harm, yet she found it utterly sweet. After all, she was enamored with him. In this world, everything follows a certain order, except for emotions, which are devoid of reason and rules. That evening, Won-jo had some company matters to attend to, so Lee Wanan retreated to the bedroom to study surgical videos on her iPad. When Won-jo returned to the bedroom, he found her engrossed in her studies, diligently taking notes. After showering, he emerged and glanced at Lee Wanan, noting the dark circles under her eyes which had intensified since their marriage. He felt a twinge of guilt but masked it with a frown of "Still awake? Mrs. He, you are disrupting my sleep schedule." Lee Wanan replied, "I will finish shortly." The surgical procedure was highly complex, a classic case, and she was learning it frame by frame. This wasn't the first time Won-jo had seen Lee Wanan studying at home. Sometimes she would write papers for hours, watch surgical videos, and occasionally even perform fruit dissections at home. He looked at her lazily and said, "Well, if you can't sleep, why not get some work done?" At his words, Lee Wanan immediately paused the video. "I'm tired, good night." She placed her iPad on the bedside table and lay down. Won-jo smirked, instinctively pulling her into his embrace and leaning down to inhale her faint, sweet scent. "All right, sleep well." Realizing that his hand resting on her waist was not invasive, Lee Wanan relaxed, inhaling his familiar and pleasant aroma, soon drifting into slumber. The following morning, after breakfast, Lee Wanan initially intended to drive to work herself, but Won-jo insisted she was still unfamiliar with driving and needed more practice. Ultimately, he drove her to the hospital entrance. As she stepped out of the car and waved goodbye, she turned to enter the hospital. After he left. Just as she turned, a Seagull electric vehicle pulled up beside her, and the window rolled down to reveal Jae-man-shin. "Oh, Lee Wanan, did your hideous husband drop you off at work? By the way, was that photo you posted yesterday sourced from the internet? If your husband were truly handsome, why not post a frontal shot? Honestly, if someone discovers that your photo is a stock image, I would feel embarrassed for you." Jae-man-shin had scrutinized that photo for quite some time. To be frank, the man's physique was commendable, but the more she looked, the more he resembled a model's build. Lee Wanan's husband must surely be old and unattractive. How could he possibly be that handsome? Previously, she thought Lee Wanan was merely aloof but now saw her as vain. The thought of Lee Wanan being so beautiful while paired with an older man brought her a sense of satisfaction. She believed her comment from the previous night had struck a nerve, which was why Lee Wanan had muted her. Lee Wanan glanced at Jae-man-shin, unwilling to explain. "Think as you please." Should she directly inform Jae-man-shin that her husband was Won-jo? That would likely shatter Jae-man-shin's facade. Seeing Lee Wanan's lack of rebuttal, Jae-man-shin smirked, feeling a sense of triumph. Lee Wanan had several surgeries scheduled for the day and chose not to dwell on the matter, diving into preparations as soon as she arrived at the hospital. When she emerged from the operating room, she overheard Nurse Su Tao gossiping about how Zhao Manqin was spreading rumors that her husband was old and ugly, claiming it was a confession from Li Wanan herself. When Li Wanan located Zhao Manqin, she found her in animated conversation with a few nurses, who immediately averted their gazes upon seeing Li Wanan, while Zhao Manqin continued unabated. Honestly, don't believe me at your own peril. I saw her get out of her husband's car this morning. He is truly unattractive, slightly balding, and rather portly. I didn't see his face, but I assure you, he is nothing like the man in her post, doctor. Zhao, spreading rumors can lead to legal consequences, you know? Li Wanan quipped, her smile devoid of warmth. Zhao Manqin felt a chill run down her spine and turned to see Li Wanan standing not far away, with Su Tao behind her. She glared at Su Tao before addressing Li Wanan. How is that a rumor? Aren't I just stating facts? Didn't you admit it this morning? Li Wanan found the situation amusing. She approached Zhao Manqin directly. Doctor. Zhao, this is a hospital, a place for healing, not a gossip mill. Please refrain from prying into my personal life, as it is none of your concern. Li Wanan, feeling quite self-important, are we? If you refuse to admit your husband is old and ugly, why not bring him out for us to see? Your reluctance only suggests you find him unpresentable. Zhao Manqin's animosity towards Li Wanan was well known, as she had always viewed her as a rival, especially since Li Wanan came from a privileged background, which fueled Zhao Manqin's envy. The nearby colleagues exchanged knowing glances, all astute enough not to want to offend either party. They simply sought to diffuse the tension. Dr.Li, we haven't yet had the pleasure of meeting your husband. We're all quite curious, and Dr. Zhao is no exception. Indeed, Dr.Li, the ambience of your post last night was stunning. Your husband must be quite dashing. Perhaps Dr. Zhao has misinterpreted things. Why not bring him along for us to meet? That way, Dr. Zhao will have nothing further to say. Zhao Manqin smirked at Li Wanan. Li Wanan, do you dare? How about this? Tonight, I'll treat the department to dinner, and you can bring your husband along. We are all colleagues. After all, there is no need to keep him hidden. He's quite busy and has no time. Li Wanan understood that if He Wenzhou were to appear at a gathering, it would surely humiliate Zhao Manqin, yet she did not wish for him to waste time on such trivial matters. After work, He Wenzhou arrived at the hospital to pick her up and took her to a Western restaurant. The French foie gras here is decent, and the desserts are quite good. The restaurant had an appealing atmosphere, reminiscent of a romantic date. However, midway through their meal, He Wenzhou received a phone call. Whatever was said on the other end caused his brow to furrow slightly. What happened? He Wenzhou ended the call and looked up. The manager of Ni Huan called. She is causing a scene at ZS and wishes to see me. Chapter 58. Trouble. He Wenzhou exhibited no inclination to intervene. After all, Ni Huan's desire for self-destruction was her own affair. Moreover, he harbored doubts about the authenticity of Ni Huan's intentions. If she truly wished to end her life, she would not have instructed her agent to contact him. Perhaps it would be wise to pay her a visit, Li Wanan suggested, casting a glance at He Wenzhou. She was concerned that if Ni Huan were to find herself in real peril, public opinion might adversely affect He Wenzhou, or furthermore, since Ni Huan had orchestrated a scheme against her, it was only fitting that she confront her directly for an explanation. Very well, if Mrs. He insists, we shall go, he replied. However, the man displayed no sense of urgency. They dined leisurely, savoring their meal as the courses arrived, and it was only after an hour had passed that they finally set off to meet Ni Huan. Ni Huan's agent had frantically dialed numerous times, her tone rife with anxiety. After all, Ni Huan was her prized asset, and now He Wenzhou was poised to dismantle that asset. Though He Wenzhou's influence in the entertainment industry was not absolute, his actions could significantly diminish Ni Huan's prospects. He was the president of Xingzhou Entertainment and a scion of the Yi family, a fact that rendered the allegiance of the public quite apparent when pitted against a mere starlet. The agent had suggested to Ni Huan that she abandon her pursuit of He Wenzhou, for the industry was teeming with other influential figures. Ni Huan, possessing striking beauty, had maintained her integrity amidst the chaos of showbiz, a fact that served as her capital. Finding another benefactor should not pose a challenge. However, this hinged on He Wenzhou retracting his ban on her, without his acquiescence. Who would dare to offend him for her sake? It was not that no one would take Ni Huan under their wing, it was simply that doing so would render her a pariah, unable to appear in public. Neither she nor her agent was willing to relinquish such a lucrative opportunity, leading to the current predicament. The agent anxiously awaited He Wenzhou's arrival, and when the door finally opened, she was taken aback to see him accompanied by a woman. For a moment, she assumed he had come alone. Upon recognizing the woman beside him, she quickly deduced, is this Mrs. He? The agent ushered them inside. Already aware of the events that had transpired aboard the cruise ship, she took it upon herself to apologize on Ni Huan's behalf. Mrs. He, Ni Huan has risen from obscurity to widespread acclaim, all under my guidance. I have witnessed her dedication and kindness, and I believe her recent actions were merely a moment of folly. Thankfully, you emerged unscathed, did you not? Ni Huan was understandably shaken that night and has since been in a state of distress, refusing to eat and causing quite the commotion in her room. Mrs. He, I implore you to show leniency towards her. Turning to He Wenzhou, the agent sighed, Mr. He, you were once quite fond of Ni Huan, or else you would not have cast her as the lead in such a grand production as Yunyao. By taking this course of action, you stand to lose immensely. Ni Huan simply acted out of momentary confusion. Why not grant her another chance? He Wenzhou listened quietly as the agent spoke, surveying the room with a casual glance before his lips curled into a faint smirk. Isn't it Ni Huan who has been clamoring for a downfall? Did you summon us merely to hear your pleas on her behalf? Ni Huan is in her bedroom, insisting on seeing you for one last time. I shall go and knock. You two should have a proper discussion. Li Wanan surveyed the lavish 200-square-meter duplex, adorned with numerous luxury items and walls plastered with N.I. Huan's various photographs, alongside notable artworks. The life of a starlet was indeed opulent, and Wen Zhou's recent actions were a devastating blow. Who could accept a fall from grace so swiftly? N.I. Huan was unlikely to acquiesce to her fate. Yet, who was to blame? It was her own doing, a consequence of her choices. The agent knocked on the door, and soon it swung open. Mr. He has arrived, Mr. He. N.I. Huan appeared noticeably haggard, devoid of makeup, her hair disheveled, bearing no semblance of the glamorous star she once was. However, upon spotting the woman alongside Wen Zhou, her complexion paled. N.I. Huan, you should have a serious conversation with Mr. He and Mrs. He, the agent stated before discreetly exiting, leaving only the three of them in the room. Wen Zhou took a seat on the sofa with Li Wanan beside him. N.I. Huan hesitated, her hands clenched, before finally approaching. She had expected Wen Zhou to come alone. Miss N.I., weren't you the one who wanted a downfall? He inquired, lounging on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, his long legs crossed. Is this an attempt to contact me before your demise? Indeed, you owe my wife an apology. She is right here. Apologize, and then you may proceed with whatever fate you desire. Rest assured, I will not hinder you. N.I. Huan stood frozen, her mind racing. She had received multiple notifications of expired endorsements and cancelled collaborations over the past 2 days. Once the hottest star in the industry, she now found herself discarded like refuse. She could not bear to witness her own downfall. Desperation seized her. She knelt before them. Mrs. He, I am truly sorry for what transpired that night. N.I. Huan had not anticipated that Wen Zhou would go to such lengths for Li Wanan, especially given the rumors that their marriage was a hasty one, forced upon him. Yet, with matters having escalated to this point, all she could do was grovel and feign remorse. I became infatuated with Mr. He and, in a moment of madness, convinced myself that if I destroyed you, he would divorce you, leaving me with a chance. That night, Mr. He had already punished me. The seawater was frigid and bone-chilling, and I nearly perished. I truly regret my actions. As N.I. Huan knelt, her expression one of profound regret, Li Wanan felt an overwhelming rush of blood surge to her head upon hearing N.I. Huan's admission of guilt. She had never known someone could resort to such callous acts for the sake of ambition. Li Wanan lowered her gaze, her usual gentleness replaced by a rare flash of anger. Miss N.I., many have feelings for my husband, yet you are the first to employ such despicable tactics against me. Not all transgressions are forgivable. Wrongdoing comes with consequences. Li Wanan inhaled sharply. This incident had left her with emotional scars. She was no saint and found it impossible to be magnanimous. N.I. Huan looked up at Li Wanan, her eyes red-rimmed. Mrs. He, my family relies on my income. My mother is gravely ill, my father is a gambler, and my brother is disabled and incapable of work. Mr. He has blacklisted me, and now no one dares to employ me. I know nothing beyond acting, and if this continues, I see no other escape but death. As she spoke, N.I. Huan seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and pressed it against her wrist, blood immediately oozing forth. N.I. Huan resorted to emotional manipulation, threatening self-harm. If you do not forgive me, I will have no choice but to end my life. Li Wanan was taken aback by her drastic actions. She had no desire for bloodshed. Turning to Wen Zhou for support, she found him reclining on the sofa, watching the scene unfold with a languid demeanor. He appeared entirely unfazed, even arching an eyebrow as he smirked. What are you doing with that knife? My wife is a doctor. You would only be inconveniencing her to perform emergency measures. If you truly wish to die, wait until we leave, then cut your throat, one swift slice of the carotid artery, and I guarantee you will meet your end without hope of revival. N.I. Huan, Chapter 59. The air kiss as Wen Zhou escorted Li Wanan out. Their agent stood at the door with an anxious expression. The moment she saw the couple, she rushed forward, exclaiming, Mr. He, Mrs. He, will you forgive N.I. Huan? However, Wen Zhou did not even cast a glance at N.I. Huan's agent. He simply wrapped his arm around Li Wanan and entered the elevator. The agent hurried back inside, only to find N.I. Huan collapsed on the floor, a fruit knife stained with blood beside her. Startled, she quickly noticed that N.I. Huan's wrist bore only a minor cut, which was nothing serious. What happened? What did they say? The agent inquired, eyeing N.I. Huan. I can't believe Wen Zhou came with his wife. If he had come alone, your tears and sob story might have softened his heart. Perhaps, if things escalated, he wouldn't have the heart to blacklist you. Alas, what is the situation? The agent's expression turned grave. If Wen Zhou refused to let N.I. Huan off the hook, she would need to swiftly find someone new to cultivate. N.I. Huan gripped the carpet with trembling hands, her eyelashes fluttering as she recalled Wen Zhou's words. He had said he could spare her, but only if she reciprocated by drugging herself to relive the harrowing event that Li Wanan nearly endured on the cruise that fateful night. Yet, she could not guarantee she would possess Li Wanan's fortune. After hearing N.I. Huan's words, the agent felt utterly defeated. She glanced at N.I. Huan, the once promising star she had nurtured, now reduced to such a pitiful state. It's over for you, the agent sighed. This incident has imparted a painful lesson, teaching you whom you can and cannot provoke. But by the time you grasp this truth, it will be too late. Announce your retirement from the entertainment industry. If you withdraw now, you can still maintain some semblance of dignity. N.I. Huan closed her eyes, once believing she could ascend to greater heights, only to find herself brought low by Wen Zhou's subtle blow. No matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. No company would risk offending Wen Zhou on her behalf. If given a second chance, she would never have targeted Li Wanan. On their way back, Li Wanan felt a twinge of concern. Turning to Wen Zhou, she said, do you think something might truly happen? Although she brought it upon herself, I worry that we might be pushing her too hard. A cornered dog will jump over the wall. He Wenzhou reassured her, rest assured, Ai Huan would not truly risk her life, the wealth she has amassed over the years, even after deducting the hefty breach of contract fees, is more than what an ordinary person could earn in several lifetimes. Many artists have retired after scandals, yet they continue to thrive, do they not? It's merely the loss of stardom, she will no longer bask in the adoration of the masses, yet, this punishment is the most effective, striking at the heart. He glanced at Li Wanan, raising an eyebrow. To kill the chicken to scare the monkey. If we let Ai Huan off this time, there will surely be another like her. Mrs. He, you cannot always count on luck. Li Wanan observed He Wenzhou, impressed by his foresight. A warm current enveloped her heart, causing her palms to feel pleasantly warm. Softly, she said, He Wenzhou, thank you. Mrs. He, there is no need for such courtesy. The Bentley sped down the road, and Li Wanan rolled down the window, the night breeze carrying a refreshing and gentle touch. As they passed a school, she spotted a familiar figure climbing over the wall. He Wenzhou, she called out, asking him to slow down, and soon she could see it was Li Jing. What was Li Jing doing outside the school, climbing over the wall? Do you recognize him? He Wenzhou asked, noticing Li Wanan staring at the boy in black who was hailing a taxi, his features rather handsome. That's my brother. Li Wanan gasped, but just as she saw Li Jing getting into a car, He Wenzhou, without inquiring further, followed suit. Ultimately, they discovered that Li Jing had gone to a bar after parking. The two entered, but Li Jing was nowhere to be seen. Li Wanan bit her lip, letting out a slight sigh. My brother has always struggled academically, and now, during such a crucial year in high school, he is here of all places. I can only wonder what he intends to do. It wasn't that she was unnecessarily meddling, it was simply that Li Jing had become far too unreliable, having been rebellious since middle school. The strict discipline employed by Li Zhongming had yielded little success, and the gentle approach of Su Wan had proven ineffective as well. Although she was his sister, her busy work schedule often meant she could only offer occasional concern, which he would dismiss. However, now that she had caught him at a bar instead of school, she could not simply ignore it. He Wenzhou raised an eyebrow, about to speak when a wave of cheers erupted around them. The host on stage boomed, now, let us give a warm welcome to our rock prince, Leo. He Wenzhou patted Li Wanan on the shoulder, gesturing toward the stage. Turning around, she was taken aback to see Li Jing clad in a black t-shirt and leather vest, paired with black jeans, holding an electric guitar and adorned with a black choker. He blew a kiss to the audience, and Li Wanan felt as though her eardrums might burst from the shrill screams of the girls standing on stage. Li Jing spread his arms, basking in the adulation. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, I'll be performing Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies by Beyond. I hope you all enjoy it. Leo. Leo. He Wenzhou guided Li Wanan to their seats, ordering a fruit platter and drinks. He raised an eyebrow at her, smirking, Mrs. He, you, and your brother are quite the contrast, aren't you? Li Wanan was at a loss for words. She had never known that Li Jing had a passion for music. In her recollection, he had always been summoned for poor grades or fights with classmates. Yet tonight, she seemed to witness a different side of Li Jing. He garnered quite a crowd at the bar, originally slated to sing 3 songs, but the audience's enthusiasm prompted him to return for 2 more. As they exited, they found Li Jing being pulled by a girl, asking if she could add him on WeChat. Just as he was about to scan her code, a soft voice called out, Li Jing. The boy stiffened, turning to see Li Wanan's wide eyes. Facing the charming girl, he reluctantly pocketed his phone, adopting an aloof demeanor. Ahem, there are too many people wanting to add me on WeChat, perhaps you should form a line. The girl rolled her eyes. If you don't want to, then don't act so proud. With that, she turned on her heel and walked away. Li Jing awkwardly ran his fingers through his hair, then turned to Li Wanan, frowning, Sis, how did you know I was here? Li Wanan remained silent, feeling a mix of anger and disappointment at his choice to skip school for a bar. The atmosphere grew tense, and He Wenzhou stood to the side, waiting for Li Jing to address him as brother-in-law, but after a long pause, he heard nothing. He raised an eyebrow and cleared his throat, signaling that there was another person present. Yet, in the next moment, he caught Li Jing rolling his eyes at him, followed by a dismissive heh. He Wenzhou was left puzzled. Did his brother-in-law harbor some grievances toward him? Chapter 60 Brother-in-law. He Wenzhou flashed a smile, seemingly unperturbed by Li Jing's attitude. Li Wanan observed Li Jing with a slight frown and remarked, Li Jing, what is your attitude? Call someone. I want tea, Li Jing retorted, his neck stiffened, exuding disdain. Wanan glanced at Li Wenzhou, who merely raised an eyebrow, not showing any signs of anger. Let us go, get in the car. Li Jing remained obstinate, refusing to enter the vehicle. Wanan, unable to contain herself, gave his head a light smack. Li Jing, looking petulant, complied and climbed into the car. Seated in the back with Li Jing, Wanan watched as he propped his legs up and busied himself with his phone, casually stating, just drop me off at the subway entrance ahead. In the next moment, his head received another playful tap. Li Jing covered his head, torn between wanting to be angry and not daring to express it. The pressure of familial ties held him in check. Li Jing lifted his gaze to meet Li Wanan's, sighing as he voluntarily confessed, Sister, I don't want to take the college entrance exam. My grades have always been poor. I've made up my mind to pursue the arts. I want to be a singer and an actor. Have you told Mom and Dad? Wanan pondered for a long while, unsure how to dissuade him. Li Jing had never been fond of studying, and the pressure of the entrance exam indeed seemed unfair to him, yet, she could not impede him from pursuing what he loved. After all, everyone has their own path in life. I haven't a mom and dad always want me to study business management and finance in college. If they knew I wanted to enter showbiz, they would definitely not support it. Sister, look, this is my account. I have over 100,000 followers, all accumulated from singing at bars, Li Jing said, opening his profile, where each video had impressive views and likes. I think you can give this path a try, but you don't necessarily have to abandon the college entrance exam. Li Jing pursed his lips in silence, and the atmosphere in the car fell quiet. He Wonjo glanced back and, with a smirk, broke the silence. Li Jing, right, to be frank, you have decent looks and your dance expression is passable, but your instrument skills are amateur at best, lacking professionalism. As for your singing, the emotional aspect is also lacking. There are plenty like you in my company. Making a name for yourself is not as easy as you think. Li Jing scoffed. Did I ask for your opinion? Who do you think you are? Oh, I hold dual degrees in financial physics from Harvard. I can play any notable instrument you can name, and I've won first prize internationally on the cello. Li Jing fell silent, rendered speechless. Li Wanan shot a glance at Li Jing and whispered, you should be a bit more respectful. He Wonjo is your brother-in-law now. This had been the case during their last hospital visit as well. She sensed that he had not been very cordial towards He Wonjo. Not a chance, I don't like him. Li Wanan bit her lip, realizing that while Li Jing had a bad temper, it must have its reasons. She couldn't fathom what He Wonjo had done to offend him. By this late hour, the school gates were closed, and their parents were likely asleep. Thus, Wanan sent a message to Li Jing's homeroom teacher to inform them, so that if Li Jing went missing, they wouldn't be left frantically searching. With the hour growing late, Wanan decided to take Li Jing back to Qihai residence for the night, and He Wonjo did not object. Aunt Wang, upon learning that Li Wanan's brother would be staying over, promptly prepared a guest room. He Wonjo offered Li Jing a set of his pajamas, which Li Jing accepted with a sour expression, neglecting to say thank you. Standing at the door, He Wonjo smirked at his little brother-in-law, choosing not to hold a grudge against him. Given the Li family's background, I must be honest, I cannot protect you as you navigate the treacherous waters of this field. Mind your own business. Li Jing glared at He Wonjo. Let me tell you, it's not about the money. It's about proving a point. I will definitely make a name for myself in the entertainment industry. Once I earn money, I will make my sister divorce you. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Don't think I'm unaware. You don't like my sister, yet you still married her. You married her but treat her poorly. My sister must have suffered a lot with you, hasn't she? I've noticed her losing weight since the wedding. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, finally understanding why Li Jing harbored such animosity towards him. He was clearly protective of his sister. However, does your sister know how you feel? You're overthinking it. She didn't marry me out of obligation. She explicitly stated that she likes me. Li Jing's anger flared even more. How could he not know? He was well aware that Li Wanan had developed feelings for He Wonjo, but he had once accidentally stumbled upon a box in Li Wanan's room containing her diary. At that moment, he had felt a surge of rage towards He Wonjo. He Wonjo had caused Li Wanan heartache for so many years. How could he not be furious? It was one thing to be blind in youth, but now his sister marrying He Wonjo felt like a flower blooming upon a pile of dung. When Wanan finished washing up and found Li Jing and He Wonjo at odds, she was taken aback. Li Jing sprang up from the bed, glaring at He Wonjo. I've been wanting to fight you for a long time. Care for a duel? He Wonjo casually glanced at him. Just you? Li Wanan sighed in exasperation. How childish are you two? Li Jing, ever the provocateur, pulled out his phone. Let us play a game, 1v1. If you lose, you'll kneel before me. He Wonjo nodded, and if you lose, you'll call me brother-in-law. Once the battle commenced, there was no turning back for the men. He Wonjo downloaded the game Li Jing mentioned, which Wanan was familiar with, knowing that Li Jing had been playing it consistently and had ranked among the top players nationally. She had never seen He Wonjo play games before. Maybe we should reconsider. Why bother competing with a minor? Losing would be so embarrassing, and would he really kneel? He remained silent as the game loaded, glancing at Li Jing. Best of 5. Li Jing, eager and confident, declared, prepare to be crushed underfoot, and kneel to call me dad. They logged into their accounts, added each other as friends, selected their heroes, and entered the duel mode. The game allowed infinite respawns, with victory achieved by toppling the opponent's base. Li Jing intended to showcase his skills, selecting heroes with a win rate of nearly 97 to 80%, starting with an assassin. On the other hand, He Wonjo opted for a support character, one useful in team battles but not particularly threatening in one-on-one encounters. Let us go. As the match began, Li Jing focused intently, while He Wonjo appeared relaxed and nonchalant. Li Jing won the first 2 rounds, pumping his fist and exclaiming yes, then looked smugly at He Wonjo. Is this all you've got? I've decimated you. It's not too late to concede. This was the consequence of mistreating his sister. The battle resumed, and Li Jing was determined to annihilate He Wonjo. However, he soon noticed something amiss. The man who had previously played timidly was now confronting him head-on, perfectly predicting Li Jing's maneuvers. Li Jing lost that round and attributed it to He Wonjo's luck. Again. In the next match, within 5 minutes, He Wonjo toppled Li Jing's base in the final round. Li Jing, furious, hurled his phone, glaring at He Wonjo with fiery eyes. Were you messing with me just now? He had thought He Wonjo was a novice. He Wonjo remained still, allowing the game's minions to destroy his base, and raised an eyebrow. I was involved in the game's development. The first 2 rounds were spent analyzing your tactics. So, what do you think? Are you convinced? As the game concluded, He Wonjo smirked at the fuming youth. Come now, dear little brother-in-law, call me brother-in-law. Chapter 61. Indifference. Li Jing wore an expression of reluctance. He Wei Zhou raised an eyebrow, saying, "A bet is a bet." Li Jing felt a deep-seated discontent. "I was merely underestimating my opponent earlier. If we were to play again, I would surely win. Are you brave enough to take me on? Alright, is this going to drag on forever?" Li Wanan frowned as she glanced at Li Jing. "If you don't call me sister-in-law, then you might as well stop calling me sister altogether." "Sister," reluctantly, Li Jing shot a glance at He Wei Zhou and mumbled, "brother-in-law." This would be the only time. There would be no second instance. Li Wanan instructed He Wei Zhou to return to his room to freshen up, as she wished to have a private conversation with Li Jing. "I've thought it over. I support your hobbies, but Li Jing, abandoning your studies after 3 years of high school is unwise. Your grades were commendable before, it's only in these past few months that they have plummeted. Is it because you took that part-time job at the bar? Why the sudden interrogation?" Li Jing raked his fingers through his hair. "I just find studying to be dull." Li Wanan refrained from pressing further. She understood without needing him to elaborate. She had checked Li Jing's social media account earlier, and the timeline coincided precisely with the troubles that had beset the Li family. "This matter should be discussed with our parents. If you wish to pursue art examinations, this year may not guarantee success, so you ought to prepare diligently for the college entrance examination." "Understood." Li Wanan nodded, regarding Li Jing. "One last question, why do you harbor such animosity towards He Wei Zhou? He hasn't wronged you." Li Jing's stubborn face contorted with anger. "I simply find him unpleasant. To be honest, I want to punch him." After saying this, he glared at Li Wanan, his fury palpable. "I truly don't understand what you see in him. Li Wanan, you're utterly lovesick. Perhaps you should consider a brain transplant." Li Jing continued, "I'm serious. Why are you even interested in him? There are countless better men in this world. You'll understand once you find someone you truly like. For now, just show him a bit more respect." Li Wanan concluded without further elaboration. "Get some rest. I'll take you back to school tomorrow." As Li Jing watched Li Wanan leave, he noticed her entering the master bedroom across the hall, and He Wei Zhou was just at the door. The man swiftly pulled her into his embrace before shutting the door, clenching his fists and grinding his teeth. Li Jing felt a twinge of regret. He should have engaged in a real fight with He Wei Zhou instead of playing games. He Wei Zhou emerged from the shower, his body enveloped in steam, exuding a subtle scent of shower gel mingled with his usual fragrance of agarwood. "Finished your chat?" He Wei Zhou looked down at Li Wanan in his arms, arching an eyebrow. "Mrs. It seems your brother harbors quite a significant grievance against me." Li Wanan merely blinked. "Are you really still holding grudges against a high school student? My brother has always been protective of me. He likely believes that I married you out of necessity, which is why he looks down on you. Don't take his words to heart." "Oh, I didn't notice Mrs. He defending me just now." Li Wanan replied, "I'll ensure he treats you with more respect in the future." She leaned in and gently brushed her lips against his cheek. "Mr. Be magnanimous and don't hold grudges." He Wei Zhou had merely been jesting, but he was taken aback that Li Wanan would soothe him. That he raised an eyebrow. "Very well, for Mrs. Hiyasake, I shall overlook his attitude tonight." However, his gaze deepened as he pulled her closer into his embrace. "Mrs. Was that kiss a tad too perfunctory?" Before Li Wanan could respond, the man They shared a kiss that lasted for about 10 minutes. As fatigue set in, Li Wanan fell into a deep slumber, and He Wei Zhou did not press for anything further, allowing her to sleep until the following morning. When she awoke, He Wei Zhou was no longer beside her. After freshening up, she prepared to head downstairs, just as Li Jing emerged from his room, his youthful face marred by 2 prominent dark circles. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Li Jing remained silent. He had dreamt of fighting He Wei Zhou, only to be repeatedly defeated, ultimately pinned against a wall, unable to escape, consumed by impotent rage. In the dream, Li Wanan had been an onlooker, praising He Wei Zhou's fighting prowess. Yet in reality, he was confident he could easily overpower He Wei Zhou. Just not used to the bed. With a sullen expression, Li Jing descended the stairs, and upon spotting the man at the dining table, sipping coffee while perusing an iPad, he approached He Wei Zhou. "When will you be free? I want to spar." He Wei Zhou remained nonplussed. Li Wanan took a seat beside He Wei Zhou, casting a glance at Li Jing, who promptly fell silent. Very well, he would wait for another opportunity, perhaps when Li Wanan was not present, to After breakfast, the pair accompanied Li Jing to school. Just before he exited the car, Li Jing issued a fierce warning to He Wei Zhou. "He Wei Zhou, don't bully my sister. My punches pack a punch, just so you know. And mind your scandalous exploits, you should be more discreet. A man who lacks self-respect is akin to a cabbage. If my sister does not love you, you are nothing but trash." Having delivered his threats, Li Jing turned and strode into the school, his back seemingly radiating an air of self. However, the man merely smiled faintly as he drove her to the hospital. Before exiting the vehicle, Li Wanan glanced at He Wei Zhou. "Shall we have lunch together?" He Wei Zhou checked his schedule. "I have an appointment for lunch. Perhaps another time." Li Wanan nodded. "All right." He Wei Zhou was indeed busy that day, needing to review the variety show proposal submitted by Jiang Yun, attend a meeting, and have lunch with a partner. When He Wei Zhou arrived at the office, Jiang Yun was sipping coffee inside. Upon seeing He Wei Zhou, Jiang Yun promptly handed him the proposal, saying, "Take a look at this. I've poured my heart and soul into it. I was certain it would be a hit as I wrote it, just waiting for your approval." As He Wei-jo examined the proposal, Zhang Yun, feeling bored, engaged. You really went all out. Li Wanan was bullied, and you got that furious? Without looking up, He Wei-jo replied, if your wife was treated like that, would you not be just as enraged? Zhang Yun had dated quite a few women, but rarely had he encountered one so desperate for advancement. Ultimately, it came down to He Wei-jo's undeniable charm. Everyone in the industry is saying you acted out of fury for your beloved, and now no one dares to mess with Li Wanan. But aren't you concerned about the news spreading abroad? I spoke with Song Xing not long ago. She mentioned she was planning to return home. She didn't elaborate on her reasons, but I suspect it has something to do with your marriage news. She can't sit still now. Has she been in touch with you? He Wei-jo closed the proposal after a cursory glance, lighting a cigarette. She messaged me on my wedding day, urging me not to marry. He exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze inscrutable, revealing no hint of his emotions. But it's too late. No one will wait indefinitely. Zhang Yun sighed. What if she returns? What will you do about Li Wanan? He Wei-jo furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Zhang Yun pressed on, Song Xing saved your life once. If she returns wanting to rekindle your relationship, will you not consider it? Noticing He Wei-jo's silence, Zhang Yun couldn't resist asking, Zhou Ge, you're not actually reluctant to let Li Wanan go, are you? After all, one grows attached to a pet over time, especially when sharing a bed. Yet, He Wei-jo had to admit that if Song Xing returned to China, he could not simply sever ties, as she had once risked everything to save him from a dire fate. Chapter 62 You took a moment to call home, informing them about your encounter with Li Jing at the bar last night. Su Wan was equally surprised, exclaiming, no wonder his homeroom teacher has been calling me often, saying he has been skipping classes and that at this rate, he might as well forego the college entrance examination altogether. If he has a penchant for rock music, why not just tell us directly? There is no need for such secrecy, Su Wan remarked, not particularly angry. I'll discuss it with your father and see what we can do about it, don't fret too much. Wanan replied, he'll be an adult soon, and there are indeed some matters he can decide for himself. Su Wan advised her not to worry about family affairs and inquired about her recent situation with He Wei-jo. Everything is fine, Wanan replied, omitting the fact that she had nearly encountered danger this time, as she wished to spare her family from undue concern. Su Wan nodded and continued to remind her to take care at work and not to overexert herself, saying something along the lines of not being too humble even if she liked He Wei-jo. Wanan listened patiently until a patient arrived, prompting her to end the call. That evening, Qian Cici invited her to the bar, claiming it would help dispel her recent misfortunes, especially after the ruckus caused by Ni Huan, which had been quite unfortunate. Wanan sent a message to He Wei-jo, who asked her to send the address, adding, drink less. Those few words carried a hint of concern, causing Wanan's lips to involuntarily curve into a smile. Qian Cici noticed and raised an eyebrow, teasing, feeling happy again, darling, after He Wei-jo's heroic rescue, do you love him even more? He has always been wonderful, she replied, though she acknowledged he could be a bit flirtatious. He may appear somewhat frivolous, yet in times of urgency, he proved to be remarkably reliable. Following these events, Qian Cici's impression of He Wei-jo shifted. She had previously viewed him as an unreliable playboy, but that night, had it not been for He Wei-jo's, when Wanan was bullied, he showed no mercy, providing her with a strong sense of security. It's just that He Wei-jo is too handsome, attracting affection from others. Speaking of which, you have quite a few admirers yourself. I think you should have dated someone back then. He Wei-jo has had relationships, so you should too. To make it fair, Qian Cici wore an expression that suggested Wanan was at a disadvantage, but the latter was indifferent. Everyone desires fairness, yet some matters are beyond control. For her, aside from He Wei-jo, no one else sufficed. He Wei-jo advised Wanan to drink less, so she opted for juice that evening instead of alcohol. Li Wanan, as soon as Zhou Jiaming entered the bar, he spotted her. Wanan was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Jiaming, a person she perceived as professional and serious, in such a setting. What a coincidence, Dr. Zhou, she greeted as Zhou Jiaming was there on business. After exchanging pleasantries with Wanan, he moved to another table, seemingly for a blind date. Qian Cici leaned in, whispering, darling, he is quite handsome. Is he one of your hospital's doctors? Yes, he performed my grandfather's heart surgery previously. Zhou Jiaming is a young chief physician, he is quite remarkable. Even the most remarkable cannot escape blind dates, Qian Cici remarked, as she too. However, Zhou Jiaming was not her type, otherwise, she might have pursued him. Zhou Jiaming's blind date concluded in less than 5 minutes, the woman's expression sour as she departed. It was unclear what he had said to her. Afterward, Zhou Jiaming approached Wanan, asking if he could join her. Though not keen to refuse, Wanan replied, sure. He took a seat and ordered a drink. To an outsider, he might seem to be nursing a broken heart. Dr. Zhou, was that your date just now? I thought she was quite attractive. Why did you dismiss her so readily? Qian Cici, ever the busybody, expressed her curiosity despite it being their first meeting. Dr. Zhou, do you have someone you fancy? Why come to a blind date if you do? It was a family arrangement. I had no choice but to meet her. Qian Cici nodded, understanding that many were coerced into blind dates by their families. However, someone who so readily rejected their date likely had someone special in their heart. Zhou Jiaming didn't pursue the topic further, and just then, Qian Cici received a call regarding work matters. I'll take this call. With that, she excused herself to find a quieter spot, leaving only Wanan and Zhou Jiaming at the table. The two were not well acquainted, and sitting face to face created a somewhat awkward atmosphere. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Perhaps sensing Wanan's discomfort, Zhou Jiaming stood and headed to the restroom. Once he left, Wanan quietly sighed in relief. Perhaps it was just her imagination, but she always felt uneasy around Zhou Jiaming. His gaze seemed to impose a sense of pressure. Checking the time, she realized it was getting late and messaged Zhou to ask when he would arrive. He replied promptly, 10 minutes. Qian Cici soon returned, mentioning she needed to prepare for an online interview. Wanan nodded. Zhou is also on his way to pick me up. Just then, Zhou Jiaming returned and glanced at the two of them, leaving. Let us go together, Qian Cici suggested. Zhou Jiaming grabbed his coat and accompanied them outside. Qian Cici hailed a taxi and departed first, while Wanan stood by the roadside waiting for Zhou. Zhou Jiaming intended to wait until Wanan got into her car before calling for his own, concerned about the number of people waiting for rides and the potential for drunken disturbances. As Wanan stood by the curb, her slender silhouette focused intently on the passing vehicles, Zhou Jiaming observed her from behind. Suddenly, the sky opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. Before she could seek refuge, she was soaked. Wearing a shirt, the fabric clung to her, becoming somewhat transparent. Wanan quickly covered her chest with her hands, and in the next moment, a suit jacket draped over her shoulders. Put this on, Zhou Jiaming offered, having removed his own coat. Thank you. At that moment, without any cover, it felt akin to being unclothed. Just then, the sound of a horn blared, and a black Bentley pulled up beside them. In an instant, the car door opened, and a man emerged, holding a black umbrella. Zhou walked around the front of the car, positioning the umbrella above Wanan's head. Noticing the jacket she wore, his eyes narrowed slightly. It's pouring. Let us get in the car, he instructed, his voice low. Okay. Zhou guided Wanan into the car before turning to hand Zhou Jiaming his suit jacket. Zhou Jiaming accepted it, and the two men exchanged a glance, an unspoken tension hanging in the air. As the rain intensified, Zhou raised an eyebrow, eyeing the drenched man. You're my wife's colleague, correct? I'll give you a ride, as a token of gratitude for lending her your jacket. No need. It was a trivial matter. My ride is on the way, Zhou Jiaming replied courteously before getting into his own car. Only then did Zhou return to his vehicle and drive away. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Wanan drying herself off with a towel, her shirt clinging to her body, having been seen by Zhou Jiaming. Zhou clenched his jaw slightly. If someone were to openly challenge him, he could retaliate, but the thought of his wife being secretly coveted by another man made him furious. What are you angry about now? Upon returning to Qihai residence, Wanan sensed Zhou's irritation. Raising an eyebrow, he pulled her closer. Oh, I'm just upset thinking about my wife being admired by other men. He had said something similar during their last visit to the hospital. Wanan smiled wryly, attempting to clarify. I assure you, I have no particular connection with Dr. Zhou. Wanan's innocence made Zhou feel unjustly jealous. Without a word, he leaned in closer to her ear, whispering, Mrs. He, tell me, you belong to me. Wanan, feeling helpless, chuckled softly. Yes, I am yours. Only then did Zhou feel at ease. What did it matter if others coveted her? Mrs. He favored him. That sensation was rather delightful. Chapter 63. A birthday time flies, and before one realizes, it is May 17th, Zhou's birthday. During this period, Wanan has taken to searching for cooking tutorials online whenever she has free time, even venturing into a cake shop to learn the art of cake making. The customized cufflinks she ordered for Zhou have also arrived. On the day of his birthday, Wanan leaves work early, intending to prepare a special birthday dinner for him. Aunt Wang is more than willing to assist, occasionally capturing videos of Wanan cooking to share with the elderly matriarch. The grandmother, witnessing the scene, praises her, exclaiming, my granddaughter-in-law is truly remarkable, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen. What merit does that scoundrel Zhou possess? My granddaughter-in-law cooks so beautifully, yet that rascal hasn't returned yet. TSK, I shall call him and give him a piece of my mind. Wanan pauses her cooking momentarily, responding with a smile, Grandma, I spoke to him this morning, and he promised he would be home for dinner. However, being his birthday, he wanted to spend some time with his friends first and will return a bit later. The grandmother pouts, I don't understand the allure of gatherings outside. TSK, back in the day when I first married your grandfather, he would rush home right after work, never attending those gatherings. Nonetheless, in previous years, Zhou celebrated his birthday by partying all night with Zhang Yun and his crew. This year, he expressed a desire to return home, indicating some level of maturity. Men enjoy their frivolities, but knowing when to come home is what matters. After several hours of preparation, Wanan places the finished cake in the refrigerator, adorned with her handwritten message, Happy birthday, young Master Yi. Beside it, she has drawn a cartoonish portrait, which Aunt Wang admires for its cute. Aunt Wang finishes assisting Wanan and leaves early, recognizing the special nature of the evening. She fears her presence might interrupt the sweet intimacy between the two young lovers. At the club, Zhou sits in a dim corner, taking a drag from a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Many have gathered to celebrate his birthday, and he has indulged a bit too much. When someone approaches with a drink, Zhou waves his hand dismissively, no more for me. The individual teases, ever since President He got married, he has been out less. Is your tolerance waning? By the way, President He hasn't brought his wife out to socialize yet, has he? It's your birthday tonight, why not introduce her? Zhou blows a smoke ring, replying, she doesn't enjoy such occasions. Just then, his phone buzzes, and upon checking, he raises an eyebrow. TSK, she is urging me to come home. I must take my leave. It's barely 9. Zhang Yun interjects, don't leave just yet, we haven't even begun to have fun. He adds, didn't we agree to stay until 10, at the very least, 9. You can't leave early on your birthday, you used to party with us all night, what has one night with Wanan? He Wonjo feels the pressure to stay but rubs his temples, finding the room increasingly loud. He longs to return home to see what delightful dishes Mrs. He has prepared for the evening. Unable to leave, he decides to call for a ride. He sends a message to Lee Wanan, "They won tea, let me leave. Should I have Mrs. He come pick me up?" During this time, he has taken the opportunity to accompany her in practicing driving, and he has become quite the competent instructor. Lee Wanan is now ready to hit the road. A short while later, she replies, "Alright, just send me the address." He quickly sends her the location, then puts away his phone, lazily exhaling another smoke ring. "Alright, I suppose I'll stay a bit longer. I'll leave once my wife arrives." Lee Wanan is coming? Mrs. He is coming to escort me. What a privilege. Oh, President He finally allows his wife to be seen in public? I wonder if Lee Wanan is as beautiful as Don't worry, President He, that incident of yours has spread throughout the circle. Who would dare to covet your lady? As Zhou Ningshu enters, she overhears the chatter about Lee Wanan. The news of He Wonjo's drastic measures to protect Lee Wanan from the advances of Ni Huan has created quite a stir, leading many to believe he has genuinely fallen for her. It has been quite some time since she confessed her feelings to He Wonjo, and despite her attempts to meet him, he has consistently declined for various reasons. Had she not discovered he was celebrating his birthday here tonight, she would have been left wondering when she might see him again. Wonjo Gage, happy birthday. Zhou Ningshu arrives with a gift. He Wonjo looks up, noting that the young woman has lost some weight recently. Having watched her grow up, he does not wish to embarrass her in front of others, so he graciously accepts the gift. Thank you. Zhou Ningshu takes a seat beside him. Coming from a well-off family, her father holds a significant position, and many in the circle are familiar with her now that she has come of age. Her allure is undeniable, and several in the room begin to take notice. Miss Zhou, is it? I am Chen Su from Chunfeng Construction. A pleasure to meet you. Shall we share a drink? Hello. Miss Zhou, greetings. I'm from Nanjing Airlines. Zhou Ningshu welcomes every approach, drinking one cup after another. As she begins to show signs of inebriation, He Wonjo steps in to shield her from further drinks. That's enough. No more forcing drinks on this young lady. She has had enough. I shall drink this one for her. Surprised by He Wonjo's protectiveness, Zhou Ningshu, who was nearly ready to give up on him, feels a flicker of hope reignite within her. Some nearby cannot resist teasing. Looks like young master he is concerned for little Ningshu. Zhou Ningshu turns to look at He Wonjo, her gaze slightly dazed from the alcohol, unable to hide her affections. He Wonjo places his glass back on the table and scans the crowd, declaring, "I only see Ningshu as a sister." Before everyone, he draws a clear line between them, leaving Zhou Ningshu feeling humiliated and unable to remain. You all carry on. I will take my leave. He Wonjo does not insist she stay, allowing Jiang Yun to escort her home first. It is evident to everyone that Zhou Ningshu harbors feelings for He Wonjo, yet the sentiment is unreciprocated. President He certainly upholds the virtues of a good husband. Mrs. He is fortunate indeed. He Wonjo raises an eyebrow, clinking glasses with the man who made the comment. Indeed, he maintains a level of decorum within marriage. Li Wan. Upon answering, she hears his slightly inebriated voice, "Mrs. He, have you arrived?" From his tone, it is clear he has had a few drinks. I just got here. Which room are you in? He Wonjo provides the room number, then rises, rubbing his temples before bidding farewell to his companions. Continue enjoying yourselves. Charge the expenses to my account. Brother Zhou, let us see you off. As the group accompanies He Wonjo out, Lee Wanan ascends the stairs and immediately spots him, being supported by others due to his drunken state. She strides over, taking him from their grasp. He leans heavily against her as she asks with a gentle expression about how much he has had to drink and if he feels any headache. Once they are out of earshot, someone remarks, "This is truly a scene from a romantic tale." No wonder Brother Zhou was eager to return home. As Lee Wanan helps him down the stairs, she suddenly notices that he has lost much of his weight leaning against her. Turning her head, she meets his gaze, which reveals no hint of intoxication. Li Wanan raises an eyebrow. You're not drunk? He Wonjo slides into the passenger seat, leisurely fastening his seatbelt before looking at her with a smile. I was waiting for Mrs. He to celebrate my birthday. How could I possibly get drunk? Chapter 64. The gift. It was a rare occasion for a man to sit in the passenger seat, resting his chin on one hand. The sensation of being driven home by his wife felt rather delightful. Just after He Wonjo had departed, Jiang Yun returned, his expression tinged with urgency as he pushed open the door to the private room, only to find no trace of He Wonjo. Where's Brother Zhou? Has he left so soon? Someone replied, sister-in-law just took him away. Brother Zhou slipped out rather quickly tonight. Indeed, we all know Brother Zhou's capacity for alcohol, don't we? He's just putting on an act, waiting to enjoy a cozy evening with sister-in-law. Ah, I must say, Lee Wanan is truly stunning, so pure and ethereal. Brother Zhou is quite fortunate. Jiang Yun remained silent, standing at the door, his lips pressed together. He had just learned that Song Xing had returned to the country. He had intended to share this news with He Wonjo at the earliest opportunity, but alas, he was too late. Under the cloak of night, Chihai residence appeared as beautiful as a castle from an oil painting. Wanan parked the car in the open space and immediately made her way to the kitchen upon entering the house. He Wonjo followed her, raising an eyebrow at the kitchen counter laden with ingredients. Such a lavish spread? Well, it is a birthday celebration, Wanan replied, donning an apron and casting a glance at He Wonjo. Today is your birthday, so you needn't assist. You may go relax. I shall remain here to admire Mrs. He's culinary skills, it is a pleasure for the eyes. Wanan, very well then. She turned away, disregarding the gaze that lingered on her, casually tying her hair up into a bun, revealing her delicate, fair neck. Wonjo leaned against the doorframe, his brow arched in delight at the scene before him. Moments later, the dishes were all laid out on the table. Wanan brushed a few stray hairs from her forehead. These are I apologize, young master Wonjo picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, raising an eyebrow. Mrs. He is too modest, this is quite tasty. I never anticipated marrying a culinary gem. The woman's eyes brightened with delight. As long as you enjoy it, I shall make it for you again. She was simply too busy with work. If she had more time, she could certainly cook more often. Watching the man she adored savor her cooking, combined with a few compliments, filled Wanan with a sense of fulfillment. Wonjo, however, had no intention of letting her labor in the kitchen. Women ought to spend less time in the kitchen, the smoke can be quite harsh. Wanan was about to commend his thoughtfulness when Wonjo raised an eyebrow, adding, "It's not good for Mrs. He's skin, it affects me." Wanan silently, she poured a bowl of tomato and mushroom soup for Wonjo. He accepted the soup she offered, taking a sip while glancing at the woman across from him. Under the warm light, she appeared gentle and obedient, and Wonjo couldn't help but smirk, tempted to tease her. "I'm full." He placed the bowl down, arching an eyebrow at Wanan. "Mrs. Now that dinner is over, what shall we do next?" "Eat cake, I made one today." Wanan stood up and retrieved the cake from the kitchen. Wonjo raised an eyebrow. Wang Ma had once captured a photo of Wanan baking, her face dusted with flour, completely unaware of being photographed. He found it endearing and had even enlarged the image to admire it twice. As a lover of fruits, he had strawberries at home, so Wanan had prepared a fruit cake. Wonjo observed the cake, which, though small, was exquisitely crafted, adorned with a tiny figure and a few heartfelt words, clearly reflecting the effort put into its creation. Wonjo, make a wish. Wanan turned off the lights in the dining room, lighting the candles and sitting across from him, her gaze filled with warmth. Wonjo smiled faintly, contemplating mentioning that he hadn't made a wish on his birthday since his teenage years, but decided against it. If Mrs. He wished him to, he would comply. He closed his eyes and blew out the candles. In the enveloping darkness, Wanan's soft voice resonated. "Wonjo, happy birthday." As he turned on the lights, a small, exquisitely wrapped box caught his eye. Wonjo smiled as he took it, opening it to reveal a pair of custom cufflinks. "Mrs. He, you have truly put thought into this." He raised an eyebrow, placing the gift on the dining table and beckoning Wanan to come closer. She stood and approached, but before she reached him, he grasped her wrist. Looking up, she met his playful gaze. "Such attentiveness, Mrs. He, are you perhaps trying to win my heart? I shall allow it." Wanan clutched the cuff of his shirt, shaking her head slightly. "I won't." The corners of his eyes lifted in amusement. "Of course, Mrs. He is the type to indulge in a quiet infatuation. How could she pursue someone?" Wanan paused, recalling the misunderstanding from her return home. She chose not to respond, finding it difficult to explain. He assumed she was reminiscing about her past crush, clicking his tongue as he shot her a sidelong glance. "Is Mrs. He thinking of another man while in my embrace?" "Absolutely not." Wonjo raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced. He drew her into his arms, his fingers curling around her hair. Mrs. He's hair was long, dark, soft, and fragrant, delightfully enticing. Seeing the man idly playing with her hair, Wanan felt a bit exasperated. "I spent quite a while making that cake. Won't young master He try a bite?" Naturally, he had to taste the cake that Mrs. He had painstakingly crafted. He smiled, nodding. "I shall." The strawberry cream flavor was delightful. Meanwhile, Pearl, who had been napping in her cozy spot, stirred awake, stretching her front paws before padding over to her owner to see what was happening. As Wonjo took a bite of the cake, he nodded in approval, his gaze landing on Wanan's face as he smiled and remarked, "The cream is delicious, and the strawberries are delightful. Mrs. He truly excels at everything she does." Just then, his phone on the dining table buzzed, and Wanan instinctively leaned back, reminding him, "Young master your phone." Wonjo glanced at it. It was a call from Jiangyun. Ignoring it, he simply swept Wanan into his arms and headed upstairs. "Don't mind him, we still have gifts to unwrap." Chapter 65. Hard work. The nightgown purchased earlier fit Wanan, enhancing her allure, rendering her even more captivating than usual. The man beckoned with a subtle smile. "Come here." "Good night," she responded, momentarily taken aback. "Happy birthday." Glancing at the clock on the wall, which had just struck midnight, she seized the moment to wish him happy birthday. He raised an eyebrow. It was merely a birthday, yet Mrs. He seemed to regard it with considerable significance. A faint smile played on his lips, revealing how deeply Mrs. He cherished him. That night, Wanan slept soundly, and upon waking, checked her phone to find it was already 10 in the morning. Still a bit dazed, she was startled when the man appeared at the door. He had risen early, looking vibrant and refreshed. "Mrs. He, you're awake? You worked hard last night." He approached. "Shall we go downstairs for breakfast?" Nodding, she admitted to feeling quite famished. As she lifted the covers to get out of bed, she was suddenly swept off her feet, Wonjo cradling her in his arms. "I'll carry you." Wang Ma had arrived early, spending quite some time tidying the dining area. The table was cluttered with remnants of cream and scattered plates. Upon seeing the couple, Wang Ma couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh dear, sir, you really ought to be more considerate. Madam worked tirelessly to prepare the dishes and cake last night. If she cooks for you again, I won't allow it next time. Such waste." "Who says it was wasted?" Wang Ma was at a... "I can only imagine what you two got up to last night. Just ensure there is no repeat. It's not fair to me. At my age, I can't be coming here so early to clean up. My back is acting up again." He Wenzhou nodded. "Perhaps it is time for you to retire, Wang Ma." Instantly, she stood upright, cloth in hand. "Oh, how can I talk of retirement? I still have many years of service in me." With that, she hurried to serve breakfast, then went upstairs to tidy the bedroom. During their meal, an elderly lady initiated. After finishing breakfast, they prepared to return. One and felt drowsy as she settled into the car, though she did not fall asleep, merely resting her eyes. As He Wenzhou drove, his phone rang shortly thereafter, the call connected via Bluetooth, the sound echoing in the car. It was a call from Jiang Yun. "Zhou Ge, you finally answered. I must have called you a dozen times last night, and you didn't pick up." "I was busy. What's the matter?" "Of course, there is something." Jiang Yun hesitated for a moment before quietly asking, Zhou Ge, Li Wan and ISNT with you, is she?" "She is." He Wenzhou, puzzled, replied, "Hang up." A moment later, a WeChat message chimed in. He cast a glance at the screen. It was a message from Jiang Yun. "Zhou Ge, Song Xing has returned." The car jolted slightly, causing Wanan to open her eyes and glance at He Wenzhou. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." He Wenzhou dismissed the notification and continued driving. Wanan's gaze lingered on his phone momentarily before she turned her attention back to the window. At the Yi residence, as they entered, someone was just exiting. He Mingwang emerged, exuding a palpable tension. Having recently been released from confinement, it seemed he had found himself in trouble once more. His demeanor darkened upon seeing He Wenzhou and Li Wanan enter. The recollection of that night flooded back, a sense of humiliation washing over him. He Mingwang's eyes narrowed, a smirk curling on his lips as he approached. "Why has my cousin returned so suddenly?" He Wenzhou chose to ignore him. He Mingwang, speaking to himself, mused, "Oh, I remember now, it's your birthday, isn't it? Happy birthday, cousin, but unexpected events can happen at any time. Who knows if I'll be able to wish you a happy birthday next year?" In response, He Wenzhou smirked, yet his eyes remained cold. "Rest assured, I've faced my fair share of unexpected events and emerged unscathed. However, dear cousin, you should refrain from any illegal activities, be wary of being reported and sent away to work." He Mingwang inhaled sharply. He had never won an argument against He Wenzhou. His gaze shifted to the woman beside him. He Mingwang assessed Li Wanan, then spoke, "Greetings, sister and law. To be honest, I regret that the night was too dark for me to see you clearly. Now, however, I can truly appreciate your beauty. I envy my cousin." With a sly grin, he added, "But I must caution you, sister-in-law, my cousin has a past you may not know, but he once had a girlfriend, a classic tale of a prince and a Cinderella. If it weren't for grandmother's interference, he might have brought her home." Observing He Wenzhou's expression, he smiled mischievously. "Sister-in-law, be careful, perhaps one day, my cousin will rekindle old flames, but don't be too disheartened. I, for one, am quite the compassionate soul and would surely comfort you." He Wenzhou's expression darkened. "A toad wishing to eat swan meat, I see you haven't learned your lesson." He clenched his fists, ready to strike He Mingwang. Li Wanan gently grasped his hand, meeting his gaze before addressing He Mingwang calmly. "Thank you for your concern. However, I respect my husband's past, and should we part ways in the future, I believe it will be a peaceful separation." Chapter 66, A Play Beneath the Silk Tree. The man stood still, casting a gentle smile upon the woman whose eyes sparkled with emotion. "Mrs. He, is your trust in me so profound?" The silk tree at home had stood for many years, planted long ago by the old. In the bloom of June and July, it had surprisingly blossomed in May this year. Standing beneath the silk tree, Mrs. He appeared even more enchanting than the flowers themselves. Li Wanan lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes a striking contrast of black and white, beautiful and pure, embodying her gentle and understanding nature. Indeed, Mrs. He possessed a commendable temperament, which was no wonder why the old lady held her in such high regard. "Do you mind my ex-girlfriend?" He Wenzhou lowered his head, his voice a soft murmur, as he scrutinized her every subtle expression. As anticipated, her eyelashes fluttered, and she averted her gaze, clearly bothered by the mentioned it was only natural. Mrs. He, having affections for him, would undoubtedly feel concerned. Li Wanan pressed her lips together, her hands at her sides tightening slightly, meeting the man's gaze. "A little. But the past is the past, and the present is the present. He Wenzhou, I trust you will maintain your boundaries, and if you still have feelings for her, you would not allow her to become a mistress. Of course, if your feelings have faded, then I have little reason to be concerned. And what does Mrs. He think? Do I still harbor feelings for her?" Wanan furrowed her brows, candidly replying, "I do not know." He Wenzhou chuckled lightly, tenderly tucking a strand of hair blown by the wind behind her ear, whispering, "Mrs. He, there are some things I wish to clarify today to prevent any misunderstandings in the future. My relationship with her was not merely a fleeting romance, it was such that even after parting ways, should she encounter trouble, I would not turn a blind eye, for I owe her that much. But I assure you, I will not stray during our marriage." Wanan nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well." The man raised an he has to say? Wanan smiled faintly. "A woman's heart cannot be grasped by mere force, it must be willingly given. However, since Mr. He has assured me, I shall take you at your word." The corners of his eyes lifted slightly. Indeed, I shall not disappoint Mrs. He. With their concerns laid bare, the two then proceeded into the grand hall. The old lady, wearing her reading glasses, was engrossed in a short video, having recently become infatuated with many dramas, particularly those featuring the trope of marriage preceding love. When she encountered something particularly riveting, she would share it with Hee-won-jo, urging him to take notes. Ah, is Won-in here? Oh dear, look at those dark circles under her eyes. Won-in felt a flush of embarrassment. The old lady, at her age, was no fool. She swiftly kicked Hee-won-jo. You rascal, you've worn my precious granddaughter-in-law to such a state, and you're not concerned? Oh dear, I dreamt last night that the pomegranate tree in our yard was laden with fruit. Could it be twins? The more she spoke, the more delighted she became. The old lady could hardly contain her fantasies. When the time comes, I'll be basking in the sun in the yard, not even hoping for the little one to fetch me tea or massage my legs. Simply watching them crawl about and play in the dirt would bring me joy. Hee-won-jo could not suppress his laughter. I wonder, Grandma, are you completely obsessed with the idea of great-grandchildren? The old lady shot him a glance. Indeed. You are turning 30 soon, I wouldn't say more, but look at that lad from the Fu family next door. He is 2 years younger than you and already has 3 children. Where are yours? I haven't even seen a shadow. Men start to decline after 30, you better get a move on, or Won-in might grow weary of you. Once you have a child, things will change. With the child around, Won-in will have no reason to leave you. Won-in suppressed a smile, while Hee-won-jo caught a glimpse of her amusement. He playfully tightened his grip around her waist, mischievously pinching her, brushing against her sensitive spot. Won-in struggled to contain herself, tears almost forming. Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow, leaning closer to ask, Mrs. He, do you think you might come to dislike me? Won-in's voice softened. They were indeed suited for one another. With some time left before lunch, the old lady felt a slight headache. Won-in, adept in massage techniques, approached to offer her assistance. Hee-won-jo sprawled lazily on the opposite sofa, scrolling through his phone. Having neglected his device since last night, he found an influx of unread messages. A group chat notification caught his eye, and he casually tapped to enter. Jong-yun. Song-shin has returned to the country, and Jogo hasn't he reacted? Jong-yun, I called Song-shin this morning, asking if she wanted to grab a meal. She said she was quite busy, starting work today, and had family matters to attend to. When I offered help, she declined outright. Jong-yun isn't Song-shin very close with her mother? Is her return related to her mother's condition? I recall her mother has been quite unwell for some time. Song Si-yuan, why do you sound like a matchmaker? Chunji, why so many messages at once, all about Song-shin? Do you have feelings for her? Jong-yun, come on, Song-shin dated Jogo. How could I like her? I'm just worried about Jogo. Jong-yun, Hee-won-jo. Jogo, are you really not going to do anything? Hee-won-jo, Jong-yun, huh? Hee-won-jo, you seem more eager than I am. You handle it. With that, the man exited the chat. Meanwhile, Jong-yun pondered, what does Jogo mean by this? Is it indifference or restraint? He must be aware of his marital status, hence the request for assistance. That must be it. After all, as a savior in first love, Hee-won-jo would certainly not ignore Song-shin. Jong-yun nodded to himself, feeling as though he were inside Hee-won-jo's mind, before promptly, has anything happened at her home? Sure, I'll let you know as soon as I find out. After hanging up, a smile spread across Jong-yun's face. While Lee Won-in was wonderful, she could not compare to Hee-won-jo and Song-shin, who shared a bond forged through life and death. He was convinced that after navigating through myriad trials, the two would eventually reunite. With his assistance now, when they wed, he would take a seat at the main table. Truly, he was a great benefactor. After lunch, Won-in was unexpectedly summoned back to the hospital, heading directly to Director Chen's office. The director, in his 40s and wearing glasses, informed Lee Won-in of a sudden earthquake in Qingchuan, and the hospital was dispatching a team of medical personnel. He inquired if she would be willing to join. Glancing at her phone, she confirmed the news had already trended. Qingchuan had experienced a magnitude 7 earthquake, with aftershocks still occurring. The He residents had likely been equipped with seismic safety measures during construction, which explained why no one had noticed the tremors throughout the morning. Without hesitation, she replied, Director Chen, I am willing. After all, a doctor's duty is to heal and save lives. The hospital hastily assembled a rescue medical team, providing each member with a... Upon boarding the vehicle, Won-in noted that most of the surgeons were present. She found an empty seat and sent a message to Hee-won-jo, who likely was busy and did not respond. The drive from Nanchang to Qingchuan took approximately 2 hours, and upon arrival, they would immediately commence rescue efforts. Won-in decided not to wait for Hee-won-jo's reply, putting her phone away and closing her eyes to conserve her energy. By the time Hee-won-jo received the message, Lee Won-in was already en route to Qingchuan. His brow furrowed deeply, and he opened news articles related to Qingchuan. Just then, Jong-yun's call came through. Jogo, I just found out that Song-shin is now a reporter for Nanchang News. She has been dispatched to cover the earthquake. It's incredibly dangerous. At that moment, Hee-won-jo stumbled upon the latest report indicating that Qingchuan had experienced further aftershocks. Chapter 67. Fainting. In the aftermath of the Qingchuan earthquake, various sectors extended their helping hands, and Hee-won-jo, on behalf of his company, had already donated 10 million. After hanging, I will deliver them myself. When Jong-yun called again, Hee-won-jo was already en route to the disaster area. Jong-yun was taken aback upon learning this. Jogo, I saw on the news that there are constant aftershocks in Qingchuan. It's too dangerous to go now. Why not just contact the news station and have Song-shin come back? Hee-won-in is also in the disaster area. Without elaborating further, Hee-won-jo promptly ended the call. Jong-yun was somewhat astonished, Hwanin appeared so delicate and fragile, yet she had ventured into the earthquake site. It was indeed quite impressive. Upon the team's arrival at Baishui County in Qingchuan City, some doctors remained at the county hospital to treat the injured while Hwanin and several other medical personnel were informed to proceed to the site for emergency rescue. The road ahead was blocked by debris, preventing further vehicle access. Hwanin and her colleagues disembarked, the air filled with dust, the ground uneven, posing a risk of falls. Upon reaching the scene, they immediately observed buildings severely collapsed, a landscape of ruins. The rescue team had already extracted numerous casualties, and they needed to administer urgent care, particularly for those in critical condition who would require transfer to the county hospital for treatment. Seeing the doctors finally arrive, the rescue personnel urgently called out, "Doctor, there is someone here with severe blood loss, please help us stop the bleeding." Hwanin promptly grabbed the first aid kit and rushed over. Her white coat quickly became stained with dust and blood, and a smudge of dirt appeared on her fair complexion. The scene was chaotic, filled with rescue teams, doctors, journalists, and volunteers. A young reporter approached Hwanin, asking which hospital she was affiliated with and what her feelings were at the scene. Hwanin was in the midst of suturing a young girl's arm but found herself being filmed alternately by the reporter and capturing the girl's pained expressions. As the flash from the camera struck the girl's eyes, she burst into tears. Hwanin lifted her gaze, her typically gentle face now displaying a hint of irritation. "I apologize, but your presence is interfering with my treatment of the injured. It is not a convenient time for an interview, please step away." The reporter, a rather young girl, turned pale upon hearing this. "You, how inconsiderate, I'm offering you the chance to... Do you have any idea how many people are waiting for their turn to be featured in the news?" Hwanin remained silent, continuing to suture the girl's wound while softly reassuring her not to be afraid. At that moment, footsteps approached, accompanied by a cool and rational voice. "Xiaomo, interviews cannot impede the rescue efforts, snap some photos, we'll conduct interviews with the public over there." "Understood, Sister Song Xing. I just thought to gather more material. That female doctor looks quite beautiful, and she has been actively engaged in the rescue, so I thought to interview her." Having finished suturing, Hwanin handed the girl over to a volunteer and turned to see a figure not far away. The woman, with her demeanor and actions, appeared significantly more professional than the earlier girl, simultaneously assisting the rescue team while conducting interviews. Hwanin couldn't help but glance a moment longer when she heard someone call out, "Doctor, over here, there is an in." By the time Hwanzhou arrived in Qingchuan, it was already evening. The man promptly delivered the supplies to the local emergency management department. Despite the substantial donation, when journalists sought to interview him, he declined, although one managed to capture a photograph of him alongside the donated supplies for a news article. At 10 o'clock in the evening, a magnitude 5.3 aftershock struck Baishui County in Qingchuan City, worsening the situation on the ground, prompting the dispatch of additional rescue personnel. At this moment, Jiang Yin called, mentioning that he had seen the news, where Song Xing was live connecting with the news station, reporting from Baishui County in Qingchuan City. "Is there anyone else going to the scene to assist? Head to Baishui County." As the rescue team prepared to depart, every additional person was a boon to their efforts. Hwanzhou, dressed in a suit, jumped into the vehicle and stated solemnly, "Count me in." The area was suffering from severe casualties due to a secondary collapse, and as Hwanzhou passed a temporary medical point, he noticed Hwanin's absence. Given that the earthquake affected multiple locations, she might not necessarily be there. The vehicle halted. "Everyone, stay alert, let us go." The group disembarked, and Hwanzhou quickly shed his suit to assist on site. With his shirt and trousers, he certainly appeared to be a man of wealth and privilege. "Are the reporters coming soon? You people only know how to pose for pictures and contribute nothing of substance. Once you're done posing, hurry up and leave, don't hinder our rescue." "Exactly, you look like a rich young master. Don't hold us back." The man remained silent, rolling up his sleeves and moving several large concrete blocks aside, after which no one dared to speak further. At that moment, every additional hand was invaluable. In the early hours of the morning, rain began to pour in Baishui County, complicating the rescue efforts. By this time, Hwanin had been working tirelessly for nearly 10 hours. "There's a pregnant woman. The baby's feet are already out, doctor. Hwanin recalled that there were no obstetricians among her companions, and Nurse Su Tao was not far away. The situation was urgent. If they delayed any longer, the mother might lose her life. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Tao nearly burst into tears. "Oh my gosh, what do we do?" Hwanin replied calmly, "We'll deliver the baby here." The rescue team used clothing to shield the pregnant woman from the rain while setting up a temporary delivery room. Hwanin donned gloves, preparing to assist in the delivery. "Dr. Li, are you sure? What if something goes wrong? Shouldn't we send her to the county hospital?" "There is no time. If we send her to the hospital, the baby may die from lack of oxygen." Hwanin, in her usual downtime, had watched some surgical videos. While she had seen fewer delivery videos, she had come across some. In this situation, she would need to assist the mother in childbirth manually, extracting the child from her body. Song Xing was on the phone reporting the situation to the station when she turned and caught sight of the scene. She directed a glance at Xiaomo, informed the station that we have discovered a pregnant woman in distress during the earthquake. A doctor is delivering the baby on site, and I'm preparing for a live broadcast. As the rain intensified, the atmosphere grew tense. "Wow. Finally, Su Tao burst into tears of joy. "It's born. Dr. Li, you're amazing. With the baby's first cry, the mother fainted from the pain. The stretcher had long been prepared, and the rescue team immediately dispatched personnel to Song Xing, microphone in hand, approached to interview. Hello, may I ask if, however, amidst the chaos, Song Xing was unexpectedly jostled by someone, and after a long day without food, she lost her balance and was about to fall. A pair of hands steadied her shoulder, and as she looked up, her gaze met that of the man. Ah, Zhou, it's been a long time. He Wenzhou steadied her, released his grip, and nodded. It has indeed been a while. Dr. Li, what happened to you? Su Tao He Wanan had not rested a moment since arriving on site, and her body finally succumbed, collapsing. He Wenzhou turned to see her lying in the rain, her face weary and disheveled. The man pressed his lips together and walked straight towards He Wanan, lifting her up in his arms. Nurse Su Tao stood by, her eyes widened in surprise, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Chapter 68 Congratulations. As Su Tao was about to indulge in a bit of gossip regarding the relationship between the two, she observed the man already striding towards the temporary shelter, cradling Dr. Li in his arms. Just as she contemplated whether to follow, she heard someone shout, "Nurse, nurse!" The rescue team had discovered another casualty. While running, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the beautiful reporter she had just interviewed. The woman's umbrella had just been knocked to the ground, leaving her drenched, her hair and shirt soaked, her gaze lingering on the direction from which Dr. Li and the handsome man had departed, her silhouette appearing somewhat forlorn. Dr. Li Wanan had fainted due to exhaustion, and He Wenzhou carried her to the nearest temporary resting area, where a volunteer brought water and some food. Is there any sugar water? Also, could you please prepare a clean outfit for her? Yes, just a moment. Within the resting area, numerous civilians sought refuge, and some recognized Dr. Li. Hey, isn't that the doctor who came to rescue us today? Such a beautiful young lady. I thought she was just a delicate flower, yet she saved so many lives. She must be incredibly weary after such a long day. Truly, without these doctors, some of our loved ones would not have survived. Indeed, when she wakes up, we must express our gratitude. Someone then looked at He Wenzhou and said, "Young man, is this your girlfriend? She's truly wonderful, you must treat her well." He Wenzhou nodded, just as the volunteer brought over the items, also finding a set of clothes for the man. The man was strikingly handsome, and the volunteer couldn't help but glance at He Wenzhou a couple of times, saying, "If you need anything, just call out. There are still people outside." The man replied in a low voice, "Thank you." He Wenzhou accepted the items, closed the curtain, and first changed the woman's soaking wet clothes. At that moment, she felt cold as ice, devoid of warmth. He Wenzhou pressed his lips together, a sense of discomfort settling in his chest. The volunteer had brought warm sugar water, and the man sat at the head of the bed, resting Dr. Li against his shoulder as he fed her. She instinctively opened her mouth, a reflexive response. After she consumed half a bowl of sugar water, He Wenzhou drank the remaining half before changing into clean clothes himself. The man then lay down, enveloping Dr. Li in his embrace. His warmth gradually seeped into her cold hands, restoring her body temperature to normal. Time slipped by, and eventually, Wanan opened her eyes, only to find the man resting with his eyes closed. His face bore traces of fatigue, his breathing slightly heavy, with a hint of stubble around his lips. Wanan bit her lip, feeling an involuntary pang of affection as her fingers brushed against his slightly furrowed brow. In the next moment, a recent memory flooded back. She had assisted a pregnant woman in labor, overwhelmed with tension and exhaustion, only to lift her gaze and see He Wenzhou approaching. She thought it was merely an illusion born of her fatigue, for after all, He Wenzhou was in Nanchang. How could he possibly be here? Yet, she witnessed him anxiously supporting another woman, their eyes meeting, a long-awaited reunion filled with unspoken sentiment, conveying, "It's been a while." She had only told He Wenzhou that, so, he must have come here specifically for Song Xing, right? Knowing she was here to report, he must have been worried and rushed over without regard for his own safety. Recalling the sight of them standing together earlier, her heart felt as though it had been mercilessly sliced and shredded, pain radiating from her chest to her limbs. Wanan's complexion paled, and her breathing became labored. What? Wanan closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. "I'm fine, just need a moment to recover." He Wenzhou furrowed his brow, unable to contain his anger. "You call this fine? What would you consider a problem then? Li Wanan, do you really think of yourself as Iron Man, invulnerable?" The woman slightly frowned, about to respond when a piece of chocolate was brought to her lips. "Eat something to replenish your strength. You came to save others, and now you've become unwell yourself. That's just adding to the chaos. The first rule of rescue is to take care of yourself. There are plenty of rescuers now, and you don't need to rush. Because the golden hour for rescue is 72 hours, and time is of the essence," Wanan explained, meeting the man's gaze. She bit her lip and softly admitted, "I understand I was wrong." Only then did he respond with a quiet, Wanan took a bite of the chocolate, its sweetness filling her senses. Looking up at him, she couldn't help but ask, "He Wenzhou?" He Wenzhou's gaze fell upon her face as he replied solemnly, "I brought over some rescue supplies. Since I was here, I thought I might as well lend a hand." Wanan nodded, uncertain of the truth behind his words. However, given the current situation, regardless of whom He Wenzhou had come for, she couldn't dwell in sorrow. She needed to regain her strength and head back to assist. "Have you eaten?" Wanan asked, having just finished a piece of chocolate and opened a box of biscuits. He Wenzhou nodded. "I ate while you were sleeping. You should eat." He handed her a bottle of water, gently wiping the crumbs from her mouth with his finger. Once Wanan felt satiated and had regained her strength, she resolved to return to the scene to help. It was now around 4 or 5 in the morning. The sky was beginning to lighten, but the rain had ceased. As they prepared to part ways, He Wenzhou took her hand, looking down at her. "Mrs. Don't overexert yourself. If you're tired, take a break. I charged your phone, so feel free to reach out when you can." "Okay." Wanan picked up a first aid kit and walked a few steps before turning back to look at He Wonjo. You two, take care of yourself. All right. He Wonjo watched as Li Wanan departed, taking a moment to gather his thoughts before preparing to assist at the scene. Just then, a voice called out from behind, Zhou. He Wonjo turned to see Song Xing standing before him. In this brief reunion, he hadn't had a chance to observe her closely until now. She appeared considerably darker, thinner, and more haggard than before. He Wonjo nodded. Do you have something to say? Song Xing opened her mouth. The years apart had rendered her a stranger to him. I still haven't had the chance to personally congratulate you on your marriage. She smiled, though her expression was tinged with bitterness. Her name is Li Wanan? The daughter of the Li family, very beautiful and exceptional. You have excellent taste. I live-streamed her delivering a baby in the earthquake zone tonight, and it stirred quite a buzz online. Viewers are asking who this female doctor is, praising her as the most beautiful doctor of the earthquake. He Wonjo bit down on his cigarette, one he had procured from the shelter's chief, a cheap brand with a pungent aroma. Song Xing's voice softened as she asked, Zhou, do you like her? He Wonjo narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Song Xing's face, exhaling a ring of smoke without responding. Song Xing answered her own question, her eyes brimming with sorrow. You must like her, otherwise, why would you marry? Observing his expression, she forced a smile. Zhou, I truly envy her, some people's starting point. If I had a background like hers, perhaps the old lady wouldn't have pressured me to break up with you back then. Chapter 69, The Taste of Blessing. He Wonjo furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. You have already proven yourself to be quite exceptional. Regardless of her origins, Song Xing had ascended to her current position. Standing still, Song Xing pressed her lips together, a myriad of emotions flickering in her eyes for an instant, yet she ultimately remained silent. After a pause, she forced a smile. Let us have a proper The words my grandmother spoke to you all those years ago did indeed wound your pride. He Wonjo regarded her earnestly, his tone lowered. So now that you are back in Nanchang, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I can assist you. Is your intention to make amends so that we are no longer indebted to one another? Song Xing tugged at her lips. Zhou, must you be so determined to sever ties with me? He Wonjo frowned, poised to respond further, but Song Xing shook her head and took 2 steps back. I possess my own dignity. But you all shall forever owe me. The official report on the Qingchuan earthquake ultimately stated that the death toll reached 168, with 327 individuals missing and 911 injured. The 5-day rescue operation, though exhausting, saw no one voicing their fatigue, culminating in a successful conclusion. Li Wanan's live coverage of the childbirth amidst the chaos was broadcast by Nanchang News, garnering significant attention and leading to numerous requests for exclusive interviews with her, all of which she politely declined. There was a conspicuous absence of personal interview footage online, only a segment from the live broadcast and a few articles remained. In the broadcast, her profile was visible, her cheeks smudged and her appearance notably haggard, yet her beauty shone through undiminished. Netizens praised her for her compassionate heart, referring to her as a celestial being descending to earth. Wanan had no interest in the internet and remained indifferent to the flattery. On the way back, Su Tao inquisitively inquired about the man who had appeared that night. Wanan pursed her lips. She had no intention of disclosing her relationship with He Wonjo, especially considering their impending divorce in a year. Zhaoman Xian, who happened to be nearby, perked up at this. Having assisted at the county hospital, she had not only been bypassed for interviews but even in photographs, with so many people present, Li Wanan had captured all the attention, yet she pretended not to seek any. Zhaoman Xian rolled her eyes. What man, you must have been too exhausted from saving lives to see clearly. Throughout the journey, Su Tao continued to recount how Li Wanan had fainted, and a tall, handsome man had appeared, clearly indicating their relationship was far from Li. He is truly handsome. Su Tao blinked, recalling how the man effortlessly lifted Li Wanan, his silhouette reminiscent of a scene from a movie. Although he initially seemed to have an interaction with a reporter, he had rushed over with genuine concern upon seeing her faint. Acquainted, but not familiar. Ah. Su Tao was taken aback. Zhaoman Xian smirked, satisfied with this response. She had always suspected that Li Wanan's spouse could not be someone impressive. After all, who could resist boasting about marrying a wealthy and handsome man? After several days of toil, Wanan was fatigued and preferred silence, simply closing her eyes to rest. Observing this, Su Tao refrained from pressing further. Upon returning to Nanchang, the hospital granted all doctors involved in the rescue a 3-day leave. Wanan returned to Qihai residence, and her first order of business was to sleep. During the past few days, her rest had barely amounted to 2 or 3 hours daily. After a refreshing shower, she collapsed onto her pillow and fell into a deep slumber. He Wonjo returned to Qihai residence in the evening. Having spent 3 days in Qingchuan, he had to return early due to company matters, while Li Wanan remained at the earthquake site for a full 5 days. The elderly matriarch, aware of Li Wanan's endeavors in Qingchuan, had been unable to sleep from worry, fearing for her granddaughter-in-law's safety. He Wonjo sent his grandmother a video of Li Wanan sleeping, which eased her concerns, though upon seeing her gaunt appearance, her heart ached, claiming her chin had become sharper. His gaze fell upon her face, and he noted that she had indeed lost weight. When Wanan awoke, her eyes met his, still clouded from sleep. He Wonjo? Her voice held a slight nasal quality, muffled from slumber. He Wonjo replied with a simple, are you tired? Will you sleep more? Glancing at the time, she realized she had slept for a full 8 hours, her mind muddled. As she attempted to rise, her body felt weak from the prolonged rest. He Wonjo gently lifted her from the bed. Not sleeping anymore, are you hungry? The mere mention of food elicited a grumble from her stomach, a reminder of her need for nourishment. Wanan nodded. She had hardly consumed any warm meals during the past few days, mostly subsisting on chocolate, biscuits, and bread, occasionally relishing a packet of instant noodles. She craved something substantial, but it was late. Her face flushed slightly as she attempted to respond casually, "You can cook?" Despite being married to Iwan-jo for some time, she had yet to witness his culinary skills. Iwan-jo's eyes crinkled upward, surprised. The carefree demeanor he usually displayed seemed at odds with the notion of him cooking. "Then tonight, let Madame he sample my culinary skills. What would you prefer?" "Perhaps noodles, as I am quite hungry." She was too famished to. Wanan turned her gaze towards the kitchen, where she could catch a glimpse of his silhouette dressed in a grey shirt and dark trousers. Iwan-jo rolled up his sleeves, revealing well-defined arms. From this angle, he exuded an unexpected aura of a devoted husband. It was the first time he cooked for her. Wanan watched him intently for a while before rising to approach the kitchen, observing as Iwan-jo expertly cracked eggs with one hand, whisking and frying them with an ease that suggested practiced familiarity. Every motion appeared meticulously choreographed, both skillful and aesthetically pleasing. "I never anticipated that young master he could indeed cook." Iwan-jo turned to glance at the woman standing at the doorway, dressed in her sleepwear, her hair cascading down, her features soft and delicate. He raised an eyebrow. "I learned while studying abroad. I haven't cooked since returning. Even the old lady hasn't tasted my cooking." Wanan smiled gently. "Well then, I am fortunate indeed." He nodded, "A privilege for Madame E." The noodles were swiftly prepared, a vibrant tomato and egg dish that was both tangy and appetizing. The dining room was serene, the lighting soft, as Iwan-jo quietly observed the woman across from him enjoying her meal. Wanan consumed the noodles with grace, sipping her soup delicately with a spoon, a sight that was truly pleasing. As she neared the bottom of her bowl, Iwan-jo raised an eyebrow. "Is it to your liking?" Setting her spoon down, Wanan nodded, "Delicious." Their eyes met, and the atmosphere seemed to flow quietly between them, as Iwan-jo swallowed hard. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the ringing of a phone. Chapter 70 A Visual Delight. "Brother Jo, are you coming out to gather? Tonight we're outdoors and it's going to be quite lively." Jiang Yun's voice echoed through the phone. Iwan-jo, having provided both financial and material support to the disaster-stricken area, had spent 3 days on site. Who among their affluent circle could accomplish such a feat? They were all born with silver spoons in their mouths. Li Wanan was no different. Previously, people regarded her merely as a beautiful woman with a refined demeanor, impressive education, and gentle personality. However, this time, her genuine charisma had garnered newfound respect from everyone. The scene of her assisting in childbirth during the earthquake was undeniably shocking. This gathering was organized specifically to celebrate their safe return from the disaster zone. Iwan-jo hesitated before agreeing, hanging up the phone to inquire of Wanan, "Will you attend?" They all acquaintances. Wanan had never been fond of gatherings, with their overwhelming sense of smoke and alcohol, coupled with the noise, yet, having slept excessively. "Would I be a dampener on the festivities?" Iwan-jo raised an eyebrow, knowing that her reluctance for socializing was solely for his sake. A smile crept into his eyes as he replied, "Your presence would be a courtesy to them." Wanan chuckled lightly before heading upstairs to change. Iwan-jo responded to Jiang Yun, affirming that they would attend outside. Jiang Yun had orchestrated a wild party with barbecues, dances, and games should anyone tire. The nearby villa served as a sanctuary for rest. Upon receiving the message, Jiang Yun turned to see Chunji beside him, raising an eyebrow. "Brother Jo is coming, and so is Li Wanan. Should I invite Song Xing as well?" Chunji blinked in surprise, staring at Jiang Yun. "Are you out of your mind? It's a battlefield of emotions. I love such scenes, don't you?" Jiang Yun lowered his head to message Song Xing, "As Brother Zhou's longtime friend, I can't just stand by and watch this situation unfold. They need a catalyst. It would be best if Brother Zhou and Li Wanan divorced soon to return to singlehood. Prolonging this is detrimental to everyone. Consider this, when Brother Zhou went to Qingchuan, it was one thing, but when I mentioned Song Xing was in Baishui County, he went straight there, unaware that Li Wanan was also there. Clearly, he was drawn to Song Xing. Coincidentally, Li Wanan was indeed in Baishui County, and the childbirth scene was live-streamed by Song Xing. I truly believe there is a complicated love triangle brewing among these three. Let me give you a word of advice. Refrain from meddling in others' romantic affairs." Chenji understood Jiang Yun's good intentions, yet he knew that feelings were personal matters, and outside interference could lead to unintended consequences. Jiang Yun sighed. Can Brother Zhou be considered others? Moreover, we all know Song Xing. She is genuinely a good person with a tragic background. If Brother Zhou were to abandon her, wouldn't she be devastated? Chenji shot him a glance, uninterested in further discussion, and quietly resumed grilling skewers. "Wow, what a large beef skewer. I'll take one." Jiang Yun looked up to see a woman in a red dress, sporting curly hair. He paused momentarily, failing to recognize her. Qian Sesh waved the beef skewer in front of him. "What kind of look is that?" "It is me, Qian Sesh. You don't recognize me? Wasn't she the one in those oversized shorts? What are you doing here?" Qian Sesh pointed behind her, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Yun. "You introduced us on the cruise last time, remember? The photos he has posted on his social media are simply stunning." Jiang Yun followed her gaze to see Zhou Lin, the photographer. Approaching Zhou Lin greeted Jiang Yun with a nod. "I've arranged to shoot with Miss Qian, intending to capture some Hong Kong-style portraits. The villa you booked aligns perfectly with the aesthetic, and bringing a female companion is permitted, right?" Jiang Yun pursed his lips. Of course, it was permitted. However, he hadn't anticipated that Qian Sesh would look quite appealing when dressed up. Suddenly, Qian Sesh leaned closer, her fragrance reminiscent of Frisia. With her large eyes fixed on him, she asked, "Who were you talking about? If Iwan-jo doesn't want her, she'll collapse, right?" Jiang Yun hadn't expected Qian Sesh to have such keen hearing. He maintained a stern expression and coughed lightly. I wasn't talking about anyone, you must have misheard. Oh, perhaps. At that moment, Zhou Lin decided it was time to take Qian Sesh for photos, noting that the villa was currently empty, and once the festivities began, it would be challenging to shoot with so many people around. Qian Sesh took a couple of bites of her beef skewer and immediately nodded. Let us go, I can hardly wait. The two entered together, but Jiang Yun felt a twinge of concern. A solitary man and woman in their circle, he knew Zhou Lin's reputation. This man had taken numerous beautiful women for shoots, many of whom ended up as his girlfriends. Qian Sesh, with her ample curves and lack of intellect, wouldn't he realize if she were being taken advantage of? Jiang Yun grabbed a lamb skewer and followed closely behind. Qian Sesh turned back, puzzled. Why are you following me? Do you want to take photos too? Jiang Yun casually placed his hand in his pocket, glancing sideways at Zhou Lin. I think I look quite Hong Kong style tonight as well. Why not take a set of photos of me while you're at it? The man's floral shirt indeed exuded that vibe. Zhou Lin smiled knowingly. That's a last-minute request. It'll cost extra. How about 80,000 per shot? Jiang Yun gritted his teeth. Are you out of your mind? Qian Sesh turned to him again. Huh, you're that expensive? I only charge 5,000 for a set. Care to explain why? She flashed a bright smile, revealing her dimples. Well, obviously because I'm stunning. I'm flawless from every angle and hardly need retouching. Someone, on the other hand. Was he unattractive? Clearly not. He was exceptionally handsome. That when Wanan and Yue Zhou arrived, the gathering was in full swing. Wanan donned a lilac halter neck, sleeveless gown, her long hair cascading down her back, exuding a gentle grace, while Yue Zhou sported. The couple walked hand in hand, truly a sight to behold. Brother Zhou has arrived? Brother Zhou is quite generous this time. My family's company only donated 5 million. Sister-in-law, that video of you assisting during the earthquake has my grandmother praising you for 2 days straight, saying you're both beautiful and kind-hearted. Sister-in-law has lost weight. Brother Zhou should take good care of her. After spending some time greeting everyone, Yue Zhou spotted Chen Ji at the barbecue area, where it was quieter, and led Wanan over. Where's Jiang Yun? He inquired while handing Wanan a freshly grilled pineapple beef skewer. Have a bite. Chen Ji here would make an excellent barbecue chef if he weren't a policeman. Chen Ji, unoffended by the jest, glanced at Wanan. My culinary skills are indeed commendable, feel free to enjoy, sister-in-law. Wanan graciously sampled a piece. Officer Chen, your cooking is quite impressive. Chen Ji raised an eyebrow, then turned to Yue Zhou. Jiang Yun went to the villa with a Miss Qian Sesh for a photo shoot. They should be out shortly. Wanan paused mid-bite, glancing toward the villa. Yue Zhou caught her movement and raised an eyebrow. With your best friend present, doesn't that make you more at ease, Mrs. He? Chen Ji observed their interaction, clearly noting that Yue Zhou was taking the initiative. As for Jiang Yun, he was akin to Zhu Beiji's grandmother, utterly clueless. Chapter 71. The game. After Chen Ji finished grilling the skewers, he joined Yuan Zhou and Li Wanan. The conversation among the men was not a space for her to interject, yet Yuan Zhou would occasionally inquire if she wanted something to eat or drink. The portion of skewers was quite substantial. After consuming just one, Li Wanan found herself unable to continue, but Yuan Zhou promptly fetched her some juice, reminding her, you can only drink what I provide. Do not accept anything from others. The previous incident on the cruise served as a cautionary tale. Although everyone present tonight were acquaintances, not everyone was deserving of unconditional trust. Li Wanan nodded, glancing down to see that Yuan Zhou had handed her mango juice. Li Wanan is allergic to mangoes. When Qian Sisi emerged from taking photos, she immediately spotted Li Wanan and Yuan Zhou together. They were seated side by side, with Yuan Zhou habitually wrapping an arm around her waist, exuding a possessive demeanor. Tonight's gathering was organized by Jiang Yun, and while she anticipated Yuan Zhou's presence, she had assumed Li Wanan would refrain from attending such lively occasions, given her aversion to crowds. Thus, it was evident that Li Wanan was willing to partake in activities she disliked merely to accompany Yuan Zhou, yet the man remained unaware of her mango allergy. Qian Sisi approached with an air of confrontation directed at Yuan Zhou, but Li Wanan gently pulled her back. How did they turn out? Qian Sisi responded with a silent expression of exasperation. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Zhou appeared momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Li Wanan and asked, you're allergic to mangoes? She nodded, her voice soft. Yes, consuming even a little causes red spots all over my body. It's alright, I hadn't mentioned it to you, so it's only natural that you didn't know. After a brief silence, Yuan Zhou asked, are you allergic to anything else? I can't eat peanuts. Other than that, I'm fine. I'll remember that, he replied, nodding as he quietly swapped her drink for a glass of watermelon juice. Qian Sisi took a deep breath, deciding to give Li Wanan some face before finally sitting down. The photos turned out quite well. Once I have the full set, I'll share them with you. We could even ask photographer Zhou Lin to take a sister portrait for us. However, Jiang Yun insisted on joining me for the shoot, which cut into the limited time Zhou Lin had tonight. At that moment, Jiang Yun arrived and settled beside Qian Sisi. I've taken care of the final payment for you. It has been ages since I last did a photo shoot. Tonight, thanks to you, I get to do it again. Qian Sisi's eyes brightened, immediately becoming enthusiastic. Generous as always, let us plan for another session soon. Jiang Yun merely smiled. As he took his seat, he greeted Yuan Zhou and Li Wanan. Jiang Yun couldn't help but steal a few glances at Li Wanan, acknowledging that despite his shipper tendencies for Yuan Zhou and Song Xing, Li Wanan was indeed remarkable in every aspect. Alas, it was unfortunate that He Wonjo was so sought after. However, where was Song Xing? He checked his phone, recalling that he had sent her the address. Since returning to the country, she had been busy with work, but tonight could serve as a welcoming occasion for her return. Song Xing replied promptly, stating she was busy, but she did not decline the invitation, which suggested she would come. Jiang Yun quietly put away his phone, glancing once more at Li Wanan. Though he believed he was acting nobly, he still felt a twinge of guilt in her presence. Should He Wonjo and Li Wanan eventually part ways, he would find a way to make amends privately, perhaps by collaborating with the Li family or donating medical equipment to the hospital where Li Wanan worked, thus alleviating his conscience. Song Siyuan is out on a blind date tonight and won't be joining us. Shall we play a game? Jiang Yun raised an eyebrow, surveying the group. How about fold your fingers? Sounds good, the group agreed. Jiang Yun turned to Li Wanan, asking, Sister-in-law, are you familiar with it? Each person extends 5 fingers. Players take turns stating conditions or requirements. If met, they fold a finger. If all 5 fingers are folded, they lose and must face a punishment. What kind of punishment? We'll draw lots for it. Li Wanan nodded. Although she rarely participated in such gatherings, she was familiar with the simple game. The game commenced with Jiang Yun, who smirked at the group, declaring, I secretly farted earlier. Those who didn't fart must fold a finger. Xian Sisi, seated beside him, immediately contorted her expression in disbelief. What? Jiang Yun coughed awkwardly. It was the odorless kind. If it weren't for the game, he would never have disclosed such an embarrassing detail. Xian Sisi bit her lip, recalling how she had inhaled the aroma of the skewers moments earlier. With a serious face, she folded one finger, and the others followed suit. Xian Sisi continued, I once played a corpse in a film. Have any of you done that? Chen responded, I once pretended to be a corpse during a mission. Does that count? Xian Sisi was momentarily taken aback. The game continued, and when it was He Wonjo's turn, he scanned the group and raised an eyebrow, stating, I have a wife. Do any of you? The group collectively folded their fingers. Next was Li Wanan. She surveyed the group before taking a sip of her juice. I once had a crush on someone. 11 years. As soon as she finished speaking, all eyes, except for Qian Sisi's, fell upon Li Wanan's face. Jiang Yun exclaimed, what? A sister-in-law had a crush? With such a magnificent face, you were playing the crush game? He regretted initiating this game and glanced at He Wonjo, who suddenly appeared slightly green around the edges. Li Wanan pressed her lips together, observing the man's expression. He Wonjo smirked, folding a finger. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze resting on the woman beside him, murmuring, Mrs. He is quite a competitive spirit. Such matters of unrequited. Both Jiang Yun and Xian Sisi folded a finger as well. If one were to love, it ought to be openly, not secretly. Chen Ji, however, did not fold a finger, surprising Jiang Yun. Wait, who are you secretly crushing on? After all these years, how come I know nothing? Chen Ji leisurely sipped his beer, his eyes dark and enigmatic, casting a glance at Jiang Yun. I said it was a crush. It's private, don't pry. As the rounds continued, Jiang Yun and Xian Sisi both ended up folding all 5 fingers simultaneously. Xian Sisi rose with a serious expression, glancing at Jiang Yun with disdain. It must be your bad luck. I've never lost at this game before. I'm going to sit with Chen Ji. Jiang Yun could only respond with silence. The two accepted their fates and drew lots to determine their punishment. The simplest option was to drink beer, but there were others. Frowny face. Make a phone call to a friend, speaking loudly, inviting them to join you in the restroom. Perform a classic scene from Zhen Huan in front of everyone, exclaiming, this servant cannot do it. Take an unflattering selfie and post it online seeking a partner. Xian Sisi drew the performance task, while Jiang Yun ended up with the restroom invitation. Being an actress, Xian Sisi was unfazed by the performance, and having watched Zhen Huan countless times, she could recite the lines effortlessly. Jiang Yun called Song Siyuan, who had just concluded her blind date and was currently driving her date home, using the speakerphone. As soon as Song Siyuan answered, before she could even say hello, Jiang Yun's booming voice filled the line. Old Song, are you there? Want to join me in the restroom tonight? Song Siyuan's response was a stunned silence. When Song Xing arrived at the scene, it was bustling with excitement. The crowd erupted in laughter as they watched Jiang Yun's phone call. She spotted He Wonjo and Li Wanan immediately. The woman was nestled in the man's embrace, both smiling at Jiang Yun's antics, her laughter radiating beauty, compelling He Wonjo to glance down at her amidst the laughter. Someone exclaimed, Sister Song, what brings you here? Chapter 72. A sense of injustice. The laughter that filled the room abruptly ceased, leaving an air of awkwardness in its wake. With a gentle smile, Song Xing approached, greeting everyone. Hello, everyone. It's been a while. Someone attempted to break the ice. Yes, indeed, it has been quite some time. Within their circle, who was unaware that Song Xing was the former girlfriend of He Wonjo? Their relationship had once been fervent, both experiencing their first love together. The crowd exchanged glances, some looking towards Li Wanan for her reaction. The woman displayed little emotion, and when they glanced at He Wonjo, he appeared remarkably composed as well. Song Xing, you made it. Zhang Yuan emerged from the crowd, wrapping her arm around Song Xing's. I saw you in the news a few days ago. You were so professional. I genuinely believe you are remarkable, having come this far on your own. Zhang Yuan, the little princess of the Zhang family, shared a good rapport with Song Xing, who indeed possessed a certain charisma. Upon hearing Zhang Yuan's words, admiration flickered in the eyes of those present. Everyone was aware of Song Xing's humble beginnings, yet she had managed to gain admission to a prestigious journalism school through sheer effort. Now, upon her return, she had secured a position as a reporter at Nanchang News Station, truly a model of triumph for the ordinary individual. Absolutely, impressive indeed, Song Xing. We are left feeling rather inferior, another chimed in. I heard you even worked as a war correspondent in Palestine? Honestly, I admire you immensely. With Song Xing's arrival, Zhang Yun immediately beckoned her over. Come on, Song Xing, join us. Zhang Yuan, you should come too. Song Xing hesitated briefly, but Zhang Yuan swiftly pulled her along. Oh, it's fine. Since you're here, let us have some fun together. They settled beside He Wenzhou and Li Wanan, with Song Xing's left hand conveniently next to He Wenzhou. Zhang Yun was quite pleased with the current scene. After all, gatherings like this were essential for the development of the narrative. He was merely the NPC propelling the plot forward. At that moment, Xian Sesh was seated next to Chen Ji, directly across from Zhang Yun, observing the expressions of those opposite her. This was undoubtedly Zhang Yun's doing. Unable to suppress her disdain, she rolled her eyes and discreetly kicked at the table leggy. Zhang Yun exclaimed, "Who the hell kicked me?" Xian Sesh smiled mischievously, "I have no idea." Zhang Yun assumed that the other party had not intended it, and he, being magnanimous, raised an eyebrow at the group. Shall we play another round? He Wenzhou glanced at Zhang Yun. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Xian Sesh looked at Li Wanan and then at Song Xing, gritting her teeth. Fine, let's do it. Who's afraid? The game commenced with Xian Sesh. I've never been in a relationship, those who have should fold a finger. Present were Chen Ji, Li Wanan, and Xian Sesh, none of whom folded a finger. Zhang Yun, with a cheeky smile, declared, now, those who have a crush should fold a finger. Chen Ji complied. Li Wanan bit her lip, pondering whether to fold a finger or not. He Wenzhou glanced at her hand, contemplating her hesitation, and clicked his tongue. What does Mrs. He mean by that? Nothing, Li Wanan replied, choosing not to fold. He Wenzhou was aware of her feelings for him, so it hardly qualified as a mere crush. His expression relaxed a bit. Song Xing silently folded a finger. Zhang Yun raised an eyebrow, knowing full well, He Wenzhou didn't fold, it wasn't a crush, it was an open admiration. Impressive. It was Zhang Yuan's turn now. She glanced at Song Xing, cleared her throat, fold a finger if the person you like is present. Both Li Wanan and Song Xing folded a finger simultaneously. Zhang Yun looked at He Wenzhou, who remained unchanged. Brother Zhou? Not folding again? He Wenzhou shot him a sidelong glance, prompting Zhang Yun to fall silent. Fair enough, perhaps it was because Li Wanan was present that he chose not to acknowledge it. Li Wanan's gaze briefly fell on his fingers, her eyes lowering, lashes fluttering slightly. When it was Song Xing's turn, she smiled softly, addressing the crowd. As for me, I've never met my father, so I would fold a finger if I had one. Zhang Yuan immediately looked at her with sympathy, while Li Wanan observed Song Xing, who bore no trace of self-pity, as though she had long accepted this truth. After a few rounds, Zhang Yun found himself in a dire situation. Being the first to fold all 5 fingers at drawing lots, the punishment was to don a revealing bikini and perform a sultry dance. Xian Sesh couldn't help but laugh at him, thinking he deserved it for orchestrating this chaotic game. She took out her phone to record him, raising an eyebrow. You must adhere to your wager. Hurry and change into that bikini, this moment is too perfect, I must capture it. Zhang Yun's face flushed red, he was about to lose all his dignity tonight. Please, spare me. Song Xing came to his rescue. How about we drink instead? Zhang Yun looked at her gratefully. Xian Sesh gritted her teeth. Can't take a loss, can you? Are you still a man? Zhang Yun exclaimed, of course I am. In a flash, he sprang to his feet. Just wait. As Zhang Yun went to change into the bikini, the atmosphere shifted to a brief silence. Song Xing received a phone call and stood up. You all continue, I'll take this call. Once the two left, Chen Ji took a sip of beer and looked at He Wenzhou. Zhang Yun acted on his own. It has nothing to do with me. He Wenzhou glanced at Li Wanan. It's getting late, do you want to head back? If so, we can leave now. Li Wanan was about to respond when Xian Sesh interjected, Mr. He, if we leave now, wouldn't it seem that our Wanan lacks grace, unable to accommodate Mr. He's former girlfriend? Perhaps you, Mr. He, are reminiscing about the past and fear you might lose control? Sesh, Li Wanan could no longer restrain herself. She turned to He Wenzhou. I'm fine, please don't dampen everyone's spirits. He raised an eyebrow but chose not to comment further. Soon, Zhang Yun returned in a bikini, and the room erupted in laughter. Xian Sesh, dressed relatively demurely tonight, couldn't contain her amusement and burst into laughter, her phone shaking as she aimed it at Zhang Yun. Ah, I can't believe it, this is a sight to behold. In the frame, Zhang Yun wore a sleek black bikini, his physique undeniably impressive. Xian Sesh's camera inadvertently panned to his briefs, prompting her to exclaim, wow, not bad. Zhang Yun shielded his face, striking a pose before confidently showcasing his moves, exuding a sultry Latin flair. The room was ablaze with excitement, the scene was too much for Li Wanan to bear, and she leaned closer to He Wenzhou, whispering, I need to use the restroom. He nodded, asking, would you like me to accompany you? No need, I'll be back shortly. The restroom was not far away. Just as someone approached to offer a toast, He Wenzhou permitted Li Wanan to go alone. While the gathering was lively, the restroom was exceptionally quiet. Upon entering, Li Wanan spotted Song Xing on the phone, her expression far from pleasant. Their eyes met, and Li Wanan nodded slightly before proceeding into a stall. By the time she emerged, Song Xing had completed her call but lingered. To Li Wanan's surprise, Song Xing was smoking, exhaling a ring of smoke. She called out, Li Wanan. Li Wanan nodded in acknowledgement, Miss Song. Song Xing extinguished her cigarette and approached Li Wanan. With a smile, she remarked, it seems you are already aware of my past with Ah Zhou? Naturally, he is the type to be forthright, never concealing our relationship. Li Wanan offered a gentle smile, her demeanor devoid of any anger, responding warmly, Miss Song, did you wait for me here to discuss something? Standing face to face, Song Xing observed Li Wanan, raising an eyebrow, have you ever noticed that we bear a striking resemblance? Is that so? Given your exceptional qualities, why would you choose to marry a man who does not love you? That seems rather unjust to yourself. Chapter 73 Blessings. The restroom's light was glaringly bright, almost blinding. Two slender silhouettes were cast upon the wall, silent yet evoking an illusion of confrontation. After Song Xing spoke, Li Wanan remained silent for an extended period, the stillness so profound that even the sound of a falling needle could be discerned. After what felt like an eternity, Song Xing tugged at her lips. I apologize, it seems I have overstepped my boundaries. It appears I am not in a position to utter these words. The next moment, she confessed, I like him. Wanan's gaze fell upon Song Xing's face, her voice gentle as a spring breeze. The woman's brows were tranquil, devoid of any emotion, merely stating her feelings with a hint of detachment. Song Xing was momentarily taken aback, and then she heard Li Wanan continue, in my relationship with Yi Wenzhou, I have wronged no one. After all, Miss Song, you and he have been separated for quite some time, have you not? Thus, I cannot be accused of intruding or intending to hurt you deliberately. Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness. Song Xing curled her lips slightly, it seems that Ah Zhou has given you the confidence to speak thus. I shall extend my best wishes to Miss Li, may you achieve what you desire. Though she claimed it was a blessing, there was not a trace of sincerity to be felt. Wanan, however, was unfazed. No one would genuinely wish for a rival to be with the one they cherished. She felt the same. Even if one day she were to part ways with Yi Wenzhou, she would not wish to hear news of him rekindling his old flame with Song Xing. Wanan nodded, having no intention of prolonging the conversation with Song Xing. As she made her way towards the exit, the sound of a lighter igniting reached her ears. Turning back, she saw the woman lighting a cigarette. Wanan frowned slightly. Song Xing exhaled a ring of smoke, smirking, it's just stress, a little smoke helps. Wanan pressed her lips together. While she was not one to meddle, she still voiced her concern, smoking is detrimental to your health. The woman smiled silently, her smoking gesture practiced and alluring. Wanan chose not to disturb her further and turned to leave. When Zhang Yuan entered, she noticed several cigarette butts at Song Xing's feet. Sister Song Xing, please don't smoke anymore. Zhang Yuan sighed, having hoped that upon Song Xing's return, Yi Wenzhou would instantly forsake Li Wanan to rekindle their romance. They had once been such a good pair. However, it was clear to her tonight that Yi Wenzhou was avoiding any semblance of closeness with Song Xing out of consideration for Li Wanan. During their games, he had scarcely glanced at Song Xing, but he did steal glances at Li Wanan from time to time. If she were in Song Xing's position, her heart would be shattered. Who could bear to watch their beloved's heart and eyes filled with another woman? It was no wonder Song Xing sought solace in smoking. Sister Song Xing, did Li Wanan boast about something to you earlier? Is that why you seemed so distressed? Having finished her last cigarette, Song Xing glanced at Zhang Yuan. We merely exchanged a few words. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please convey my regards to them. Outside, the festivities continued, and no one noticed as Song Xing drove away. When Zhang Yuan informed the group of her departure, Zhang Yun appeared astonished. What? She left just like that? Zhang Yuan discreetly observed Yi Wenzhou, whose expression revealed no concern whatsoever. She bit her lip, unable to refrain from saying, it's quite late, will Sister Song Xing be alright leaving alone? As she spoke, Zhang Yuan glanced at Li Wanan. I wonder why Sister Song Xing left so suddenly? Li Wanan, did you say something that might have upset her? You two were in the restroom for quite some time. After all, when I walked in, I saw her smoking excessively, and she didn't seem to be in good spirits. All eyes turned to Li Wanan. Wanan smiled faintly. We did exchange a few words, Miss Jiang. If you were curious about our conversation, why not directly inquire with Miss Song? You were close, I'm sure she would tell you. Zhang Yuan. At that moment, Zhang Yun returned after a phone call with Song Xing, informing everyone. She mentioned she had some family matters and had to leave. He then glanced at the concerned Zhang Yuan. Song Xing has been fine all these years abroad. She returned safely. Is the domestic situation any worse than overseas? There is nothing to worry about. Zhang Yuan pressed her lips together but felt it best not to say more. The gathering arranged by Zhang Yun was set to continue until the next day, but as the early hours approached, Wanan began to feel drowsy. Yi Wenzhou had no intention of staying at the villa, bidding farewell to everyone as he prepared to leave with Li Wanan. Qian Sisi, having enjoyed herself too much, intended to continue partying until dawn. Wanan felt a twinge of unease, while Zhang Yun turned to assure Li Wanan, with me here, there is nothing to fear. Observing Zhang Yun's demeanor, Wanan clearly felt skeptical. Zhang Yun and Qian Sisi were engaged in a one-on-one game, both slightly inebriated, playfully butting heads like bulls vying for dominance. At that moment, Chen Ji approached. It's time to head back. I'll take responsibility for Miss Qian's safety here. Wanan found Chen, the officer, to be quite reliable and felt somewhat reassured. Thank you. On the way back, as the man drove, Wanan glanced at Yi Wenzhou. Don't you want to know what I spoke about with Miss Song tonight? Yi Wenzhou raised an eyebrow. What did she say? Wanan hesitated. Yi Wenzhou chuckled softly. What did she tell you? Miss Song still has feelings for you. Wanan's gaze remained steady on the man's face. It was evident to anyone that Song Xing still harbored affections for Yi Wenzhou. Yet, she was uncertain about his current feelings for her. Yi Wenzhou, if you still have feelings for her, I won't put you in a difficult position. She wished to fight for their relationship, but if Yi Wenzhou truly still cared for Song Xing, she would not wish to monopolize him. She had her principles. If Hee Won-jo chose to remain with her while his heart belonged to another, she would find it unbearable. Won-in scrutinized Hee Won-jo, but despite her anticipation, she received no answer from him throughout the journey. Upon returning to Chihai residence, as soon as they reached the bedroom, the man turned and pinned her against the wall, an imposing gesture that radiated intensity. Won-in tilted her head up, and the man leaned down. She inhaled sharply, fingers clutching his shirt. Gazing at him, she resisted while he exerted his dominance, refusing to allow her to retreat even an inch. "Madam, he claims to like me, yet she so easily wishes to let me go?" He raised an eyebrow, gripping her chin, a satisfied smile dancing in his eyes as he questioned, "Am I merely an object to be discarded at your whim, madam?" Lee Won-in took a deep breath, pressing her hand against his chest, smiling subtly. "Then, does young master he like me?" "Uncertain," he replied, his voice deep and sultry, laced with a hint of laughter. "Is it a physiological attraction?" Won-in bit her lip, remaining silent. The man cupped her face with both hands, lowering his head to lock his gaze onto hers, releasing a nearly inaudible sigh. "Madam, you are quite disobedient tonight." Chapter 74. A concentration. The warm, golden light of the bedroom enveloped the space in a cozy embrace, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Hee Won-jo held the person in his arms, the corners of his eyes slightly raised, remaining silently contemplative. It was evident that the man was upset. When a man is angry, he must be appeased. Lee Won-in gazed at the handsome face of Hee Won-jo, now so close, and leaned in a bit closer, murmuring, "Hee Won-jo." The man lazily raised an eyebrow. Won-in's striking black and white eyes locked onto Hee Won-jo's. "Do I resemble Miss Song?" Hee Won-jo arched an eyebrow. In the dead of night, Mrs. He discusses her husband's ex-girlfriend. "Are you fond of her?" Won-in playfully nudged his calf with her foot. "Tsk, Mrs. He appears to have a temper." Hee Won-jo glanced down at the woman's beautiful, rosy complexion, now tinged with irritation. He chuckled softly, leaning closer to her ear. "So, Mrs. He can get angry too, like an irritable little kitten, adorably fierce." "Won-in, Hee Won-jo, perhaps you should refrain from speaking, let us sleep." With that, Won-in closed her eyes, choosing to ignore him. The man chuckled softly. "What is Mrs. He pondering all day?" "Mrs. He is simply Mrs. He." Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow, his voice low and resonant, one of a kind. A tremor ran through Won-in's heart, a sweet ache that filled her with joy. It is often said that out of 100 words spoken by a man, 99 may be false, that men are devoid of sincerity, yet even if Hee Won-jo was merely flattering her, his words brought her delight. After finishing her shower, Won-in emerged with damp hair, her mood considerably lifted. The man took a hairdryer and began to dry her hair. Hee Won-jo was, by all accounts, quite considerate, provided he was in good spirits. The room was silent, with no words exchanged, save for the soft hum of the hairdryer. It wasn't until the last strand of hair was dried that the man switched off the appliance, lay down beside her, and instinctively wrapped his arms around Won-in. The scent of peach shower gel mingled with a faint fragrance reminiscent of begonia, creating a delightful aroma. The woman's scent was gentle and subtle, much like her character. Hee Won-jo reached out to push aside the delicate strands of hair from her face, initially intending to discuss the events that had transpired. However, Won-in was utterly exhausted, her lips slightly parted, her breathing shallow. She had evidently drifted off to sleep. "Sleep well, good night." Hee Won-jo drew her closer, planting a habitual kiss on her forehead before extinguishing the light and surrendering to slumber. The following day brought relentless rain. This year's downpour exceeded that of the last, with forecasts predicting continued rainfall for the next 2 to 3 days. Hee Won-jo made a call to inform the company of a remote workday, also notifying Wang Ma that she need not come to work today. The villa was well stocked with provisions, whether for a few days or even half a month, they would be perfectly fine. As Won-in descended the stairs, she spotted the man comfortably seated on the sofa, clad in casual home attire, his hair unkempt, yet still exuding an air of youthful vigor despite his age. "Are you awake?" Won-in nodded, acknowledging that she had overslept again. When they had first married, she managed to maintain a regular schedule, but now, it was simply unbearable. If she worked late, she would inevitably sleep in until nearly 10 the following morning. "Come, let us have breakfast." Hee Won-jo noticed that she seemed a bit unwell and, without hesitation, scooped her up in his arms. The woman was light, and with one hand holding his phone, he effortlessly carried Won-in to the dining room. Fearful of falling, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. "The rain is quite heavy today." Won-in glanced outside, initially considering a trip home. She had been in Qingchuan City for several days, and her parents were undoubtedly worried about her. Indeed, the downpour is relentless, accompanied by strong winds. Therefore, Mrs. He need not venture outside these days. "You are so slender, a gust might whisk you away." "How exaggerated." The man set her down and went to the kitchen to fetch breakfast, sandwiches and milk, with coffee for himself. Outside, the rain poured down, making their shared day at home all the more precious. However, Hee Won-jo had work to attend to, and Won-in had her own matters to address. He ascended to his study while Won-in initiated a video call with her family. Su-won, upon seeing Won-in's noticeably slimmer figure, couldn't help but feel a pang of concern. However, she understood that assisting in disaster relief was a noble endeavor. Despite her worries and fears, she refrained from excessive reproach. Their conversation soon turned to Li Jing, who, after returning from Chihai residence, had ceased her part-time work at the bar to participate in 2 art entrance exams, now focusing intently on preparing for the upcoming college entrance examination with less than a month remaining. "I thought this child would remain aimless. I never anticipated that a night spent at Chihai residence would transform her so drastically." Won-in smiled slightly. Perhaps Hee Won-jo's influence motivated her, prompting her to strive harder, not just for the sake of success, but for her own pride. Indeed, He Wonjo, despite his seemingly frivolous demeanor, possesses admirable qualities. It appears he has made significant donations for the Qingchuan earthquake? Wanan nodded. He even personally assisted in the disaster area. A flicker of admiration crossed Su Wan's eyes. She had always believed her daughter would not be drawn to someone without merit, and it seemed He Wonjo had his own redeeming qualities. And what of your relationship now? Su Wan inquired about their emotional progress, hoping for a mutual understanding between the two to alleviate some of Wanan's burdens. If a relationship were to remain one-sided for too long, it would inevitably lead to exhaustion. Wanan, with her gentle disposition, still harbored concerns about being wronged. He treats me quite well. Su Wan pressed her lips together, recognizing that a man should indeed treat a woman well. It seemed He Wonjo had yet to develop deeper feelings for Wanan. However, matters of the heart could not be forced. After chatting with Su Wan for a while longer, Wanan ended the video call and attempted to work on her thesis, but her thoughts were scattered, prompting her to abandon the task. As noon approached, Wanan knocked on the study door, intending to ask the man what he wished to have for lunch. He Wonjo was engaged in an online meeting. Upon noticing her at the door, he gestured for her to wait a moment. This was Wanan's first glimpse of him in a meeting, and he appeared significantly more serious than usual, delivering critiques without mercy yet backed by sound reasoning, never resorting to arbitrary outbursts of anger. It is often said that a man dedicated to his work is at his most attractive. Wanan had to concede that this statement held considerable truth. Once the meeting concluded, the man rose to find Wanan standing at the door, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him, her eyes brimming with admiration. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow and approached her, exuding a carefree charm, and pulled her into an embrace. Am I truly that handsome, Mrs.? He appears utterly entranced. Wanan, the woman averted her gaze, clearing her throat softly. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, meeting her gentle, beautiful eyes, a hint of pride playing at his lips. I was merely wondering why Mrs. He is so enamored with me. Could it be that you are a beauty enthusiast? After all, I do possess a modicum of good looks, so it is no wonder Mrs. He is quite taken with me. Wanan, what a splendid man, yet he possesses such a loquacious tongue. Chapter 75 Illness. Wanan disregarded him and proceeded directly downstairs. Outside, the storm raged, and within the confines of their home, only the two of them remained, imparting a sense that the entire world had been reduced to their solitary existence. Entering the kitchen, Wanan turned to inquire what He Wonjo desired for lunch. The man raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling upon her face. They say to win a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach. Has Mrs. He enrolled in a special class for this purpose, seeking to ensnare me so fervently? Wanan paused momentarily, glancing at He Wonjo. Then shall Master He take to the kitchen today? The man's brow arched, a smile dancing in his eyes as he nodded. Very well, since Mrs. He has spoken, shall I dare to refuse? Pray, assist me by tying the apron. Wanan acquiesced, fastening the apron around him with ease. Then I shall lend a hand to Master He. Agreed. He Wonjo retrieved ingredients from the refrigerator, expertly washing and chopping vegetables in a seamless flow, only occasionally requesting that she pass a plate or a seasoning, ensuring she did not partake in any of the menial tasks. With deftness, He Wonjo soon prepared 3 dishes and a soup. Wanan, with a modest appetite, barely made a dent in her bowl before setting down her chopsticks. Observing her struggle to finish even a single bowl of rice, He Wonjo mused, no wonder your weight is so light. Do eat more, he urged, placing a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs into her bowl. Every time the matriarch sees you, she remarks on how much weight you've lost, as if I were torturing you. Wanan remained silent. My evenings are restless, she confessed, gazing at He Wonjo. She had hesitated for quite some time, considering silence, yet she felt that continuing in this manner was simply untenable. Wanan bit her lip. My appetite has always been modest, the reason for my weight loss might be. Master He has somewhat encroached upon my sleep schedule. A silence enveloped the air for a few moments. Is that truly the case? The man sipped his soup, the corners of his eyes lifting slightly, his tone laced with humor. It is primarily I who tends to things, and I have hardly compelled Mrs. He to take the initiative. Wanan sighed in resignation. Conversing with He Wonjo was an exercise in futility when it came to reason. Without uttering a word, He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, engaging in self-reflection. Very well, I shall be more mindful henceforth, striving to afford Mrs. He ample time for rest. However, Mrs. He must also understand my position, for I, your husband, am in my prime, filled with vigor and vitality. With a hint of melancholy in her gaze, Wanan replied, I am weary. I shall retire upstairs for some rest. As for you, Master He, being youthful and robust, I kindly request that you attend to the washing of the dishes this evening. Having said this, she turned and ascended the stairs. He Wonjo arched an eyebrow, observing her retreating figure, a faint smile curling at his lips. Mrs. He truly was, as ever, unable to resist a bit of playful banter. For 3 consecutive days, torrential rain confined the two within their home, each engrossed in their work during the day and occasionally sharing a film in the evenings, the atmosphere often leading to moments of intimacy, allowing events to unfold naturally thereafter. He Wonjo exhibited some restraint, yet he could not resist imparting new knowledge to her. Finally, the rain ceased, and Wanan found herself unexpectedly eager to return to work. However, she did not anticipate encountering Song Xing at the hospital. While making her rounds, she spotted Song Xing emerging from the elevator. Their eyes met, and Wanan was taken aback. Reporter Song. Song Xing nodded in acknowledgement but offered no further words, brushing past her without any exchange. She appeared even more fatigued than a few days prior. Dr. Li, do you know her? A nurse approached Wanan, greeting her before glancing at Song Xing's retreating figure. In a hushed tone, she confided, her mother has been diagnosed with cancer, in the late stages. She was just transferred from the county hospital to ours a couple of days ago. The prognosis isn't optimistic. It seems she will need to stay for long-term chemotherapy. When she isn't working, she spends her time at the hospital, and I've not seen anyone else visiting. It appears she and her mother are each other's only support. Wanan fell silent, recalling the night at the gathering when Song Xing had mentioned her lack of a father. As she passed Song Xing's mother's hospital room, she cast a glance inside. The woman on the bed was emaciated, yet one could envision her youthful beauty in her features, now marred by the ravages of illness. That evening, while dining with Qian Sisi, Wanan broached the subject. Song Xing's mother is ill? Qian Sisi frowned. Though she held little fondness for Song Xing, the news of her mother's illness stirred a sense of sympathy within her. Cancer, as a mere journalist, can she afford the medical expenses? Casting a glance at Wanan, Qian Sisi remarked, He Wenzhou would hardly turn a blind eye to this, would he? It seems he is still unaware. Wanan hesitated, contemplating whether to inform He Wenzhou of the situation. Sisi observed Wanan's expression, unable to suppress a sigh. Why must you be so honest? Are you not creating an opportunity for the two of them? Song Xing was He Wenzhou's former girlfriend. If He Wenzhou became aware of Song Xing's mother's condition, would he truly remain passive? Wanan replied softly, he will find out sooner or later. This matter could not be concealed indefinitely, especially since He Wenzhou had previously stated he could not ignore Song Xing's plight. She did not wish to deliberately withhold the truth. As for whether He Wenzhou would offer assistance and whether Song Xing would accept it, that was a matter between them. Wanan, consider this carefully. If you tell He Wenzhou, what will the outcome be? You may have a clear conscience, but when He Wenzhou sees Song Xing in her current state, he will undoubtedly feel a pang of compassion. With Song Xing's mother gravely ill, the woman would surely be in a vulnerable state. He Wenzhou would find it impossible not to offer comfort. Men do not merely offer a few words of consolation. Should Song Xing shed tears, He Wenzhou would likely find himself drawn to embrace her in solace. Moreover, if something were to happen to Song Xing's mother, leaving her without any other family, she would undoubtedly seek to cling to He Wenzhou as her lifeline. On one side stood a former girlfriend with a tragic background. On the other, a gentle and understanding current wife. It was the child who cried that would receive the candy. Qian Sisi felt a twinge of anxiety for Wanan. But I cannot remain indifferent. Had she remained unaware, it would have been one thing, but now that she was informed, she knew full well that He Wenzhou felt a sense of indebtedness toward Song Xing. Should he ultimately take no action, it would become a lifelong regret. Qian Sisi waved her hand dismissively. Do as you wish, be the virtuous one. When your husband runs off with someone else, you'll see how much you'll cry. Wanan remained silent. That evening, He Wenzhou had a dinner engagement and returned late. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Wanan on the sofa, dressed in a pure white loungewear. She was draped in a light blanket, having fallen asleep, likely due to the prolonged wait. The ragdoll cat nestled in her embrace created a heartwarming tableau. He Wenzhou smirked, intending to carry her back to the bedroom, but as soon as he made contact, the woman stirred awake. Wanan blinked sleepily, her voice somewhat dazed. You're back? Were you waiting for me? He Wenzhou raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had mentioned he would be late due to the dinner. Wanan nodded, gradually regaining her clarity, her gaze meeting his. Yes, I was waiting. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Chapter 76 Enjoyment. He Wenzhou nodded and carried her upstairs to the bedroom. The freshly changed bed linens were a deep black, and the woman lay upon them in white, pure, and ethereal. Though the man had indulged in a few drinks that evening, he had not overdone it. Yet, alcohol always stirred within him an irresistible urge for affection. As He Wenzhou removed his coat, he leaned in for a kiss while murmuring a goodnight. What did you say? Let us discuss something serious. The man raised an eyebrow, rarely accustomed to hearing Mrs. He speak to him in such a tone. What serious matters could they possibly have to discuss? He Wenzhou nodded slightly, adjusting the disheveled nightgown caused by his own playful hands, and inquired. He was aware that Zhang Yun had been keeping an eye on Song Xing's circumstances, which is why he had refrained from reaching out to her directly. Zhang Yun had only mentioned that Song Xing's mother was unwell, without disclosing the severity of her condition. It was likely that Song Xing had kept the truth hidden from everyone. The previously intimate atmosphere in the bedroom dissipated considerably as Wanan looked at He Wenzhou and asked, You were unaware? Indeed. Now he was informed. What is the situation at your hospital? The man's inquiry was clear. He intended to intervene. Wanan responded candidly, Our hospital is a top-tier facility, but it is, after all, a general hospital. He Wenzhou nodded in understanding. Wanan glanced at his expression. Did Miss Song not inform you because she does not wish for your assistance? He Wenzhou nodded again. She has always been like this, preferring to bear her burdens alone without seeking help. He lowered his gaze to Wanan, softly articulating, perhaps it stems from her upbringing in a single-parent household, cultivating a habit of independence from a young age. She is a strong-willed person and particularly loathes revealing her vulnerabilities. Wanan bit her lip, rarely having heard He Wenzhou express himself so extensively. He evidently understood Song Xing well. I shall make a phone call. He Wenzhou rose and took his phone to the study. Wanan watched his retreating figure, aware that his reaction was to be expected, yet seeing him so concerned stirred an uncomfortable feeling within her. She lowered her gaze, a self-deprecating smile escaping her lips. She had thought herself magnanimous, yet she too was but a mere mortal, capable of jealousy and envy. In the study, He Wenzhou hesitated as he gazed at Song Xing's contact information on his phone. Ultimately, he dialed Jiang Yun instead. Hello? Joga, I never thought I would receive a call from you. Jiang Yun, a man of vibrant nightlife, was out fishing with friends that night, having left someone to watch over his rod while he stepped away to converse with Hewen-jo. What brings you to call? Mrs. He mentioned she saw Song Xing at the hospital. Song's mother has been diagnosed with cancer. Ah. Jiang Yun had previously instructed someone to inquire about the situation, but he had only been told that a family member of Song Xing was ill, with no specifics provided. Upon questioning Song Xing herself, she too had remained vague, leading him to assume it was merely a minor ailment and not to dwell on it. A cancer diagnosis was entirely unexpected. The word cancer still posed a formidable challenge in the realm of medicine, with countless individuals pouring their resources into battling it, often without the assurance of longevity. Jiang Yun couldn't suppress a sigh. Joga, Song Xing's fate is truly unfortunate. Having grown up without a father and relying solely on her mother, just as she finally began to thrive as a news reporter for Nanchang television, now her mother falls ill? No wonder Song Xing had returned from abroad so suddenly. Jiang Yun had assumed she was seeking out Hewen-jo, not realizing the gravity of her family's situation. What should we do now? Transfer her mother to another hospital and find the best doctor? Jiang Yun responded, however, every time I reach out to Song Xing, she seems indifferent to me. Joga, perhaps it would be better if you spoke to her directly. Hewen-jo replied, my position is somewhat delicate. Find a time to visit the hospital, inquire with the doctors about Song's mother's condition, and gather the necessary information for me. I will assess the situation and see how I can assist. Understood, I will go tomorrow. Jiang Yun agreed, then added, was this matter brought to your attention by your wife? Yes. Jiang Yun remarked, I must say, your wife is the most magnanimous person I have ever encountered. That night at the gathering, I anticipated a scene of conflict, yet there was not a hint of tension. A moment of silence lingered on the line. Hewen-jo rubbed his forehead and spoke, you seem to have too much time on your hands. Do not create unnecessary trouble. I am well aware of what needs to be done. Jiang Yun feigned innocence, I was merely trying to help. Very well, I understand. I will await your update regarding Song's mother, Hewen-jo concluded. After ending the call, he lingered in the study for a while before returning to the bedroom. The elderly matriarch was unable to sleep, currently engaged in a video call with Wanan. The old lady, full of chatter, was met with Wanan's patience, as she engaged in conversation without a hint of irritation. Hewen-jo greeted the elderly woman before retreating to the bathroom to shower. My dear granddaughter-in-law, when do you intend to bless me with a great-grandchild? The old lady invariably prompted for heirs during their video calls. Wanan understood, the elderly had few desires left and yearned for a great-grandchild to cherish. A hint of guilt flickered within her. The old lady had treated her with such kindness, and if she were to learn that Wanan would part ways with Hewen-jo a year later, it would undoubtedly shatter her heart. Grandma, we will let nature take its course. The old lady had previously remained silent on the matter, but tonight, she furrowed her brow. How can you let nature take its course? Are you foolish? I know all about it. Song Xing has returned to the country, hasn't she? I understand your kindness, but do not be too accommodating. Have a sense of urgency, will you? While I am aware of my grandson's character and trust he would not act recklessly, they did share a past, and there is a certain emotional foundation. I merely worry for your well-being. However, should you bear a child, that scoundrel Hewen-jo will have no time to concern himself with any ex-girlfriends. Wanan pressed her lips together, realizing the old lady was more perceptive than she had anticipated. Grandma, it is quite late. Staying up late is not good for your health. You cannot outsmart me. I know you are only trying to coax me to sleep. The elderly lady held her phone, speaking earnestly. Wanan, I can tell you genuinely care for Ajo. His life has been fraught with hardship, having lost his parents early, and with me growing older, I will eventually leave him. Thus, I wish for him to find a good woman to accompany him through life. The old lady gazed at Wanan, her smile tender. The moment I laid eyes on you, I felt you were the perfect match for our Ajo. I even consulted at a temple, and it was revealed that you two are destined for each other. I cannot abide that Song Xing, that scoundrel, once quarreled with me over her. I am glad to have driven her away, otherwise, he would have been at odds with me daily. My dear granddaughter-in-law, I have seen enough of life to discern who can walk together for a lifetime. Just give that scoundrel some time. Once he falls in love with you, you will find yourself blissful for eternity. Grandma, I understand, and I will. Wanan's eyes sparkled like those of a child being soothed. I will fulfill your wishes. Now, please get some rest and do not stay up late. Satisfied with her promise, the elderly lady nodded. Very well, I shall heed your words. As the elderly matriarch ended the call, Hewen-jo emerged from the bathroom, freshly cleansed. Chapter 77 of the meeting. The man was bare-chested, with a towel barely concealing his modesty. His chiseled physique, with 8 defined abdominal muscles, still had not left a lasting impression on Wanan. He changed into his sleepwear, and with a casual flick of a towel, dried his hair before heading to bed. Wanan glanced at the man's still damp hair and remarked, sleeping without drying your hair again? You'll realize the consequences when you grow older and start experiencing headaches. She retrieved a hairdryer from the bedside and looked at the man beside her, engrossed in his phone. Come here, let me help you dry it. Mrs. You certainly take your responsibilities seriously, he quipped, raising an eyebrow, yet, despite his teasing, he positioned himself comfortably on her lap, eyes closed in sheer enjoyment. Wanan attentively dried his hair, her gaze lingering on his handsome visage, recalling the elderly lady's previous words. How she yearned for a long-lasting relationship with Hee-won-jo, but life rarely unfolded as one wished. The man's hair, short and somewhat prickly to the touch, was soon thoroughly dried. Wanan put away the hairdryer and announced, "All done." He opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto Wanan's face. That he remained still, his dark eyes penetrating hers. "What did you just discuss with Grandma?" Wanan hesitated. "Oh, just the usual things, like taking good care of each other and having a baby sooner rather than later." Casting a glance at Hee-won-jo, she softly added, "Besides that, she mentioned that it was she who pressured you to break up with Miss Song." "Indeed." The man smirked slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes as he murmured, "Grandma disapproves of Song Shing, considering her background unsatisfactory and her temperament too strong. She favors someone like you, believing you to be a better match for me." Madam, he was of good lineage, intelligent, graceful, and gentle, not at all domineering. Who could possibly dislike such a person? Wanan sighed softly, gazing at Hee-won-jo. "Grandma only wants what is best for you. She has advanced in age, so be sure to communicate with her respectfully and avoid arguments." Though the elderly lady appeared vigorous, age had inevitably brought with it certain ailments. Seniors generally do not withstand much upheaval, even minor incidents could prove fatal. "Understood, you truly are a dutiful wife, Mrs. He." The man raised an eyebrow in praise, yet he had no intention of elaborating further. Having consumed alcohol earlier, Hee-won-jo had intended to engage in something more intimate, but the recent conversation had dampened his spirits. "Let us sleep, Mrs. He. Good night." He switched off the light and instinctively pulled her into his embrace, refraining from any further advances. Soon, the sound of his steady breathing filled the space between them, and Wanan inhaled the refreshing scent emanating from him, feeling an inexplicable emptiness within. Was it the knowledge of Song Shing's mother being ill that had extinguished his desire for her? Her fingers gently clutched the sleepwear she had bought for him during their last shopping trip. Lying in the same bed, she could hear the rhythm of his heartbeat with her eyes closed. Yet so close, yet so distant. Even during their most intimate moments, she felt an invisible barrier between them. Their bodies may have drawn near, but their souls remained apart. Embracing his waist, she leaned down to savor his scent, subtle and pleasant. Wanan sighed, her gaze resting on his sleeping countenance. "Hee-won-jo, do you realize that your lack of affection for me merely highlights your poor judgment?" He remained oblivious to her musings, lost in slumber. Wanan chuckled self-deprecatingly. Hee-won-jo was truly blind to her worth, but it mattered not. His indifference would ultimately be his loss when they parted ways in the future. Jang-yoon seldom visited public hospitals, as they typically opted for specialized private clinics or arranged for home visits from family doctors. Upon entering the lobby, he mentioned An Song's name, and the staff assisted him in locating her ward. When he arrived, he found no sign of Song Shing. She must have been at work, while An Song lay asleep, emaciated and frail. Jang-yoon sought out An Song's attending physician to inquire about her condition. The doctor initially intended to maintain confidentiality, but after much persuasion, revealed the severity of Song Shing-won's illness. She was afflicted with a terminal brain tumor, a rare occurrence among the population, with no known cases of recovery thus far. Consequently, the hospital could only provide basic palliative care to alleviate her suffering and prolong her life as much as possible. To be honest, Jang-yoon had not anticipated such dire news before arriving at the hospital. "Is there really no hope?" The doctor glanced at Jang-yoon. "Not just at our hospital, even the best neurology hospitals in the country would struggle to provide a solution. Some overseas hospitals have specialized teams conducting research on this condition. If circumstances allow, it might be worth exploring international options, not promising a cure, but at least a chance to extend her life. We will secure the best treatment available for her. Financial concerns are of no consequence." After arranging matters at the hospital, Jang-yoon immediately headed to Shingjo Entertainment to find Hee-won-jo. The man was in a meeting, and upon returning to his office, Jang-yoon handed him the medical documents. He sighed. "An Song's condition is quite serious. The doctor mentioned that with the conservative treatment Song Shing has chosen, she likely won't last beyond 3 months. The daily hospital expenses are in the tens of thousands. Given Song Shing's current salary, I can't fathom how she intended to cope." Jang-yoon glanced at Hee-won-jo. "What do you think we should do? We can't just stand by and watch An Song suffer indefinitely." Hee-won-jo furrowed his brow, reviewing the medical records of Song Ching-hwan before responding. "I will reach out to some hospitals abroad in the next few days to see if any would be willing to accept An Song." "And what about Song Shing?" Proposing assistance to Song Shing would likely be met with refusal, as they were not particularly close, and his goodwill stemmed primarily from her past connection with Hee-won-jo. "I'll speak with her myself." After all, Song Shing had once saved his life. Now, it was time for him to repay that debt. Having finished her shift at the television station, Song Shing was on her way to the hospital when her phone rang. It had been ages since they last spoke, and their exchanges over the years had been few and far between. She was surprised to receive a call from Hee-won-jo. "Hello?" Song Shing's voice bore the weight of exhaustion from recent days. Hee-won-jo's voice was deep and direct. "Do you have time? We need to meet." Chapter 78. Breaking down defenses. Men have a penchant for Western cuisine, and the venue for their meeting was a Western restaurant. When Song Shing arrived, Hee-won-jo was engaged in a phone call, informing the other party that he had matters to attend to that evening and might return home later, advising them not to wait for him to dine. The person on the other end was Lee Wanan. Song Shing's eyes darkened momentarily. She had not anticipated that Hee-won-jo would inform Lee Wanan about such trivial matters as not returning for dinner. It made her wonder just how close their relationship had become. Ah Joe, she approached, dressed in a professional manner for work, her makeup meticulously applied, yet her pallor betrayed her fatigue. Joe ended the call and nodded at her, have a seat. What do you need me for? Song Xing's gaze settled on Joe's face, although she had been back in the country for some time, she had refrained from reaching out to him, and he had likewise not contacted her. The past few years had been similar, the few times they had communicated were initiated by her, with his responses varying between promptness and silence, yet, when they had been together, Joe had not been so indifferent. The shift in his demeanor might stem from her decision to end their relationship and leave without a word. Your mother is hospitalized. Joe had no intention of beating around the bush. His gaze fixed steadily on Song Xing as he spoke plainly, the hospital is not among the best, nor does it have a specialized medical team. I can help you connect with a hospital abroad to provide your mother with treatment, ensuring the best medical team is available to achieve the most favorable outcome. How did you find out? Song Xing had not confided in anyone about her mother's hospitalization. She furrowed her brow, looking at Joe, did Li Wanan tell you? The news of her mother's cancer and hospitalization was known only to her, but that day at the hospital, Li Wanan, being a doctor, could have easily learned the reason for her presence there. Song Xing forced a smile, I didn't expect her to inform you directly. Joe, do you think she is so kind-hearted and magnanimous that she doesn't mind me being your ex-girlfriend and would share my mother's hospitalization news with you? Gripping the knife and fork until her knuckles turned white, she closed her eyes momentarily before reopening them, but who asked her to meddle? This is my own matter, I do not need anyone's interference, least of all your assistance. Joe, you wish to help my mother receive treatment, and then expect us to be even, is that it? A chill flickered in her eyes, you wealthy individuals think that by throwing money at problems, they will simply vanish, don't you? But let me tell you, Joe, I do not require it. Song Xing, given the circumstances, I hope you can remain calm. I am calm. Song Xing met Joe's gaze, forcing a smile, Joe, since you are already aware, I shall not conceal it from you. My mother does not suffer from an ordinary illness, it is cancer, a rare form of it. If you wish to assist me, will it be millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions in medical expenses? I know you possess wealth, but have you considered that if I accept it, I will forever carry the weight of conscience, unable to repay you? Joe's brow furrowed slightly. He had anticipated that Song Xing's nature would lead her to refuse. I do not intend to create a sense of indebtedness between us, you saved my life once, and I can never repay that. Song Xing, you may be strong-willed, but you must not be excessively so. If you reject my assistance, then what, with your current income, how long can you afford your mother's medical bills? You and your mother have relied on each other. Can you bear to watch her suffer daily from illness? Song Xing, clutching the knife and fork, regarded Joe, her expression still laced with stubbornness. After a moment, she smiled faintly, so, Joe, had Li Wanan not informed you about my mother's hospitalization, you might not have known until the day of her funeral. Should I thank her? Song Xing set down her utensils and rose, then please express my gratitude to her. I must go to the hospital, I will not be staying for this meal. With that, she stood abruptly, and her sudden movement caused her head to spin, nearly toppling over. Song Xing. Joe frowned, instinctively catching her in his arms. As he looked down, he noticed her lips had turned pale, likely from prolonged exhaustion compounded by distress. His expression darkened as he lifted her and swiftly exited the restaurant, heading to the car, driving straight to the hospital. This scene was clearly witnessed by a pair of observant eyes lurking in the shadows. Zhou Ningshu had arranged to dine with friends at this location and upon entering, spotted Joe, along with Song Xing. Song Xing had actually returned to the country. Zhou Ningshu, concealing herself behind a potted plant on the table, observed intently. The two appeared to be engaged in a heated argument, with Song Xing seemingly upset, only to faint the next moment. Joe scooped her up in a princess carry before striding out. Zhou Ningshu's reflexes outpaced her thoughts as she snapped a picture of the pair. Witnessing Song Xing faint, she noted Joe's expression was tinged with urgency, a side of him she had never encountered before. Even when she had faced bullies during her school days and he had defended her, Joe had maintained a calm demeanor. It was only in the presence of Song Xing that such emotion surfaced. She could not comprehend what made Song Xing so special. They had grown up together. Could it be that childhood bonds were no match for unexpected occurrences? Zhou Ningshu felt as though her world had crumbled. She wondered if Li Wanan was aware of this development. Suddenly, she lost her appetite, messaging her friends before instructing her driver to take her directly to Qihai residence. Li Wanan had just finished dinner and was playfully engaging with a cat on the sofa when the doorbell rang. Wasn't Joe supposed to be discussing matters with Song Xing? Why was he back so soon? Setting down the cat toy, she approached the door, only to be surprised to find Zhou Ningshu standing there. Miss Zhou? Li Wanan raised an eyebrow, taking in Zhou Ningshu's appearance, clad in a white loungewear, her long hair cascading down her back, her demeanor gentle and demure, seemingly unaware of the earlier events. Feeling disgruntled, she sought someone to share her displeasure with. Curiously, she wondered how Zhou Ningshu would react if she discovered that Joe had met with Song Xing behind her back. Though unsure of Zhou Ningshu's intentions for visiting so late, she adhered to the courtesy of welcoming a guest. Li Wanan retrieved a clean pair of slippers from the shoe cabinet. It's chilly outside. Please, come in, Miss Zhou. Once Zhou Ningshu donned the slippers and entered, she promptly pulled out her phone, presenting the recently taken photo to Li Wanan. Li Wanan, look at what I just captured. Li Wanan glanced down at the screen, where He Wenzhou was seen holding the unconscious Song Xing, her complexion looking rather unwell. Zhou Ningshu gritted her teeth. Song Xing is Wenzhou's ex-girlfriend, look how anxious he is about her fainting. I have never seen him so concerned for any woman. They 1T suddenly announce a reconciliation, will they? She scrutinized Li Wanan's expression, but before she could witness any signs of jealousy or despair, she herself broke down. I simply cannot fathom why Song Xing deserves this. I would rather lose to you than to her. Li Wanan? Chapter 79. Disdain. The scene before her was utterly unforeseen for Li Wanan. Zhou Ningshu was, astonishingly, crying right in front of her. With a resigned sigh, Li Wanan pondered the countless romantic entanglements that He Wenzhou had accumulated throughout his life. As dusk settled, she glanced at the sobbing young woman and softly inquired, would you like something to drink? Please stop crying. Wiping away her tears, Zhou Ningshu exclaimed, Li Wanan, what is wrong with you? Aren't you upset upon hearing this news? Her husband was on the verge of being taken away by someone else. Zhou Ningshu was filled with confusion. Had she been in Li Wanan's shoes, she would have immediately called He Wenzhou and staged a confrontation between the legitimate wife and the mistress. At the very least, she would have shed some tears and caused a scene. How could Li Wanan remain so indifferent? I am aware that He Wenzhou met with Miss Song. It was not a private rendezvous, Li Wanan replied, as Zhou Ningshu, almost unconsciously, followed her into the living room. A beautiful, lazy cat lay on the sofa, reminiscent of its owner. Li Wanan turned to Zhou Ningshu and asked, what would you prefer, a soft drink or freshly squeezed juice? Is there any alcohol? Zhou Ningshu sniffled. Li Wanan pursed her lips, about to say there was none, when Zhou Ningshu had already made her way to the liquor cabinet, retrieving a bottle. I've known He Wenzhou since childhood. It's not unreasonable for me to have a drink with him, right? She brought the bottle over, gazing at Li Wanan. You should join me. Li Wanan looked at Zhou Ningshu and suggested, Miss Shou, how about I take you home? It's late, and your family will be worried. However, Zhou Ningshu had already opened the bottle and poured herself a glass. After taking a sip, she gazed at Li Wanan with tear-filled eyes. Would you like some? Li Wanan shook her head, urging Zhou Ningshu to drink less. Yet, Zhou Ningshu clung to the bottle, small pearls of liquid spilling down. I've liked He Wenzhou for many years. I've followed him since childhood, vowing to marry him, then he ended up dating that Song Xing. I don't understand what is so special about her. How could He Wenzhou fall for her? But I knew they would eventually break up, and indeed, they did. Then I confessed to He Wenzhou, but he rejected me, claiming he sees me as a little sister. Zhou Ningshu pouted, sulking, what sister? We have no blood relation. I thought that once I grew up, he wouldn't have such an excuse to turn me down, but then, she looked up at Li Wanan, her big eyes filled with indignation and grievance. Before I could return to the country, he quietly married you. Why is my fate so cruel? Why doesn't he like me? Li Wanan observed Zhou Ningshu. Despite her previous cold demeanor, it was understandable for the young girl to speak without thinking. Zhou Ningshu's words may have been harsh, but she hadn't committed any egregious acts. Li Wanan bit her lip, studying Zhou Ningshu for a moment. The girl was crying quite loudly, and it was becoming bothersome. She moved to sit beside Zhou Ningshu, gently comforting her. It's all right. He doesn't like me either. Zhou Ningshu hiccuped from the alcohol and looked at Li Wanan with sympathy. Really, I thought he must have some feelings for you. Otherwise, why would he reject me twice? So he still likes Song Xing? Zhou Ningshu gazed at Li Wanan. Then we are both in the... Now, it seemed her jealousy had been misplaced. As Zhou Ningshu began to sob uncontrollably, Li Wanan could only stare, speechless. Initially, she hadn't felt particularly upset, but perhaps due to Zhou Ningshu's intense sorrow, she too began to feel a pang of sadness. When He Wenzhou returned to Qihai, he found Li Wanan emerging from the guest room, raising an eyebrow. He was taken aback to see Zhou Ningshu lying on the bed. Upon noticing the man at the door, Li Wanan made a sure gesture. She just fell asleep. Please don't wake her. It had taken her quite some effort to soothe the girl to sleep. Once they returned to the master bedroom, He Wenzhou finally inquired, what happened? She saw you meeting Miss Song in the evening and ran over here. She's had too much to drink. Li Wanan chuckled helplessly. She believes we are both suffering from the same plight. Indeed, such antics were typical of a young girl. I took Song Xing to the hospital. She suddenly fainted. The doctor mentioned it was due to her recent intense workload coupled with stress. He had been concerned about Song Xing being alone in the hospital and stayed until she awoke before returning. Li Wanan nodded, recalling the last time she had seen Song Xing smoking in the restroom. The woman certainly appeared to be under immense pressure. How did your conversation go? She was reluctant, yet naturally, she wouldn't truly refuse to comply with her mother's health. She reluctantly agreed. I will handle the subsequent arrangements. There is no need for you to worry, Mrs. He. The man rubbed his temples, knowing this situation was indeed a headache, but since it was unavoidable, one could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. You should take a shower first. He Wenzhou had just come from the hospital, and the scent of the place lingered on him. He nodded. I'll shower and then head to the study. I have a few matters to attend to. You don't need to wait up for me, Mrs. He. Get some rest. Li Wanan agreed. All right. She understood that He Wenzhou would likely be busy helping Song Xing's mother find medical resources. As He Wenzhou lowered his gaze, he noticed the woman's obedient demeanor, yet it was evident she was somewhat displeased. Are you feeling jealous? He Wenzhou teased, pulling her into his embrace. Didn't I inform you beforehand about my meeting with Song Xing? Oh, Mrs. He, though you are magnanimous, your heart still feels discomfort. Caught in his teasing, Li Wanan felt a bit uneasy but did not deny it. Just a little, she nudged him playfully. Go wash up. You smell of hospital germs. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. Are you rejecting me, Mrs. He? He had never been rejected by anyone before. With a playful grin, he scooped her into his arms, leaning down to gaze into her eyes. Are you upset? Then how about a hug? Will that soothe your anger? He held her close, resting his forehead against hers, admiring her lovely eyelashes, his voice deep and alluring. Shall we shower together? Li Wanan pressed her lips together, fully aware that He Wonjo was attempting to placate her. A smile crept onto her face, and the bitterness in her heart gradually dissipated. I'm not angry anymore. You wash up first, then take care of your matters. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow and placed a soft kiss on her. All right, Mrs. He is gracious. He did not linger any longer and, after his shower, headed to the study. Li Wanan, drowsy, sensed his return in the deep of the night. Chapter 80. Joningshu awoke early in the morning, her mind troubled by the events of the previous night. She longed for a crevice in the earth to swallow her whole. Her initial intention had been to witness the misfortunes of Li Wanan, believing that if her rival suffered more than she did, it would bring her some comfort. Yet, to her dismay, she ended up being the one who felt humiliated. Although Li Wanan feigned sympathy, she was undoubtedly laughing at Joningshu behind her back, perhaps even sharing the tale with friends for amusement. The thought of this made Joningshu's heart sink. Seizing the opportunity while Li Wanan was still asleep, Joningshu hastily packed her belongings, determined to sneak away and treat the previous night as if it had never occurred. She peered cautiously around, descended the stairs with trepidation, and exited the door without encountering Li Wanan. She exhaled softly, relieved. Had their paths crossed, the embarrassment would have been unbearable. When Li Wanan knocked on the door to rouse Joningshu, she discovered that her friend had vanished. On the bedside table, a note read, Last night, I was possessed by something foul. Please forget everything that transpired. If you dare to speak of it. The note concluded with a knife emoji. Li Wanan remained speechless. Upon descending the stairs, she found a man sipping coffee who looked up and inquired, Are you still not awake? She must be too embarrassed. She has already left, Li Wanan replied. He nodded, aware that Joningshu had always been sensitive about her pride, hence, he had never been overly harsh in his refusals to it. Seemed now, however, that Joningshu would no longer harbor any inappropriate feelings towards him. Li Wanan's day was filled with 2 scheduled surgeries. Upon completing the operations, she overheard a discussion in the office about a patient in the neurology department who had somehow acquired special treatment. Previously, they had been in a standard ward, but now they had been transferred to a VIP suite, prompting a joint consultation from doctors across various departments. I heard that the patient's family was struggling to pay for the surgery. Now it seems like the best neurologists in the country are being summoned, one doctor remarked. According to reliable sources, someone contacted the hospital director specifically to arrange this preferential treatment, and it appears they do not intend to continue treatment here, as they are already in touch with a foreign hospital. I believe the patient is suffering from brain cancer. It seems they've encountered a benefactor. Ordinary people in such a predicament would have no choice but to await their demise. The patient's family member is a young woman. Her boyfriend must be wealthy. He treats her exceptionally well, especially considering her mother's dire situation. Many would have fled. How fortunate for her. I wish I could meet such a man, wealthy and kind to my family. After her surgeries, Li Wanan felt slightly unwell. Coincidentally, Qian Sesh had invited her for a massage after work, and she accepted. Hearing such talk must be uncomfortable for you, right? It's your own doing. Who told you to be so generous to your rival? Li Wanan felt somewhat uneasy, yet she did not regret her decision. Darling, are you truly not intending to reveal the truth to He Wonjo? After all, you were the one who risked everything to save him when he nearly drowned. Li Wanan bit her lip, recalling that fateful weekend when she had seen someone fall into the water on her way home from a tutoring session. Having learned to swim, she instinctively jumped in to rescue him. The man appeared injured and, being winter, he quickly succumbed to exhaustion in the water. When she reached He Wonjo, he was already near asphyxiation. Without a moment to spare, she performed rescue breaths. However, that day was particularly tragic, as her grandmother had been in a car accident. She had to rush to the hospital to bid her grandmother farewell, leaving only after ensuring He Wonjo would survive. What transpired after her departure remained unknown to her. Upon returning to school after her grandmother's funeral, Li Wanan encountered He Wonjo and felt compelled to share the events of that day. However, he was with friends who had invited him to play basketball, and he declined, stating he had matters to attend to. What matters could be more important than basketball, one friend teased. I'm going to tutor my savior, He Wonjo responded, leaving Li Wanan momentarily stunned. By the time she gathered her wits, he had already walked away. Standing there, she felt a painful cramp in her abdomen. The doctor had warned her that swimming during her period might have harmed her. She contemplated explaining the situation but found herself at a loss for words, lacking even the evidence to substantiate her claims. From that moment on, He Wonjo frequently sought out Song Xing, and it wasn't long before rumors surfaced about their relationship. Discussing it now is futile, especially since He Wonjo is with Song Xing. It cannot simply be because he feels grateful to her for saving him. What era was it? If He Wonjo merely regarded Song Xing as his savior, he would feel gratitude at most. However, the fact that they were together indicated that there were indeed youthful emotions at play. Ultimately, it seems that fate simply did not favor me and him. Li Wanan chuckled self-deprecatingly. If only my grandmother had not met with that accident, if I had waited. Do not soften at the sight of a few tears. The most worthless thing in this world is a man's tears. Understood. As they discussed the matter, Li Wanan maintained a stable demeanor, while Qian Sesh grew increasingly animated. After their massage, she dragged Li Wanan to a bar. In this world, finding a three-legged toad is a challenge, but two-legged men are plentiful. Spot one you fancy, I'll help you get their contact information. Though Li Wanan had arrived at the bar, she only ordered juice. Taking a sip, she smiled faintly. Let us not, I'm not even divorced yet. Let us find a backup first. Once you part ways, the second male lead can step in. I can already envision He Wonjo's expression. Anger? Regret, but by then, he'll just be your ex-husband. Who'll pay him any mind? Qian Sesh rubbed her hands together eagerly. I'll scout out a dozen or so for you. Li Wanan recognized that Qian Sesh was merely eager to flirt herself. Her eyes practically sparkled at the sight of attractive men. She refrained from intervening, silently sipping her juice. Just then, a WeChat message arrived from He Wonjo, indicating he had a work-related dinner that evening. He had become accustomed to keeping her informed. Li Wanan sent a nonchalant response, and as she tucked her phone away, a figure slid into the seat across from her. Sister-in-law, long time no see. You look even more beautiful, He Mingwang remarked with a smile that seemed disingenuous. Li Wanan felt a sense of discomfort whenever she encountered He Mingwang. She pursed her lips and said nothing, slightly furrowing her brow. Chapter 81, The Car Accident. He Mingwang sat across from Li Wanan, gazing at her with a rather masculine intensity. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, Sister-in-law seems rather wary of me. Am I truly so inferior in your eyes compared to my cousin? Seeing that the woman appeared disinclined to engage with him, He Mingwang lit a cigarette, narrowing his eyes as he continued to observe Li Wanan. I presume you are aware that my cousin's ex-girlfriend has returned to the country? Songxing's mother is hospitalized, and it seems my cousin is quite concerned about the matter. After all, he nearly called her mother-in-law once. My cousin is so invested in his ex, who knows, he might end up comforting her right into bed. And here you are, sister-in-law, drowning your sorrows alone tonight. You must have been deeply hurt by him. No, would you consider seeking revenge on my cousin? Perhaps you might accompany me tonight? A glass of juice was abruptly splashed across his face. He Mingwang tasted the juice on his lips, looking at the woman before him with a smirk. I never expected you to appear so gentle, yet be so fiery. A little firecracker, I quite like that. Wanan took a deep breath, her voice devoid of warmth. He Mingwang, mind your words. Was that night when He Wonjo taught you a lesson not enough? At the mention of that night, a glimmer of coldness flickered in He Mingwang's eyes, but he quickly broke into a smile. I was merely jesting. There is no need for such seriousness, sister-in-law. Feeling suffocated, Wanan decided she could no longer remain in the same space as He Mingwang and rose to leave. He Mingwang wiped the juice from his face with a handkerchief, his gaze lingering on the retreating figure of Li Wanan, his eyes dark and lascivious. Such a captivating beauty, yet only He Wonjo could relish her. It truly felt like a waste. In recent years, He Wonjo had focused primarily on investing in the film industry, but with recent developments regarding Song Qingwan's health, he was now contemplating ventures into medical equipment and pharmaceutical research. Having just concluded a discussion, He Wonjo was about to depart when he was invited into a neighboring private room. He Tingbei had also just finished his own social gathering, but at his current stature, no one dared to force drinks upon him, while He Wonjo had indulged rather liberally. Wonjo, your second uncle has heard that you are considering a partnership with Iruan Medical. I recently had a conversation with their executives as well, He Tingbei said, squinting at He Wonjo. Isn't that quite a coincidence? He Wonjo smiled faintly, raising an eyebrow. What you say is true, we are family after all. It is only natural that we share similar investment insights. However, it appears the discussions you had with them did not go particularly well. We had a fruitful conversation tonight. Had it not been for a few details still needing negotiation, we would have signed the contract by now. Your second uncle simply wishes to remind you that as your career begins to flourish, there is no need to rush. One must proceed steadily. Your words are wise, second uncle. He Tingbei took a sip of his drink, his gaze fixed on He Wonjo's face. I heard that Mingwang's investment, Night Blossom, was unexpectedly raided recently. Usually, such inspections come with prior notice, yet this time it was sudden. I learned that Chenji led the operation. His tone grew somber. Wonjo, I know your relationship with Mingwang isn't the best, but he is still your cousin. Have you already condemned me, second uncle? He Wonjo smirked. I genuinely had no knowledge of this matter. You are mistaken. However, if my cousin refrains from engaging in illicit activities, the authorities wouldn't have any reason to investigate him, right? He Tingbei patted He Wonjo on the shoulder, his voice steady. That would indeed be preferable. I harbor no ulterior motives. I simply wanted to inquire. Family matters should remain within the family. If I have misunderstood you, please do not take it to heart. He Wonjo smiled. What you say is quite unnecessary, second uncle. My grandmother often says that harmony brings prosperity. I shall not dwell on your words tonight. That is good to hear. He Tingbei appeared relieved. It's getting late, I won't keep you any longer. Please take care on your way back. Of course, the same to you, second uncle. He Wonjo turned to leave, his assistant Su Chuan following closely with the man's coat and phone. As He Tingbei watched He Wonjo's departing figure, his secretary approached, speaking softly. Director He, it seems He Wonjo is growing increasingly ambitious, even daring to compete with you for partnerships. Had you not been prepared, helping young Master Mingwang find a scapegoat, he might have already been apprehended. Over the years, He Wonjo has appeared to be a carefree drifter, but I never anticipated he harbored such cunning. His wings are growing stronger. Young Master Mingwang will hardly be his match in the future. Perhaps we should. The secretary made a subtle gesture. He Tingbei cast a glance at his secretary. You overestimate him. He is merely a fledgling with some modest abilities. He poses no real threat to me, but it is indeed time to teach him a lesson. The secretary nodded. Understood. After leaving the club, Hee-Won-jo reclined in the backseat of the car, seeking rest while Su-Chuan drove. The man had been preoccupied with hospital affairs and various negotiations, barely finding 3 or 4 hours of rest each day, leading to a sense of exhaustion. He quickly succumbed to sleep, but suddenly, the ringing of a phone disrupted the silence. Concerned that the sound might disturb Hee-Won-jo's rest, Su-Chuan, with one hand on the steering wheel, reached for the phone with the other. Just as he was about to grasp it, a loud crash echoed as a truck collided with him. Su-Chuan was thrown forward, his hand failed to grasp the steering wheel, and the car's front smashed into a flower bed, only for the truck to strike again with a thunderous impact. When Lee Wanan received the call, she rushed directly to the hospital. Upon arrival, Hee-Won-jo was still undergoing surgery. Su-Chuan had been driving, yet the man's injuries were minor fractures, while Hee-Won-jo, having not fastened his seatbelt, suffered far more severe wounds. The incident had been so abrupt that Wanan was left in a daze, while Chen Cicier grasped her hand, feeling the tremors coursing through her body. It's going to be all right. They say calamities leave a legacy for 1,000 years. Hee-Won-jo is undoubtedly resilient. Chen Cicier, who often cursed Hee-Won-jo, now watched with tears streaming down her face, filled with regret, fearing her own words had somehow manifested. Jiang Yun, Chen Ji, and Song Si-yuan, upon learning of Hee-Won-jo's accident, hurried to the hospital. Chen Ji glanced at Lee Wanan. I have contacted the traffic police regarding the cause of the accident. The truck driver was under the influence and has been detained. Lee Wanan remained silent, her countenance shattering as if she might crumble into pieces. Jiang Yun, unable to contain his frustration, kicked a nearby trash bin. Damn it, this can't be a mere accident. How many misfortunes has Ah Zhou faced over the years? Chapter 82 Coma. Jiang Yun, not satisfied with just a kick, exhaled sharply before landing a furious punch against the wall, embodying a sense of desperation. Let us wait for the surgery results, Chen Ji interjected, prompting Jiang Yun to cease his frantic outburst. The operation was still underway, and concern etched the faces of those gathered. The corridor was enveloped in silence, making the wait feel excruciatingly prolonged. Wanan sat in her chair, her expression devoid of emotion, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the door of the operating room. At last, the surgical lights extinguished. Doctor, how is he? Wanan was the first to rush forward, her voice trembling. The doctor removed his mask, his gaze settling on the woman. Are you a family member? The patient has multiple contusions and abrasions, with injuries to the head and shoulder, as well as fractures to the right arm and leg. Fortunately, he was brought in promptly, and his life is not in danger. Chen Ceci supported Wanan, and upon hearing this, she sensed a significant relaxation in the person beside her. Wanan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, doctor. Hee-Won-jo remained in a state of unconsciousness as the man was transferred from the operating room to a hospital ward. The hour was already late, and Wanan turned to the others. You all should head home and rest. I will stay here at the hospital. I will notify everyone the moment Hee-Won-jo awakens. Song Si-yuan and Chen Ji had worked the next day, while Jiang Yun, having no obligations, expressed concern for Hee-Won-jo. Perhaps I should stay? Chen Ceci shot Jiang Yun a glare. I swear you must have been a light bulb in your past life, and the largest wattage at that. Jiang Yun remained speechless. Chen Ceci rolled her eyes, forcibly dragging Jiang Yun out, and as she closed the door, she turned to Wanan. Take care, darling, remember to look after yourself, and call me if anything happens. Wanan nodded. All right. Once the door was shut, the ward fell into an immediate quietude. Wanan exhaled softly, her gaze finally scrutinizing the face of the man on the hospital bed. Hee-Won-jo lay unconscious, his wounds tended to, resembling a mummy. After observing him for a while, Wanan felt as though her heart were being twisted in anguish, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks like a severed thread. Although the doctor had assured her that Hee-Won-jo was out of immediate danger, she could not help but dread the thought that had the situation been even slightly more severe, she might have been left to confront nothing but his lifeless body. The mere contemplation of such a scenario caused her heart to ache, rendering her breathless, but thankfully he had once again emerged from peril unscathed. The man stirred awake, roused by pain. Hee-Won-jo frowned, feeling discomfort radiate throughout his body. As he opened his eyes, he spotted the woman lying beside the bed. The warm orange morning light bathed her figure, her hair seemingly transformed in. Yet, the woman's complexion was noticeably more haggard than usual, her eyelids slightly swollen, indicating she had been weeping. A gentle breeze rustled, causing strands of hair to fall upon her eyelids, evoking a slight frown of discomfort. Hee-Won-jo raised an eyebrow, reaching out to adjust the stray locks from her forehead, but just as he made contact, he noticed Lee Wanan's eyes fluttering open. You're awake? Wanan's voice was hoarse from sleep. Still dazed, she began to inquire if he felt any discomfort, thirst, or hunger. Did you sleep here all night? As Wanan attempted to rise to fetch him a glass of water, Hee-Won-jo grasped her wrist with his uninjured hand, looking at her intently. He coughed lightly and asked in a low voice. Although the private hospital room was spacious, complete with a sofa, she had been so fatigued that she had inadvertently fallen asleep beside his bed. I'm fine. Hee-Won-jo pursed his lips, noticing her pallid complexion, clearly indicating her lack of rest, with the corners of her eyes slightly reddened. I'll get you some water. His lips were dry, and his voice raspy. Wanan retrieved a cup and quickly returned. Warm water, not too hot. She held the cup to his lips, and He Wen-jo took a few sips, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Did I scare you last night? He Wen-jo coughed again. The events of the previous night had unfolded so abruptly that he had been resting in the back seat when a violent collision jolted him, and before he could comprehend what was happening, he had lost consciousness. Chen Ji mentioned that the truck driver was under the influence of alcohol. You and Su Chuan sustained only minor injuries, it's a miracle. He Wen-jo forced a smile, his eyes clouded with an inscrutable depth, yet he refrained from elaborating further. Thank you for your efforts last night, Mrs. I will arrange for a caregiver to assist, we cannot have you wearing yourself out. Wanan nodded, knowing she had work commitments and could not remain at the hospital around the clock. The doctor stated you have multiple fractures. You will need to stay here for at least 2 weeks. As for Grandma, last night had been too late, and she had not wanted to worry the elderly matriarch, so she refrained from calling the ancestral home. The old lady has weathered many storms. She has seen it all, there is no need for concern, I will personally call her shortly. Wanan nodded, her eyes lingering on He Wen-jo's injuries for a moment longer before she could not suppress her lingering dread. Was last night's incident truly an accident? Jiang Yun's words from the previous night echoed in her mind, suggesting that He Wen-jo had faced numerous accidents over the years. Without evidence, it can only be deemed an accident, can it not? He Wen-jo raised an eyebrow, observing the woman before him, on the verge of tears. He adopted a deliberately light-hearted tone. Mrs. He, do not worry, I am fine, am I not? My life is resilient, it will take more than this to extinguish it. Wanan furrowed her brows, her heart tightening once more. He Wen-jo, do not speak like that. He Wen-jo smiled faintly, nodding in agreement. Alright, I will refrain from such talk. I'll go buy something to eat. The hospital food was unpalatable, and Wanan grabbed her phone to search for a nearby restaurant. Upon her return, she was taken aback to find He Wen-jo attempting to get out of bed. He Wen-jo, what are you doing? Didn't the doctor advise against getting up? I need to use the restroom. He coughed softly, having just requested a male caregiver from the hospital, but such aides were scarce, and he would not be able to start until the following day. You could call a nurse. Wanan furrowed her brow, supporting him as they made their way to the bathroom. Her gaze bore a hint of reproach as she looked at him. You're injured, if you fall and sustain further harm, are you not concerned about potential disability in the future? It's not that bad. I don't have a habit of soiling myself in bed. He Wen-jo smirked, as if dismissing the gravity of his injuries. Wanan bit her lip, her fair face betraying a hint of annoyance, yet she endured it, guiding him into the restroom. Stubborn pride. Go ahead, call me when you're done. He Wen-jo's right leg was encased in a cast, leaving him to balance on one foot. He did not have the habit of sitting while relieving himself, so he leaned against the wall for support. However, with his other hand injured, he glanced down at his trousers for a moment, then looked at Wanan, who was preparing to leave. Mrs. He spoke, and Wanan instinctively turned back. What is it? The man, usually devoid of shame, now wore an expression of slight discomfort. He cleared his throat and said, could you do me a favor and help me take off my pants? Wanan's Chapter 83. A fortunate coincidence. Fortunately, it was only a matter of a few minutes before Wanan, blushing, assisted the man out. Just then, the medical staff arrived to change the man's dressings, reminding him to rest adequately in bed for the time being before they departed. There are no Western-style breakfasts nearby, so I bought porridge and soup dumplings, she stated. That will suffice, he replied. After they had finished their breakfast, He Wen-jo made a phone call to the company, arranging for Su Chuan to take a paid sick leave, instructing that any necessary documents be sent directly to the hospital for processing. Before long, Jiang Yun arrived at the hospital. Although Wanan had informed him that the man was awake, he still felt a tinge of unease upon entering the room. Jiang Yun immediately spotted He Wen-jo lying on the bed with a cast. The sight made the man's heart ache, tears welling in his eyes as he rushed over to envelop He Wen-jo in a bear hug. Wen-jo, it's truly wonderful that you're awake. You scared me to death. Wanan had no time to intervene, and Jiang Yun had already embraced him. The man frowned, unable to suppress a grunt of discomfort, and kicked Jiang Yun lightly with his uninjured left foot. Jiang Yun, are you daft? You pressed on my wound. Just a little hug. Jiang Yun quickly released him, hastily wiping away his tears. I was merely overwhelmed with joy, my apologies. He then pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of He Wen-jo, sending it to their group chat with a Jiang Yun, sporting dark circles under his eyes, gazed at He Wen-jo. Wen-jo, I genuinely believe this incident has something to do with the second branch. While it's true you've ruffled quite a few feathers, it hardly seems enough to warrant a threat to your life. He Wen-jo pressed his lips together, recalling that he had seen Yi Ting-bei just the night before, and mere moments later, he had been in an accident. Such a coincidence was indeed unsettling. If it were truly orchestrated by the other party, their audacity to act in broad daylight without leaving a trace was disconcerting. He acknowledged he needed to exercise greater caution in the future. Fatigue had led him to become somewhat complacent. Jiang Yun's incessant chatter soon prompted He Wen-jo to send him on his way. However, Wanan had overheard their entire conversation, and her thoughts drifted to her recent encounters with He Mingwang. His attitude towards He Wen-jo and her own had left her feeling quite uncomfortable. Though she typically refrained from generalizing, He Mingwang's demeanor suggested that familial factors played a significant role in his behavior. Just as Wanan was about to speak with He Wen-jo, there was another knock at the door. It was Uncle Chen and the elderly matriarch. Oh my dear grandson. The matriarch had only just learned of Hee-Won-jo's accident, nearly succumbing to a heart attack from shock. Seeing him still breathing brought her a sense of relief. Thank goodness you're alright, otherwise, I would have had to bear the grief of sending a white-haired person to a black-haired one. Tears glistened in her eyes. Hee-Won-jo managed a playful smile. Rest assured, I won't let you send a white-haired person to a black-haired one. I promise to take care of you in your old age. The matriarch raised her hand, torn. Hee-Won-jo had been kidnapped at 10, nearly drowned in high school, and had experienced numerous accidents over the years. After 2 years of relative peace, calamity had struck once more. Hee-Won-jo raised an eyebrow. Sure, and while you're at it, shall I ask for one for your granddaughter-in-law as well? Just a little side note. The matriarch chuckled. Alright, you certainly know how to make arrangements. Won-in stood quietly by, observing Hee-Won-jo. Despite being injured all over, and in pain once the anesthesia wore off, he feigned nonchalance before the matriarch. Hee-Won-jo glanced at the matriarch. That's enough, I have people to take care of me here at the hospital. You should head home quickly, there are many viruses here, and I wouldn't want you to catch anything. Typically, the matriarch would have a doctor come to her when she fell ill. Had it not been for Hee-Won-jo's hospitalization, she would never have set foot in such a place. Very well, you focus on resting well in the hospital. If you don't gain at least 2 pounds by the time you leave, I won't let you off easy, she admonished, turning to Won-in and taking her hand. My dear granddaughter-in-law, this troublesome boy is never easy to manage. I'll be counting on you for the time being. Won-in replied softly, it's all part of my duty, grandmother, allow me to escort you out. The matriarch nodded in satisfaction. As Won-in watched the matriarch get into the car, she hesitated, wanting to voice her thoughts but finding it difficult. The previous 2 encounters had made the matriarch's attitude unmistakably clear. She was acutely aware of the second branch's stance towards Hee-Won-jo, yet the elderly lady was soft-hearted and preferred to avoid conflict. Won-in could understand her perspective, but it only deepened her concern for Hee-Won-jo. However, if these incidents were indeed orchestrated by the second branch, she would unconditionally stand by Hee-Won-jo's side. There was no rule that dictated one must repay kindness with kindness in this world. She hoped instead that Hee-Won-jo would seek retribution. Once the car departed from the hospital, Won-in made her way back to the inpatient department. At that moment, in the hospital room, Song-Shing entered, carrying a bouquet of flowers. Hee-Won-jo, on the phone with one hand, glanced up in surprise upon seeing her. Song-Shing placed the flowers on the bedside table, her gaze lingering on Hee-Won-jo, worry evident in her eyes. I heard from Jeong-yoon that you were in an accident, so I came to see you. Hee-Won-jo slightly lifted his eyelids. You're busy with work, and with Aunt Song hospitalized, there was truly no need for you to come all this way. Song-Shing set the flowers on the bedside, her eyes narrowing with a hint of mockery. I needed to see for myself that you were all right. Otherwise, how could I be at ease? What's wrong? Don't you want me to visit? Just as Won-in returned to the inpatient department, she caught sight of the scene through the window. The woman's lashes fluttered slightly, and she slowly withdrew her hand from the doorknob. Chapter 84. As the evening fell, Won-in refrained from intruding, allowing ample privacy for the 2 individuals. When Song-Shing emerged, she spotted Won-in standing at the door, her posture impeccably straight even while waiting outside. Dressed simply in a shirt and jeans, with a fresh face devoid of makeup, she nevertheless exuded an astonishing allure that captivated the crowd. As Song-Shing approached, the 2 women stood nearly eye to eye, their features strikingly similar yet their demeanors distinctly different. After Joe learned of my mother's illness, he has been incredibly helpful. Once my mother is well enough, he plans to take her to Germany for treatment. This is all thanks to Miss Lee, Song-Shing remarked, a hint of coldness flickering in her gaze as she smirked at Won-in. I have long wished to meet you, but my schedule has been overwhelming. Now that our paths have crossed, it is only right that I express my gratitude in person. Won-in nodded, her tone sincere and gentle. As long as Miss Song does not hold it against me for meddling, I am content. Just as Song-Shing was about to respond, a call came in from the television station, urging her to return to work. She tucked her phone away, her eyes locking onto Won-in's face as she lowered her voice. No need to feign such magnanimity, Lee Won-in, being a woman myself, I am acutely aware of your sentiments. You are rather perturbed by my presence, are you not? The road ahead is long, let us navigate it together and see who ultimately prevails. I, Song-Shing, am not inferior to you, she declared before turning on her heel and departing. Won-in bit her lip, watching the retreating figure, her hands at her sides tightening slightly. Once Song-Shing had walked away, Won-in took a moment to compose herself before entering the hospital room. Back already? What took you so long? The man queried, raising an eyebrow as his gaze fell upon Lee Won-in. She closed the door behind her, glancing at the bouquet on the bedside table, jasmine and moth flowers. Whether intentional or not, she could not tell. Casting a look at Hee-Won-jo, she responded candidly, I ran into Miss Song inside. Won-in moved to fetch a vase, intending to care for the jasmine flowers. Hee-Won-jo observed her actions and interjected, flowers are typically favored by women, they have no place in my hospital room, kindly dispose of them. Won-in fixed her gaze upon him. Are you quite certain? He raised an eyebrow. To avoid discomfort for Mrs. I remain a patient, should she become upset, I would find it quite troublesome to placate her. Won-in placed the jasmine in the vase and returned it to the bedside. If young master he wishes for me to discard them, it could only imply a guilty conscience, fearing that the sight may evoke memories of someone else. Hee-Won-jo smirked. Mrs. Do be mindful of your gentle and gracious persona. Wanan blinked innocently. Oh, sometimes I, too, feign generosity. He raised an eyebrow, on the verge of speaking, but she gently propped a pillow behind him and stated earnestly, there is no need to throw them away. Such beautiful flowers would be a shame to discard. If she were to truly throw them away, it would reflect poorly on her character. She was not the sort to be so petty. He nodded. Very well. By 9 o'clock in the morning, the office had sent over documents and materials for Hee Won-jo. Despite his hospitalization, he attended an online meeting and reviewed several project proposals. Work could not be neglected even in illness. With no nursing staff present, Wanan decided to stay at the hospital to care for Hee Won-jo, opting not to return to Chihai residence for the day. She called Mama Wang, requesting her to prepare lunch and bring along a couple of changes of clothes. Hee Won-jo had concealed details of his accident from the public, leaving only a few acquaintances to visit, rendering the ward relatively tranquil. While Hee Won-jo handled his work, Wanan occasionally fetched him water or assisted him to the restroom. During her idle moments, she rested on the sofa or read a book. As evening approached, after dinner, Wanan prepared to take her shift at the hospital, yet she felt a twinge of concern about leaving Hee Won-jo alone. He flashed a smile, the corners of his eyes crinkling with amusement. There is no need for Mrs. He to worry, the hospital has nurses, and Jiang Yun mentioned he would come by shortly. Wanan pursed her lips. Jiang Yun did not strike her as the nurturing type. I will come by after my shift. It is not conducive to rest in the hospital. Mrs. He, you are welcome to return home. There are nursing staff available, he added with a smirk, male ones. Lee Wanan, concerned about inadvertently aggravating his injury, she was reluctant to rest on the hospital bed. The sofa in the hospital was hardly comfortable, and she doubted it would provide a restful night. She glanced back at Hee Won-jo. I will come after my shift. Make sure you rest well tonight. He raised an eyebrow. That is acceptable. The hospital Hee Won-jo was admitted to was not far from her workplace, but Wanan lingered for a few minutes longer before finally arriving just in time for her shift. While she typically refrained from checking her phone during work hours, tonight proved quiet with few patients, and she could not resist sending a few messages to Hee Won-jo, inquiring whether he had taken his medication, if he was still in pain, and whether Jiang Yun had arrived yet. At the hospital, Hee Won-jo was engrossed in his emails when Lee Wanan's messages came through. He glanced over at the sofa. Jiang Yun had arrived early, proclaiming he would stay to keep him company, yet upon Hee Won-jo's arrival, he was engrossed in a video game. He had even ordered a midnight snack, filling the room with the aroma of barbecued delicacies and spicy crayfish. Jiang Yun took a sip of beer and resumed his gaming, all while keeping an eye on Hee Won-jo. Though Hee Won-jo appeared to be working, he occasionally stole glances at his phone. Jiang Yun, curious, inquired, Jo-gu, who are you texting? You never used to check your phone at work. I heard she nearly dropped everything she was holding. Ah, remembering how she was back then, risking everything for you, is quite moving. They say that in times of great adversity, people tend to scatter, but it is rare for someone to throw caution to the wind for another, to the extent of disregarding their own life. Jiang Yun glanced at Hee Won-jo, his voice dropping to a whisper. Jo-gu, I truly understand. Lee Wanan likes you. After all, you two have been married for quite some time. You must still have feelings for her, to some degree, but consider this, if one day you were to encounter misfortune, and both Song Xing and Lee Wanan were present, what do you think would happen? Song Xing would undoubtedly rush to shield you without a second thought, but Lee Wanan might not feel the same. I can see that she likes you, yet she may not love you to the extent of valuing your life above her own. Hee Won-jo shot Jiang Yun a glance but remained silent. Jiang Yun pursed his lips, realizing Hee Won-jo was not keen on him meddling in the complexities of their relationship. He quickly changed the subject. Alright, I shan't say more. I trust you will handle this situation adeptly. He gestured toward the takeout on the table. This delivery is quite good, Jo. Would you like to try some? Hee Won-jo, he shot Jiang Yun a sidelong glance and replied coolly, I abstain from alcohol and spicy foods. Jiang Yun replied with a nonchalant "oh," and continued, alright then, I'll enjoy it all myself. Hee Won-jo, he pressed his lips together, feeling a pang of hunger. He regretted allowing Jiang Yun to accompany him. The man had never been reliable. As he contemplated whether to order takeout for himself, there was a knock at the door, and a nurse entered with a delivery. Mr. Hee Won-jo, a Miss Lee Wanan has sent you some takeout. Jiang Yun? Wait, was Lee Wanan truly so thoughtful? Hee Won-jo thanked the nurse and glanced at the light porridge and side dishes she had brought, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. He had previously thought brothers were quite commendable, but now he realized they paled in comparison to a woman's attentiveness. Chapter 85. Clingy. The hospital was bustling with activity, thus Lee Wanan did not visit the ward every day, but she would always make time to go when her schedule permitted. In the blink of an eye, Hee Won-jo had been hospitalized for over a week. The bruises on his body had nearly healed, yet the doctor advised him to remain in bed and abstain from any vigorous activities. In fact, it was best for him to avoid any form of contact altogether. Wanan diligently adhered to the doctor's orders, while the man wore a perpetually sullen expression. Consequently, Wanan sought to compensate in other ways for the bedridden man. One morning, Wanan rose early and entered the kitchen. The man had been consuming bone broth and chicken soup daily, to the point of near disgust. Given his fractures, it was imperative for him to replenish his calcium levels. However, these soups contained minimal calcium and excessive fat, which could prove detrimental to his health. Wanan prepared a fish soup and concocted 2 light dishes. Although simple, she took great care in plating them. As she passed by a flower shop, Wanan decided to stop and purchase flowers. Each time she visited the hospital, she brought a bouquet. The man disliked overly fragrant blooms, and fortuitously, the shop had a lovely bunch of camellias in bloom that day. Wanan inscribed a message of well wishes on a card, and the shopkeeper, noticing her earnestness, smiled and remarked, "You've been coming here quite often lately. Is it for someone you hold dear? It's rare to find a young lady as dedicated and sincere as you." "Thank you." Wanan paid for the flowers and left the shop. Clutching the bouquet tightly upon arriving at the hospital, she pushed the door open and spotted Su Chuan in the ward. Su's injuries were less severe than He Wenzhou's, and he had already been discharged to return to work. "Good day, Mrs. He," Su Chuan greeted her warmly. "Hello, As they discussed business matters, Wanan occupied herself without interrupting their conversation. He Wenzhou, from the corner of his eye, caught sight of the woman beside him. Today, Mrs. He donned a pure white long dress paired with a light blue jacket, exuding a gentle and captivating aura, perfectly suited for a nurturing home. He averted his gaze and spoke in a calm tone. "All right, Assistant Su, if there is nothing else, you may return to the office." "Ah." Su Chuan glanced at the unfinished documents on the desk, knowing the company awaited his attention. "Then, Mr. He, please send me a message once you signed. I shall make another trip. Indeed, Assistant Su has been working hard lately. I shall arrange a salary increase for you." "Thank you, Mr. He." Su Chuan, who had just returned to work after his discharge, felt a wave of relief at the prospect of a pay raise. Encountering a benevolent employer like Mr. He was indeed a stroke of luck. He could happily serve him for a lifetime. Su Chuan left with a broad grin. "What delectable dishes has Mrs. He prepared for me?" Once the ward door closed, He Wenzhou turned his gaze to the gentle figure beside him. Wanan had just arranged the camellias. Their delicate colors mirrored her own beauty, and their subtle fragrance was a delight to behold at the bedside. He Wenzhou picked up the card. Every time Wanan brought flowers, she included a message of well-wishing. Her handwriting was round and graceful, the kind that would surely earn praise from teachers during her school days. "Weren't you just messaging me a few days ago, saying you were tired of the food from Wang Ma and the old residence? I prepared a couple of light dishes and made fish soup to cleanse your palate." He Wenzhou raised an eyebrow, observing as Wanan tidied up his desk and brought forth the meal. The dishes included scrambled eggs with chives, garlic sautéed Shanghai greens, and a bowl of Crucian carp tofu soup. Though light, they were visually appealing and certainly whetted the appetite. Wanan sat by the bedside, appearing slightly thinner. She had been running around frequently, and although the caregivers were attentive, Mrs. He could not shake her worry and always made time to come by. Unbeknownst to her, He Wenzhou's gaze lingered on her, noticing the subtle exhaustion etched on her features. He watched as she arranged the food, then handed him a spoon, softly urging, "Start with the fish soup. It's best enjoyed while it's fresh." He nodded and took a sip, relishing the exquisite flavor. He Wenzhou glanced at Wanan, who awaited his response with bated breath. "Not bad, Mrs. He possesses commendable culinary skills." At his compliment, she smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. "I'm glad you don't find it lacking." He Wenzhou regarded Wanan thoughtfully. She had managed to carve out rare moments of rest amidst her hectic schedule, and despite the fatigue from his hospitalization, she still chose to visit him. Observing the rich color of the fish soup, he noted it had likely simmered for over an hour. He couldn't suppress a teasing smile. "Mrs. He, with such precious time off, shouldn't you be resting at home instead of rushing to the hospital?" He raised an eyebrow, leaning closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "I must say, Mrs. He is rather clingy." Wanan pursed her lips, feeling the heat of his breath against her skin, a tantalizing sensation. "You should focus on your meal." She gently pushed him away, adding, "I watched a somewhat frightening movie last night." Wanan's fabrications were seldom convincing. She pulled at her lips, struggling to withstand his teasing. "Just eat your food, I shall refrain from engaging in conversation." With that, she turned and settled onto the sofa, bringing a thick surgical encyclopedia with her. After their meal, as the afternoon wore on, He Wenzhou returned to work while Wanan immersed herself in reading, each absorbed in their respective tasks, creating an oddly serene atmosphere. As night fell, it was time for Wanan to assist the man with his sponge bath. She sought out a caregiver, only to find no one in sight. "Mrs. He, I asked the caregiver to take the evening off," He Wenzhou said, closing his laptop and smiling at the woman standing beneath the soft glow of the lamp. The hospital was quiet at night, with only the occasional sound of staff moving through the corridors. Earlier in the evening, the doctor had examined He Wenzhou and would not return until morning, leaving the two of them alone in the ward. He Wenzhou, with a penchant for cleanliness, found it impossible to sleep without a proper wash. Wanan bit her lip, ultimately lacking a valid reason to decline. "Very well." After 10 o'clock, Wanan fetched some warm water and returned to assist him. He Wenzhou's body was hardly dirty. After all, he had been lying in bed all day without any odor. Under the soft lighting, He Wenzhou raised an eyebrow, his gaze unwavering. What met his eyes was the woman's fair complexion, with a hint of rosy hue. The faint, delightful scent of peach wafted from her. The camellias at the bedside also released a subtle fragrance at that moment. Everything combined to create an intoxicating atmosphere that tickled his throat. Juan unfolded the towel and declared, "All done." Yet, as she attempted to rise, she was abruptly pulled back. Chapter 86. Hatred. As Juan glanced at Iwunjo, she sensed that the man harbored ill intentions. With a gentle smile and a calm demeanor, she said, "Let go." Iwunjo raised an eyebrow, unwilling to release his grip. Juan smirked, directly tossing the towel in her hand onto his face. Iwunjo removed the towel, granting her freedom. Juan poured him a glass of water, thoughtfully adding a few ice cubes, before bringing it to him. Her voice was soft, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Young Master He, would you care for some cold water? It might cool your temper." Iwunjo remained silent, his gaze lingering on her, imbued with a hint of melancholy. The prolonged stalemate had rendered him unable to maintain his former domineering self. "Very well, Mrs. He claims to like me, yet I see no concern for my well-being." Juan found his demeanor amusing. She had never witnessed Iwunjo display such a woeful expression. "I am merely considering your health. You require rest to recuperate. Get some sleep." "I cannot sleep. Mrs. He, would you join me for a chat?" The hospital room was tranquil, save for the sounds of the film. Suddenly, Juan heard a noise at the door. "Is someone coming?" Iwunjo glanced towards the entrance, but saw only emptiness. Perhaps she had misheard. She murmured, refocusing on the movie. "I quite enjoy this film, although it concludes tragically." Iwunjo raised an eyebrow. "Oh, a tragedy, then let us not watch it." He, disliking sad endings, swiftly changed the film to a romantic one, which began with a kissing scene. He chuckled, his demeanor restless. "Mrs. He, shall we share a kiss?" "Just one." Juan was left speechless. Outside, Song Xing leaned against the wall, her pallid complexion almost ghostly. Previously, Iwunjo had contacted a foreign hospital to procure a medication purported to alleviate her mother's suffering. Today, she noticed a marked improvement in her mother's spirits. After a busy few days and an interview that had concluded late, she found herself at the hospital at this hour, hoping for a stroke of luck. She never anticipated stumbling upon such a scene, though she had considered the possibility of their intimacy. Witnessing it firsthand struck her with a profound impact. Why was it that some individuals were born into happiness while others toiled endlessly, reaping only endless torment? The divine seemed so blatantly unjust, favoring certain souls while mercilessly robbing others of their rightful joy. Song Xing pressed her lips together. Perhaps the hospital's chill was too much, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She could only maintain her stance by clinging to the wall. Within the room, she could vaguely hear the low murmurings of the couple, indistinct yet palpable. Her face drained of color, her head throbbed as if it might split, and she felt as though she were on the brink of being torn apart. Taking a deep breath, she turned towards the elevator. The corridor was silent and devoid of others, her silhouette resembling a drifting spirit, quietly arriving and departing without a sound. Once outside the hospital, she found herself at a loss for where to go. Back to the hospital? To her workplace, or to the tiny rented room she called home? Why was her life so arduous? Who was to blame? A faint hatred flickered in her eyes. It was late, and hailing a cab proved challenging. As she stood on the roadside waiting for a ride, the cold wind stung her face. A red sports car pulled up, the window rolled down to reveal a face that bore a mocking smile. "Miss Song, out so late to visit my cousin at the hospital?" Song Xing stepped back 2 paces, casting a cold glance at the man inside the vehicle. He Mingwang raised an eyebrow, observing her aloof demeanor, while Li Wan exuded a gentle grace. Song Xing appeared cold and proud. One couldn't deny that the women surrounding Iwunjo were exceptional. Unfazed by her indifference, He Mingwang continued, "After all these years, it seems Miss Song remains devoted to my cousin, yet, what a pity, he is now happily married, and you are left to lament." He Mingwang smirked at Song Xing, exiting the car to open the door for her, eagerly offering, "It seems fate has brought us together tonight. Allow me to treat you to a drink, if you would be so kind." As He Mingwang reached out towards her, Song Xing's expression hardened, and she retreated once more, coldly stating, "Get away." In the next instant, her wrist was seized by him. With a sinister expression, He Mingwang glared at her, teeth clenched. "Song Xing, don't push your luck." Song Xing laughed bitterly. "Do I owe you any courtesy, He Mingwang? I once looked down on you, and I still do. He Mingwang, don't think for a second that your past misdeeds are forgotten. The time for reckoning will come, and I eagerly await the day." He Mingwang narrowed his eyes, he sneered at Song Xing, "Are you truly unafraid of crossing me? In South City, eliminating someone is as simple as squashing an ant." "Is that so?" Song Xing retorted with a cold smile. "But what have you accomplished over the years?" He Mingwang, admit it, you pale in comparison to Iwunjo. Your animosity towards him stems from your own insecurities. You seek me out solely because I once shared a connection with him, hoping to provoke him, but what of it? Even if Iwunjo were to reject me now, I would— He looked at her with a mocking smile. "With all this talk, do you think Iwunjo can hear? Will he be moved by your words? If I were to do something to you tonight, would he arrive in time to save you?" In the next moment, she raised her knee and struck him, but He Mingwang winced in pain, his expression terrifying, but before he could react, she retrieved something from her bag, directing it at his eyes. "SZZ. Ah." He Mingwang At that moment, a rideshare vehicle approached, and Song Xing swiftly moved to open the door and climbed inside. By the time He Mingwang regained his sight, Song Xing's figure had vanished completely. Chapter 87. He cautioned. The man raised his foot and kicked the side of the car, instantly leaving a dent on the crimson surface. He Mingwang gritted his teeth, truly astonished that one after another, they all devoted themselves to He Wenzhou. He Wenzhou had never regarded him with any seriousness, and consequently, neither did his women. However, while both of these women harbored deep affections for He Wenzhou, who among them held a more significant place in his heart. A shadow flickered in the man's eyes. Recently, the police had been keeping a close watch on him, seeking to catch him off guard, so he decided to lay low for a while. In due time, he would present his cousin with a grand gift. The following noon, Shenji arrived at the hospital. The man had been occupied with a mission, and as soon as he concluded his case, he rushed over. Upon entering, Shenji noticed that the man on the bed appeared to be in remarkably good spirits, a stark contrast to the photos Zhang Yun had shared in their group chat. The man raised an eyebrow. You seem to be in high spirits, has something fortunate occurred? Hearing this, He Wenzhou lifted his gaze, the image of last night's hospital scene flashing through his mind, and he unconsciously tugged at his lips. Nothing much. Shenji nodded, refraining from further inquiries. He settled on the edge of the hospital bed, casting a glance at He Wenzhou, and after a couple of minutes, he spoke. You previously asked me to assist in investigating the individuals responsible for your parents' case. I put in considerable effort and finally uncovered some information. Can you guess the outcome? Shenji looked at He Wenzhou and sighed. Those connected to your parents' case either met with accidents or took their own lives. I once thought you might be overthinking this matter, but it seems the events of that year were indeed far more complicated than they appeared. Yet now, all leads had gone cold. Unless the deceased were to rise again, there was no way to reopen the case. Shenji knew that He Wenzhou would be deeply disappointed upon hearing this news, but facts were unchangeable, and he had done his utmost. Observing He Wenzhou's expression, which had darkened considerably, Shenji sighed. If it was indeed the second branch that orchestrated this, then they were truly ruthless. Shenji furrowed his brow. Your recent car accident might very well be linked to them. Ajo, contemplating this sends chills down my spine. You must remain vigilant from now on. He Wenzhou frowned, merely responding with a non-committal Yet, no matter how careful one is, if the adversary harbors malevolence, the fact that he had survived to this day could simply be attributed to sheer luck, or at another, they would likely be buried beneath a mound of grass by now. What are your plans moving forward? Shenji understood that He Wenzhou had been harboring this resentment for many years, having previously endured in silence, gathering his strength. Although he had not yet reached the point of confronting the second branch head-on, their frequent provocations would surely push He Wenzhou to his limits. Were it not for the elder matriarch still being alive, He Wenzhou might have already torn his mask and openly clashed with the second branch. Keep an eye on He Mingwang for now. He Tingbei was indeed a cunning old fox, making it difficult for anyone to pin down his misdeeds, but He Mingwang was different. The man was impulsive and reckless, having survived thus far solely due to family protection. Shenji nodded. The last incident at night Jasmine was my mistake. I won't let such a thing happen again. Initially, he had come to investigate a case, but his preparations had been. Perhaps He Wenzhou's recent troubles were a consequence of this. He Mingwang was a man prone to all sorts of mischief. Shenji had been watching him closely for some time, and sooner or later, he would be apprehended. He Mingwang is likely aware that he is being monitored by the police, so he should lie low for a while. We will observe the situation and strike decisively when the time is right. Shenji nodded. All right, I will discreetly place someone to watch him and see what actions he takes. As a criminal investigator, Shenji had only managed to come to the hospital during a break. After their conversation, he prepared to leave, and upon exiting, he happened to see Li Wanan approaching. She was carrying several bags in one hand while speaking on the phone with the other. The woman was engrossed in her conversation, oblivious to the fact that someone was rushing towards her in the corridor, on the verge of colliding with her. Watch out! The man called out in a deep voice, and Shenji hurried over, swiftly pulling the woman aside. In his haste, he yanked the bag from her grip with a bit too much force, causing her purchases to scatter across the floor. A gust of wind rushed by, and Wanan quickly realized what had transpired. She glanced at the man who had appeared out of nowhere, recalling who he was, and after a moment of surprise, she greeted him. Officer Chen, thank you for that. You're welcome. Just be more careful next time, he replied, helping her gather her belongings. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. The man departed without casting her a second glance, as if it were merely a trivial act of kindness. Wanan did not dwell on the incident, finishing her call with Qianxis before entering the hospital room. Li Wanan set aside some daily necessity she had just purchased, noticing He Wenzhou's handsome yet slightly annoyed face. She quirked her lips and remarked, Are you still angry, Mrs. He? How about this last night? I took advantage of Mrs. He, so I shall let Mrs. He reclaim her advantage. Whatever you wish to do to me, I am at your service, He Wenzhou teased, raising an eyebrow as he grasped Li Wanan's wrist. Wanan turned to meet the man's unabashed gaze. Unable to resist, she shot him an exasperated glare, though even her anger exuded a gentle allure. He Wenzhou smirked. Mrs. He marrying me is akin to a scholar encountering a soldier. But the way you look when you're frustrated is also quite charming. Wanan took a deep breath, unable to stop herself from shoving a freshly washed strawberry into his mouth. Eat something. Just don't speak. Shouldn't a man nearing his 30s be a bit more mature? The man seemed to possess an irreverent spirit coursing through his veins. Hee Won-jo smirked, enjoying the way Mrs. His cheeks flushed whenever he teased her. This had become a delightful little hobby since their marriage. As1 sat at the bedside, applying scar cream to his wound, she attempted to shift the conversation. Officer Chen came to see you earlier. What did he say? Hee Won-jo closed his eyes, relishing the delicate touch of her fingers as she applied the ointment. It was a form of enjoyment in itself. Topics between men are not something he need concern herself with. Lee Wanan, although Hee Won-jo treated her well after their marriage, he rarely volunteered information about his personal matters, and she felt it inappropriate to press. Deep down, she understood that even after all this time, Hee Won-jo still did not truly consider her one of his own. Chapter 88 Distraction. Hee Won-jo had been hospitalized for half a month before the doctors finally consented to his discharge. However, the adage 100 days to heal a broken bone held true. The man needed to take care of himself for several months, avoiding any vigorous activities that could lead to lingering health issues. Throughout his hospitalization, Hee Won-jo remained steadfastly focused on matters concerning Song Xing's mother. Wanan, who had been on duty the previous night, learned this morning that a patient with brain cancer had been transported by private jet to the best private hospital in Germany. After finishing her shift, Wanan went directly to the hospital where Hee Won-jo was staying to handle his discharge paperwork, then drove back to Chihai residence. During the journey, Hee Won-jo was in constant communication with the overseas contacts, effortlessly conversing in fluent German. Wanan, who possessed some knowledge of foreign languages, including a bit of German, understood that Hee Won-jo was diligently arranging for Song Xing's mother's affairs abroad. He confirmed the hospital room, the identity of the nursing staff. The man was meticulous about every detail, ensuring that nothing would go awry once they arrived. Wanan's gaze was fixed ahead, but her mind was preoccupied beside her. She bit her lip, pondering that had Hee Won-jo not been injured this time, he would have personally accompanied her on the flight to Germany. Mrs. Red light, a voice interrupted her thoughts, prompting Wanan to slam on the brakes, almost running the red light. What are you thinking about? Hee Won-jo, having just ended his call, lounged lazily in the passenger seat. Despite his serious injury, he maintained a carefree demeanor. It is often said that facing life and death can mature a person, yet Hee Won-jo seemed to defy this notion. Wanan glanced at him. Have you taken care of everything regarding Miss Song's mother? Let's hope nothing goes amiss. Wanan nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiries. Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow. Are you feeling jealous again? His voice carried a hint of amusement. I never realized how possessive Mrs. He could be. I'm not jealous, I simply find life to be unpredictable. My grandfather passed away from stomach cancer shortly after diagnosis. Regardless, I hope for a positive outcome this time. Her concern was not rooted in the relationship between Song Xing and Hee Won-jo, but rather a genuine wish to see fewer people suffer from illness. Despite the advancements in medical science over the years, cancer remained a formidable challenge for humanity, leaving her, as a doctor, with a profound sense of helplessness. Hee Won-jo raised an eyebrow. When he had first married Wanan, he found her beauty striking yet lacking in distinctiveness. However, as they spent time together, he discovered that Mrs. He was not only gentle and understanding but also possessed conviction and vision, which earned her his admiration. During his hospitalization, Wanan had spent very few nights at Chihai residence, almost always by his bedside. Concerned for his well-being, she firmly rejected any of Hee Won-jo's suggestions during this time. The sheets in their bedroom had only been changed that morning by Wang Ma, and upon returning home, she had replaced them with 2 more sets. Emerging from her shower, Wanan found Hee Won-jo reclining on the bed, a satisfied expression on his face as he raised an eyebrow at her. Wanan was taken aback, recalling how earlier that day, he had asked the doctor, if I can't engage in vigorous exercise, can I partake in moderate activities? His audacity was unparalleled. The doctor, a woman in her 30s, had blushed at his question. Did you happen to touch anything? Wanan approached, lifting his right hand. Though she felt a hint of annoyance, her worry for his health prevailed. Hee Won-jo's lips curved into a smile, his voice laced with pleasure. Mrs. He, your concern for me is truly overwhelming, but I assure you, I know my limits. There is nothing to worry about. I can continue as normal. He had always been irreverent, and Wanan chose not to engage with him further. Just then, Suwon called via video, and she began chatting with her mother. Wanan had a close relationship with her family, clearly raised in an environment filled with love, which contributed to her gentle disposition. Suwon exchanged pleasantries with Hee Won-jo, but after a few exchanges, he handed the phone back to Wanan. Li Jing is about to take his college entrance examination. He has been burning the midnight oil these past few days. I'm curious to see what he can achieve. Suwon's expression darkened at the mention of Li Jing, prompting Wanan to chuckle. Mom, the results aren't out yet. Given his recent diligence, he might surprise us. Li Jing was not unintelligent, he simply hadn't prioritized his studies until now. As long as he can get into a university, I'll be content. He can't quite compare to you, who has never given us any trouble. Suwon continued to favor Wanan. How has Dad been lately? She had been preoccupied with work and caring for Hee Won-jo, neglecting to check on her family. Your father seems busy with something. Perhaps it's work-related? Suwon smiled, always trusting of Li Zhongming. Ever since their marriage, they had divided responsibilities. Years had passed with their family remaining harmonious, and Li Zhongming had never given her cause for concern. Make sure to take care of yourself and Hee-won-jo. Do you have time to come home for dinner? Won-in nodded. It's getting late, you should rest early, Mom. Good night, my dear. Good night, Mom. After ending the call, Won-in noticed Hee-won-jo's gaze lingering on her. She smiled faintly, puzzled. What is on your mind? His eyes were deep, yet soon a casual smile flickered in their depths that he reached out, pulling her into his embrace, raising an eyebrow. Mrs. He looks beautiful, is it wrong for me to admire her a little longer? Not at all. Won-in nodded, her clear eyes meeting his. She stated sincerely, as Mrs. He, you are free to gaze upon. He? Won-in gently smiled, her tone tender. Let you enjoy the view now. After our divorce, you won't have the privilege anymore. Hee-won-jo raised an eyebrow, surprised. You don't need to wait up for me. Won-in nodded softly. Take your time, but don't stay up too late. Understood. He lifted the covers and exited the bedroom swiftly. The warmth beside her evaporated. It was likely past midnight when Hee-won-jo returned, and Won-in was drowsily drifting in and out of sleep. Are you done? She murmured, her eyelids heavy and her voice soft and hoarse. Hee-won-jo wrapped her in his arms, smiling. Yes, I've finished, now sleep. Hee-won-jo gazed down at the woman in his arms, who struggled to stay awake, waiting for his return, his eyes deep and contemplative. Chapter 89 Yin and Yang. As June swiftly approaches, heralding the onset of early summer, Li Jing has completed her college entrance examination. Though the results are yet to be revealed, Won-in has resolved to procure a gift for Li Jing and has arranged to go shopping with Chien-sesh over the weekend. How have Hee-won-jo and Song-shing been lately? Is there any secret rendezvous happening? During this period, she has been quite anxious about the situation, yet Won-in remains remarkably composed. She feels somewhat like an emperor who. Won-in purses her lips. She hasn't deliberately kept tabs on the developments between Hee-won-jo and Song-shing, but Hee-won-jo hasn't gone out of his way to avoid her either. At times, he speaks on the phone with Song-shing right in front of her. Their conversations mostly revolve around the condition of Song-shing's mother. However, whether they have met privately remains a mystery to her. After pondering for a moment, Won-in concludes, there shouldn't be. Hee-won-jo has primarily been recuperating at home, venturing out only for essential work, and his gatherings with Jong-yoon and others have dwindled. It is said that men are at their most vulnerable when ill. Has Hee-won-jo shown any signs of developing feelings for you? Chien-sesh muses that if Hee-won-jo doesn't fall in love now, it would be. Won-in smirks slightly. Not everyone is as love-struck as you, filled with thoughts of romance. Besides, if both Hee-won-jo and Song-shing are infatuated with each other, then it has nothing to do with me. Chien-sesh counters. You and Hee-won-jo have spent so much time together, but how well do you truly understand Song-shing? Won-in shakes her head. Although she has only met Song-shing a few times, she can sense that Song-shing is not the type to resort to underhanded tactics to win affection. Nevertheless, during their interactions, she can detect a certain hostility from Song-shing, which seems to extend beyond mere jealousy, yet she cannot pinpoint its nature. I will be vigilant, Won-in affirms, her eyes reflecting a resolute determination. Li Jing, an ardent admirer of rock music, selects a stylish leather outfit and purchases a guitar pick, returning to the Li residence shortly after 11. Li Zhongming is at work, while Su-won and Li Jing are at home. Having finished her exams, Li Jing is now more carefree, sprawled on the sofa engrossed in a video game. Upon seeing Won-in return, the young man tightens his grip on his phone, frowning. Where's Hee-won-jo? Did he let you return home alone? Won-in glances at Li Jing, patiently correcting him. He is now your brother-in-law. Li Jing scoffs. Given his attitude towards you, you two will inevitably part. I won't call him anything. It will be too much trouble to change titles later. Before Won-in can respond, Li Jing receives a sharp rap on the head from Su-won. What are you saying? Can you wish for your sister's happiness? Li Jing stubbornly retorts. That man, Hee-won-jo, doesn't even like Won-in. I don't believe marrying him is a good thing for my sister. I would rather they divorce sooner, so she can find someone who cherishes her wholeheartedly, ensuring her happiness. Su-won shoves an apple into Li Jing's mouth, signaling him to silence. He bites into it fiercely and then looks up at Won-in. Now that someone is married, she revolves around that man. Why is she home today? With a sardonic undertone, Won-in chooses not to engage, smiling as she hands him the items in her hand. This is a gift for you. Oh, finally remembered you have a younger brother? The young master, ever forthright, accepts the gift, unable to suppress the smile that spreads across his face, clearly pleased with the present. Oh, it's clothes. I hope they fit well. I'll go upstairs to try them on. Li Jing rises lazily, taking a few steps, and by the time he reaches the staircase, he bounds up 2 steps at a time. The door to his bedroom slams shut with a resounding thud. Won-in and Su-won can't help but laugh simultaneously. Su-won gazes at Won-in with concern, saying, You've worked hard taking care of Hee-won-jo during this time. Once he is in better health, you should come back home for a while so that I can properly pamper you. With Li Zhongming preoccupied with work and Li Jing now done with his exams and constantly out and about, Su-won finds herself reminiscing about the time before Won-in got married. Won-in nods. Alright, I will discuss it with him then. Discussing coming home? Su-won raises an eyebrow. My precious daughter, doesn't it seem that Hee-won-jo has taken the top spot in your heart, relegating your father and me to the background? Not. Su-won pats Won-in's hand, choosing to remain silent. Though she sincerely hopes for the couple's lasting happiness, she understands that matters of the heart ultimately belong to the two young individuals. All she can do is wish them well. At that moment, Li Jing descends, looking particularly dashing in his outfit. He strikes a pose in the living room, radiating confidence. I really like the gift. In return, I have a performance tonight. Wanan, will you come watch? As he says this, he deliberately looks away, clearing his throat. If you're busy, that is fine too. I'm not insisting you come. After all, I have quite a few fans. And I know, compared to a brother, a husband pales in significance. Sigh, is it unacceptable for me to go? Wanan gazes at Li Jing, who appears both proud and slightly aggrieved, unable to suppress her laughter. He has to work late tonight. Love brain. Wanan offers Li Jing a strawberry. This strawberry is quite sweet. Would you like one? In the future, if you have performances, I'll come to watch whenever I'm free, alright? Li Jing bites into the strawberry, the sweet and tangy juice filling his mouth, and he can't help but smile. That sounds much better. Wanan sends a message to Yi Wenzhou, informing him that she will return home after watching Li Jing's performance, which may take a while. The man is likely in a meeting and does not reply promptly. At 8 in the evening, Wanan accompanies Li Jing to the bar, where he has arranged a special spot for her before heading backstage to prepare. As it happens, this evening the bar is bustling with patrons, having missed Li Jing's performances during the exam period. Sister, you should sit here, the view is the best, enjoy my please keep an eye on her. Understood, brother Jing, I'll take care of it. Wanan chuckles, smoothing down Li Jing's slightly tousled hair. Don't worry, I'll be careful, you go get ready and don't let it delay your performance. Li Jing nods and heads backstage. Wanan takes a seat, but soon, a figure approaches her with an air of indignation. Zhou Ningshu points an accusatory finger at Wanan. Well, Wanan, I caught you, so you've been secretly cavorting with that young lad behind brother Wenzhou's back? Zhou Ningshu grits her teeth. When did you get acquainted with Liu? Speak. Wanan is taken aback. Just as she is about to respond, a message from the man arrives on her phone. Mrs. He, urgent matter, I'm flying to Germany tonight. Chapter 90, agreeing to go to Germany? Why the rush? That has something happened to Song Xing's mother. Did he go alone, or did he accompany Song Xing? Wanan contemplated calling, but when she dialed, she was met with a notification that the other party had turned off their phone. A dull ache pierced her heart momentarily. Holding her phone, Wanan gazed at the chat box, typing a solitary OK before sending it. Li Wanan, I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Zhou Ningshu waved her hand in front of Li Wanan's face. The last time she visited Chihaiju, she had wept in Li Wanan's arms, only to be comforted into slumber by the woman. Each time she recalled that moment, it felt as though she could dig a castle out from her toes. Thus, when she later learned of Yi Wenzhou's accident, she had refrained from visiting the hospital, fearing a run-in with Li Wanan and the subsequent ridicule. She pondered how calm Li Wanan had been that night. It turned out she didn't hold a particularly strong affection for brother Wenzhou after all, and was even pursuing a younger man? Li Wanan, how old are you? Our Liu just turned 18, and you can still stoop so low. I truly never expected you to be this kind of person. Zhou Ningshu frowned, her lips twitching, wearing a look of profound complexity. Li Wanan? Us, Liu? Miss Zhou, the Liu you speak of is actually named Li Jing. Zhou Ningshu gasped, then glanced around, feigning busyness. Where's my friend? Didn't she say she... Where could she be? Li Jing, that Li Wanan shares the same surname. My goodness, what a small world. Zhou Ningshu felt awkward. She had come alone tonight, with no friends in sight. It was merely a coincidence that she found herself in this bar on the day brother Wenzhou confessed to her, only to be rejected. Heartbroken, she didn't wish to embarrass herself in front of friends, so she ended up drinking alone at the bar. That night, the atmosphere was electrifying, dispelling her sorrow entirely. Hence, she began visiting whenever she felt down. She had also discovered that this Liu was rather handsome, particularly charming while performing rock music on stage. Yet, of course, Liu paled in comparison to brother Wenzhou, and given his youth, she held no ulterior motives. Li Wanan, don't misunderstand. My admiration for Liu is purely, who would fancy a younger brother? Brother Wenzhou is undoubtedly more charming. Besides, since he is Li Wanan's brother, she would never consider him. Li Wanan, she nodded, signaling her intent to disengage from further conversation with Zhou Ningshu, only to glance once more at the WeChat message from Yi Wenzhou. Noticing her preoccupation, Zhou Ningshu leaned in for a closer look, spotting the message about the trip to Germany. Sitting across from Li Wanan, she raised an eyebrow. See, I told you so last time. The moment Song Xing returned to the country, we were both relegated to the sidelines. I've heard that brother Wenzhou has been tirelessly contacting hospitals for Song Xing's mother's illness and has put in considerable effort to get her to Germany. He has still not fully recovered from his own injuries, yet he is flying to Germany, which speaks volumes about his dedication to Song Xing. Li Wanan lowered her gaze, her beautiful, gentle face gradually taking on a melancholic air. Zhou Ningshu inched closer, feeling down. Hey, if you're going to be difficult, why not just divorce brother Wenzhou? To be honest, I have completely given up on brother Wenzhou. I've liked him for many years, yet my heart has been shattered by his indifference. You and brother Wenzhou have known each other for how long? How could you possibly rival my feelings for him? I've already let go. I don't understand what you're still clinging to. A brother Wenzhou will certainly never reciprocate your feelings. Zhou Ningshu sighed. Who could compare to Song Xing? She is brother Wenzhou's savior. As Zhou Ningshu spoke, she felt a wave of melancholy wash over her. She glanced at Li Wanan, unable to suppress the shared sorrow that bound them, and leaned in. Last time I had an emotional breakdown, you comforted me. So this time, let me comfort you as you cry. I'll call it even. How does that sound? Li Wanan collected herself, gently pushing Zhou Ningshu's head away, smiling, the performance is about to begin. At that moment, Li Jing had taken the stage, and under the spotlight, the young man radiated warmth like a little sun, commencing his performance amidst a chorus of cheers. The raucous atmosphere shattered the earlier gloom. Zhou Ningshu glanced at a woman nearby, smiling as she recorded Li Jing's performance, feeling a surge of admiration. Li Wanan had been married to Yi Wenzhou for quite some time, enduring the jibes of others who claimed she had climbed too high. Now, with Song Xing returning as a formidable rival, she still managed to remain unflustered. This woman had a certain substance. On the flight to Germany, after sending the WeChat message, Yi Wenzhou's phone died and turned off. Song Xing spoke up beside him. I apologize for the inconvenience, but could you accompany me to Germany at such a late hour? After Song Chenghuan had gone to Germany, while the medical conditions had improved significantly, it was still a foreign land. Despite Yi Wenzhou arranging for a caretaker who spoke Chinese, Song Chenghuan remained emotionally unstable. They were about to conduct the first experimental surgery, but she was terrified of undergoing the procedure, fearing she might die on the operating table. After much persuasion, she agreed to the surgery, but only on the condition that Song Xing accompany Yi Wenzhou to Germany, as she wanted to see the two of them together before stepping onto the operating table. I'm sorry, Zhou, if it weren't for my mother's insistence, I wouldn't trouble you to fly to Germany with me. Song Xing's gaze fell upon Yi Wenzhou's face. Everything you've done for me, I promise to repay in the future. This treatment in Germany is not only for your mother but also beneficial for the development of brain cancer medication. There are certain risks involved, Song Xing, you must be mentally prepared. I understand, but this is the best course of action. With risks come hope, otherwise, it would merely be a delay in awaiting death. Song Xing's voice trembled with emotion. Yi Wenzhou pressed his lips together, his gaze resting on Song Xing's face. Had it been anyone else, they might have already broken down in tears. Yet, from the onset of this ordeal, Song Xing had remained remarkably composed. However, Song Auntie was her only family in this world, so how could Song Xing not feel sorrow? He vividly remembered the heart-wrenching pain he felt when he learned of his parents' tragic accident. That anguish remained etched in his memory. Yet no one can calmly accept the death of a loved one. At least he had his grandmother by his side, but Song Xing was utterly alone, which is why he agreed to accompany her to Germany. The flight from Nanchang to Germany lasted 10 hours, and upon landing, they went directly to the hospital where Song Chenghuan was located. Yi Wenzhou donated a batch of the latest medical equipment to the hospital, investing a significant sum for medical research, and the hospital director welcomed them at once, leading them to the ward. Song Chenghuan lay on the hospital bed, emaciated and frail. From this point on, every surgery posed a tremendous risk to her. She could perish at any moment. Her own death mattered little to her, but her daughter had endured so much hardship since childhood. Song Xing had already lost her father. What would happen if she were to lose her mother as well? That was why she insisted on Yi Wenzhou accompanying her. As Song Chenghuan glanced toward the door, she finally spotted a familiar figure. Xinger. Mom. The moment Song Xing laid eyes on Song Chenghuan, her tears could no longer be contained, spilling forth uncontrollably. Song Chenghuan grasped Song Xing's hand, her gaze shifting to the man beside her. She recognized him, Yi Wenzhou, the benefactor helping her daughter, the man who had once been her daughter's beloved. Wenzhou, right? Auntie has long wished to meet you. You've finally come today. Auntie is about to undergo surgery. She could very well die on the operating table. Wenzhou, my daughter has suffered so much. I truly regret all the hardship she has faced. Thankfully, she has been fortunate enough to meet you. Promise me, if something happens to me, you will take care of her for the rest of her life, will you? If you don't agree, I want to undergo the surgery. I will forego treatment. Song Xing, tears streaming down her face, looked up. Mom. Song Chenghuan focused solely on Yi Wenzhou. Wenzhou, can you promise Auntie? After a moment's pause, the man nodded. All right, I promise. Auntie, you can rest assured for the surgery. Chapter 91. A delusion. Upon hearing Yi Wenzhou's agreement, Song Chenghuan finally consented to the surgery. The medical staff wheeled her into the operating room, the duration of the procedure uncertain, ranging from several hours to more. As the door closed behind her, Song Xing trembled, her heart seemingly suspended high above, a tumult of anxiety, panic, and confusion swirling within her, ultimately settling into a state of calm. She turned around and saw Yi Wenzhou standing a few meters away. The man's expression was composed, yet his gaze bore a hint of sympathy. Song Xing strode over, lifting her eyes to meet his, a smirk forming on her lips as she questioned icily, Zhou, what did you mean by your earlier words? Lifetime, such words can be easily promised? Yi Wenzhou sighed, lowering his gaze to Song Xing, his voice grave. Song Xing, you know very well that I only said that to reassure your mother. Given the circumstances, had he not relented, Aunt Song might have refused the surgery. With her current health condition, even a minute's delay could have catastrophic repercussions. Having come this far, he naturally wished to avoid any further mishaps. Song Xing's cold laugh pierced the air. And what if I took your words to heart? At this, the man furrowed his brow. Song Xing grasped his arm firmly. All right, I want to put you in a difficult position. Zhou, I have just one question for you. Did you ever genuinely like me back then? Yi Wenzhou's gaze fell upon the woman before him. Upon first meeting Song Xing, his life had been hanging by a thread. Without her, there would be no Yi Wenzhou of today. Initially, he had merely wished to express his gratitude, yet over time, he had indeed found himself captivated by her. She was akin to a wildflower growing on a cliff, weathered by the elements yet fiercely striving for sunlight and nourishment, blooming against all odds. She was independent, strong, driven, and kind. I liked you. Like me, so now you don't, is that it? Song Xing seized upon his choice of words. The man fell silent, acquiescing. Then, have you fallen for Li Wanan? This was not the first time she had broached such a topic. Her eyes were red, her tone almost accusatory. Hyewon-jo, you've only known her for a few months, don't tell me you truly have feelings for her? What is it about her that captivates you? Song Xing. The man's gaze locked onto her face, his voice low and tinged with warning. We have been apart for nearly a decade, many things have long since changed. There is no need to dwell on our youthful romance. Back then, we were both too timid. You have your own path to walk now, and I believe you have no regrets about leaving. Releasing his arm, Song Xing steadied herself, maintaining her composure. So, if one day I must choose between you and Li Wanan, who would you pick? The man's brow furrowed tightly, silence enveloping his response. Noticing his reticence, Song Xing allowed a smile to slip across her lips. I understand now. You have developed feelings for Li Wanan. Indeed, they had spent countless days together. How could he not be moved by such a delicate beauty? Yet she had once been entitled to all of this herself. As Song Xing turned away, she could not conceal the flicker of hatred that crossed her eyes. She loathed fate, yet at this moment, she found herself fervently praying to the heavens. Let her mother survive, but was it not enough that she had lost love? Must she also relinquish her family ties? Hyewon-jo pressed his lips together, rooted in place, witnessing the tremor in Song Xing's hands. Nothing unfolded as he had wished, such was the cruelty of fate. The corridor lay silent, no words spoken between them. 8 hours later, the doctor announced that Song Ching-won's initial surgery was a success. Hyewon-jo then listened intently to the hospital's plans for her subsequent treatments before instructing his assistant to purchase a return ticket to Nanchang. He chose to fly back alone, unable to leave Song Xing behind, thus leaving Sichuan in Germany. When he landed at Nanchang Airport, it was already past 1 in the morning. Returning to Chihai residence, it was quite late. Mrs. He was undoubtedly fast asleep, and the man shed his coat, collapsing onto the sofa in the living room without any intention of ascending the stairs. Yet, just as he settled, the lights of the villa flickered to life, and Hyewon-jo looked up to see a woman in pajamas standing on the second floor. He frowned. The clock on the wall now approached 3 o'clock. Was Mrs. He still awake, or had he roused her from slumber? The man ascended the stairs, halting before Li Wanan, his brow knitted. Why are you still awake? I took a nap, she replied. I had a nightmare and just woke up, coincidentally hearing some noise from downstairs. Still slightly dazed from sleep, her gaze fell upon the man's face, and she realized that nearly 30 hours had passed since Hyewon-jo had sent that text. He appeared to have had little rest, with dark circles under his eyes and stubble that marred his usually refined appearance. Have you wrapped up your affairs in Germany? After attending Li Jing's performance that evening, it had grown late, and with the flight, by the time he landed, she was almost due for work. Despite her urge to message him, she had ultimately refrained, trusting that he was preoccupied with important matters. Hyewon-jo nodded. The initial surgery was successful, but further procedures are still required, and medication is under development. Let us not discuss it further. You should go take a shower. Would you like some noodles? I can prepare a bowl for you. Li Wanan could see that Hyewon-jo was utterly exhausted and had no intention of probing further. The man smiled faintly. I had a meal on the plane, I'm not hungry. In truth, Hyewon-jo was so fatigued that he longed to collapse into sleep, yet Mrs. He had a penchant for cleanliness, so he ultimately entered the bathroom for a shower. Over the past 2 days, the man had not rested for more than 4 hours. After his shower, Hyewon-jo lay down in bed and fell asleep almost immediately. Li Wanan's gaze rested on the sleeping man beside her, her brow furrowing slightly, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Yet, she found herself without a means to assist him. All she could do was support him, ensuring not to add to his burdens. Exhausted to the point of neglecting to dry his hair, the man remained undisturbed as Li Wanan took a blow dryer, adjusting it to the lowest setting, wary of the noise waking him. The entire process was fraught with tension. Thankfully, Hyewon-jo was too weary to stir. Once she gently set the blow dryer aside and turned off the lights, she carefully slipped into bed. Awakening in the morning, Li Wanan discovered that she had unconsciously nestled into Hyewon-jo's embrace. He held her waist, and as she glanced at the time, it was already past 9. Noting how deeply he slept, she cautiously attempted to remove his hand from her waist, fearful of waking him. However, as soon as her fingers brushed his wrist, he instinctively tightened his grip around her waist. Sleep a little longer, he mumbled, burying his face into her shoulder, unwilling to let her move. Li Wanan bit her lip. She was not one for sleeping in, especially when held in such a manner by Hyewon-jo, which was somewhat uncomfortable. Unconsciously, she shifted against him, seeking a more comfortable position, but suddenly she froze. The once slumbering man opened his eyes, and Li Wanan felt her cheeks heat. I didn't mean to, he replied in a deep voice, pulling the covers over both of them as the morning light streamed in, casting a disorienting glow. Chapter 92. A disdain. As the clock approached 10, Wang Ma ascended the stairs and knocked on the door. Mr. and Mrs., are you still indulging in slumber? Hurry and rise, the old lady has arrived. Wanan nudged Hyewon-jo awake. He inhaled deeply, turned around, and replied, got it. The encounter was swiftly concluded. Wanan observed the man beside her. Initially, she could sense his discontent, as if he was venting, but soon he returned to his usual self, attentive to her feelings. In Germany, she wondered what he had discussed with Miss Song. Hyewon-jo carried Wanan into the bathroom. With the old lady waiting downstairs, they did not dawdle and quickly completed their morning routines before descending. Why did Grandma come without a word? Hyewon-jo asked, gripping Wanan's hand, who felt a bit weak in the legs. He raised an eyebrow, his expression playful as usual. Isn't it affecting our marital bond? Wanan remained silent, gently scratching the palm of his hand. In the next moment, he tightened his grip, preventing her from fidgeting. In the living room, the old lady was dressed in an elegant retro blue and white porcelain ensemble, her silvery hair slightly curled, adorned with pearl earrings and a necklace. Though her attire was originally graceful and gentle, an air of fury emanated from her. "He Wonjo, come here." She wielded a ruler, striking the coffee table twice with a resounding thud. Wanan glanced at the thick ruler, clearly aged. It appeared that He Wonjo had faced this instrument of discipline since childhood. "Madam He, shall we have breakfast first?" He Wonjo raised an eyebrow at Wanan, then, with a smirk, approached the old lady, extending his hand obligingly. The old lady took a deep breath, raising the ruler high, preparing to bring it down upon his palm. Naturally, Wanan had lost her appetite for breakfast at that moment. She stepped forward. "Grandma, what's the matter?" Initially, the old lady was too furious to speak, but with her granddaughter-in-law's inquiry, an explanation was inevitable. "I certainly wouldn't strike him without reason." The old lady tightened her grip on the ruler, her expression unusually stern, glaring at He Wonjo. "He Wonjo, tell me the truth, who did you go to Germany with this time?" "Song Xing, right?" she continued. "Let me tell you, there are no secrets in this world. What were you and Song Xing sneaking off to Germany for? Engaging in an illicit affair abroad, were you? How dare you do such a thing behind my back? I will not spare you today. Do you respect me or Wanan? Look at Wanan, still protecting you. Aren't you heartless?" The old lady's fury ignited, the ruler striking the coffee table with sharp, crisp sounds, intimidating to behold. Wanan could not bear to watch He Wonjo endure such punishment. "Grandma, it's not what you think," Wanan interjected. The old lady gripped the ruler. "You're defending him again. Do you truly think I'm unaware? My old friend traveled abroad and spotted him with Song Xing on the plane. She even sent me photos." The old lady pulled out her phone, nearly smashing the screen in her agitation, finally revealing the incriminating images. "Look, irrefutable evidence. Am I to believe I've misjudged him? If the paparazzi caught wind of this, the news of their rekindled romance would be everywhere." In the photos, the two were seated in the same row, He Wonjo leaning towards Song Xing, their interaction appearing rather intimate. "He Wonjo, say something." Upon seeing the photographs, Wanan felt a pang of discomfort, reluctant to serve as his mouthpiece. He Wonjo was not one to offer excessive explanations. Enduring a few strikes from the ruler was something he had grown accustomed to. The old lady had many years left to discipline him, so he felt indifferent. However, remaining silent in front of Madame He seemed to imply acquiescence. He Wonjo glanced at the enraged old lady, a hint of a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "At your age, still so easily angered. Aren't you afraid of a heart attack landing you in ICU?" He quickly clarified, "I went to Germany with Song Xing because her mother is gravely ill, and I helped arrange for a hospital." The old lady's brow furrowed. "You could assist without going in person. Are you oblivious to Song Xing's feelings for you? You're already married, your wife is right here. Do you have no sense of propriety? Do you still harbor feelings for Song Xing?" The old lady was beside herself with fury. Wanan, fearing that the old lady might truly fall ill from anger, gently patted her back to soothe her. "Grandma, let us not escalate this. I want to be jealous over such matters." After a moment, she turned away from He Wonjo, grasping Wanan's hand, sighing, "This ultimately stems from my failure to manage things back then. I was the one who forcibly ended the relationship between Ah Jo and Song Xing. Granddaughter-in-law, if you're to be angry, directed at me, that Song Xing did not come from a well-off family and appeared quite pitiful. Initially, the old lady had considered turning a blind eye. She did not insist on finding Ah Jo a match of equal social standing. However, after meeting Song Xing twice, she found her perpetually bearing a grievance, like a hardened soul. Whenever they quarreled, it was typically He Wonjo who yielded first. She understood that had it not been for Song Xing, her grandson might not have survived, yet she could not allow him to be forever indebted to her for a singular event. He Wonjo, however, was indifferent. She could not accept that, and moreover, numerous incidents had occurred during their time together. She had consulted a master who warned that Song Xing brought misfortune. This master was renowned for his accuracy, a veritable living immortal, and with He Wonjo being the sole heir, she dared not take any risks. Eventually, persuading He Wonjo to marry Wanan was not solely due to her pleasant nature. She had consulted the master about their union, who foretold good fortune and the ability to avert calamity. Wanan smiled gently. "Grandma, I'm not angry, he knows how to conduct himself." He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, settling back on the sofa, his gaze fixed on the old lady's face. "See, Grandma truly has an eye for talent. The granddaughter-in-law she selected is unparalleled in this world." "As long as you know," the old lady replied, holding Wanan's hand, her gaze shifting to the man across from her. "Now, in front of Grandma, clarify your current situation with Song Xing. If you have any ulterior motives, even if Grandma wants you two to have a happy life, I will not force you together. If you wish to divorce, I will find Wanan someone 1,000 times better than you, and you shall not regret it." Wanan tightened her grip, her eyes fixed on He Wonjo's face, her gaze trembling slightly. Had it not been for the old lady's initial approval of her, she and He Wonjo would have never crossed paths. He had been reluctant to marry her, and now that the old lady had softened her stance. In the next moment, He Wonjo lightly clicked his tongue, his tone laced with casual indifference. "That one do, you dictate the marriage, but also the divorce. Grandma, do you think this is a feudal society where parents arrange marriages?" The old lady frowned, about to retort, when He Wonjo continued, "Furthermore, I, He Wonjo, conduct myself with integrity. I disdain the behavior of a scoundrel who eats from one bowl while eyeing another." He raised an eyebrow, then turned his gaze back to Wanan. "Madam He, do you wish to part ways?" The old lady turned her head, her eyes inquiring. Wanan shook her head. Unless He Wonjo explicitly stated his affection for Song Xing, she had no intention of relinquishing her position as Madam He. The old lady's expression brightened. Very well, then we shall not part. Chapter 93. Photographs. What the elderly lady desired was simply an attitude from He Wonjo. Since neither party intended to pursue a divorce, she found herself content. By the way, what are your thoughts regarding the He group? The elderly lady's gaze settled upon He Wonjo's face as she inquired softly. The He Group, a family enterprise, was currently under the dominion of the second branch, yet with He Tingbei aging and He Mingwang lacking competence, she, as a senior member of the He family, needed to contemplate the long-term implications. Observing He Wonjo, the elderly lady stated solemnly, if you wish to embark on your own entrepreneurial journey, I have no objections. However, the He Group is the culmination of your grandfather and father's years of hard work. Should it be entrusted to the second branch once your uncle retires and He Mingwang takes the helm, it won't be long before the He Group loses its former glory. He Wonjo raised an eyebrow, remaining silent. Noticing his reaction, the elderly lady continued, Mingwang is a child who spends his days idly and enjoys causing trouble. Although he has refrained from gambling lately, he is constantly surrounded by women. I can see the change in his demeanor. He is truly a hopeless case. Uncle is still young and believes that his younger cousin will eventually mature, so he does not wish for me to return to the group at this juncture. Even if he were to consent, he would likely exert pressure behind the scenes. I am not one to passively accept such treatment, which would only serve to trouble you further, He Wonjo remarked, a slight smirk playing on his lips. Thus, I shall continue to manage my modest company, engage in investments, and earn quite a bit in the process. The elderly lady regarded He Wonjo with a kind smile. Ah, now you are showing filial piety. Very well, my dear, I merely worry that you may feel discontent. After all, had your parents not encountered misfortune, you might have already ascended to the position of president by now. If you are unwilling, then let us discuss this matter at a later time. The elderly lady had plans to attend a performance at the Pear Garden that afternoon, and after saying what she needed to, she took her leave, bringing the ruler with her as well. Aunt Wang had prepared breakfast, which at this hour could be referred to as brunch. While dining, He Wonjo received a call from Assistant Su, informing him that after Song Xing and Song Qinghuan regained consciousness, they had already purchased tickets to return home. Though Song Qinghuan was gravely ill, Song Xing could not abandon her job. Having taken a couple of days off, the television station had expressed considerable discontent. Ensure everything is arranged at the hospital before returning home, he instructed. Post-operative days could potentially bring adverse reactions, and with Suchuan present there, should he be unable to answer a call in time, the other party could make timely decisions. After hanging up, Wanan spoke, Miss Song is returning home so soon? Wanan had not intended to involve herself deeply in the affairs between He Wonjo and Song Xing, yet upon hearing this, she was somewhat taken aback. Song Xing lacks connections. She was hired by the television station solely based on her resilience, availability, and solid professional skills. If her personal matters excessively interfere with her work, the station can replace her at any moment. Song Xing valued this job greatly. Even while abroad, she had not missed a single domestic call, and had even penned several news articles. She had always been a diligent individual, willing to sacrifice much for her career and survival. Upon hearing this, Wanan found herself at a loss for words. She could sense that, despite his professed loyalty to their marriage, He Wonjo effortlessly highlighted Song Xing's strengths whenever she was mentioned. It was clear he had once been captivated by her. In truth, she was not lacking in merit herself, yet people often only saw what they wished to see. After disembarking, Song Xing took a taxi back to her neighborhood. Seated in the vehicle, she caught a glimpse of her pale, emaciated face in the window, momentarily lost in thought. Her mother, Song Qinghuan, hailed from a modest background and had given birth out of wedlock. Facing scorn from her hometown, the family criticized Song Qinghuan for being a financial burden, contemplating the termination of the pregnancy. However, unable to part with her child, Song Qinghuan fled under cover of night. Lacking funds and with a limited education, she could only secure menial jobs such as receptionist or waitress. Eventually, as her pregnancy became more apparent, she was relegated to washing dishes in the kitchen. From her earliest memories, Song Xing had seldom witnessed her mother enjoy a moment's rest. Perhaps it was the hardship of her pregnancy that had taken a toll on her health. After saving a bit of money, Song Qinghuan opened a hair salon, yet business remained lackluster. Thus, as a child, whenever she spotted empty bottles or discarded cardboard on the roadside, she would collect them to sell. During that time, her classmates would deride her as the wild child without a father, calling her a beggar. At school, no one was willing to sit beside her. Her assignments often mysteriously vanished, and her uniform would be adorned with colorful stains. Then came high school, where she saved He Wonjo, altering the course of her life. Whenever she was bullied, He Wonjo would stand up for her, introducing her to his friends, gradually lifting the gloom that had enveloped her. He became the moon in her dark world, bright and gentle. Slowly, the taunts of wild child and beggar faded as she began to forge friendships, yet despite her efforts, she remained looked down upon by the elderly lady of the He family, who pressured her to break up with He Wonjo. Unwilling to accept this, she vowed to become someone worthy of He Wonjo, choosing to study abroad in hopes of returning in splendor, but reality delivered a harsh blow. The moon she yearned to grasp was effortlessly claimed by another. Li Wan and Song Xing bit her lip, whispering the name in her heart as blood welled upon her lip, the taste of iron flooding her senses. She was determined to compete for what was rightfully hers. A glint of coldness flickered in her eyes as she gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning pale. The driver halted the vehicle, reminding her they had arrived. Song Xing paid the fare and exited the car. Her old apartment complex required her to traverse a small path after disembarking. The stairway was a flight of stairs leading to her attic room on the top floor, hot in summer and cold in winter, yet affordable. Ah, Miss Song, you're back. As she climbed the stairs, she encountered her landlord, who called out to her. Song Xing turned back. Is there something you need? Well, while you were away, someone came looking for you, inquiring about certain matters concerning you. He even left a contact number, saying that if you encounter any difficulties, you can give him a call. The landlord produced the note and handed it to Song Xing. He seemed quite affluent. Could he be a relative? If you have such wealthy relatives, why are you renting from me? The landlord rambled on, but Song Xing interrupted. If he comes looking again, just tell him I've moved. She tore the note into shreds and proceeded upstairs. The landlord was left perplexed. Such a wealthy relative and yet she refused to acknowledge him. Wasn't that just asking for hardship? Rolling her eyes, the landlord descended. Upon returning to her room, Song Xing headed straight for the bathroom. On her bedside table lay two photographs, one of her and He Wenzhou during high school, the other a family portrait she had photoshopped. Chapter 94 of the cocktail party. Two surgeons have resigned from the hospital, and no replacements have yet been found, so it has become customary for Li Wanan to work overtime. Shen Cicier finally managed to persuade her to come out this weekend after a long separation. Shen Cicier downed half a cup of bubble tea in one go, her petite lips chattering. Zhang Yun has been asking me out for meals lately, claiming he is preparing a new film and wondering if I would consider being the leading lady. Ha, it's about time he engaged in something productive, otherwise, he spends all day trying to matchmake your husband with that certain someone. Speaking of that despicable man He Wenzhou, isn't he busy lately catering to Song Xing's mother day in and day out? One might think he is her devoted son-in-law. Shen Cicier rolled her eyes dramatically as she spoke. Li Wanan chuckled. It's better than before. After the last surgery, Song Xing's mother has shown signs of improvement and is now developing medication. Have he and Song Xing been meeting privately? Have you noticed any traces of women's perfume on him, or perhaps lipstick stains, or late-night phone calls and messages from women? Shen Cicier was incessantly worried about He Wenzhou clandestinely meeting with Song Xing and feared that Song Xing might cause trouble for Li Wanan. Yet, the melodramatic scenario of a love triangle had not unfolded, leaving her to wonder if Song Xing was biding her time for a grand move. Li Wanan pondered for a moment and shook her head, linking arms with her friend. I haven't noticed anything. Why not come to my house and play detective for me? Shen Cicier glanced at Li Wanan. No way, I fear He Wenzhou might toss me out. As it is, he has been rather well behaved lately. Li Wanan took a sip of her green grape jasmine tea and returned to the initial topic. So, Zhang Yun has invited you to star in his film. Does that mean he is pursuing you? The frequency of Zhang Yun's name had been notably high in her recent conversations with Shen Cicier. Every time they met, they enjoyed a playful banter, reminiscent of a pair of affectionate rivals, with Shen Cicier always managing to keep Zhang Yun in check, or rather, the latter willingly allowing himself to be subdued. Shen Cicier frowned with evident disdain. That's absurd. What are you talking about, me and him? Just the thought of him dancing in a bikini that night makes me want to laugh, and his attempts to matchmake He Wenzhou with Song Xing alone make me detest him. Also, darling, did you forget he has a crush? His name is Xie Zhali. The moment Xie Zhali was mentioned, Shen Cicier's tone shifted dramatically. It was known that after a prolonged pursuit, Zhang Yun had finally shared Xie Zhali's WeChat contact with her. Zhang Yun's usefulness to her was limited to this, although Xie Zhali had yet to accept her friend request. Just seeing her crush's profile picture brought her joy, enough to make her eat a couple more bowls of rice. Will you take up that film role? I'll consider it. If by then I have no better offers, I might as well go along with him to shoot the film. Zhang Yun is a fool with deep pockets, and if I do end up filming, I shall ensure to charge him handsomely for my services, making him choose between Song Xing and me. Your positions differ. Zhang Yun has known Song Xing longer. Shen Cicier chose not to elaborate further. Having known Li Wanan for many years, she understood her well. She appeared gentle, yet her pride ran deeper than anyone else's. She liked He Wenzhou, but she was not the type to cling desperately like a lovesick puppy. Should He Wenzhou develop feelings for her, it would be a joyous affair. If not, Li Wanan would never grovel like a scorned woman. She had even contemplated directly informing He Wenzhou about his past with Li Wanan, but if He Wenzhou had yet to develop feelings for her, would that not be a moral imposition? If her acquisition of He Wenzhou came at such a cost, Li Wanan would disdain it, thus she could only keep the secret to herself. Shall we watch a movie together tonight? It was rare for Shen Cicier to have coaxed Li Wanan out, and she was reluctant to return her to He Wenzhou so soon. There was no joy in being with a man compared to being with a close friend, especially a man like He Wenzhou, who was all about physicality without emotional investment. She felt as if her prized cabbage was being ravaged by a pig. Tonight, I must accompany He Wenzhou to a cocktail party. He Wenzhou had informed her early that morning that the event was a formal affair, attended by industry insiders, with an elderly lady specifically calling for him to bring her along to make a public appearance. Shen Cicier raised an eyebrow. Since He Wenzhou is in investments, there must be quite a few big shots present, right? I would love to go. However, such events were not for just anyone to attend. Shen Cicier promptly pulled out her phone and messaged Zhang Yun. Zhang Yun will definitely be there. I'll ask him to take me along. Shen Cicier, hey bro, I heard there's a cocktail party tonight? Take me with you, I'll be eternally grateful. The reply came swiftly. Zhang Yun, because you refused to be my leading lady, my heart has been shattered, and I sought solace with Xiaofeng. I just promised her I'd take her tonight. Shen Cicier gritted her teeth. Wasn't it Xiaohong just a few days ago? Now it's Xiaofeng? The other side replied cheekily, an exception. After a laugh, they deleted the footage. She refused to bow to Zhang Yun's intimidation and did not delete it. Indeed, keeping the video proved beneficial. Zhang Yun relented, on the condition that she would delete the video. Okay, and could you lend me a gown as well? Qian Cicier pressed her luck. I have yet to wear a high fashion piece. After a flurry of typing, it seemed he had composed a lengthy message filled with curses for her before ultimately responding with a simple fine. Having secured Jiang Yun's agreement, Qian Cicier winked at Wanan. Hee, nailed it, we can see each other again tonight. Qian Cicier was elated, and Li Wanan could not help but smile. Yes, see you tonight. After completing an on-site interview, Song Xing returned to the television station, only to be summoned to the director's office. The director, somewhat aged, scrutinized Song Xing with his seasoned eyes and stated gravely, Reporter Song, I have been observing your diligence since you joined our station. However, in the field of journalism, it is not merely enough to write articles and appear on screen, there are occasions that require your presence. Networking is unavoidable. You are well aware of the high costs our station incurs. Thus, we require investments and advertisements. You should know that our station's largest investor is Mr. Zhou Guomeng, who has recently taken a liking to you. Coincidentally, there is a cocktail party tonight, and Mr. Zhou wishes to invite you as his companion. Song Xing's complexion paled, and she instinctively sought to decline. The director's gaze remained fixed on her face. Reporter Song, you should understand that you did not secure this position through conventional examinations. It was your impressive background abroad, coupled with your mother's illness and your urgent need for this job, that prompted me to hire you against the norm. The director directly placed a business card into Song Xing's hand. Do you wish to be a thoroughbred or just an ordinary horse? Think it over. Chapter 95 Charm. He Wenzhou set off early in the morning to attend an investment summit in a neighboring city, returning just in time for the commencement of the soiree. As he was unable to accompany her in selecting a gown, the dress and makeup artist arrived directly at Qihai residence to provide their services. Jiang Yun had also summoned Qian Cici to his home to delete a video in his presence, resulting in Qian Cici and Li Wanan parting ways shortly thereafter. Upon returning to Qihai residence, Wanan found the living room adorned with an entire row of gowns, showcasing various styles and hues, with dedicated personnel available to provide introductions. All were pristine, freshly returned from the runway, and not yet loaned out for external use. Exquisite haute couture of the current season. Her eyes were immediately drawn to a new style cheapao situated in the center, leaning towards a Suzhou-inspired design. It featured an off-shoulder cut, complemented by removable white flowing ribbons on either side, and boasted the begonia motif she adored. This one will do, she declared, having made her selection, and ascended the stairs to try it on. The cheapao demands a high standard of fit, and a misstep could lead to disastrous results. Due to the nature of her work, she seldom wore kipaos. Last year, Qian Cici had gifted her a beautiful one for her birthday, but its size was ill-fitting. Such garments require bespoke tailoring to ensure a perfect fit. Fortunately, with a dedicated designer present today, adjustments could be made on the spot if necessary. Moments later, she descended the stairs. A collective gasp of admiration erupted. Wow! The woman moved with undeniable grace, yet the cheapao subtly accentuated her alluring figure, captivating all who beheld her. The begonia blossoms embroidered upon the fabric seemed to come alive, and a delicate fragrance wafted through the air. She was more enchanting than the flowers. Those attending this gathering were typically accustomed to serving the glamorous women of the entertainment industry. The starlets, while beautiful, often bore volatile tempers, and those with amiable dispositions were less striking in appearance. However, Mrs. He possessed both an exquisite temperament and beauty that were second to none. No wonder, then, that there had been speculation regarding why a capitalist like He Gongzi, who had encountered countless beauties, would choose to marry so young. Observing Mrs. He's gentle demeanor and graceful presence, it was clear why anyone would wish to wed her. She was truly a vision. Indeed, a capitalist would never settle for less than the finest. Wang Ma, who had been tending to the pearls, rushed over upon hearing the commotion, only to be greeted by the sight of Mrs. He in her cheapao, exuding warmth and elegance. The garment accentuated her figure while revealing a hint of sensual allure. Oh my, madam, you look absolutely stunning today. I must send a couple of pictures to the old madam. She adores seeing your photos. Since they did not reside together and could not video chat frequently, the old madam had instructed Wang Ma to send her pictures of Li Wanan and He Wenzhou from time to time. On one occasion, Wang Ma had even surreptitiously captured a photo of them sharing a kiss. Yet, she could only comply with the old madam's wishes. After posing for a couple of pictures, the designer approached to make adjustments to the cheapao, noting, the waist is a bit loose. It requires some tailoring. The designer's eyes sparkled with undeniable admiration as she remarked, Madam you are truly the most suited to wear a cheapao that I have ever encountered, so graceful, like a water lily emerging from the depths. If you were to model, you would undoubtedly achieve great fame. Thank you, Wanan replied, as the designer continued to praise her figure, asserting that He Wenzhou would surely be entranced upon seeing her. Wanan smiled faintly, reflecting that after being together for so long, perhaps the initial shock of her beauty had faded for him. Next, the designer tailored the waist of the cheapao while the makeup artist began her work. Once the makeup was complete and the cheapao adjusted, she was nearly ready. Half an hour earlier, Wanan had messaged He Wenzhou to inquire if he had boarded the plane. He likely remained preoccupied as he had yet to reply. Meanwhile, her phone buzzed with a flurry of messages from Qian Cici, filled with gown photos. Qian Cici, Jiang Yun is surprisingly generous, letting me choose from so many gowns. I never imagined that as a mere nobody in the entertainment industry, I would experience this day. I am so grateful to Jiang. If it weren't for his hairy legs scratching my face, I would almost want to cling to him. What do you think I should choose? The options are dazzling and overwhelming. I now understand the meaning of that poem. Wanan selected a suitable black short gown for Qian Cici, as her vibrant personality suited something a bit more playful. Darling, you truly have an eye for fashion. I adore this one. That large black rose on the chest is my favorite. Just as Iwonjo received Lee Wanan's message, he was also informed of a flight delay. Originally, he had intended to return to Chihai residence to escort Mrs. He to the soiree, but now it seemed time was not on his side. Thus, he instructed Uncle Chen to pick her up, planning to meet her at the venue. The soiree commenced at 9 o'clock in the evening. When Wanan entered the car, she sent Iwonjo a message and inquired as to when she and Cece would arrive soon. She received a reply filled with exuberance, the words alone allowing her to envision she and Cece's animated demeanor. Begged Cece. I am utterly defeated. I initially planned to show off my figure by skipping dinner tonight, but that rascal Jiangyan ordered snail noodles. I have no resistance to this dish, and now I reek of it. There is no way to redo my makeup because the stylist has left. I can only begrudgingly play games with Jiangyan now. Thankfully, his gaming console is so much fun, ha. Lee Wanan, Iwonjo responded to her message, having just disembarked from the plane, and it seemed they would arrive at the venue simultaneously. The soiree was held at Shiyuan. Iwonjo, exhausted from a long day, stepped out of the car upon arriving at Shiyuan and sought a quiet spot to smoke and rejuvenate himself. Clad in a sleek black suit, he appeared even more striking than usual, exuding an air of charm. As Uncle Chin drove past him, Wanan caught sight of Iwonjo, who was casually biting a cigarette while a female star approached him, initiating conversation, her chest nearly brushing against his arm. He maintained his signature aloof charm, uttering something that caused her to huff and walk away in a huff. In the next moment, he flicked off the ash from his cigarette and caught a glimpse of her vehicle. The tinted windows concealed the interior, yet Wanan inexplicably felt as though he were gazing directly at her. As soon as Uncle Chen parked the car, Iwonjo strode over, raising his hand to tap on the window. When it slid down, a beautifully refined face greeted him, but he arched an eyebrow, momentarily taken aback by her allure. He seldom witnessed Lee Wanan in makeup. Her work at the hospital necessitated a more understated appearance, and at home, she dressed for comfort. Throughout their marriage, he had seen her made up only a handful of times. Even without makeup, she was striking, adorned with cosmetics. She was utterly captivating, her skin flawless, showing no signs of cakiness, her eyelashes elegantly curled, complemented by a soft pink eyeshadow that harmonized beautifully with her gown. Iwonjo's gaze lingered on Lee Wanan, his eyes glimmering with amusement. A cheapao? Typically, her attire consisted of long skirts or a combination of tops and trousers. To see her in a cheapao was a delightful surprise that brightened his evening. As his eyes deepened with intrigue, Wanan calmly opened the car door and stepped out, linking her arm through his. It's merely a cheapao, must you be so flustered, Mr. He? His gaze seemed to suggest he wished to devour her whole. Iwonjo smirked, thinking that they had yet to fully explore the allure of cheapao plate. He leaned down and whispered something in her ear, causing her cheeks to flush, though she feigned composure and brushed aside his hand as she walked ahead. He raised an eyebrow, observing her retreating figure and smiling to himself as he followed her. Suddenly, Mrs. He halted, her gaze fixed ahead. What do you see? Iwonjo inquired, following her gaze, only to find Song Xing, her expression frosty, clad in a simple white gown, entering the soiree with an older gentleman. As Wanan instinctively glanced at Iwonjo, she noted that the man who had just been playfully flirting with her now bore a furrowed brow, his expression taut with displeasure. Chapter 96, The Rescue. Iwonjo's handsome countenance darkened in an instant, akin to a stormy sea, as if he were straining to restrain himself from rushing over to extricate Miss Song from the man's grasp. Let us go. The man's voice had grown noticeably colder than before. Lee Wanan cast a glance at Iwonjo, contemplating uttering something, but ultimately settled for a soft Unlike that night when she had attended old Master Zhang's birthday banquet alongside Iwonjo, tonight's affair was a palpable arena of social power and prestige, where any individual plucked from the crowd would surely wield considerable influence in Nanchang. Iwonjo, backed by the He family and a burgeoning investment tycoon, had secured an invitation to this soiree, while the Lee family, though reasonably affluent, held no sway, lacking any governmental or military ties over 3 generations, rendering them unable to even approach the threshold of such gatherings. Thus, outsiders perceived Lee Wanan's union with Iwonjo as an elevation beyond her reach. Mr. He, may I inquire who this is? Acknowledging the curiosity stirred by the elegant and strikingly beautiful woman on his arm, Iwonjo nodded graciously. This is my wife, Lee Wanan. Mr. He is indeed fortunate. The man inclined his head, greeting Lee Wanan. Madam He, it is a pleasure. The other party extended a polite handshake, to which Wanan responded with a gentle grasp. Hello, Mr. Chin. Conversations among the men that evening revolved around the macroeconomic landscape, investment markets, directives from above, and the prevailing trends across various industries. Lee Wanan, typically indifferent to financial news, found herself beside a man who spoke with eloquence and precision, effortlessly articulating insights. After a brief exchange, Mr. Chin nodded slowly. No wonder Mr. He has gained such renown in the investment realm in just a few short years. He possesses remarkable insights. Perhaps we could explore collaboration in the future? Iwonjo smiled, shaking hands. It would be my honor. Meanwhile, a few meters away, Zhou Guoming, with his arm around Song Xing, was animatedly conversing with several gentlemen. Do any of you recognize this lady beside me? Song Xing, a journalist with international experience, has recently returned to our country and has already broken several major news stories. Chairman Zhou's eye for talent is unparalleled. Wasn't he the last star anchor from a television station one of his discoveries? What was her name again? Someone chimed in. Chen Wanwan, correct, do you recall, Chairman Zhou? Zhou Guoming glanced at Song Xing with a smile. Are you acquainted with Miss Song, Chairman Zhou? Chen Wanwan, how could Song Xing not know her? The former leading anchor of the Nanchang television station, she had also begun her career as a journalist. With an ordinary background and average skills, Song Xing had once wondered how Chen had ascended to such heights, only to realize now that beauty and an acute sense of timing were key factors. Now, Chen Wanwan had departed from the television station, seemingly having married into wealth. Song Xing was acutely aware that Zhou Guoming's remarks were laden with implications directed at her. Reluctant to be in such a setting, she felt compelled to attend since the station director had made it clear that her absence would likely result in a termination notice. Initially, she had hoped to secure a permanent position based on merit, but now she found herself under scrutiny. Upon hearing the conversation, Song Xing lifted her gaze, only to lock eyes with Li Wanan in the distance. The look in Wanan's eyes was reminiscent of Guanyin, the bodhisattva of compassion, gazing upon the world suffering with pity. Yet He Wenzhou noticed as well. Song Xing bit her lip, nearly drawing blood, desperate to conceal this vulnerable side from the man. Yet what could she do? Without connections, a person of her standing had no choice but to bow low and remain humble, innately proud. The harsh realities of life had shattered her pride. She averted her gaze, forcing a smile, though her eyes flickered with coldness as she replied, "I am indeed familiar with Anchor Chen. She has risen to prominence through her professional capabilities." Before Song Xing could finish her sentence, laughter erupted among the men. Zhou Guoming joined in with hearty chuckles, his laughter deepening the lines around his eyes as he scrutinized her, stating, "It is evident that journalists possess great talent. I believe Miss Song will one day occupy the anchor position." One of the bystanders, witnessing Song Xing's feigned ignorance, directly inquired, "Ms. Song, do you have a boyfriend?" "Yes, Miss Song, our chairman Zhou is freshly divorced and currently single. He seems quite attentive to you, bringing you out tonight to broaden your horizons. Indeed, if you were to accompany our chairman Zhou, the television station's investments would surely be made in your favor." Don T even mentioned the possibility of a permanent position. Securing a primetime anchor role would be a mere formality. Song Xing's face paled, her lips a dazzling crimson, feeling as though she were an ant, ready to be crushed underfoot, a mere plaything for their amusement. She forced a smile. "Chairman Zhou, your standards are far too high for someone like me. You jest. Is it that Miss Song looks down upon our chairman Zhou, or does she already have a boyfriend?" Song Xing pressed her lips together, caught in a compromising situation before an audience. Zhou Guoming regarded her with a bemused expression, and she felt a twinge of fear at the thought of offending such a significant figure in the television industry, lest she face repercussions. At that moment, a nonchalant voice broke through. "I wondered who looked so familiar. It turns out to be Uncle Zhou?" He Wenzhou approached, hand in hand with Li Wanan, their figures harmoniously aligned. As they drew near, Li Wanan shot a glance in Song Xing's direction. Upon their arrival, Song Xing's hands clenched slightly, feeling exposed in her current state of disarray, now seen by both He Wenzhou and Li Wanan. They had come to her rescue, which should have brought her joy, yet it felt as though her chest were stuffed with cotton, making it difficult to breathe. Zhou Guoming raised an eyebrow, recognizing He Wenzhou as the Yi family's eldest son. He had once been schoolmates with He Wenzhou's father, He Tingnan. "Ah, it's young master He." Zhou Guoming exclaimed, acknowledging him. He Wenzhou addressed him as Uncle Zhou, a strategic move in such social circles. Zhou Guoming smiled. "It's been years, I hardly recognized you. You've grown so much your name echoes throughout the investment sector these days, truly impressive." He Wenzhou chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. "I cannot compare to Uncle Zhou, who, at his age, pursues young women in their 20s, what a bold face." The atmosphere shifted, the expressions of those present darkening. Zhou Guoming's laughter turned cold. "What do you mean by that, He Wenzhou?" "Nothing in particular. I merely find it amusing that Uncle Zhou has not altered his penchant for youthful company. However, given my entanglement with Miss Song, any advances towards her must be cleared with me." "You?" Zhou Guoming's face hardened, yet for the sake of a mere journalist, he was reluctant to escalate matters in such a public setting. Nevertheless, he resolved to make He Wenzhou's life difficult in the future. Zhou Guoming's expression soured as he stormed off, his entourage following suit. After their departure, the tableau of two women and a man drew attention. Witnesses of the preceding incident could not help but murmur among themselves, "Isn't that He Wenzhou with Li Wanan? Who is that lady? The dynamics seem off. Could it be a love triangle?" "That's Song Xing. She and He Wenzhou once dated in high school, although she comes from humble beginnings." Chapter 97 Jealousy. Why do I feel that Miss Song bears a striking resemblance to Mrs. He, particularly around the eyes and brows? They are almost identical. Now that you mention it, I too perceive a similarity, though their temperaments are quite different. In terms of appearance, they could indeed be quite alike. Could it be that young master He is merely playing the role of a stand-in here? The crowd dared not voice their thoughts aloud, yet the news of He Wenzhou defending his ex-girlfriend in front of Li Wanan, risking offense to director Zhou Guoming, swiftly circulated through the social circle. On this side, following a brief silence, He Wenzhou furrowed his brows and spoke, "What are you doing here? Is this occasion exclusive to you all? Am I not permitted to attend?" Song Xing raised her gaze, a hint of mockery glimmering in her eyes. Typically reserved, Song Xing possessed inherently striking features, and tonight, adorned in makeup and a white gown, she appeared as an ethereal beauty. Yet He Wenzhou replied solemnly, "In such a setting, it is perilous for you to be here alone. Had he not been present, the consequences could have been dire." Song Xing clenched her fists, her nails digging painfully into her palms until the sensation of pain prompted a cold laugh to escape her lips. "He Wenzhou, I understand your good intentions, but do you realize that by doing this, you offend Director Zhou? He is our television station's largest investor. If he decides to withdraw his support because of this incident, do you believe there will still be a place for me at the station? You are well aware that I am unlike you. I do not possess the power to offend the capital, otherwise, do you think I would have kept my head down and endured earlier? Taking a deep breath, Song Xing lifted her gaze to meet He Wenzhou's. If there is a next time, I do not require your assistance. For all these years, I have relied solely on my own abilities. I, Song Xing, am not the kind of woman who seeks a man's help to resolve her troubles. Li Wanan stood beside He Wenzhou, her gaze quietly resting on Song Xing. He was right, Song Xing indeed possessed a certain dignity, disinclined to trouble others. Realizing the woman's attention was directed at her, Song Xing glanced at Li Wanan, her red lips curling into a cold smile. Li Wanan, let me clarify. It was He Wenzhou who voluntarily came to my aid just now, not me imploring him. Li Wanan pressed her lips together slightly, feeling that Song Xing was brimming with thorns, particularly when addressing her Miss Song. Is there some misunderstanding between us? You seem to harbor hostility towards me. How could that be? Song Xing scoffed, Miss Li, we are hardly acquainted, what deep-seated grudge could we possibly share? The disparity between your background and my humble origins is akin to that between clouds and mud. Song Xing's self-deprecation was palpable, and He Wenzhou cast a glance at Mrs. He, noting her furrowed brow, it was rare to see her display such discontent. He did not believe the two were engaged in a rivalry out of jealousy, yet their meeting undeniably carried an awkwardness. He Wenzhou regarded Song Xing, speaking up, Song Xing, in that situation, anyone with a sense of justice would not have turned a blind eye. Why must you be so unyielding? Ha! Song Xing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at He Wenzhou, her voice cold and hard. Indeed, anyone could intervene, but why must it be you? The atmosphere grew tense. After a long pause, someone let out a derisive laugh. Forget it. Song Xing forced a smile, adjusting her demeanor as she addressed the two. Regardless, shall I have the driver take you home? Though Zhou Guoming had departed, it was conceivable that others remained in the shadows, watching her. He could not bear to witness anyone come to harm under his watch. I've come this far. If I were to lose Director Zhou's investment and fail to secure new funding, wouldn't I be at risk of being ousted from the television station? Having said this, Song Xing no longer engaged the two in conversation and turned to meld into the crowd. He Wenzhou's gaze followed her, seemingly concerned. Li Wanan glanced at the man beside her. There won't be any problems at the banquet. If you're worried, just let the driver take Miss Song home when it's over. No one would overtly confront Song Xing in such a setting. He Wenzhou was merely overreacting out of concern. He Wenzhou looked at Li Wanan, her tranquil expression revealing little. He wondered how Mrs. He felt about his earlier intervention on behalf of Song Xing. Zhou Guoming has a notorious reputation in this circle. Those who associate with him are rarely of good character. They relish in preying upon those who lack connections yet possess a semblance of talent, coercing and enticing. Over the years, they have ruined many lives. Song Xing was precisely such a person. Li Wanan frowned slightly, although she felt a twinge of jealousy at He Wenzhou's defense of his ex-girlfriend. She could not have truly interfered. She believed that had anyone else been harassed, He Wenzhou would have offered his assistance. The two chose not to dwell on the topic any further. The brief interlude passed, and the banquet resumed. He Wenzhou had been mingling throughout the night, while Mrs. He, adorned in a cheapao and heels, maintained her poise. Though her face betrayed no signs of discomfort, He Wenzhou suspected that Li Wanan was feeling somewhat uneasy at that moment. He clinked glasses with the man across from him, took a sip, and then turned to Li Wanan. Mrs. He, are you feeling tired? Perhaps you should step outside for some fresh air, just don't wander too far. All right. The banquet was lively and chaotic, a setting she did not particularly enjoy. With He Wenzhou's suggestion, she naturally wished to step outside for a moment of tranquility. Outside, the atmosphere was serene, with an artificial lake nearby, the evening breeze refreshing her mind. Li Wanan found a long bench to sit on and pulled out her phone to check her WeChat messages. There were photos sent by Qian Cicir of her in Jiangyan playing games at home, a video of Li Jing's performance tonight, and a message from her mother. She replied to Su Wan, and almost instantly, a video call came through, revealing her father, Li Zhongming. In the frame.as the video opened, Su Wan exclaimed, "Sweetheart, you look so beautiful tonight." Li Zhongming, naturally, she looks good in anything. Li Zhongming inquired, "Where are you? Where's your husband? Why isn't he beside you?" "There's a banquet tonight. He Wenzhou is inside mingling. I thought it was quieter out here, so I stepped out for a bit." Not far away, Song Xing, having consumed some alcohol, felt slightly dizzy and stepped outside for some fresh air, only to witness the scene. Li Wanan, with her phone in hand, was video chatting with her family, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she occasionally called out, "Dad, Mom." Song Xing felt a wave of discomfort wash over her, almost suffocating. Why had she never had a father? Her mother was currently bedridden, teetering on the brink of life and death, and yet Li Wanan was so blissfully happy. She truly could not contain her jealousy, a jealousy that threatened to drive her to madness. Chapter 98 Saving Lives. As the video call ended, Li Wanan felt an intense gaze directed at her. Following her instinct, she turned to see a woman in a flowing white dress, standing cold and solitary in the shadows. It was Song Xing. The latter had been watching her for an unknown length of time. Song Xing's expression was complex, a blend of sorrow, envy, and resentment, all intermingled. Their eyes met, and it was Song Xing who slowly approached her, clearly having consumed alcohol. Her cheeks were flushed, and her gaze somewhat dazed. Eventually, she stood before Li Wanan. The two were not familiar with one another, their only connection being He Wenzhou, which rendered their encounter somewhat awkward. Each meeting with Song Xing had always carried an air of confrontation, particularly one-sided in nature. Li Wanan rose to leave, having no intention of continuing this verbal sparring with Song Xing. A breath of fresh air outside would do her well. However, upon taking a single step, she felt Song Xing's firm grip on her wrist. Her strength was considerable. Li Wanan frowned and struggled to break free, but to no avail. She spoke, her typically gentle tone tinged with a chill. "Miss Song." While conversation was acceptable, physical confrontation was another matter entirely. "Why does Miss Li walk away upon seeing me? Are you afraid of what I might do?" Song Xing released her grip, their eyes locking once more, a faint mockery glimmering in her gaze. "Rest assured, Miss Li, Ah Zhou is still inside. I have no intention of causing you any harm." Song Xing suggested, "Shall we have a talk?" Li Wanan replied, "The matters that needed discussing were addressed in our previous encounters. I see no necessity for further dialogue." Song Xing's intentions regarding He Wenzhou were evident. As long as she refrained from any egregious actions, Li Wanan's affairs would be overlooked. With a slight curl of her lips, Song Xing seemed to disregard Li Wanan's words, continuing, "All these years, I still remember the first day I laid eyes on Ah Zhou. It was an exceptionally cold day. He lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, his body icy. Had I not rushed him to the hospital, he might have perished that winter. I saved him. Yet, at the outset, I never contemplated a future with him, for I could see at a glance that we were worlds apart. That he was so precious, so radiant, the cost of a single garment could sustain my family for an entire year, but he intruded upon my life, seeking me out to express his gratitude. I refused, yet he persisted, until one fateful day, when I was bullied, he was the first to stand up for me, to speak on my behalf. He was like a beacon of light, illuminating the darkness of my existence. Li Wanan, you could never fathom that feeling. Throughout my life, I have been alone, but suddenly, one day, someone appeared in my world, offering help and strength, standing beside me. He was not merely a youthful infatuation. He was my salvation." As Song Xing spoke, she appeared lost in her memories. Li Wanan bit her lip, her gaze fixed on Song Xing's face. "So, Miss Song, is your intention in sharing this with me to encourage my You will not." Song Xing scoffed. "However, Li Wanan, deep down, you know the reason behind your marriage to it is simply a matter of timing. You are drawn to his excellence and status, while he is attracted to your grace and beauty, nothing more. A marriage devoid of love cannot endure." Li Wanan was about to retort when suddenly, a loud splash echoed through the air. It was the sound of someone falling into the water. "Help! Help!" A child was struggling in the lake. Another child, frightened, ran away. Although it was a man-made lake, the water appeared quite deeper. There were few people around, and most of the staff were inside the hotel. The child clearly could not swim and had already swallowed several mouthfuls of water, visibly choking. With a decisive splash, Li Wanan kicked off her high heels and leaped into the water, followed closely by Song Xing, both intent on rescuing the child. The boy had somehow splashed his way 3 to 4 meters from the shore and was now silent, slowly sinking beneath the surface. Seeing this, Li Wanan dove deeper into the water, swimming towards the child. The boy was somewhat overweight, and as she attempted to lift him, he instinctively clung to her, one hand grasping her hair, the other her clothing. Just as Li Wanan contemplated using force to subdue him, Song Xing arrived to assist her in hoisting the child to safety. By now, a crowd had gathered on the shore. Li Wanan placed the child on the ground, administering first aid, while Song Xing stood nearby, pressing a hand to her chest, her white gown now drenched and appearing quite disheveled. When He Wenzhou emerged, he witnessed the scene. Both Li Wanan and Song Xing soaked, the former diligently performing CPR on the rescued child, while the latter stood beside her, utterly drenched, the fabric of her dress clinging to her form. Without hesitation, He Wenzhou draped his jacket over Song Xing before focusing on Li Wanan's efforts. The child's parents, prominent figures in real estate, rushed over, panic-stricken, desperate to take their son to the hospital. He Wenzhou intervened. "My wife is a doctor." Recognizing He Wenzhou, the father turned to Li Wanan, hands clasped in supplication. "Please, Mrs. He, you must save my son." The father then chastised his wife, who was sobbing uncontrollably. "Did I not tell you to keep an eye on him? You knew he was mischievous, yet you were too busy chatting. Look where that has led us." The mother, in tears, pleaded with Li Wanan to ensure their child's survival. Meanwhile, no one acknowledged Song Xing, who had also risked. Finally, the boy turned his head and coughed up water, his eyes fluttering open as he cried out. The parents rushed to embrace him, gratitude evident in their expressions as they turned to Li Wanan and He Wenzhou. "Thank you. Without your intervention, our son would not have survived tonight." Having successfully saved the child, Li Wanan finally exhaled in relief, explaining, "I was not alone in rescuing the young master. Miss Song assisted me." As her words trailed off, Li Wanan's gaze fell on Song Xing, who stood beside He Wenzhou, now clad in his suit jacket. In that moment, Li Wanan's heart constricted sharply. Chapter 99. Bitterly cold upon hearing her words, the real estate mogul and his wife hastily expressed their gratitude to Song Xing. "Miss Song, is it? Thank you ever so much." The executive handed Song Xing a business card, indicating that she could reach out to him later. Indeed, given her obscure status, this treatment was quite commendable. Song Xing accepted the card without uttering a word. After extending their thanks, the couple turned to Li Wanan and He Wenzhou. "Mr. He, Mrs. He, we are immensely grateful for your assistance tonight. I shall certainly treat you both to dinner another day. It would be a pleasure to have your company." Though Li Wanan appeared disheveled, she maintained her composure, offering a faint smile. "Your gratitude has been duly acknowledged. What matters most is that all is well. You two should return home and ensure the child gets some proper rest. Teach him to be more cautious next time." The man expressed his heartfelt appreciation. "Mrs. He is truly kind-hearted. The child still appeared weak, and the couple had lost interest in continuing at the soiree. After exchanging a few more words of thanks, they took their leave. However, the incident inevitably sparked whispers among the crowd. Liwanan was so impressive when she saved that person. To be honest, I've only seen CPR on television. I wouldn't dare attempt it myself. She is a doctor, after all. Wasn't it Song Xing who also helped? Both of them saved lives. Why did all the attention go to Liwanan? Even if she stole the spotlight, did you not see whose coat Song Xing was wearing? Mr. He immediately draped his suit jacket over her. It seems he still harbors feelings for this white moonlight. Oh my, could it be that He Wenjo agreed to marry Liwanan because she resembles Song Xing? Is he indulging in a substitute romance? Now that his beloved Song Xing has returned, will Liwanan step aside? Who really knows, but we should have clarity on this matter soon enough. The three stood together as if performing in a play, captivating to behold. Yet, the crowd dared not linger to witness the unfolding drama and gradually dispersed. The lakeside became significantly quieter. A breeze swept through, and given that their clothes were thoroughly soaked, a chill inevitably set in. He Wenjo's gaze fell upon Liwanan, who, despite her dampened cheapao, remained concealed within. That he had offered his jacket to Song Xing to shield her from the cold, but soon realized that Liwanan was shivering as well. Noticing that Liwanan remained silent, he stated, "The soiree is nearing its end, let us depart." With that, He Wenjo turned and glanced at Song Xing. "Come along, I shall drive you home." Instinctively, Song Xing replied. The man frowned. "Are you certain you wish to go out in that state?" Song Xing pressed her lips together, ultimately refraining from removing the suit jacket. At that moment, Liwanan interjected, "Miss Song, you should join us. It's difficult to catch a cab here." "Then I must trouble you," Song Xing conceded. She had not driven to the event, as her car was far too modest to enter the parking facility, and the hour was late, leaving her no choice. He instructed the driver to return home first while he would take the wheel himself. Liwanan settled in the front passenger seat, while Song Xing occupied the back. Both ladies were soaked through, and upon entering the car, He Wenjo immediately turned on the heat. Song Xing provided her residential address. "It's a bit out of the way, I apologize for the inconvenience." He Wenjo set the navigation and the cabin fell into silence, save for the voice of the GPS. Liwanan retrieved 2 towels from the car and handed one to Song Xing, while she dried her still dripping hair. 20 minutes later, they arrived at Song Xing's neighborhood. It was indeed remote and somewhat dilapidated. Still drenched, Song Xing spoke. "Zhou, I'll have the suit jacket dry cleaned and return it to you." He Wenjo replied, Song Xing said nothing further and turned to leave. He Wenjo waited for her to enter the community before returning to Chihai residence. "I have a spare shirt in the car," He Wenjo suggested, casting a glance at Liwanan, "otherwise, you might catch a cold." "There's no need, I'll take a hot shower when I get home," she replied. Liwanan's fingers clutched the towel, her knuckles slightly white, and she felt a hint of dizziness, indicative of an impending cold. Noticing her condition, He Wenjo said nothing further, pressing the accelerator a bit harder. Upon returning to Chihai residence, Liwanan took a warm shower but still felt somewhat lightheaded. Just then, a glass of cold medicine was offered to her, and He Wenjo, with a furrowed brow, spoke in a deep voice, "Cold medicine. Drink it." "Thank you." Liwanan held the glass, taking a few sips. It was slightly warm, likely prepared by He Wenjo himself. As she drank, his mind wandered back to the events of the evening, still feeling a pang of anxiety. Song Xing could swim. She had even won awards in high school swimming competitions, yet, he was taken aback to discover that Mrs. He could also swim. However, even if one can swim, it does not mean they should recklessly dive in to save someone. He had read a news article earlier about a girl who was saved from drowning, but the officer who rescued her tragically drowned. He could hardly bear to think what might have happened had Liwanan encountered any peril tonight. But he understood her character well. It was inconceivable for her to turn a blind eye to such incidents. He Wenjo studied Liwanan for a moment, then pressed his lips together, inquiring, "At the time of the incident, what were you two talking about?" His gaze remained fixed on her face as he raised an eyebrow. "When I offered my jacket to her, did Mrs. He feel jealous?" He Wenjo discerned that Liwanan had hardly spoken throughout the evening. While she typically possessed a gentle temperament, it did not imply that she lacked a temper. Tonight, she was not her usual docile self. "Mr. He has only one jacket. Naturally, it goes to whoever needs it most. I am well aware that I have not yet attained the significance in your heart where you would prioritize me unconditionally in any situation." At her words, a faint smile tugged at the corners of his lips, a hint of amusement glinting in his eyes. "He is jealous." A slight heaviness settled in his chest. Liwanan pursed her lips, her gaze resting on He Wenjo's face. She acknowledged that upon seeing Song Xing draped in He Wenjo's jacket, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Even knowing that Song Xing would have attracted unwelcome stares without that jacket, which He Wenjo had naturally offered her, the fact that he had chosen to give it to Song Xing first amidst the chaos suggested that he held some regard for her, perhaps, just for her. "I am not feeling well. I shall rest now." She had no desire to prolong the conversation with He Wenjo. The events of the evening had left her mentally and physically drained. Observing her discomfort, He Wenjo merely replied with an pulling the blanket over her. "Very well, Mrs. He, do rest well." Feeling unwell and somewhat chilled, Liwanan wrapped herself in the blanket, thinking that a good night's sleep might remedy her condition. Just then, Zhang Yun's call came through. He Wenjo, wary of disturbing Liwanan, turned off the lights and made his way to the study. Chapter 100 of Fever. He Wenjo answered the phone, his voice somewhat heavy. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Yun cleared his throat twice before responding. "It's about that. I heard the cocktail party tonight is quite lively. Jiang Yun had been playing games with Qian Cece that evening, initially thinking her temperament was merely fiery, only to discover that she played fiercely. They had been engrossed in the game until he had just seen her safely home. As for the cocktail party, he had only learned of it through a message. He was quite surprised to find that Song Xing would also be present. 3 people together, wouldn't that be somewhat awkward? First, Song Xing was harassed, and He Wenzhou came to her rescue. Then, Li Wanan and Song Xing both fell into the water while trying to save a child. Jiang Yun mused that tonight was indeed bustling. Had he known, he would have braved the smell of snail noodles to be there. It was just a bit pungent, but he could witness the crime scene. Now, he regretted it deeply. He Wenzhou remained silent. Jiang Yun sat on the sofa, unable to resist saying, "Who would have thought Song Xing would be there tonight? You two really seem to have some connection, don't you? Is that why you called?" He Wenzhou frowned. Logically, Song Xing should not have appeared at such an event, but tonight, it was evident she was coerced by the television station. He Wenzhou's expression darkened as he said into the phone, "Since you called, I have something to discuss. At Nanjing television station, whatever amount Zhou Guoming invests, you should match it, and charge it to me under your name. Inform them that any matters unrelated to work should not involve Song Xing." Jiang Yun was taken aback. So, Song Xing was being treated as a social butterfly by the television station. If He Wenzhou hadn't been there tonight, the consequences would have been dire. Back in their school days, Song Xing had already faced difficulties due to her family's circumstances and had been bullied frequently, only finding some relief thanks to He Wenzhou's protection. He never expected such incidents would still occur after all these years. Jiang Yun pressed his lips together. Being in a higher social class, he had nearly forgotten that Song Xing was an ordinary person, striving desperately to break into high society. No wonder such things happened. "Come on, Zhou Gu, you care about Song Xing, so do it in your own name." He had intervened previously at the hospital. Now, they were asking him to step in again. Jiang Yun frowned. "It's not that I don't want to help, but I'm afraid others might misunderstand and think I have feelings for Song Xing. What if one day I decide to turn over a new leaf? How would I explain it to my girlfriend?" He Wenzhou replied, "I'll explain it for you." He felt he owed Song Xing a debt of gratitude, so he would do what he could for her. Jiang Yun sighed, understanding that He Wenzhou, due to his status, could not openly show kindness to Song Xing and could only agree, "Fine, but this is the last time." He Wenzhou responded with a simple ready to hang up. Jiang Yun interjected, "Zhou Gu, tonight Li Wanan and Song Xing both jumped into the water to save someone. Seriously, doesn't that scare you? I've always been curious about which one of them you value more. You should know by now, right? If something happened to either of them tonight, which one would you struggle to accept more? Every year, there are countless news stories about people who drowned while attempting to save others. If something were to happen to Li Wanan and Song Xing, just thinking about it sent chills down his spine, let alone He Wenzhou. Goodbye." He Wenzhou was not one to engage in idle chatter. With some official matters still pending, He Wenzhou was not yet tired. He opened his laptop to handle some emails, and by the time he finished, it was already 1 in the morning. He rubbed his temples, fatigue beginning to show on his face. Suddenly, Jiang Yun's last words echoed in his mind. If something happened to either of them tonight, which one would you struggle to accept more? He did not answer, likely because he could not. It seemed that he would find it impossible to accept if anything were to happen to either of them. However, he was clear that he did not harbor romantic feelings for Song Xing, but regarding Mrs. He was uncertain if he felt a slight affection for her, albeit one stemming from a man's possessiveness over his partner. The study was quiet, the laptop shut down, leaving only a desk lamp casting light on a face shadowed in darkness. He Wenzhou had a strong nicotine craving, smoking several cigarettes before finally rising to return to the bedroom. The master bedroom was tranquil, and Li Wanan had already fallen asleep. He Wenzhou emerged from the shower and, as was his habit, pulled her into his embrace, only to find her burning hot. He turned on the light and looked at Li Wanan's face. Her hair was damp with sweat, her cheeks flushed. He placed the back of his hand against her forehead, feeling her heat. It seemed she had caught a chill from being in wet clothes for too long after falling into the water. He assumed it was likely just a mild cold, so he prepared some cold medicine for her, unaware it would turn out to be more serious. Li Wanan's body was scorching, yet her hands and feet were icy. He found a thermometer at home and took her temperature, discovering it was a staggering 39.7 degrees Celsius. She had a high fever. He filled a basin with lukewarm water from the bathroom and began to sponge her down, attempting to cool her with physical methods, but her temperature refused to budge. Li Wanan was in a daze, caught between sleep and wakefulness due to the fever. Her beautiful brows were tightly knit, her lips, flushed from the fever, cracked and oozing blood. He Wenzhou's expression grew increasingly grave. During the last earthquake, she had also disregarded her own well-being to save others. He had thought her to be so clever, yet she acted like a fool. "I feel awful." The fever muddled her thoughts. Li Wanan grasped his fingers, her voice tinged with tears. "So hot, so uncomfortable." He Wenzhou's gaze fell on her face, an inexplicable anger rising within him. "Now you know you're uncomfortable? Serves you right. Burn your mind out and see who still wants you. He Wenzhou, you bastard, you scoundrel." He Wenzhou tugged at his lips. "Are you cursing me?" With her eyes reddened from the fever, Li Wanan glared at him. Perhaps it was the fever that muddled her brain, making her bold enough to curse him. He recalled that she had scolded him once after being drunk. Mrs. He had two sides to her. He Wenzhou chose not to argue with a feverish patient. "Fine, if cursing makes you feel better, then go ahead." He placed a cloth on her forehead and offered her sips of warm water. Perhaps it was his gentle movements or perhaps she was truly unwell, but she ceased her cursing. Li Wanan was burning with fever, her fair skin was flushed red from the heat. He Wonjo found some antipyretics and had her take them. The pain throughout her body was intense, and she detested taking medicine, but steeling herself, she swallowed it down. Perhaps the medication contained a sedative, for Li Wan, and soon fell asleep. He Wonjo sat at the bedside, taking her temperature dozens of times throughout the night, ensuring her fever had subsided. Eventually, exhaustion overcame him, and he leaned against the headboard, succumbing to sleep. When Li Wan awoke, the sky outside was brightening. He Wonjo was still leaning against the headboard, looking haggard, the thermometer still clutched in his hand. Had he cared for her all night?